Chapter 1. Forgotten memories. That a dull thud reverberated in his head as Lin Yue abruptly opened his eyes, only to find himself engulfed in a haze of darkness. The damp, musty scent invaded his nostrils, mingling with the acrid odor of aged fabric, inciting a fit of coughing that sent sharp pains coursing through his injuries. Awake? Remarkable. You survived the tumble down the stairs. A shrill female voice pierced through the gloom, laced with unabashed disdain. With great effort, Lin Yue shifted his gaze, finally discerning the speaker, a woman clad in a drab apron, her hair meticulously arranged, yet unable to conceal the sharpness in her eyes. Clutching a flour-dusted sieve, she looked down at him with an expression akin to that of one regarding refuse. This was not his rented room. His mind buzzed with confusion, the last memory tethered to a spherical lightning bolt that had struck in a laboratory. In pursuit of data for his thesis, he had endured 3 sleepless nights, only to be felled by a lightning strike at the final moment. Damn it. In another life, one ought not to run too fast from a ball of lightning. Who could possibly recall such obscure trivia? All he remembered was the numbing sensation as the current coursed through his body, the blinding explosion of the equipment. Yet here he was awakening in this ghastly place. Penny, stop wasting time with him. He's nothing but a nuisance. If he's not dead, shove him back in the cupboard. Dudley is waiting for his cake. A coarse male voice emanated from the doorway. A stout, brutish man leaned in, cradling a wailing blonde boy. The child, clad in a dinosaur-printed onesie, clutched the man's collar with pudgy fingers, incoherently demanding, "Cake want cake." Penny? Dudley. These names struck Lin Yue like thunderclaps in his mind. He lowered his gaze, horrified to find himself clad in a faded, tattered nightgown, with sleeves that barely reached his wrists, revealing arms so thin they appeared skeletal, skin pallid and unhealthy. This was not the body of a 20-year-old, it was that of a child. A torrent of disjointed memories surged forth confined spaces of a cupboard, cold floors, the blonde boy snatching bread from his hands, the woman's shrill reprimands, the man's furious fists, and even more nebulous images. A pair of smiling young adults, one with tousled black hair, the other with bright green eyes, calling him Harry. Harry? Harry Potter? Lin Yue's heart constricted abruptly. He had traversed realms, becoming the very orphan from Harry Potter, tormented by the Dursleys, destined to be the chosen one, ultimately meeting an ambiguous demi-seat least. He found the original ending unbearably frustrating. What are you lingering for? Get up, Penny exclaimed, noticing his inertia, reaching to grasp his arm. Instinctively, Lin Yue recoiled, the pain at the back of his head jolting him into clarity. No, he could not reveal himself. He was merely a 4-year-old child, utterly powerless. If the Dursleys discovered he was different, it would only invite harsher treatment. He recalled vividly the suffering of the original Harry, confined to a cupboard, inadequately nourished, bullied by Dudley, neglected by Penny. He would not repeat that fate. Disguise was imperative. Lin Yue deliberately dulled his gaze, allowing his lips to tremble slightly. As if still reeling from the earlier fall, he slowly propped himself up, moving clumsily as though a puppet, barely managing to steady himself against the nearby wooden wall. Indeed, a foolish simple fall renders him dim-witted. Penny sneered, her distaste deepening as she turned toward the kitchen. Hurry inside, don't obstruct Dudley from his cake. Vernon, cradling Dudley, shot him an intimidating glare. Listen here, boy, if you dare make Dudley cry again, he'll toss you into the garden to feed the dogs. Dudley, seemingly grasping his father's words, ceased his wailing, pointing a chubby finger at Lin Yue, gleefully laughing. Fool fell on his bottom. Lin Yue hung his head, concealing the glimmer of defiance in his eyes, slowly shuffling into the so-called cupboard. It was less a cupboard and more a cramped space beneath the stairs, barely large enough for a child to curl up. The IT was cluttered with old boxes and discarded items, the sole bed a heap of moldy straw. As he squeezed inside, Vernon slammed the door shut with a resounding thud, plunging him into darkness. Only a sliver of light crept through the door's crack, illuminating the dust motes dancing in the air. Leaning against the cold wooden boards, the pain in his head persisted, yet he had little time to dwell on it. He closed his eyes, forcing himself to calm down as he began to untangle the memories swirling in his mind. 2 sets of memories intertwined within his consciousness, one belonging to Lin Yue, a 20-year-old from an ordinary family who had attended a prestigious university for chemistry, sacrificing sleep for his thesis, only to meet an untimely death. The other, Harry Potter's first 4 years, from being delivered to the Dursleys to confinement in a cupboard, bullied by Dudley, and ignored by Penny. The memories were hazy, like viewing through frosted glass, yet the vital information remained intact. More crucially, he possessed the entire narrative of the Harry Potter series in his mind, from entering Hogwarts to confronting Voldemort time and again, culminating in the final harrowing battle. That he knew who the enemies were, who the friends, or rather, those who merely pretended to be friends, were. understood the hidden secrets, and foresaw the trajectory of the future. However, this knowledge was not an advantage. It could very well be a death sentence. Dumbledore, that cunning old fox, had always treated Harry as a pawn. Snape's dual identity as a spy was maddeningly complex. Voldemort's Horcruxes scattered across the globe. If he followed the original storyline, he would inevitably become the savior thrust into the limelight, sacrificing himself for the so-called peace of the wizarding world. Damn Dumbledore. Hadn't he realized that Harry could have thrived in the magical world? Instead, due to his so-called protection, he had fallen into such dire straits. The original Harry Potter had endured this. Did he not know the plight of his own white wizard? Wasn't this a classic case of training a dog? Using hardship to highlight his benevolence? Then expecting obedience? Ultimately letting the original Potter play the hero's adventure game, only to meet a glorious sacrifice? What about the Potter family's inheritance, the Ministry of Magic's position? He would not allow himself to be tamed again. Absolutely not. Lin Yue clenched his delicate fists. He was not the naive, kind-hearted Harry Potter who blindly followed Dumbledore's commands. He was Lin Yue, an ordinary person who had navigated the complexities of modern society, understanding the importance of self-preservation, adept at disguising his true self, and, most importantly, aware that to survive, one must seize control. Chapter 2. Fragments of Memory. First and foremost, I must survive, Lin Yue asserted inwardly. Currently, the utmost priority was to endure life in the Dursley household while quietly amassing strength. He recalled that the original text mentioned wizards' magical abilities gradually awakening during childhood, although most would not receive their acceptance letter to Hogwarts. Until the age of 11, he was only 4, with 7 years ahead of him. 7 years were ample time to accomplish many things. He needed to feign the demeanor of a dull-witted, timid child, indifferent to his surroundings, thereby lowering the Dursley suspicions and minimizing their attention and bullying. During this time, he would secretly train his body. Though he was merely a child, foundational physical fitness was crucial, as a robust physique could harbor potent magic, while simultaneously attempting to sense and control the latent magic within him. After all, as Harry Potter, he undoubtedly possessed significant magical potential, albeit dormant for now. Furthermore, the secrets of the Potter family awaited discovery. Lin Yue suddenly recalled that the Potter family, as mentioned in the original text, was indeed an ancient lineage of wizards, though James Potter's flamboyance meant few spoke of it. Fragments of vague memories flitted through his mind, whispering words like bloodline and time. Could this be the fabled bloodline awakening? Instinctively, he touched the shallow scar on his forehead, a lightning-shaped mark, the legacy left by Voldemort. As his fingertips grazed the scar, a faint warmth surged through him, as if something beneath the scar was gently pulsating, accompanied by more nebulous visions. Spinning gears, a silver stag, flowing sand in an hourglass. What did these images signify? Were they omens of the bloodline awakening, or remnants of Voldemort's lingering essence? Furrowing his brow, Lin Yue endeavored to delve deeper into this sensation, but the cacophony of Dudley's wailing and Petunia's sharp reprimands abruptly shattered his reverie. Dudley, no throwing cake. That's for you. Wow, I don't want this. I want a bigger one. Vernon, come and deal with him. The clamor outside persisted, and Lin Yue remained motionless in the darkness, listening intently. He was absorbing details: Petunia's triggers, Vernon's vulnerabilities, and Dudley's preferences: sweets, toys. Such information would become his currency for survival in the future. Time passed, and the uproar gradually subsided. After a while, the cupboard door was cracked open, and Petunia impatiently thrust a bowl inside. Food, finish it quickly, and don't dirty the floor. Inside the bowl lay half a serving of cold mashed potatoes, adorned with a few strands of hair, a most unappetizing sight. Yet Lin Yue recognized it as his only sustenance for the day. Without hesitation, he accepted the bowl, lowering his gaze as he took small, careful bites, his movements slow, as if he feared to meet Petunia's eye. Seeing him comply, Petunia said nothing further, slamming the cupboard door shut with a bang, her footsteps fading away as the cold mashed potatoes slid down. A burning discomfort spread through his stomach. However, it alleviated his hunger. Lin Yue set the bowl aside, leaned back against the wooden panel, and closed his eyes, attempting to sense the magic within him. He envisioned the magic flowing like a warm stream throughout his body, as described in the original text. Initially, he felt no response, only the fatigue of his body and the ache of his wounds. Yet he persevered, repeating the process, focusing on that mental image of the stream. Before he knew it, just as he teetered on the brink of slumber, a faint tingling sensation danced at his fingertips. Startled, Lin Yue opened his eyes to examine his fingers. They appeared unchanged, yet the tingling was undeniably present, like a subtle current coursing beneath his skin. He concentrated, attempting to extend that tingling sensation up his arm. A soft hum resonated, and the empty bowl beside him shifted slightly, moving an inch away. His heart raced. Magic! This is magic! Though faint, barely sufficient to nudge an empty bowl, it confirmed the presence of magic within him, and, more importantly, that he could control it. A wave of elation washed over him, but he quickly regained his composure. He must not succumb to excitement or reveal himself. Redirecting his focus, the tingling sensation evaporated, and the bowl returned to stillness. He needed to exercise caution and master his control over the magic. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yue's eyes shone brilliantly in the darkness. The path ahead was long, fraught with peril and uncertainty, yet he was no longer the passive Harry Potter. He possessed the memories of the original narrative, the mindset of a modern individual, and the freshly awakened magic he could survive and thrive. That moment, he felt something hard press against his back. Curiously, he turned and began to sift through the straw. His fingertips brushed against a cold metallic object, round in shape, with intricate patterns on its surface. Lin Yue extracted the metal piece, scrutinizing it in the dim light seeping through the door crack. It was a silver ring, roughly the size of a coin, adorned with faded engravings, dulled by oxidation, resembling an antique. He had never encountered this object in Harry's memories, nor would the Dursleys ever retain such metallic artifacts. Where did this come from? Why was it in the straw pile of the cupboard? As he held the silver ring, a familiar warmth radiated from it, reminiscent of the sensation he felt when touching his scar. Almost immediately, those nebulous images flashed through his mind again. Spinning gears, a silver stag, flowing sand. This time, the images were clearer, accompanied by a distant sound, akin to the tolling of a bell. Time. Bloodline. The vague phrases echoed in his mind, and Lin Yue's heartbeat quickened. Could this silver ring be connected to the Potter family's bloodline and those fragmented memories of time? Just as he contemplated further examination of the silver ring, the sound of Vernon's footsteps approached, growing nearer. Alarmed, Lin Yue quickly tucked the ring into his pajama pocket, pressing down with his hand, then curled back into the straw pile, closing his eyes and feigning sleep. Creaking open, the cupboard door revealed Vernon's face, broom in hand, his gaze scanning the cupboard with a menacing intensity. Don't pretend to be dead in there. You're to get up at 6 tomorrow to clean the yard. If you dare slack off, you'll see what I do to you. With a scowl, Vernon finished his threat and, without waiting for a response, slammed the cupboard door shut, his footsteps receding. Lin Yue opened his eyes and touched the silver ring in his pocket. Its cold metallic feel provided him with a measure of comfort. What was this silver ring? Why was it here? What did those fragmented memories of time and bloodlines signify? Countless questions swirled in his mind, but he knew this was not the moment for inquiry. He needed to survive, to maintain his fod, and to master the magic coursing through him, in the dark cupboard. Lin Yue clenched the silver ring in his pocket, his gaze resolute. His journey as Harry Potter began in this musty cupboard, yet this time, he would forge an entirely different path, one that belonged to Lin Yue. To avoid confusion, he would henceforth be referred to as Harry, a path where he controlled his own destiny. And perhaps this suddenly appearing silver ring was the first turning point in his divergence from the original narrative. Little did he know, behind this seemingly ordinary silver ring lay the Potter family's centuries-old secret, as well as the heavy burden of a future intertwined with time and bloodline that he would inevitably face. Chapter 3. The whispers of metal. As the first light of dawn seeped through the crack in the cupboard door, Harry stirred from his slumber. Though the chill of an English April lingered, he was nestled in a pile of straw, which offered a meager defense against the cold. It was the warmth emanating from his fingertips that roused him. He unfurled his palm to reveal a dull silver ring, quietly resting upon it. Its surface patterns faintly glimmering with the slightest hint of gold in the morning light, as if imbued with life. The previous night, he had traced the ring repeatedly, feeling only the coldness of the metal. Yet now warmth began to ascend through his fingers, traveling up to his wrist, resonating subtly with the faint pulse of the scar at the back of his head. The lifeblood of time. Vague phrases echoed once more in his mind, clearer than the night before, like whispers brushing against his ear, yet upon closer inspection, they dissipated into silence. Clenching the silver ring tightly, he tucked it into the inner pocket of his pajamas, pressing it against his chest, allowing him to feel that elusive warmth more distinctly, as if it were a reminder that this was no ordinary piece of metal. Outside the cupboard, the sound of Petunia's movements reached him, her slippers pattering against the floor, accompanied by Dudley's sleepy grunts. Harry quickly shut his eyes, regulating his breath, feigning deep sleep. He had to maintain the guise of sluggishness and cowardice. At least until he possessed the strength to resist, he could not afford to reveal any vulnerabilities to the Dursleys. "Boy, if you're awake, get out here and start the fire." Petunia's voice pierced through the door, sharp as nails scraping across glass. if Dudley's breakfast gets cold. You can forget about eating today. Harry slowly rose, deliberately moving in a clumsy manner. As he opened the door, he bumped into the frame, producing a dull thud. Petunia stood in the kitchen doorway, arms crossed, glaring at him, flour dusting her apron. Clumsy oaf. Hurry up. With his head bowed, Harry mumbled an acknowledgement and hurried toward the fireplace. He crouched down, gathering scraps of straw and small bits of wood to shove into the hearth. His peripheral vision catching sight of Dudley's lavish breakfast laid out on the kitchen table. Golden brown bacon, 2 fried eggs, a large glass of milk, and an entire slice of toast slathered in butter. In stark contrast, his own meager portion consisted of a half-eaten bowl of mashed potatoes, forlornly placed in the corner of the stove, dust settling upon it. Vernon, yawning as he descended from upstairs, spotted Harry tending to the fire and kicked him irritably. Hurry it up. We have a meeting at the office today. Don't waste time. Harry stumbled slightly, feeling the sting of the hot hearth against his hand. He dared not protest, merely quickening his pace as he struck a match against the wood. The flames crackled to life, illuminating the cold light within his eyes. Such was life in the Dursley household, where he was treated like a beast of burden, devoid of even the most basic respect. But that was fine. He could endure. Daddy, I want chocolate. Dudley, clad in dinosaur pajamas, wobbled over to the table. Upon discovering the absence of chocolate on his plate, he immediately erupted into a tantrum. I want chocolate. Otherwise, I want to go to kindergarten. Petunia rushed over to soothe him. There, Dudley. Mommy will get it for you right away. She retrieved a box of exquisite dark chocolate from the cupboard, unwrapped it, and broke off a generous piece to stuff into Dudley's mouth, subsequently placing the remainder into his pocket. There, enjoy it, my little darling. Vernon sat at the dining table, flipping through the newspaper, completely ignoring Dudley's antics. Instead glaring at Harry. What are you waiting for? Bring me my coffee. Harry carefully picked up the freshly brewed coffee and cautiously handed it to Vernon. Anxious about spilling it, Vernon accepted the coffee, took a sip, found it too hot, and carelessly splashed it onto the back of Harry's hand. Are you trying to scald me? Useless. The scalding coffee flowed onto Harry's hand, causing him to shudder in pain, tears almost spilling not from the hurt but from rage. Yet he bit down hard on his lip to hold back the tears, lowering his head to silently wipe the coffee off his hand with his sleeve. Hurry up and eat, then rush to kindergarten. Don't keep the teacher waiting, Petunia remarked while feeding Dudley breakfast. With his mouth full, Dudley mumbled, I don't want to go to kindergarten. The other kids want to play with me. Who dares not to play with my Dudley? I'll tell the teacher tomorrow and have them reprimanded, Petunia declared. Vernon set down the newspaper and stated, enough of indulging him. He must go to kindergarten. After breakfast, I'll take him. Harry stood aside, watching the harmonious scene of the three of them, his heart swelling with loathing. He understood that, in this household, he would eternally remain an outsider, a superfluous presence. Yet, he could not surrender. He must survive and grow stronger. One day, he would escape this suffocating place. Once Vernon and Dudley finished their breakfast, and Petunia cleared the table, Vernon finally remembered that Harry had not eaten and pointed to the mashed potatoes in the corner of the stove. Hurry up, eat, wash the dish afterward, and clean the house. If I return to find it in disarray, you will regret it. Harry took the half bowl of mashed potatoes outside, sitting on the steps to eat. The potatoes had cooled and carried a slightly moldy scent, yet he devoured them ravenously, knowing he needed strength and energy to hone his magical abilities and acquire knowledge. After finishing the mashed potatoes, Harry washed the dish and began tidying up. He first organized the toys in the living room, then wiped the tables and chairs, before proceeding to Dudley's room. Dudley's room was a chaotic mess, toys strewn everywhere and clothes piled on the floor. Harry patiently tidied up, placing the toys into the toy box and folding the clothes neatly into the wardrobe. Once he completed the cleaning, Harry returned to the cupboard, retrieving from a straw a couple of books secretly gifted by Corey the previous night, a tattered The Origins of Magic and an Analysis of Spells. Sitting in the straw, he studied diligently by the dim light filtering through the crack of the door, understanding that mastering these foundational concepts was essential for better learning of magical knowledge in the future. Harry immersed himself in his studies, losing track of time until noon. Hearing Petunia's return, he hurriedly hid the textbooks back in the straw, emerging from the cupboard and feigning an act of cleaning the yard. Penny observed Harry tidying up the yard and nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging his obedience. Hurry up and finish cleaning. Once you're done, wash your clothes, she instructed. Harry responded affirmatively and continued his work, all the while attuning himself to the magic within him. After a morning filled with study and rest, he felt his magical energy surging more robustly than it had in the morning. He endeavored to channel this energy, attempting to levitate a fallen leaf in the yard. With concentrated focus, he silently willed the leaf to rise, feeling a tingling sensation at his fingertips. To his astonishment, the leaf began to float, swirling gracefully in the air before gently descending once more. A wave of excitement surged through Harry. He realized his magical prowess was gradually strengthening. He persisted in his attempts to lift more leaves, despite the arduous nature of the task, refusing to surrender. He understood that the effort he exerted now would determine the rewards he reaped later. Strength was essential for his safety. Chapter 4. The Legacy of Merlin. As Harry diligently practiced his magic, a profound warmth emanated from the silver ring nestled in his pocket, more intense than ever before. He quickly reached into his clothing to retrieve the ring, and upon doing so, he noticed the intricate patterns on its surface radiating a brilliant golden light. The inscriptions upon it became clear. They were in a language he had never encountered, yet he comprehended their meaning. Blood of Merlin, Testament of Time, Awakening of Lineage, Unlocking of Legacy. Just as he was about to delve deeper into the significance of the inscriptions, he was abruptly interrupted by the sound of footsteps approaching the yard. Hastily concealing the ring, he resumed his pretense of cleaning. At that moment, Dudley returned from preschool. Spotting Harry, he rushed over, snatching the broom from Harry's hands and tossing it to the ground. "You worthless slacker, daring to laze about in my yard," he taunted. Harry picked up the broom and retorted, "I am not slacking. I am cleaning the yard." "How do you talk back?" Dudley exclaimed, reaching for the contents of Harry's pocket. "What do you have in there? Show me." Harry quickly shielded his pocket, asserting, "It's nothing, just some useless stuff." "I don't believe you. Show me right now," Dudley demanded, shoving Harry forcefully. Losing his balance, Harry fell to the ground, and the silver ring tumbled out, rolling to Dudley's feet. Dudley's eyes lit up as he bent down to pick it up. "What's this? It looked rather nice. It's mine now." Harry scrambled to his feet, protesting. "No, that's mine. You can't take it." "Your belongings? In this house, everything belongs to me," Dudley declared, stashing the ring into his pocket before turning to dash into the house. Harry attempted to follow, but was blocked by Penny. "What do you think you're doing? If Dudley likes it, let him keep it. It's just a worthless metal ring. What's the big deal?" "That is not just a worthless ring. It's mine," Harry insisted. "I told you to give it to Dudley, so do as you're told. Stop causing a fuss and go wash the clothes," Penny retorted. Harry looked at her, his heart brimming with anger and helplessness. He understood that he currently lacked the strength to confront the Dursleys and could only endure for the time being. Turning away, he picked up the dirty laundry and made his way to the wash basin, silently vowing that one day he would reclaim what was rightfully his and ensure that the Dursleys would face the consequences of their actions. As Harry washed the clothes by the sink, his mind was preoccupied with thoughts of the silver ring. He was puzzled by its sudden radiance and the meaning of the inscriptions upon it, yet he sensed that the ring was of great significance, possibly intertwined with his heritage and the legacy of the Potter family. Lost in contemplation, Harry suddenly felt a powerful surge of magic within him, followed by a faint voice echoing in his mind. "Master, Master." Startled, he listened as the voice continued, "Master, it is I, Corey." A wave of excitement coursed through Harry. Corey had finally arrived, his long-awaited ally. He quickly concentrated and thought, "Corey, I am here." "Where are you?" "Master, I am right beside you, though you cannot see me. I have cast the disillusionment charm. Corey cannot be detected by muggles." The voice replied, "Corey, can you help me retrieve the silver ring? Dudley has taken it from me," Harry implored. "Master, no problem at all. I shall go fetch it for you," Corey's voice assured him. Moments later, Harry witnessed Dudley sobbing as he rushed out of the house, the silver ring now absent from his grasp. Petunia followed closely, attempting to console Dudley while scolding. "I don't know what it was, but it suddenly vanished, frightening my Dudley terribly." Harry realized that Corey had successfully reclaimed the ring for him. He expressed his gratitude inwardly. "Thank you, Corey." "Master, there is no need for thanks. It is my duty. Additionally, I have brought you some food and a few books, which I have placed beneath the straw in the cupboard. Remember to eat," Corey's voice said. "Thank you, Corey." Harry reiterated his appreciation. "Master, you need not express your gratitude. I shall always be by your side, aiding you in fulfilling the legacy of the Potter family. Your current task is to diligently acquire knowledge, strengthen your magical abilities, and awaken your bloodline to unlock the inheritance," Corey advised. "I understand, Corey," Harry replied. After finishing the laundry, Harry returned to the cupboard and retrieved the food and books that Corey had brought. The provisions consisted of bread, fruit, and a bottle of milk, while the books were several volumes on magical theory. Though somewhat worn, their contents were invaluable. Harry took a piece of bread and devoured it eagerly, knowing that with Corey's assistance, his life would improve. He also understood that his responsibilities were growing heavier. He not only needed to survive, but to secure the Potter family's legacy, so that he could stand a chance against Voldemort upon his return. As for protecting the magical world, that would depend on the circumstances. Everything else was illusory. Only power was real. Once he finished his meal, Harry picked up a book on magical theory and began to study earnestly, all the while exercising his magical prowess. He understood that only through relentless study and practice could he grow formidable and achieve his aspirations. Unbeknownst to him, night had fallen. Vernon and Petunia were engrossed in the television in the living room, while Dudley played with his toys nearby. Harry sat within the cupboard, diligently studying the theory of magic. Suddenly, a warm sensation emanated from the silver ring in his pocket, followed by a soft metallic whisper, as if revealing some ancient secret. Hastily, he retrieved the silver ring and listened intently. The metallic whisper grew increasingly distinct, and he finally comprehended its contents. Time flows, bloodlines connect, the blood of Merlin, guardians of the world. Just as Harry focused on the metallic murmurs, he felt an unusual gaze from the yard scrutinizing him. He quickly concealed the silver ring and peered through the crack of the cupboard door, discovering a shadowy figure clad in a black robe standing at the gate. Their face obscured in darkness, rendering their features indistinguishable. Yet, Harry sensed that this person's gaze was sharp, as if appraising an object. A wave of anxiety washed over him. He had no idea who this person was or why they were there. He swiftly hid the silver ring within his clothing, feigning sleep. The figure lingered at the gate for a moment before turning to depart. Harry heard the footsteps fading away, and his tension eased slightly. However, he knew that this person's presence was no mere coincidence. It might have been directed at him, or perhaps aimed at the legacy of the Potter family. Lying in bed, Harry was filled with apprehension and vigilance. He recognized that his situation was becoming increasingly perilous, yet he also understood that retreat was not an option. He must confront it with courage. Meanwhile, not far from the gate, beneath a large tree, the figure in black removed their hood, revealing a pale visage. It was Snape. He gazed towards 4 Privet Drive, his expression complex. The faint yet pure surge of magic indeed emanated from that boy. Dumbledore had not deceived him. The child of the Potters had truly awakened their magic. However, within that magic, there seemed to lie something else, a resonance both familiar and foreign. Snape furrowed his brow and vanished into the night. He needed to ascertain whether this boy was truly the savior Dumbledore had spoken of, or if he would become something altogether different. Chapter 5. The Gaze of the Bat. The straw in the cupboard remained damp, yet Harry had not slept soundly throughout the night. Every time he closed his eyes, the shadow of the figure in the black robe at the gate would materialize in his mind. The depth of the hood's shadow obscured the face, but that piercing gaze felt like a needle, tightening the skin at the nape of his neck. He touched the silver ring against his chest. Its metallic surface still retained a trace of warmth, a stark contrast to the searing heat it had emitted the previous night. Corey had mentioned that it was a medium of the Potter family's legacy, but how many secrets did it truly conceal? And what of the figure in black? Were they a Death Eater, or someone sent by Dumbledore? A loud knocking reverberated against the cupboard door, followed by Petunia's shrill voice. Lazybones, the sun is up, and you still haven't risen. The breakfast for Dudley is about to go cold. Do you wish to be punished? Harry abruptly snapped back to reality and hastily shoved the opened Origins of Magic deep into the straw pile, a book that Corey had stealthily delivered in the early hours. The pages were already yellowed, with a corner torn away, yet the frontispiece bore a small emblem of a flying stag, subtly echoing the patterns on the silver ring. He suppressed the unease rising within him, deliberately dawdling before finally opening the door, his gaze still dull, as if he had just awakened. Stop dawdling, you useless creature. Petunia pushed him aside, rushing to fry bacon. Dudley was to have a double portion today. If it burns, you'll go hungry. Harry stumbled against the wall, lowering his head in acknowledgement before quickly darting into the kitchen. The frying pan on the stove was still smeared with last night's grease, and Petunia had no intention of cleaning it. Harry turned on the gas. The flames flickered up eagerly as he wiped the bottom of the pan with a cloth. He cast a sidelong glance at the dining table, where Dudley was sprawled, shoving a toy car into his mouth, while Petunia babbled on, completely oblivious to Harry's actions. He quietly focused, summoning a faint thread of magic in his fingertips, which gently swept across the greasy surface of the pan. The magic flowed like a gentle stream, and the grime vanished in an instant, leaving no trace behind. This was the spell of spotless cleaning he had practiced dozens of times on the straw the previous night. No incantation, merely the manipulation of magic, entirely undetectable by muggles. Hurry up, E.M. starving. Dudley threw the toy car to the ground and began to whine. Harry quickly placed the bacon into the pan, and the sizzling sound filled the air, the enticing aroma wafting through the kitchen. He cooked with utmost care, achieving a slight crispness at the edges, just the way Dudley liked it. Over the years, he had become adept at discerning the Dursley's preferences, knowing that precision in catering to them meant enduring less suffering. Give it to me. Give it to me. Dudley reached out for the bacon, snatching the scalding plate right from Harry's hand, which landed hard on the back of Harry's hand. Ouch! Harry cried out deliberately, his hand instantly turning crimson. Rather than reprimanding Dudley, Petunia shot Harry a glare. You can't even hold a plate properly. Utterly foolish. Don't worry, dear. Mummy will fry you another. Harry cradled his hand, silently retreating to the side. The pain on his hand was indeed sharp, but what stung more was the icy dread settling in his heart. He watched Petunia tenderly blowing on the bacon for Dudley, observed Dudley gloatingly making faces at him, his nails digging deeply into his palm. Just a few more years to endure. Once he received his acceptance letter from Hogwarts, he would finally be free of this place. Suddenly, the silver ring in his pocket vibrated gently, as if reminding him of something. Harry felt a stir in his heart and discreetly touched the ring. A familiar warmth coursed through his fingertips. Almost immediately, he heard a faint rustling sound, akin to someone flipping through pages near his ear. It was Corey. He nonchalantly moved to the corner of the kitchen, feigning the task of tidying up, lowering his voice as he silently mouthed, "Corey? Master." Corey's voice resonated directly in his mind, tinged with urgency. "I just visited the Potter residence. The magical fluctuations there have intensified. It appears someone is attempting to forcibly breach the outer defense spells." Harry's heart plummeted. "Who is it? Death Eaters?" Uncertain, Corey's voice was somewhat intermittent. The defensive spell was ancient, established by the first head of the family. Typically, no ordinary wizard could breach the Master's protection. I discovered this at the entrance of the old residence. A flicker of light flashed, and in Harry's hand appeared a piece of black fabric, its edges adorned with a silver serpent pattern, the mark of the Death Eaters. Though merely a fragment, the chilling aura of dark magic emanated from it, perceptible even through the fabric. What were they searching for? Harry clenched the fabric tightly, his fingertips turning pale from the pressure. "I don't know." Corey's voice grew more urgent, but I sensed a response from the inheritance chamber deep within the old house, as if resonating with the Master's silver ring. "You must awaken your bloodlines swiftly. Otherwise, the treasures within the inheritance chamber may be seized by them." The silver ring trembled once more, this time with a warmth that even penetrated through his clothing to his skin. Just as Harry intended to inquire further, he heard Petunia's shrill cry. "What are you dawdling there for? Haven't you finished taking out the trash?" He hurriedly shoved the black fabric into the pocket containing the silver ring and briskly picked up the trash bag to head outside. The wind in the yard was slightly cool. As he disposed of the garbage, he deliberately circled around the tree where the dark-cloaked figure had stood the previous night. A faint footprint remained on the ground, narrower than that of an average adult, the toe gleaming with a hint of metallic reflection, reminiscent of embellishments on wizarding boots. He crouched down, feigning the act of tying his shoelaces, and let his fingertips brush over the footprint with a gentle sweep of magic. The moment his magic touched the imprint, he was abruptly struck by a familiar presence, as cold as ice, accompanied by a faint scent of potion. Snape? The thought emerged, only to be hastily suppressed. Impossible, right? Snape was a Death Eater and a professor at Hogwarts. Why would he be at Privet Drive? Was it to watch over him? Or perhaps to seek something from the Potter residence? As he rose, intending to return indoors, he spotted Dudley charging towards him, brandishing a stick. Dumb Harry. Play war with me. The stick struck Harry's leg painfully, causing him to wince. He knew that non-compliance would lead Dudley to whine to Vernon. He feigned fear, retreating a few steps. "Don't hit me. I'll play with you. I'm the king. You're the monster." Dudley exclaimed excitedly, swinging the stick again. Harry dodged while subtly wrapping his magic around the stick. It was weak, merely slowing its speed. Unaware, Dudley grew angrier at his inability to hit Harry, hurling the stick at him before bolting inside. "I'm telling Dad, you're bullying me." A knot tightened in Harry's chest as he quickly picked up the stick and tossed it into the trash bin. Sure enough, within moments, Vernon stormed out of the house, belt in hand. "You little beast, daring to bully Dudley? Just wait until I'm done with you." Harry pretended to tremble in fear, stepping back until he reached the edge of the kitchen doorframe. Vernon closed in, raising the belt to strike, when suddenly Harry slipped, falling backward and colliding with the doorframe, producing a resounding thud. "Ouch!" Harry intentionally cried out, his forehead reddening swiftly. Upon hearing the commotion, Petunia rushed out. "Vernon, have you lost your mind? If anything were to happen to him, the neighbors would surely gossip." Vernon's belt hung, suspended in the air, as he gazed at the crimson mark on Harry's forehead, then glanced at the neighbors passing by the doorway, his complexion shifting from pale to flushed. He was particularly concerned about the opinions of others. Should they witness him striking his nephew, his respectable image as a good citizen would be irrevocably tarnished. Get lost. Hurry back to your cupboard. Vernon spat as he dropped the belt, his voice laced with malice. If I catch you bullying Dudley again, you'll regret it. Harry scrambled to his feet, lowering his head as he dashed into the cupboard, exhaling in relief the moment he shut the door. His forehead throbbed, yet he felt a greater sense of relief knowing he had subtly used his magic to trip himself, deliberately colliding with the doorframe to prompt Petunia to intervene. Though this tactic was perilous, it proved effective. Leaning against the door, he touched the warm silver ring at his chest, its comforting warmth still resonating. Corey's voice echoed once more. Master, are you all right? That was perilously close. I nearly revealed myself to assist you. I'm fine, Harry whispered. Corey, refrain from showing yourself so readily. It will be troublesome if the Dursleys discovered you. But, Master, listen, Harry interjected. The priority now is to ascertain the situation at the old house. Can you make another trip? See if they have breached the protective enchantment? I shall try, Corey replied hesitantly. But, Master, their dark magic is formidable. I fear be cautious, Harry urged. If danger arises, return immediately. Understood, Master. Corey's voice faded, and the cupboard fell silent once more. Harry retrieved his spellbook from the pile of straw, utilizing the faint light seeping through the door's crack to peruse its pages. The handwriting was hasty, with annotations in red ink scattered throughout, especially on the page detailing bloodline magic, which read, The lineage of Merlin requires time as the guide and blood as the key. Time as the guide, blood as the key, Harry mused, touching the silver ring. Could it be that the ring represented the guide of time? And what a key of blood? Was it his own blood, or was a specific ritual required? He was engrossed in thought when a sudden clatter erupted from the yard, resembling the sound of shattering glass. Almost immediately, Petunia's shrill scream pierced the air. Oh my goodness. My window. Dudley, look at what you've done. Harry hastily set down the book and peered through the crack of the door to see Dudley wielding a slingshot. Shards of the glass window littering the yard. Petunia trembled with rage, and Vernon rushed outside, his face ashen upon witnessing the broken window. You little brat. Vernon seized Dudley by the ear. That window was just replaced. Do you have any idea how much that costs? Dudley wailed in pain. It was Harry. He told me to play with the slingshot. He said it was fun. All eyes swiftly turned to Harry. Vernon released Dudley and advanced toward the cupboard, his eyes ablaze with fury. You little beast, is this your doing? I will teach you a lesson today. Harry's heart raced. He understood that with Dudley having shattered the window, Vernon would not let the matter rest. He gripped the silver ring in his pocket, the magic at his fingertips beginning to coalesce, not for an attack but in self-defense. If Vernon were to make a move, he would employ his magical prowess to slow Vernon's actions, seizing the opportunity to escape. As Vernon approached the cupboard, reaching for the door, the silver ring suddenly grew intensely hot, nearly causing Harry to cry out. In that moment, he heard a distinct metallic whisper, as if countless keys were turning in locks, or someone was reciting an ancient incantation. The echoes of Gringotts and the rusted shadows of an unawakened lineage heralded imminent danger. The silver ring-esque glow filtered through his clothing, casting a faint golden pattern upon the cupboard door, a blurred image of the Potter family's flying stag, with the hourglass at its center slowly trickling sand. At the moment the last grain fell, Harry felt an overwhelming malice emanating from beyond the garden wall, as if something cold and murderous was fixating upon him, a gaze more terrifying than Snape's. Vernon had already opened the cupboard door, the raised belt poised to descend. Harry, observing Vernon's furious countenance and feeling the encroaching malevolence from outside the wall, tightened his grip on the silver ring. He was uncertain of what would transpire next, yet he sensed that the days of tranquility might truly be coming to an end. Outside the garden wall, a figure clad in black stood behind a tree, eyes hidden beneath a hood, fixated on Harry's direction, a wand in hand, its tip shimmering with a faint green light. A metallic badge in his pocket was heating up, the serpentine design identical to the pattern on the black fabric fragment Harry had discovered. It was a Death Eater. He was not there for Dudley's window. He was there for Harry, for the silver ring in his pocket. Chapter 6. The Echoes of Gringotts and the Rusted Shadows. As Vernon's belt swooshed down with the wind, Harry instinctively clutched the silver ring against his chest. The searing sensation that coursed through his fingertips rapidly spread throughout his veins, not as a burn, but as a warning heat. The malevolence beyond the garden wall suddenly became palpable, like a cold serpent's tongue that had just licked the iron bars of the yard. Stop! Petunia suddenly lunged to grasp Vernon's arm, her voice sharp like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Have you lost your mind? Mrs. Jones next door is watching. Harry followed Petunia's gaze and saw Mrs. Jones peering over the fence, watering can in hand. Vernon, who despised neighborly gossip, was visibly enraged. Upon catching sight of Mrs. Jones, the raised belt froze mid-air, his face flushing a deep shade of crimson. "Get back to your cupboard," Vernon bellowed, shaking off Petunia's grip and pointing a finger at Harry. "You're not allowed out today. Starve, you little beast." With his head bowed, Harry quickly darted into the cupboard, and, as he shut the door, cold sweat drenched his back. It was not fear of Vernon's belt that caused his distress, but the chilling realization that, just moments ago, he had distinctly felt a frigid magic brush against the garden wall, aimed squarely at his pocket. It was a Death Eater. "Master, that was dark magic." Corey's voice echoed urgently in his mind, tinged with a tremor. "I used the distraction charm to divert the Dursley's attention. Otherwise, that spell would have struck you directly." Harry leaned against the cold door panel, gasping for breath. "Has it gone?" "For the time being." I retreated to the alleyway. Corey's voice came in intermittent bursts, as if he were evading something, probing, uncertain if I was the target, while also seeking an opportunity to approach the master of the silver ring. He bore the aura of an ancient estate's defensive charm, undoubtedly having visited the old manor. Harry touched the silver ring at his chest. The intense heat had dissipated, leaving only a faint warmth, as if to soothe his emotions. Suddenly, he recalled the whispers of the silver ring and the echoes of Gringotts, shrouded in rusted shadows. Could this be connected to the Potter vault at Gringotts? "Corey," Harry lowered his voice, "could you investigate the situation at Gringotts?" The silver ring mentioned the echoes of Gringotts, which might pertain to the family vault. "I'll give it a try." Corey's voice hesitated. "However, Gringotts is protected by a magical barrier against goblins. I can only gather information from the periphery. You must not venture outside. That Death Eater is still lurking at the alley's entrance." Corey's voice faded, leaving only the sound of Harry's breathing in the cupboard. He rummaged through the straw and retrieved a copy of the history of the Potter family, flipping to the page detailing the family's legacy and Gringotts. There, in red ink, was a note. "The bloodline not awakened. The vault only reveals its surface. Only when a legacy is ignited shall the secrets of time be unveiled." Could the secrets of time refer to temporal magic? Harry's fingertips traced the emblem of the flying stag on the page, perfectly mirroring the patterns on the silver ring. He suddenly recalled Corey's mention of the bloodline verification ritual. Perhaps only by completing this ritual could he uncover what lay concealed within the Gringotts vault and truly harness the power of the silver ring. Knock, knock, knock. The cupboard door was gently tapped 3 times, not the harsh rapping of Petunia, but rather a hesitant knock. Harry's heart raced. Could it be a Death Eater breaching their sanctuary? He tightened his grip on the silver ring, summoning a flicker of magic, prepared for any eventuality. Outside the door, Petunia's voice broke the silence, unusually devoid of her customary sharpness, instead tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. "Come out, eat this." Harry was taken aback. Petunia never voluntarily offered him food, unless it was leftover from Dudley. He slowly opened the door to find her holding half a loaf of bread, her complexion pale, her gaze evasive, unwilling to meet his eyes. "Eat quickly, and don't let Vernon see," she whispered, shoving the bread into his hands, her voice barely above a murmur. "Was there a breeze in the yard just now? I thought I heard something strange." Harry's heart stirred. Though Petunia was a muggle, she was Lily's sister. Could she possess a faint awareness of magic? He accepted the bread, feigning ignorance. "No, Aunt Petunia, it was likely just the wind rustling the leaves." Petunia frowned, refraining from further inquiry, and hurried back to the kitchen. Before she left, she cast a glance back at the alley beyond the garden wall, her eyes betraying a flicker of fear of magic and the unknown perils it harbored. Returning to the cupboard with the bread, Harry did not eat immediately. Leaning against the straw, he pondered Petunia's reaction. Perhaps she harbored knowledge about Lily, an understanding of the dangers of the magical world. It had long refused to acknowledge it. Might this be a potential avenue for him in the future? At that moment, the silver ring vibrated gently, and Corey's voice re-emerged, tinged with excitement and tension. "Master, I have gathered the information." The goblin from Gringotts stated that the Potter family's vault is divided into 2 levels. The upper level contains gold coins, while the lower level houses the inheritance chamber, which can only be accessed upon completion of a bloodline authentication. Furthermore, a goblin clad in a black robe recently inquired about the Potter vault's records, claiming that someone was seeking information regarding the inheritance. A goblin in a black robe? Harry tightened his grip on the silver ring. Could be a Death Eater? Uncertain. But the goblin mentioned that the figure in black was holding a rusted metal piece adorned with serpentine patterns. Cole's voice quickened. "Master, the rusted shadow may refer to this. The Death Eaters are using the rusted metal piece to seek clues about the inheritance. They wish to unlock the inheritance chamber before you do. The rusted metal piece suddenly reminded Harry of the fragment of black cloth he had picked up earlier, which bore signs of rust on its serpentine designs. Could it be a tool used by the Death Eaters to locate the Potter inheritance? Is the old manor's defenses still holding? Harry inquired. It's precarious, Cole's voice dropped. When I returned earlier, I noticed a window in the old manor was broken, and the glow of the protective enchantments is weakening, as if they could shatter at any moment. Master, we must hurry. If the inheritance chamber is opened, the secrets of the Potter family will be lost. Harry gritted his teeth. At merely 4 years old, with limited magical ability and an unrefined grasp of even the most basic spells, how could he confront the Death Eaters? How could he complete the bloodline authentication at Gringotts? Cole! Harry took a deep breath. Can you help me procure some books regarding bloodline authentication? Also, is there a way to reinforce the defenses of the old manor? I will do my best. Cole's voice hesitated. However, reinforcing the defenses requires magic, and my current power is too feeble, Master. Perhaps you could attempt to harness the power of the Silver Ring? The Silver Ring is a conduit for time magic and might resonate with the protective enchantments of the old manor, temporarily stabilizing them. Harness the power of the Silver Ring? Harry clenched it tightly, attempting to channel a trace of magical energy into it. Instantly, the silver ring grew warm, and a gentle stream of magic flowed from his fingertips, like a brook gradually moving toward the direction of the manor. There's a response. Cole's voice filled with excitement. The protective enchantments of the manor have illuminated. Master, if you inject a bit more magic, you can temporarily stabilize the defenses. Harry closed his eyes, concentrating all his attention to infuse more magic into the silver ring. Its radiance intensified, casting a glow through his clothing onto the wall of the cupboard, forming a swirling hourglass pattern. He could distinctly feel his magic connecting with the protective enchantments of the manor, as if a bridge had been erected between the 2 points. Just then, a muffled grunt emanated from beyond the courtyard wall, followed by hurried footsteps. The Death Eater had been alerted. Master, he has discovered us. Cole's voice turned tense. He is attacking the protective enchantments of the manor. You must cease at once. Otherwise, he will trace the magic back to you. Harry hastily withdrew his magic, and the silver ring's glow dimmed instantly. The footsteps outside faded, and the malevolent presence gradually dissipated. The Death Eater retreated. Harry collapsed onto a pile of straw, utterly exhausted. The magic he had channeled had nearly drained his physical strength, yet he knew this was but a temporary respite. The Death Eaters would not relent. They would surely return, and the defenses of the old manor would not withstand for long. Master, are you all right? Corey's voice was laced with concern. It had been perilously dangerous just moments ago, but fortunately, you retracted your magical power in time. I am unscathed, Harry gasped. Corey, why are the Death Eaters so fixated on the Potter family's legacy? I do not know. Corey's tone grew somber, but I have heard that Voldemort sought the Potters not merely because of the prophecy. It seems he was also searching for something else. Could it be related to the Potter family's heritage? Voldemort? A heavy dread settled in Harry's heart. If the Death Eaters were indeed pursuing the Potter family's legacy on Voldemort's behalf, the situation had escalated into a more perilous one. He needed to grow stronger swiftly, to complete the bloodline verification without delay. Otherwise, not only he, but the entire magical world could again plunge into darkness. At that moment, a cacophony erupted from outside the cupboard. I want Harry to play with me. He has hiding the cupboard and 1T come out. This was followed by Vernon's furious bellow. What play? The window is shattered. And you want to play? Listen here, Dudley, from today onward. You are forbidden to speak to that little beast. Leaning against the cupboard door, Harry listened to the commotion outside, feeling an unusual sense of calm. He understood that his current restraint was merely a prelude to an impending eruption. He touched the silver ring against his chest, sensing its faint warmth, as if it were a reminder that time was running short. Suddenly, the silver ring vibrated again, this time not as a warning, but as a guiding force. A subtle stream of magic flowed from the ring, conjuring a blurred image in Harry's mind. The entrance to Gringotts, flickering fairy lanterns. The vault door etched with the Potter family crest, and a shadowy figure clad in gray robes, advancing toward Privet Drive. Master, Corey's voice suddenly resonated, tinged with astonishment. There is news from Gringotts. A visitor is en route to see you, an acquaintance of the Potter family. He is nearing Privet Drive. An acquaintance of the Potter family? Harry was taken aback. Who could it be? A friend or foe? Were they coming to assist him or to seize the silver ring? Outside the cupboard, Vernon's tirade continued, and Dudley's cries grew increasingly shrill. Yet, Harry's focus was entirely on the presence beyond the garden wall. He could sense an unfamiliar aura drawing near, imbued with a familiar magical essence. Not the chilling presence of a Death Eater, nor the scent of Snape's potions, but a gentle aura marked by the passage of time. Who was this late visitor? What changes would their arrival bring to Harry's fate? Would it herald a crisis or an opportunity? Harry tightened his grip on the silver ring, his fingertips turning pale from the pressure. He understood that the days of tranquility had irrevocably ended. His game had officially commenced at this very moment. And this unexpected visitor was the first variable in the unfolding narrative. Chapter 7. The Late Visitor. The straw in the cupboard rustled in the wind as Harry clutched the silver ring, his palm drenched in sweat. The footsteps of the visitor drew ever closer, not the silent tread of a Death Eater, but a steady, weighty presence, reminiscent of old wood scraping against stone. Each step resonated against the cobblestones of Privet Drive, causing the silver ring at Harry's chest to grow warmer. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking finally echoed. Neither too light nor too heavy, yet it struck like a hammer against Vernon's nerves. He had just scolded Dudley over the window incident when he suddenly leapt up, cursing as he rushed to the door. Which blind fool. His words caught in his throat. Harry peered through the crack of the door and saw an elderly man in a deep gray coat standing outside. His hair a mix of white and gray, yet neatly combed, with an unassuming copper badge pinned to his sleeve, depicting a soaring stag, identical to the family crest on the silver ring. Mr. Vernon Dursley? The old man's voice was gentle yet authoritative, his gaze sweeping over Vernon's shoulder, landing precisely in the direction of the cupboard. I'm Albus Dumbledore, not joking. Vernon's face instantly turned a shade of deep crimson, just as he was about to explode. The old man leisurely added, I am Elias, an old friend of the Potter family. I have come to find Harry Potter, to fulfill a 30-year-old promise. The Potters? Vernon recoiled as if he had heard something repugnant, stepping back and reaching for the door to shut it. We do not know any Potters. You'd better leave, or I'll call the police. Call the police? Elias gently pressed against the door, and Vernon's brute strength could not budge him an inch. Mr. Dursley, you should know that some matters are beyond the purview of Muggle law enforcement, such as the remnants of dark magic in your garden that you failed to clean up. Vernon's face drained of color. Petunia rushed out from the kitchen. Upon seeing Elias, the plate in her hands clattered to the floor, shards scattering everywhere. She stared at the stag badge on the old man's sleeve, her lips trembling, unable to utter a word. Harry's heart sank. Did Petunia recognize this badge? Had she known the secrets of the Potter family all along? Let him in. Petunia suddenly spoke, her voice trembling yet resolute. Vernon, let him in. Vernon hesitated, caught off guard by Petunia's tone, yet dared not contradict her. Elias nodded slightly and stepped into the living room, his gaze sweeping over the scattered toys and Dudley's chocolate, finally resting on Harry, who was slowly emerging from the cupboard. Harry Potter? Elias crouched down to meet Harry's gaze, his eyes a pale gray, veiled by a thin mist, yet capable of penetrating Harry's feigned dullness, resembling James more than I had imagined. Harry lowered his head, fingers tugging at the edge of his pajamas, mumbling a vague response. Suddenly, Dudley rushed over, shoving Harry aside and pointing at Elias's badge, screaming, What is that? Give it to me. With a mere flick of his fingers, Elias made Dudley's chocolate fall to the ground with a splat, transforming into a dark puddle. Dudley stood stunned for a moment before bursting into tears. Mummy, he ruined my chocolate. Petunia hurried over to embrace Dudley, but dared not meet Elias's eyes. Vernon trembled with rage, yet the peculiar incident had rendered him too intimidated to approach. Even he realized this man was no ordinary individual. Can we speak privately? Elias stood, his gaze fixed on the cupboard. Just 5 minutes. Vernon wanted to protest, but Petunia tugged at his arm, whispering, Let them go. Harry followed Elias into the cramped cupboard, the old man shutting the door behind them, plunging the space into darkness, save for a sliver of light seeping through the crack, illuminating an old notebook that he handed over. The bloodline records of the Potter family. Elias's voice was low, his fingers tapping the emblem of the flying deer on the notebook's cover. The silver ring in your possession serves as one of the keys to unlock the legacy chamber of Gringotts, but requires a bloodline awakening to activate. The notebook contains the method for awakening. You should attempt it tonight at midnight, as the defenses of the old manor will not withstand another week. Harry took the notebook, its pages yellowed and brittle, the emblem on the cover perfectly matching the pattern of the silver ring. Just as he was about to speak, Elias suddenly grasped his wrist. The moment his fingertips brushed against the ring, it grew intensely warm. Do not speak, Elias urged, his tone becoming urgent. We're being watched, not only by Death Eaters but also by Dumbledore's people. They are all searching for the time legacy of the Potter family. The Death Eaters wish to use it to resurrect Voldemort, while Dumbledore seeks to control it. Harry's heart felt as though it were being squeezed. Dumbledore? The White Wizard from the original story was also after the legacy? Who are you? Harry finally managed to ask, his voice hoarse with tension. Elias released his wrist and produced a silver fragment from his pocket, placing it in Harry's hand. The moment the fragment touched the silver ring, it emitted a faint golden glow. I am the guardian of the Potter legacy, having watched over it for 30 years. His gaze grew complex. After James and Lily sent you away, I have been monitoring the movements of the Death Eaters. This is a fragment of the Time Stone. It can temporarily enhance the power of the silver ring, which you will need for tonight's awakening. Why are the Death Eaters so fixated on the legacy? Harry clenched the fragment, the warmth of it intertwining with the ring's heat. Because Voldemort did not kill you back then, and it was not solely due to the prophecy. Elias's voice dropped even lower, almost a whisper against Harry's ear. He desires your Merlin bloodline. The Potter family is a direct descendant of Merlin, and the essence of time magic is concealed within your blood, allowing him to transcend the boundaries of life and death. He sought James back then to seize the legacy, but he failed. Harry suddenly recalled what Corey had said. Voldemort's pursuit of the Potters was not merely due to the prophecy. This was the truth. What is required for the bloodline certification at Gringotts? Harry pressed on. The silver ring, your blood, and a family incantation found on the last page of the notebook. Elias glanced at his watch. I must leave. Remaining any longer would risk detection. Remember, after awakening your bloodline, go directly to Gringotts. Trust no one, not even Dumbledore or the dark-cloaked figure who was just watching you. The dark-cloaked figure? Was it Snape? Or someone sent by Dumbledore? Harry wanted to inquire further when the cupboard door was suddenly knocked upon. Is it ready? 5 minutes are up. It was Vernon's voice. Elias cast one last look at Harry, his gaze resting on the lightning scar on his forehead, his expression complicated. Beware of the broken prophecy. The prophecy states that the Savior will end the Dark Lord, but does not specify that the Savior cannot be one who wields control over time. With that, Elias pushed open the cupboard door, smiling at the glaring Vernon. Apologies for the intrusion, Mr. Dursley. I've delivered the items, and I shall not return. Vernon stared at his retreating figure until the door closed, then exhaled sharply, turning to point at Harry, scolding, no more allowing such odd individuals inside. Otherwise, I'll toss you out to feed the dogs. Chapter 8. The Broken Prophecy. Harry lowered his head, tucking his notes and the fragments of the time stone deep into the straw, while turmoil raged within him. The shattered prophecy, the bloodline of Merlin. And Dumbledore's surveillance revealed that his fate was far more complex than merely being a savior. Master, he has departed, echoed Corey's voice in his mind, laced with a hint of relief. There was no malice in Corey. He had just used magic to obscure the watchers at the alleyway, who belonged to Dumbledore and carried a glowing box. A glowing box? Harry recalled Corey's earlier mention of feeling pursued, realizing that Dumbledore had long since dispatched someone to monitor him. How is the situation at the old house? Harry inquired. The defensive spells have weakened further. Corey's voice fell somber. I have seen Death Eaters lurking nearby, clutching that rusted metal shard, as if attempting to locate the Chamber of Legacy. Master, tonight's bloodline awakening must succeed. Otherwise, it will be too late. Harry felt the warmth of the silver ring against his chest. The comforting heat of the ring and the time stone fragments permeated through his clothing, as if encouraging him. He lifted his gaze to see Petunia standing at the kitchen doorway, surreptitiously watching him, her expression betraying not only fear, but also an inexplicable complexity. She surely harbored knowledge about Lily and the secrets of the Potter family. During dinner, Vernon, resentful of the day's events, offered Harry no food, merely tossing a piece of stale bread at the cupboard door. Clutching the bread, Harry crouched on the steps in the yard, feigning to nibble on it while subtly observing his surroundings. A faint glow flickered behind the tree at the alley, a fleeting indication of Dumbledore's watchers. By the fence outside the yard, several indistinct shadows lingered, brandishing metal shards that reflected the moonlight. Death Eaters. He felt like a prey caught between two predatory hunters, and tonight's bloodline awakening represented his solitary chance. Upon returning to the cupboard, Harry, aided by the moonlight, opened the old notebook. The final page indeed contained the family incantation. By the blood of Merlin, summon the soul of time, descendant of Potter, pledge to the bloodline. Below, it was a simple magical diagram, requiring the time stone fragments as a medium to be placed beside the silver ring. Master, midnight approaches. Corey's voice grew anxious. I have cast a concealment charm to deter the watchers outside. They cannot see the activity within the cupboard for now, but it will last only half an hour. Taking a deep breath, Harry placed the time stone fragments beside the silver ring, tracing the simple lines of the diagram with a magic coursing from his fingertips. The moment the silver ring made contact with the fragments, it erupted in a brilliant golden light, illuminating the entire cupboard. Harry closed his eyes and recited the incantation. By the blood of Merlin, summon the soul of time, descendant of Potter, pledged to the bloodline. As the incantation concluded, the silver ring suddenly soared into the air, adhering to his chest, while the time stone fragments transformed into a beam of light, penetrating his forehead, not at the scar, but at the space between his brows. A surge of searing power enveloped his entire being, as if countless needles pierced his veins, yet simultaneously, a warm current coursed through his limbs. Harry could not suppress a cry of pain, only to be silenced by Corey's magic. Master, hold on. The bloodline is awakening. Corey's voice brimmed with excitement. Harry could feel the dormant magic within him being awakened, akin to a slumbering dragon rousing, roaring as it surged through his limbs. The silver ring pressed against his chest emitted a clear, ticking sound, reminiscent of an hourglass flowing, as well as the rhythmic beating of a heart, resonating strongly with the protective enchantments of the old manor and the direction of Gringotts. Suddenly, a violent tremor erupted from outside the cupboard, and Cole's voice turned urgent. This is bad. The Death Eaters have breached the concealment charm. They are attacking the cupboard with rusted metal shards. Master, quick, stop them. They seek the silver ring. Harry's eyes flew open to see a black fissure forming on the cupboard door, a mark of dark magic's corrosion. The golden light of the silver ring was waning, and the power of the time stone fragment was nearly depleted. The awakening of his bloodline was only half complete. To halt now would render all efforts futile. Yet to continue meant the Death Eaters would burst in. Clenching his fists, he gazed at the widening crack on the door, listening to the low growls of the Death Eaters outside, with a singular thought in his mind. He could not stop. He recited the incantation once more, pouring every ounce of his strength into the magic. The golden light of the silver ring surged dramatically, and with a loud crash, the cupboard door was flung open to reveal 3 Death Eaters clad in black robes, wielding rusted metal shards, their wands glowing with a sinister green light. We have found him. The silver ring is on him. The leading Death Eater bellowed, raising his wand to target Harry. Harry's heart raced, the golden light still flickering. Yet his magical reserves were nearly depleted. Just as the Death Eater's curse was about to be unleashed, Harry caught sight of a shattered pendant hanging around the neck of the lead Death Eater, its design identical to one from a page in Elias's notes. That was an heirloom of the Potter family. This Death Eater was connected to the Potters? There was no time to ponder, as the green light shot towards him. Instinctively, Harry raised his hand, and the silver ring along with the time stone fragment on his forehead erupted in a blinding radiance. Boom! The brilliance engulfed the entire yard, reflecting the Death Eater's curse back, striking the adjacent fence. Wrapped in the luminescence, Harry felt his body lift off the ground. Hearing Cole scream and the furious roars of the Death Eaters, alongside a vague voice proclaiming, the prophecy shattered the gears of time, which began to reverse. As the light dissipated, Harry slumped to the ground, the silver ring now dull, and the time stone fragment vanished. The Death Eaters had vanished, leaving only the wreckage of the fence and scattered rusted metal shards. Cole's voice trembled with concern. Master, are you all right? The Death Eaters fled in fear of the light, but the protective enchantments of the manor are utterly shattered. The protective enchantments of the manor are broken. Struggling to his feet, Harry felt a sharp pang from the silver ring on his chest, as if warning him that the Chamber of Legacy had been exposed to the Death Eater's gaze. More alarmingly, in the instant the light erupted, a vision flashed through his mind, a figure in black robes standing amidst the ruins of the manor, holding the key to the Chamber of Legacy, sneering at the moon. The profile of that figure bore an uncanny resemblance to Elias, who exactly had just visited. The notes and fragments he left behind, are they a source of assistance or a trap? Harry clenched the rusted metal shard in his hand, surveying the disarray in the yard, a chill spreading through his heart. He understood that from this night onward, he would confront adversaries beyond the Death Eaters and Dumbledore. There lurked a far more terrifying secret behind this late-arriving visitor. What, indeed, does the shattered prophecy signify? As the wheels of time reverse, what revelations will unfold? The night deepened, and Privet Drive fell into an eerie calm. Yet Harry was acutely aware that this tranquility was merely the eye of the storm. His bloodline had awakened partially, the power of the silver ring remained elusive, and the ancestral chamber of the old manor had been laid bare, while that enigmatic visitor loomed like a ticking time bomb, ready to explode at any moment. The next peril was already on the horizon. Chapter 9, The First Guide to Magic. In the closet of number 4, Privet Drive, the damp, musty odor mingled with the scent of cobwebs in the corners, clinging to Harry's skin like a sticky film. He huddled amidst a heap of old boxes and tattered cloth, his fingertips repeatedly tracing the deep brown covers of the two ancient tomes, an introduction to magical theory and a brief history of ancient English families that Corey had delivered the previous night. The edges of the pages were stained with dried mud, a clear indication that Corey had salvaged them from the ruins of the Potter residence. As a time traveler, Harry was acutely aware of the significance of these volumes. With a soft rustle, he cautiously opened a brief history of ancient English families. The frontispiece bore a faded ink illustration of a crest, a silver stag in flight, standing upon a revolving hourglass, accompanied by a small inscription, "The Potter family, descended from Merlin, guardians of the secrets of time, the bloodline of Merlin." Harry's heart raced, his fingertips tingling with excitement. In his previous life, he had devoured the original Harry Potter series, but had never encountered any mention of a connection between the Potter family and Merlin. This was undoubtedly an unpredictable twist brought about by his time travel, and it represented his greatest leverage in escaping the narrative of the Chosen One. Eagerly, he leafed through the pages, discovering several tattered notes tucked within, the handwriting scrawled and unmistakably belonging to James Potter. The bloodline of Merlin is not overt. It must be activated through magic at the moment of awakening to harness time magic. Gringotts Vault 713 contains not only gold, but also a bloodline authentication mechanism, accessible solely by direct descendants of the Potters. Time magic requires a medium. The family heirloom silver ring serves as the key. Misuse may lead to temporal backlash. Bloodline authentication, time magic, silver ring as medium. Harry committed these keywords to memory. He finally grasped why Corey had spoken of secrets within the old manor and why his awakened powers felt imbued with a sense of transience. This was the nascent form of time magic. "Little master, what are you reading?" A tiny voice suddenly chimed from outside the closet, startling Harry into closing the book hastily. He looked up to find Corey squatting at the doorway, cradling a small bundle of roasted potatoes, his coarse linen clothing now adorned with several more ragged holes. Evidently having ventured to the old manor once more in search of books. "Corey, your timing is impeccable," Harry whispered, passing the book to him. "It claims that the Potter family is descended from Merlin and also mentions the bloodline authentication at Gringotts. Are you aware of these details?" Corey's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement as he leaned in, pointing at the emblem on the title page. "I know," Corey exclaimed. "The old master, James, had mentioned that this emblem was the crest of the Potter family, with the stag symbolizing protection and the hourglass representing time magic. The old master also said that when the young master grew up, he would take him to Gringotts for bloodline verification, unlocking the family's secret inheritance chamber." The inheritance chamber? Harry's breath quickened. He suppressed his excitement and gently patted Corey's head. "Do you know about the silver ring? The notes say it's a medium for time magic." Corey furrowed his brow in thought and shook his head. "Corey doesn't know, but I have seen a silver circular ring in the drawers of the old house, adorned with the pattern of an hourglass. The old master said it was a treasure that should not be touched, so I never dared to move it." "That's it." Harry felt certain in his heart. That silver ring was likely the medium for time magic mentioned in the notes, and it was the key to his future mastery of time magic. "Corey, don't go back to the old house anymore. It's too dangerous." Harry split the roasted potato in half and handed one piece to Corey. "I will take good care of these books, and when I grow a little older, we'll go to Gringotts for bloodline verification." Corey accepted the potato, nodding vigorously with tearful eyes. Corey will listen to the young master. Corey will protect the young master and the treasures in the old house. Looking into Corey's sincere eyes, Harry felt a warmth in his heart. In this unfamiliar world, Corey was the first family member he could trust and a crucial ally in his plans. That afternoon, the Dursleys were all out, Vernon attending a company banquet, and Petunia taking Dudley to buy new toys, leaving Harry alone at home. Harry locked himself in the cupboard and opened Fundamentals of Magical Theory, which detailed methods for channeling magical energy. Concentrate, feel the magic flowing within, direct it to the fingertips, and then apply it to the target object. Harry took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and began to sense the magic within him. At first, he felt nothing but a chaotic void. However, he did not give up. He recalled the warm surge he felt when Dudley snatched food. That was magic. He focused all his mental energy on capturing that warm flow. Buzz. After about 10 minutes, a slight tingling sensation surged through his fingertips, akin to numerous tiny electrical currents flowing beneath his skin. He opened his eyes to find a faint silvery glow emanating from his fingertips, a sign of magical energy coalescing. He had succeeded, suppressing his urge to cheer. Harry cautiously made his way to the yard, fearing he might break something inside and attract the Dursleys' attention. In the yard, the rose bushes were nearly wilted, with a few yellowed leaves scattered on ground. Harry crouched down, extending his glowing silver fingertips toward a fallen leaf, silently urging, "Move, move." The silvery light flickered, and to his astonishment, the leaf began to tremble slightly, then gracefully floated upward, swirling around his fingertips like a feather. Harry's eyes widened in disbelief, and he felt his palms grow clammy with excitement. He directed his focus towards a wilting rose, concentrating intently as he channeled his magical energy towards its petals. "Do not wither, remain." The magic enveloped the rose like a gentle stream of water. The once drooping petals gradually unfurled, regaining a semblance of vitality, even surpassing the vibrancy of the nearby blossoms. This was the art of seamless, delayed, blooming magic. Remarkable! Harry could not help but murmur in delight. He attempted several more times, mastering the control of swirling leaves and the opening and closing of petals. His manipulation of magic grew increasingly adept, and the silvery glow at his fingertips brightened. Just then, he heard the sound of the door opening. The Dursleys had returned. Harry hastily reined in his magic, and the silvery light vanished in an instant. He feigned picking up litter in the yard, concealing the fallen leaves and rose behind him, and hurried back to the cupboard. Although it was merely a preliminary exercise in guiding magic, Harry had already sensed the formidable power of his Merlin lineage. He understood that with diligent training, he would master time magic, free himself from Dumbledore's influence, and even confront Voldemort. That evening, Harry lay in the cupboard, restless and unable to sleep. His mind was filled with the scenes of the day's magical guidance, longing to attempt it once more, yet fearing discovery by the Dursleys. Just then he heard Aunt Petunia's voice from outside the cupboard. "Vernon, look at that window. It seems a bit dirty. Make sure Harry cleans it tomorrow." A spark ignited within Harry. The window, made of glass, was the perfect opportunity to practice the seamless magic of disappearance and restoration. He quietly crept to the cupboard door and peered through the crack, spotting the dusty living room window. He concentrated, guiding the magic within him towards a small section of the glass, silently chanting, "Disappear, disappear." The silvery glow at his fingertips ignited once more, though distant. The magic accurately surged towards the glass. To Harry's astonishment, a small section of the window truly vanished, revealing the night outside. He held his breath and whispered, "Restore? Restore." The magic surged again, and the vanished glass reappeared, identical to its original state, even the dust remaining undisturbed. This was seamless magic, leaving no trace. Exhilaration surged within Harry. He had finally mastered a practical spell, one that could be perfectly concealed from the Dursleys. Just as he prepared to try again, a sudden thud echoed as Dudley came barreling down the stairs, clutching a toy car, crashing it directly into the living room window. Bang! The toy car struck the glass with a resounding noise. Aunt Petunia screamed, "Dudley, be careful. If you break that window, just wait and see how I handle you." Harry's heart leapt to his throat. He had just used magic. If the glass shattered, Petunia would undoubtedly suspect him. Yet, strangely, the window remained intact. Not a single crack to be seen. Dudley stood bewildered. He had exerted considerable force, yet the glass had not shattered. How peculiar. Vernon approached, examining the window, remarking on the glass's remarkable quality. It didn't break. "Dudley, no more fussing around. Get back to your room and go to sleep." Reluctantly, Dudley returned to his room. Harry let out a sigh of relief, his back drenched in cold sweat. In that moment when Dudley crashed into the window, he instinctively reinforced the glass with magic, a primal response of his magical essence, a protective mechanism stemming from his Merlin's bloodline. Retreating to the cupboard, he leaned against an old trunk, feeling a mix of astonishment and joy. He was astonished that his magic remained unstable, prone to uncontrollable surges in emergencies. Yet he was elated by the vast potential of his Merlin lineage, which surpassed his expectations. With diligent training, he believed he could grow stronger. As the night deepened, the Dursleys were sound asleep. Harry was engrossed in fundamentals of magical theory when he suddenly heard a faint rustling outside the cupboard. Corey had arrived. Hastily, Harry opened the cupboard door to find Corey, pale and smeared with dirt and blood, evidently having encountered danger. "Corey, what happened? Are you hurt?" Harry whispered, steadying Corey. His voice trembled as he replied, "Master, something has happened at the old manor. I just want to check near the manor and saw many figures in black robes, circling the house while chanting strange incantations. The manor's protective spells were triggered, casting a brilliant light. Figures in black robes? Harry's expression darkened at once. He recalled the accounts in A Brief History of Ancient English Families, which stated that the Potter Manor concealed the family's legacy. Those cloaked figures were likely after the secrets of the Merlin bloodline and time magic, possibly even Voldemort's Death Eaters. Did they breach the manor? Harry pressed. anxiety surging within him. If the manor's secrets were discovered, his plans would be in ruins. Corey shook his head. No, the manor's defenses are formidable. They cannot enter. But I heard them say that once the bloodline awakener appears, they will be able to unlock the legacy chamber. They were referring to you, Master. So they are indeed after me. Harry clenched his fists. He understood that these cloaked figures would not relent. He needed to enhance his strength and prepare himself. Corey, you must find a safe place to hide. Do not return to the manor. It is too dangerous. He gently patted Corey's head and handed him a hidden piece of bread. When I am stronger, we will return to the manor and protect the family secrets. Corey accepted the bread, nodding vigorously, his eyes glistening. Corey will heed the master. Corey will always protect the master and safeguard the Potter family secrets. After Corey departed, Harry returned to the cupboard, gazing at the two old books in his hands. He traced the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead, a mark left by Voldemort. He knew that his path would not be easy. On one side lay the Dursley surveillance and bullying. On the other, the pursuit of the cloaked figures and the looming threat of Voldemort, along with Dumbledore's subtle manipulation. Yet he would not falter. He would harness the power of his Merlin bloodline and time magic to carve out a path uniquely his own, becoming the master of the magical realm rather than a pawn in someone else's game. At that moment, he felt a familiar tingling sensation in his fingertips as his magic began to stir, as if responding to something. He looked out the window into the night, where a faint silver light flickered, suggesting someone was watching number 4 Privet Drive from the shadows. The gaze was cold, sharp, and laden with malice. Who could it be? One of the cloaked figures? Or perhaps a remnant of Voldemort? Harry's heart raced through his throat as he swiftly reined in his magical energy and nestled into the corner of the cupboard, gripping tightly onto elementary magic theory. His gaze resolute. Regardless of who it was, he would not succumb to fear. From a moment, he had traversed into the world of Harry Potter. His destiny lay firmly in his own hands. Chapter 7. Corey's Warning and the Secrets of the Old Manor. The suspense unfolds. Crouched in the cupboard's corner, Harry's heart pounded. The recent chill of an icy gaze sending shivers down his spine like a serpent's flickering tongue. He clenched elementary magic theory tightly. The magic within his fingertips still stirred restlessly, evidently resonating with the overwhelming power of the gaze's owner, awakening the echoes of his Merlin ancestry inside him. It is neither the cloaked figure nor the remnants of Voldemort, Harry murmured softly. The magic of the cloaked figure reeked of bloodshed, and the essence of Voldemort's remnants exuded decay. Yet that icy gaze was imbued with a chilling focus, reminiscent of an observer. At that moment, a faint knocking sound emanated from outside the cupboard. Corey. He had returned. Harry hurriedly opened the cupboard door to find Corey clutching a small fabric pouch. His complexion even paler than before, with his wounds reopened and oozing blood. Corey, why have you returned? Did you encounter danger? Harry quickly pulled Corey into the cupboard, lowering his voice in concern. Corey shook his head and handed the pouch to Harry, his voice trembling. And Master, this is something I secretly retrieved from the old manor. The old master said this item can protect you. I sensed danger outside and rushed to bring it. As Harry opened the pouch, he discovered a dull silver ring etched with the same design as the Potter family crest, a silver stag and an hourglass. Inscribed on the inner side of the ring were delicate ancient elvish words. Time as the key, bloodline as the guide. It is the silver ring, the time magic medium mentioned in the notes. Harry's heart leapt as he swiftly donned the ring on his wrist. The moment the silver touched his skin, a wave of warmth enveloped him, and the tumultuous magic within him settled instantly, the icy gaze vanishing. The ring could indeed mask magical fluctuations and conceal his presence. Splendid. Corey, you have achieved a great feat. Harry could not suppress the urge to ruffle Corey's hair, his heart swelling with excitement. With the silver ring, he could better conceal his magic and evade detection by both the cloaked figure and the observer. A faint smile graced Corey's face, but it quickly morphed into a frown. Master, on my way back, I spotted a figure in a black cloak. He wore a hood, obscuring his face, but his magic felt frigid, unlike the cloaked figure outside the manor. He was fixated on your window. Fearing for your safety, I redirected his attention with my magic. Indeed, there was an observer. Harry's expression darkened. If this observer was not the cloaked figure, then who could it be? Someone from Dumbledore's circle? Perhaps Snape? Or another hidden force? Corey, can you sense his magical fluctuations? Is there anything peculiar about them? Harry pressed, determined to uncover the observer's identity in order to prepare for what lay ahead. Corey furrowed his brow in contemplation, then shook his head. His magical fluctuations are peculiar, oscillating between strength and weakness, as if concealing something. However, I can sense that he harbors no malice. He is merely observing the young master. No malice? Just observation? This only deepened Harry's confusion. He recalled the original text from his past life, where Dumbledore consistently dispatched individuals to monitor him, and Snape had also covertly scrutinized him on multiple occasions. This observer was likely one of them. Regardless of his identity, we must exercise caution. Harry touched the silver ring on his wrist, his gaze resolute. Corey, you should seek refuge in the safe house, and wait until the danger passes before re-emerging. I will diligently train my magic to enhance my strength, and once we are prepared, we shall proceed to Gringotts for the bloodline verification and unlock the family's secret chamber of inheritance. Corey nodded vigorously and produced a small handful of black soil from his pocket, offering it to Harry. This soil is from the old estate's garden. I sense magic within it. Young master, you may keep it. It could prove useful. Harry accepted the soil, feeling its chill and the faint magical resonance that subtly echoed his own bloodline of Merlin. He carefully wrapped the soil and placed it in the corner of the cupboard. Thank you, Corey. Please take care. Corey cast one last glance at Harry before turning and slipping out of the window like a shadow, vanishing into the night. Harry returned to the cupboard, clutching the silver ring on his wrist, his heart a tumult of emotions. He understood that Corey had brought more than just the ring and soil. He had also ushered in an impending crisis. The dark-robed figure was drawn to his Merlin bloodline. The observer lurked in the shadows, and the Dursley's suspicions were growing ever deeper. He needed to mature swiftly to survive this looming threat and seize control of his destiny. He picked up Elementary Magic Theory, flipping to the chapter on magical control, his expression sharpening with focus. From this day forth, he would not only conceal his magic, but also train relentlessly to master time magic, aspiring to become a true guardian of time. Chapter 10. The Unsealed Chamber. Penny hurriedly embraced Dudley, glancing quizzically at the cupboard. What is wrong? Is it cold? Harry leaned against the door, cold sweat soaking his pajamas. Just moments ago, Voldemort's residual soul had attempted to probe him through Dudley's contact. Fortunately, he had practiced the brain-sealing spell beforehand, or he would surely have been detected. Master, that was Voldemort's residual soul. Corey's voice rose with urgency. It seems he sensed the awakening of your bloodline, and has begun to actively spy on you. You must always maintain the brain-sealing spell to keep your secrets hidden. Harry nodded, preparing to respond when he heard the sound of a repairman outside. Peering through the door's crack, he observed the repairman mending the fence, with Vernon gesticulating beside him. Meanwhile, a dark figure in a flowing gray robe, broader than that of a Death Eater, flashed past behind a tree at the street corner, a copper badge pinned to its sleeve. Elias? He hasn't left? A wave of apprehension washed over Harry, just as he was about to instruct Corey to investigate. Corey's voice rang out urgently. Master, I have found the book. I retrieved the Untraceable Magic Advancement Guide and a brief history of the Potter family from the old house for my young master. However, the proprietor of the bookstore in Diagon Alley mentioned that a man clad in gray robes has recently been searching for books about the Potter family, inquiring about the lineage of Merlin. Indeed, Elias poses a threat. He is not only seeking Harry, but also delving into the secrets of the Potter family. Harry clenched the silver ring against his chest, which suddenly vibrated, directing him towards a street corner where remnants of Elias's magical traces lingered, bearing a striking resemblance to the dark magic marks within the old house. Master, the repairman has left, and Vernon has gone to the study to make a call. Corey's voice echoed. I placed the books atop an old trunk in the cupboard. You must quickly examine a brief history of the Potter family, as it contains detailed accounts of the Merlin lineage. Harry climbed to the top of the cupboard and opened the old trunk, indeed finding 2 weathered tomes. The cover of a brief history of the Potter family bore the family crest, an emblem of a flying stag, with a small inscription below, the Potter family, direct descendants of Merlin, guardians of the secret of time magic, preserving the balance of time and space through generations. As he leafed through the book, it elaborated on the innate gifts of the Merlin lineage, temporal perception, magical manipulation, untraceable magic, and most crucially, the cost of high-level temporal magic. Each use would deplete a portion of the bloodline's power. An excessive use could lead to memory loss, or even the depletion of the lineage itself. Harry's heart sank. It seemed that time magic was not without its limitations, carrying a grave price. He turned to the chapter detailing the bloodline certification from Gringotts, which stated, the Potter family's bloodline certification must be triggered at the crest of Vault 713, requiring a temporal medium, silver ring, a blood sample, a single drop, and the recitation of the family incantation to unlock the Chamber of Inheritance. Vault 713, just like the vault where Dumbledore concealed the Philosopher's Stone in the original tale. Could it be that Dumbledore was already aware that the Potter family's chamber of inheritance was located in Vault 713, and thus placed the stone there to monitor the situation? Master, something is amiss. Corey's voice suddenly grew urgent. I just spotted the man in gray robes at the street corner. He was holding a metallic piece that matches your silver ring and was heading toward the old house. Moreover, he bears traces of Death Eater dark magic. Elias is one of the Death Eaters. Harry abruptly shut the book, his heart gripped with anxiety. He rushed to the cupboard door, peering through the crack, only to find that the silhouette of the gray-robed figure had vanished. Yet, the silver ring continued to tremble violently, pointing towards the old house, exuding a potent warning of danger. At that moment, a furious shout erupted from the study. What? The bank says our account has been frozen? Impossible. You must have made a mistake. An account freeze? A thought struck Harry. Could this be the handiwork of Elias? Was he deliberately sabotaging the Dursleys' finances to provoke Vernon, seeking an opportunity to strike at Harry? Master, it seems Vernon is coming to confront you. Corey's voice turned tense. He hung up the phone, his expression particularly grim. Harry hurriedly returned to the straw pile, concealing the book just as he completed his facade of dullness. The cupboard door was yanked open with force, and Vernon, like an enraged wild boar, seized Harry by the collar. You little beast, was this your doing? Our family's account has been frozen. It must surely be the result of your ill fortune. Harry found it difficult to breathe as he sensed a flicker of fear in Vernon's eyes. Not anger, but a palpable dread of the unknown. In that moment, he realized that Elias did not intend to harm him, but rather was forcing him to leave the Dursleys' home. The frozen account and the strange occurrences were all orchestrated to compel Vernon to expel him, thereby driving him into the magical world to Gringotts, and directly into the trap set by Elias in the Chamber of Secrets. I'm uncertain whether Harry was feigning his fear, his body trembling slightly, as I had done nothing at all. Vernon was about to bellow in anger when Petunia suddenly rushed forward to restrain him. Do not strike him. The frozen account may well be a banking issue. We shall inquire tomorrow. If we drive him away, Dumbledore will certainly come after us. Dumbledore? Petunia was aware that Dumbledore was keeping an eye on Harry. Harry's heart raced, and at that instant, the silver ring upon his chest erupted with a fierce chill. Not warmth, but a frigid warning. He distinctly felt a powerful surge of magical energy emanating from the direction of the old house, as if the door to the Chamber of Secrets had been forcefully opened. Master, the Chamber of Secrets has been breached. Corey's voice trembled with distress. It was Elias. He had used that metallic shard along with your bloodline's resonance to forcibly unlock the entrance. He has taken the remnants of the Potter Codex. The Potter Codex. That tome contained the essence of the time magic core of the Potter lineage. Harry abruptly shook off Vernon's grip, disregarding the pain coursing through his body, and dashed into the yard, gazing towards the old house. A gray flash streaked across the sky, a manifestation of Elias's magic, hurtling towards Diagon Alley. Even more alarming was the intensifying chill from the silver ring, now directing him towards another location, the platform 9 3/4. There emanated a familiar magical aura, tinged with the essence of serpents. It was the Malfoy family. Was Elias seeking to rendezvous with the Malfoys? Harry clenched his fists, feeling the chaotic surge of magic within him, yet unable to unleash its full potential due to his incomplete awakening. He looked towards the direction Elias had vanished, then towards the platform indicated by the silver ring, with one thought dominating his mind. He must hasten to Gringotts to complete the bloodline authentication. Otherwise, the secrets of the Potter family would undoubtedly fall into the hands of the Death Eaters. At that moment, Petunia's voice broke through from behind him, no longer laced with fear, but imbued with a trembling resolve. Harry, you wish to enter the magical world, do you not? I can assist you, but you must promise me to keep yourself safe, and do not trust Dumbledore, nor that man in gray robes. Petunia was willing to help him? What secrets did she truly know? Harry turned to face Petunia's complex gaze, ready to speak, when suddenly, the sound of hooves echoed from beyond the garden wall. These were not the hooves of a muggle horse, but those imbued with magic, the hooves of centaurs. Why would the centaurs from a forbidden forest come to Privet Drive? The chill from the silver ring peaked, pointing ominously toward the forbidden forest as an unfamiliar, ancient voice resonated in Harry's mind. Not Voldemort, nor Elias, but a voice imbued with an eerie antiquity. The descendants of Merlin, your time is running short. The Death Eaters have acquired the remnants of a page, and the next step is your silver ring. Whose voice is this? Is the silver ring truly the next target of the Death Eaters? And Penny's assistance, is it a means of salvation or merely another trap? The night once again shrouds Privet Drive as Harry stands in the yard, gazing towards the forbidden forest, the cold silver ring against his chest piercing him to the core. He knows that the true crisis has only just begun. Chapter 11. Corey's Warning and the Secrets of the Old Manor. The summer nights on Privet Drive are perpetually infused with an odd blend of disinfectant and toasted bread, as Aunt Petunia disinfects the entire house 3 times each night. As if such efforts could dispel the unclean visions that haunt her. Harry curls up in the cupboard under the stairs, his fingertips brushing against the yellowed pages of Introduction to Magical Theory. In Chapter 6, he has just mastered the delicate art of making glass vanish and reappear. The 2 old books brought by Corey seem to have opened a gateway to a new world for him. At that moment, an exceedingly faint rustling sound emanates from outside the cupboard, reminiscent of a mouse scurrying across the floor. Yet Harry knows it is not a mouse. It is the sound of Corey's footsteps, for only a house elf could move so silently within the Dursley residence. Harry holds his breath and gently cracks open the cupboard door. Moonlight spills through the living room window, illuminating a small figure crouched beneath the sofa. Corey, clad in tattered coarse fabric, is riddled with holes, and his left ear bleeds, indicating he has clearly encountered trouble. "Corey?" Harry whispers, carefully emerging. Corey looks up sharply at the sound, and upon recognizing Harry, his eyes glisten with unshed tears. Yet he forces himself to remain silent, fearing the wrath of Vernon and Petunia above. "Master, young master." Corey's voice trembles as he retrieves a small parcel wrapped in leaves from his bosom and hands it to Harry. "Corey has brought you bread and news of the old manor." Harry accepts the warm bread, evidently a secret stash of Corey's. He gently touches Corey's bleeding ear, furrowing his brow. "What happened to your ear? Did you encounter danger?" At the mention of danger, Corey visibly trembles. He glances around to ensure no one is watching before leaning closer to Harry, whispering in barely audible tones, the manor is in trouble. Corey went back today to retrieve something and saw many robed figures surrounding the old manor, chanting strange spells. The manor's protective enchantments were triggered, emitting a brilliant light. The Potter Manor. Harry's heart constricts suddenly. He recalls the mention in a history of ancient English families that the Potter Manor, located in Godric's Hollow, was the residence of James and Lily, and also Corey's previous home. The robed figures? What do they look like? Harry presses, his fingers instinctively tightening. A foreboding sense washes over him. These cloaked figures are not ordinary wizards. They may be connected to Voldemort. Or perhaps they are drawn by the Merlin bloodline of the Potter family. Corey shook his head, his face etched with fear. They all wore hoods, obscuring their faces. Yet Corey could sense the dark, frigid magic emanating from them, reminiscent of the dark wizards spoken of by the old master, James. They had inscribed strange symbols around the old manor, symbols that Corey could not comprehend, but found utterly terrifying. Harry took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain calm. He could not act impulsively. Without his wand, and with his magic only just awakening, he was no match for the hooded figures. Moreover, he had to conceal his magical abilities and ensure that the Dursleys did not discover any anomalies. "Corey, you must find somewhere to hide and not return to the manor. It is far too dangerous," Harry urged, gently stroking Corey's head and offering him a half-eaten chocolate bar he had hidden away, a remnant from last Christmas, accidentally left beneath the sofa by Aunt Petunia. Corey accepted the chocolate, his eyes shimmering with unshed tears, yet he resolutely shook his head. Corey will not hide. The manor is the old master's home. Corey must protect the manor and the young master. Corey had already concealed himself in the nearby woods, visiting the manor daily to await news, ready to inform the young master when the time came. Seeing the determination in Corey's eyes made Harry's heart ache. He understood that the loyalty of a house elf to their master was ingrained in their very being. There was no swaying Corey's resolve, so he could only admonish. "You must be careful. If you find yourself in danger, flee immediately. Do not confront it. Understood?" Corey nodded vigorously and produced a small handful of black soil from his pocket, offering it to Harry. "This is soil from the manor's garden. Corey, senses magic within it. The young master may keep it. It could prove useful." Harry took the soil, feeling its chill as a faint magical pulse resonated with the Merlin bloodline within him. He carefully wrapped the soil and tucked it into a corner of the cupboard. "Thank you, Corey. You must go now. If Aunt Petunia discovers you, it will spell trouble." Corey cast one last glance at Harry before turning and slipping out through the window like a shadow, vanishing into the night. Harry returned to the cupboard, clutching the soil, his emotions a tumultuous blend. He knew that Corey had brought not only news of the manor, but also a looming crisis. The hooded figures had set their sights on the Potter estate, which likely concealed the family's secrets and perhaps even a connection to his own Merlin lineage. The following morning, Harry was jolted awake by Dudley's shrill cries. "My breakfast." Why is there so little? Dudley slammed his plate onto the table, sending eggs and bacon scattering across the floor. Aunt Petunia rushed over, soothing Dudley while glaring at Harry. Harry Potter, did you steal Dudley's food? I warn you, if you dare touch Dudley's things, I will not forgive you. Harry lowered his head in silence. He had not stolen Dudley's food. It was Aunt Petunia's favoritism that had resulted in Dudley receiving 3 large plates while he was left with only a half-dry piece of bread, the very bread Corey had brought him the night before, which he had been reluctant to finish. I don't care. I want Harry's bread, Dudley exclaimed, his eyes lighting up at the sight of the bread in Harry's hand. Reaching out to snatch it away, Harry instinctively recoiled. This was his only sustenance for the day, and it had been brought to him at great peril by Corey. He could not allow Dudley to seize it. Upon seeing Harry retreat, Dudley's anger intensified. He lunged forward, grasping Harry's wrist with a vice-like grip and yanking it forcefully. Pain surged through Harry's wrist, igniting a fiery indignation within him. He was fed up with Dudley's bullying, with the torment from the Dursleys, and most of all, with the days of silent suffering he had endured. At that moment, Harry felt a surge of magic within him. Not the faint tremors he had previously experienced, but rather a flow akin to a small stream, coursing down his arm to the wrist clutched by Dudley. Suddenly, Dudley screamed, as if scalded by some unseen force, and staggered backward, releasing Harry. He glanced at his hand, devoid of any visible injury, yet it throbbed with a fiery pain. What have you done to me? Dudley shouted, a mixture of fear and rage in his voice, pointing an accusing finger at Harry. Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon, alerted by the commotion, rushed over. Upon witnessing Dudley's state and then glancing at Harry, Vernon's expression darkened. Boy, are you up to your tricks again? Harry's heart raced. He had not intentionally used magic. His powers had merely spiraled out of control. He lowered his gaze, feigning terror. I didn't do anything. Dudley let go on his own. Don't you dare lie. Vernon raised his hand, poised to strike Harry. Just then, Dudley shrieked once more as he slipped, landing with a splat in the muddy pit of the yard. The previous night's rain had rendered the ground treacherously slick, and in his retreat, Dudley had inadvertently stepped into nothingness. Dudley, Aunt Petunia screamed, rushing to pull him from amok. Covered in mud and resembling a drenched rat, Dudley wept pitifully. Dad, Mom, Harry's bullying me. He used magic against me. Magic? Vernon froze, turning to Harry with suspicion and disdain. You claim he used magic? Yes. He touched me, and my hand hurt so badly. Dudley sobbed. He is definitely a freak, just like his mother. Aunt Petunia's face drained of color, her eyes fixed on Harry, lips trembling, unable to utter a word. The very magic she feared seemed to manifest in Harry. Harry kept his head bowed, his heart racing. He knew that while Dudley's words were nonsensical, the uncontrolled magic had indeed raised suspicions in Vernon and Petunia. He had to quell this incident swiftly, preventing them from probing further. I didn't use magic, Harry stammered, deliberately trembling, feigning great fear. Dudley just fell on his own. I don't know why his hand hurts. Vernon scrutinized Harry intently, searching for any hint of deception on his face. Yet, Harry maintained his lowered gaze, appearing meek and no different than usual. After a moment, Vernon furrowed his brow and ultimately lowered his hand. Though he despised magic, he was reluctant to believe that this dependent boy truly possessed any magical abilities. It must have been Dudley's own clumsiness. Vernon snorted and turned to enter the house. Petunia, clean up Dudley. We cannot have him embarrassing himself here. And you, Harry Potter, tidy up the mud puddle in the yard. If you dare to slack off, you shall not have dinner tonight. Aunt Petunia nodded hastily, pulling the still-crying Dudley inside. Harry let out a sigh of relief, his back already damp with cold sweat. He gazed at the muddy puddle in the yard. Recalling the moment when his magic spiraled out of control, he distinctly felt the magic as if it possessed its own consciousness, protecting him. This was both a blessing and a curse. His magic remained unstable, easily spiraling out of control during moments of heightened emotion, which would inevitably attract the attention of the Dursleys. Or worse, draw the attention of more dangerous individuals, such as those in black robes or Voldemort himself. In the days that followed, Harry became increasingly cautious. He avoided conflicts with Dudley and refrained from practicing magic in secret. Instead, at night, he would take out the soil brought by Corey, quietly sensing the magical fluctuations within, attempting to understand its connection to his own bloodline. However, his caution only deepened Vernon's suspicions. One evening, while Vernon sat in the living room reading the newspaper, Harry was outside weeding. This was Vernon's punishment for him. Occasionally, Vernon lifted his gaze toward the yard, his eyes filled with scrutiny. Petunia, have you noticed that this boy has been acting strangely lately? Vernon set down the newspaper and spoke in a low voice to Petunia. Petunia was wiping a cup and paused for a moment, her face paling slightly. What do you mean? What could possibly be wrong with him? Look at him. Vernon gestured toward Harry in the yard. He used to cry incessantly or sneak around, but now he is quiet, obedient to whatever task is assigned to him. It's almost too quiet. Petunia's lips trembled. She too felt the shift. Since Dudley fell into the mud puddle, Harry seemed transformed, no longer timid or whiny, but rather calm. His gaze imbued with a certain steadiness that unsettled her. She sensed the magical aura surrounding him growing stronger. And Dudley's words, Vernon continued, though he often speaks nonsense. That day his hand truly turned red, and his fall into the mud was rather peculiar. Do you think this boy might actually possess such strange abilities? Stop. Don't be ridiculous. Petunia interrupted Vernon, her voice tinged with fear. Lily is gone. Her strange abilities would not have passed on to Harry. It must have been Dudley's clumsiness. Harry is just an ordinary boy, ordinary. Petunia found herself at a loss for words, her own conviction wavering. She recalled Lily's childhood, when she too could perform peculiar feats, such as making cups levitate or flowers bloom prematurely, eerily similar to the anomalies surrounding Harry now. Vernon fell silent, picking up the newspaper but unable to focus on it any longer. His gaze remained fixed on Harry in the yard, his expression darkening. Regardless of whether this boy possessed strange abilities or not, he needed to keep a close watch on him, ensuring that he would not cause any trouble for the Dursleys, nor bring any complications to their household. Harry seemed to sense Vernon's gaze upon him. He paused his task and lifted his eyes towards the living room window. Vernon's stare was sharp as a knife, piercing him with discomfort. Harry understood that Vernon had begun to harbor suspicions about him, and his life would become increasingly arduous, as concealing his magical abilities would prove more challenging. In the stillness of the night, Harry lay in bed, utterly devoid of sleep. His mind was consumed with thoughts of the news from the old house brought by Corey, Vernon's suspicions, and the instability of his own powers, creating a tumultuous chaos within him. Suddenly, he felt a chill, not the cold from the cupboard, but a malicious, icy sensation, as if someone were watching him from the shadows. Startled, Harry opened his eyes and gazed towards the cupboard door, which remained closed, yet he could distinctly sense that gaze lingering just outside, pulsing with magical energy. Was it the figure in the black cloak, or someone else? His heart raced, and he held his breath, quietly channeling his inner magic, readying himself for defense. Though his powers were still unsteady, he at least hoped to protect himself if danger approached. That gaze lingered outside for about a minute before gradually fading away. Harry exhaled in relief, his back drenched in cold sweat. He realized that the owner of that gaze was not a member of the Dursley family, nor was it Corey. Corey's magic was warm, whereas the magic emanating from that gaze was icy, imbued with a hint of familiar darkness, reminiscent of the figure described by Corey. They had come. The figure in the black cloak had found Privet Drive. Harry felt the warm soil in his pocket, which seemed to respond to his anxiety. He understood that the days of tranquility had irrevocably come to an end. The figure in the black cloak had set its sights on him. Vernon was suspicious. His magic remained unstable, and all he possessed were 2 old books, an injured house elf, and a bloodline of Merlin he had yet to learn how to wield. Yet, he would not succumb to fear or retreat. He recalled James and Lily, Corey's loyalty, and the mission that had brought him here. He was not the passive savior of the original tale. He intended to seize control of his destiny, protect those he cherished, unveil the secrets of the Potter family, and confront Voldemort. Harry clenched his fists, his eyes steely with resolve. Regardless of the dangers that lay ahead, he would forge his path step by step, even in the dark, determined to find his own light. Meanwhile, at the corner of Privet Drive, a shadowy figure in a black cloak stood concealed in the darkness, its eyes beneath the hood fixated on Harry's cupboard, a cold smile curling at the corners of its lips. In its hand, it gently stroked a serpent-shaped badge, murmuring to itself, "The little wretch of the Potter bloodline has finally been found." Chapter 18. The Rusted Tale of Privet Drive. July on Privet Drive felt as though it were submerged in melted butter, the air thick and sticky, the incessant cicada chirping driving Uncle Vernon to throw down the newspaper in frustration. Harry crouched behind the bushes in the corner of the yard, his fingertips gently swaying over the deformed toy car that Dudley had mangled. This is what Dudley discarded yesterday, deeming it insufficiently grand. The red tin exterior, once so lustrous it could reflect a silhouette, is now rapidly besieged by dark brown rust, first creeping along the edges of the wheels, then spreading across the body's patterns, until even the golden lettering of the supercar on the front has become mottled and flaked, resembling an antiquated relic unearthed after years buried underground. Harry exhaled softly, allowing his magical intent to flow gently from his fingertips. He could distinctly perceive the invisible threads of magic entwining the metal surface, resembling countless minute teeth, gnawing away at the vitality within the tin, gradually birthing rust. This was a newfound endeavor he had discovered 3 days prior, since the day he turned 7 and stumbled upon that dull silver ring, followed by a passage and introduction to magical theories sent by Corey, which detailed how magic could influence the structure of matter. He had begun clandestinely testing the limits of his abilities. Initially, he merely slowed the descent of leaves and delayed the wilting of flowers, until the day before yesterday when he inadvertently touched Dudley's metal marble. A surge of magic emanated from his fingertips, and the marble was instantaneously cloaked in a layer of rust. The impact of magic on metal was indeed profound, Harry mused, withdrawing the magic from his fingertips. The tin car had now entirely transformed into a heap of rusted scrap, with its original red hue nearly indistinguishable. Just as he was about to rise and kick the scrap deeper into the bushes, he heard the living room window slide open with a clatter. Aunt Petunia's shrill voice piercing through like a needle. "Harry, what are you sneaking around doing there?" Harry instantly adopted a demeanor of feigned dullness, slowly turning around. Head bowed, fingers nervously fiddling with the hem of his shirt. Nothing. Aunt Petunia, hands on her hips, scrutinized him for a prolonged moment, then glanced at the scrap on the ground, her brow furrowing as if it could crush a fly. "What is that? How did Dudley's toy carn up like this?" "I don't know, Aunt." Harry's voice dropped even lower. It was just here. Clearly skeptical. Petunia scrutinized Harry's foolish face for any hint of deceit, but finding none, after all, in her eyes. This nephew was merely a worthless boy who couldn't even tie his shoelaces. She scoffed. "Don't mess with Dudley's things. If Vernon sees you causing destruction again, you'll be in for it." With that, she slammed the window shut, and soon the living room echoed with her and Vernon's conversation, with vague references to strange rust and the like. Harry breathed a sigh of relief, kicking the pile of scrap deep into the bushes. This marked the 5th metal object on Privet Drive to inexplicably succumb to rust. The first day, it was the clothesline pole from Mrs. Figg's house next door, which had disintegrated overnight. The second day, it was the mailbox across the street belonging to the Dursleys, now filled with rust dust, rendering the key useless. The third day saw the bicycle chain of the elderly professor diagonally across the street, which was perfectly functional in the morning but rusted immobile by noon. Yesterday was even more absurd, as the wheels of the handcart used by the postal service had rusted, causing the postman to grumble as he struggled with it for quite some time. Now, the neighbors on Privet Drive were abuzz with rumors of a rusting specter haunting the area, preying upon metal objects. Petunia had been particularly anxious these past few days, even stowing away the silver spoons in the deepest recesses of the cupboard, fearful that one day she might retrieve them only to find them transformed into a pile of rust. Harry leaned against the bushes, the corners of his mouth curling into a barely perceptible arc. This was precisely the effect he sought. Ever since he realized at the tender age of 7 that he could manipulate magic, and upon discovering in a brief history of ancient English families sent by Corey the natural affinity of a Merlin bloodline for elemental forces, he had been clandestinely exploring his abilities. Testing the corrosion of metals served not only to familiarize himself with the control of magic, but also to create chaos. When all attention was drawn to the spooky tales, who would notice a child deemed worthless, quietly honing his magical skills? He needed a more comprehensive tome. Harry fished in his pocket, feeling the crumpled pages that were remnants of time and bloodlines, which Corey had secretly slipped him last time. They contained only scant references to time magic and metallic conductors, utterly insufficient for his needs. Just as he contemplated rising to return to the storage room downstairs, an icy sensation coursed through the nape of his neck. It felt as though a pair of frigid eyes were fixated upon him from some unseen corner. That sensation was all too familiar. On his 7th birthday, during his first attempt at mental occlusion, he had vaguely sensed this invisible gaze. It was a malicious, sticky scrutiny akin to the flick of a serpent's tongue, probing his very soul. Was it the remnant of Voldemort? Harry's heart constricted sharply as he instinctively retracted all external magic, simultaneously erecting a mental barrier in his mind. This was a refined method of the basic occlusion technique taught by Corey, employing blurred and chaotic muggle memories, like Dudley snatching his bread or Vernon's scornful words, as a disguise to conceal his true thoughts. Indeed, the invisible eye hovered around his consciousness for a moment, seemingly perplexed by the abrupt disappearance of the magical aura it had just sensed, replaced by a jumble of inconsequential muggle trivialities. Moments later, That chilling sensation gradually dissipated, as if it had never existed. Harry exhaled in relief, a cold sweat breaking out across his back. The remnant of Voldemort was becoming increasingly restless. He understood that this was due to his magic continually strengthening, and the Merlin power within his bloodline was slowly awakening, like a beacon in the darkness, inevitably attracting those lurking in the shadows. It appeared that his training in mental occlusion could not wane. In fact, it must become more frequent. He hurried back into the house and, as he passed the kitchen, caught sight of Petunia staring blankly at a porcelain cup filled with milk. A faint ring of rust adorned the cup's rim, a remnant from yesterday when Harry had intentionally knocked it over. At that time, Petunia had assumed it was merely a defect in the cup's quality. "Harry, what are you dawdling for?" Petunia suddenly exclaimed, her gaze snapping to him at the doorway. "Get on with cleaning Dudley's room. He just said he couldn't find his plastic dinosaur, and I'm certain you've hidden it." With his head bowed, Harry obediently replied, "Yes, Aunt Petunia," while inwardly calculating how he might inquire with Corey later that evening about acquiring more books on time magic and mental occlusion. Dudley's room was a veritable disaster, strewn with toys, snack wrappers, and dirty clothes. As Harry bent down to tidy up, he remained alert to the commotion outside, a nagging feeling lingering that the invisible eye had not strayed far and might still be lurking nearby. Suddenly, his fingertips grazed a hard object, Dudley's metal toy soldier. Crafted from brass, once gleaming, now veiled in a thin layer of rust. Raising an eyebrow, Harry's magical energy stirred once more. Since Petunia was so fearful of the rusting specter, why not amplify the eerie tale a little further? At 9 o'clock, Vernon finally concluded his day's labor, storming through the door in a foul mood. He had been reprimanded by his boss for the office printer, which had inexplicably rusted, delaying the printing of crucial documents, an act, needless to say, attributable to Harry. "Damn it," Vernon exclaimed, flinging his briefcase onto the sofa and tugging at his tie. "The printer at the office rusted today, and the doorknob downstairs is covered in rust. What on earth is wrong with this place?" Petunia approached, carrying a steaming cup of tea, her face pale. "Vernon, have you heard? Just now, Mrs. Jones next door mentioned that her iron pot has rusted through. There must be something wrong in this vicinity. What could possibly be wrong?" Vernon scoffed, taking a large gulp of tea, his patience waning. "It's certainly some prank by a vagrant, or perhaps a municipal issue, something amiss with the water pipes." Yet, Petunia hesitated, her gaze involuntarily drifting towards the storage space beneath the stairs. Could that little monster be involved? Vernon paused, then laughed derisively. "Him? He can't even tie his shoelaces properly. How could he possibly cause metal to rust?" "Petunia, stop with your wild imaginings." However, despite his words, Vernon's expression shifted. He recalled the peculiar happenings at home lately. Petunia's silver spoon had rusted, Dudley's toy car had turned to scrap, and even his razor blades were dull, showing faint traces of rust. All these occurrences seemed to have begun after Harry's 7th birthday. "Impossible, absolutely impossible," Vernon muttered, shaking his head to dispel the absurd thought. That little monster was utterly incompetent. How could he wield such power? At that moment, Dudley burst from his room, wailing, holding a deformed metal robot aloft. "Daddy, my robot is broken. It's rusted." Vernon looked down to see that the robot, once cloaked in silver, was now a pitiful sight, rusted beyond recognition, one arm detached. His anger flared instantly, slamming his hand on the table. "How could it rust again? We only bought this wretched toy a month ago. I don't care. I want a new one. I want a bigger robot." Dudley thrashed on the floor, throwing a tantrum. Vernon's face turned an ashen hue with fury, just as he was about to erupt when he suddenly felt a chill at the nape of his neck, reminiscent of the icy malevolence Harry had sensed during the day, seeping through the window's crevice, silently filling the living room. Petunia shivered as well, wrapping her arms around herself. "Vernon, do you feel a bit cold?" Just as Vernon was about to respond, a soft thud echoed from the storage space under the stairs, as if something had fallen to the ground. "Who is there?" Vernon sprang to his feet, grabbing the newspaper from the table, his eyes fixed warily on the door to the storage room. The storage room was enveloped in darkness, with only a faint glimmer of light seeping through the crack of the door. After a prolonged silence, the only sound that echoed in the living room was Dudley's cries. It must be a mouse, Vernon thought, releasing a sigh of relief as he tossed the newspaper back onto the table. This dilapidated house harbored all sorts of things. However, Petunia felt less assured. Approaching the door of the storage room, she hesitated for a long moment, but ultimately lacked the courage to open it. Meanwhile, in the storage room, Harry clutched his silver ring tightly, his back pressed against the cold wall, his heart racing. The invisible eye had returned, and this time, it felt even more intense than during the day. Chapter 12. Dudley's surprise and Uncle's doubts on Privet Drive. The air in July was thick as if soaked in melted butter, viscous enough to stretch like candy, and even the raucous sparrows seemed to huddle listlessly in the treetops. While waves of heat rolled dust along the asphalt road, in the shadow of the staircase, Harry curled up in the corner, hugging his knees. An old Muggle textbook spread across his lap. He repeatedly rubbed the edges of the pages with his fingernails, fraying them. This was a third-grade math book that he had secretly salvaged from the trash last week, its cover marked with the scent of ink mingled with mildew. Yet it had become his most treasured possession. Suddenly, a loud noise erupted from the kitchen as a plastic food container was roughly opened, followed by Uncle Vernon's distinctive snorting laughter akin to that of a wild boar. "Dudley, my little treasure, look what I have for you. A large strawberry cream cake I just bought from town, especially for you." Harry's fingertips paused, and his stomach reflexively tightened. For breakfast, he had only received half a slice of stale bread, and now his insides were clamoring in emptiness. Yet, he merely clutched the textbook closer to his chest, pressing his back harder against the frigid wall. This was the survival rule he had discerned. The quieter and more inconspicuous he remained, the less attention he attracted from the Dursleys. "Dad, this cake is too small." Dudley's voice was high-pitched and demanding, akin to a goose with its throat squeezed, accompanied by an air of entitlement. "The cake my classmate Pierce had yesterday was 3 times bigger, and it had chocolate frosting." All right, I'll get you a bigger one tomorrow." Vernon's voice immediately softened, dripping with obsequiousness, as if he were appeasing some rare creature. "My Dudley must grow tall and become the best boxer, knocking down those clueless kids." Aunt Petunia interjected with a shrill tone. "Vernon, don't spoil him. If he keeps eating like this, he'll turn into a ball." Yet her words bore no trace of reproach. Rather, they were laced with an unmistakable affection. Harry lowered his gaze, fixating on the number 7 in the textbook. Tomorrow marked the day before his 7th birthday, as well as the 3rd anniversary of his existence in this body. For 3 years, he had lived like a rat in a gutter, scavenging for the scant remnants of survival in the stairwell, the cupboard, and beside the doghouse in the garden corner. It was not until half a year ago, with the arrival of Corey, that a sliver of light penetrated his bleak existence. The little creature, claiming to be the last house elf of the Potter family, with a tangle of messy gray hair and patched-up clothes, had first appeared before him, nearly mistaken for a newly replaced cleaning robot of the Dursleys, until Corey, with a trembling voice, uttered the words, "Little master, I am Corey, commissioned to protect you," and produced a half-eaten, still-warm sandwich from his pocket. He dared to believe that in this unfamiliar realm of magic, he finally had an ally. Corey not only clandestinely provided him with sustenance, but also unearthed several tattered tomes of magic from an abandoned old house. Although most were incomplete, fragments within elementary theories of magic regarding the guidance of magical energy, and mentions of the Potter family's connection to the bloodline of Merlin in a brief history of ancient English families acted as keys, unlocking the door to his understanding of this new world. Just last week, he successfully executed his first spell of invisibility, causing the wilting daisy on the windowsill to delay its complete wilting by 3 seconds, just as Aunt Petunia turned away. Bang! The kitchen door burst open, interrupting Harry's reverie. Dudley emerged like a small mountain, cradling a half-eaten strawberry cake, cream smeared across his face, with half a strawberry dangling from his mouth. His eyes immediately spotted Harry huddled in the stairwell, and they gleamed with mischief. Bullying Harry was one of his few sources of amusement. "Hey, you little monster!" Dudley thundered as he stomped over, the heavy thud of his feet resonating on the floor. "What are you looking at? Are you secretly eyeing my cake?" Harry quickly tucked his textbook behind him, lowering his gaze, feigning timidity. No, du legassen. I can see you are." Dudley boorishly reached out, yanking Harry's hair with a fierce tug. "You little thief. You must be trying to steal my cake. I'm going to tell Dad. And he'll lock you in the cupboard for 3 days without food." A sharp pain shot through Harry's scalp, and his nails dug deep into his palms. He could distinctly feel the warm, river-like magic within him stirring in response to his anger. This was the bloodline magic Corey had spoken of, belonging to the Potter family. Perhaps even a power of Merlin himself. He bit down hard on his lower lip, forcing himself to remain calm. He could not reveal his secret. He absolutely must not disclose it. The Dursleys' fear of magic ran deep, and should they discover his abnormality, the consequences would be dire. "Dudley, cousin, I truly did not." Harry's voice trembled with feigned fear, his gaze subtly flickering toward the nearby garden. There lay a patch of lawn freshly watered by Aunt Petunia, the soil damp, perfect for some subtle manipulation. Seeing Harry relent only fueled Dudley's arrogance further, and he thrust the cake toward Harry's face, exclaiming, "Smell this. Isn't it delightful? My dad bought it for me. You little monster will never get to taste it." The sickly sweet scent of cream assaulted Harry's nostrils, and he fought back his nausea, his fingers subtly shifting at his side. He concentrated, guiding the faint magic within him, channeling it toward the damp floor beneath Dudley's feet, where a fresh trail of water had just been mopped. This was a new technique he had recently discovered, using environmental mediums to amplify the effect of his magic. Just as he had once made leaves flutter by harnessing the wind's power, or made glass vanish and reappear by utilizing the refraction of sunlight. Get away from me. As Dudley observed Harry's silence, he mistakenly believed that Harry was ignoring him. In a fit of rage, he raised his foot, preparing to kick Harry in the stomach. Just as Dudley's foot was about to make contact, Harry let out a sudden yelp, swaying to the side as if pushed by Dudley, and simultaneously unleashed a surge of magic directed at the floor. With a thud, accompanied by Dudley's terrified scream, the once dry floor transformed into a treacherous slick. Dudley lost his footing, and his corpulent body careened like an uncontrollable ball, rolling out the door, tumbling down the steps, and landing with a splash onto the garden's damp lawn. The strawberry cake slipped from his grasp, tracing a pink arc through the air before landing with a resounding smack on the back of Dudley's head. Cream, strawberries, and cake crumbs mixed with the dirt, rendering Dudley a comical, muddy figure. For a brief 3 seconds, Dudley stood frozen, processing his fall before an overwhelming sense of indignation and pain surged within him. He opened his mouth and began to wail, "Dad, Mum, that little monster pushed me. He pushed me into the mud. My cake, my new clothes." Leaning against the stairwell wall, Harry feigned terror, trembling as he discreetly withdrew his magic. With his head lowered, he kept a cautious eye on the kitchen door. Sure enough, within mere seconds, Uncle Vernon stormed out like an enraged bull, bellowing, "Damn it! What have you done to my Dudley, you little monster?" Aunt Petunia followed closely behind, and upon witnessing Dudley sobbing, covered in mud on the lawn, she let out a piercing scream. "Oh, my Dudley, my darling, how could this happen?" Instead of rushing to strike Harry, Uncle Vernon crouched down to assist Dudley, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized the ground from the doorway to the lawn. "Dudley, tell Daddy how you fell. It was him. The little monster pushed me," Dudley cried, his voice choked with sobs. "He used magic. He must have used magic. How else could I have slipped so suddenly?" The mention of magic pricked Uncle Vernon's nerves like a needle. He shot up, fixing a fierce glare upon Harry, his small eyes bloodshot and his already twisted face contorting into an even more menacing expression. "Magic? You say he used magic?" Aunt Petunia, her face ashen, cast a fearful glance at Harry, her hands clenched tightly, knuckles white from the strain. She could never forget her sister Lily, who had conjured flying cars and spoken to snakes, or the tragic circumstances of her untimely demise. Harry's heart raced in his throat. He understood that although Dudley's accusations were fabricated, Uncle Vernon's suspicions had been roused. He immediately fell to his knees, cradling his head in his hands, his voice laced with desperation. "Uncle, I truly didn't push Dudley. He ran over and accidentally slipped. I don't have magic. I'm not a monster." As he spoke, he stealthily observed Uncle Vernon's expression, which lingered on him for a few seconds before shifting to the floor, finally resting on the spot where Dudley had fallen. The floor was immaculate. Aside from the traces left by Dudley, there were no anomalies to be found. The previously slick area, influenced by magical energy, had returned to its original state following the dissipating magic. Even the watermarks seemed to have dried under the sun. Faintly visible. Was it truly a slip? Uncle Vernon muttered to himself, his tone laced with uncertainty. He understood Dudley's temperament. The boy was notoriously reckless, and tripping was a common occurrence. Yet, the mention of magic by Dudley pierced his heart like a thorn, impossible to dismiss. This little creature, ever since being delivered to their home, had remained eerily quiet, resembling a soulless puppet. However, in recent months, Vernon had sensed something amiss. Dudley had stumbled several times. A vase that Petunia had placed on the windowsill shattered inexplicably, and on one occasion, he distinctly remembered locking Harry in the cupboard, only to return and find Harry calmly seated on the staircase, reading a book, the cupboard lock intact. Could it be that this little monster truly wielded magic, as Dudley claimed? Uncle Vernon's gaze darkened, fixating on Harry, as if attempting to peer into his very essence. Harry felt Vernon's stare, sharp and tangible as a blade, scraping against him. He understood that although he had managed to evade suspicion this time, Uncle Vernon's doubt had taken root. The days ahead promised to be even more arduous. Just then, the dull silver ring that Corey had stealthily given him vibrated softly in his pocket. Harry's body tensed suddenly. This silver ring was a gift from Corey, discovered amid the ruins of the Potter estate before his 7th birthday, adorned with peculiar engravings resembling clock gears. Corey had mentioned that the ring seemed to contain fragments of time, yet Harry had attempted to elicit a reaction multiple times, all in vain. Now, under Uncle Vernon's suspicious gaze, this previously dormant ring had stirred. Could the recent surge of magic have awakened it? Harry's heart raced as he discreetly ran his fingers over the cool metal of the ring. It felt icy to the touch, but seemed to bear a faint, imperceptible warmth. Meanwhile, Uncle Vernon had lifted Dudley, his expression grim as he approached Harry step by step. "You little monster, it would be wise for you to behave," he warned. "If I catch you pulling any more tricks, you will learn what true punishment entails." Harry lowered his head, too afraid to speak. Clutching the silver ring tightly in his pocket, he felt the ring's vibrations grow increasingly pronounced, as if responding to his heartbeat, or perhaps warning him of something. After scrutinizing him for a moment, Uncle Vernon apparently found nothing amiss, let out a huff, and turned to retreat into the house with Dudley in tow, grumbling alongside Aunt Petunia. In the shadows of the staircase, Harry slowly lifted his gaze toward the tightly shut door of the Dursleys' home. He sensed that a new crisis was quietly brewing. The silver ring in his pocket continued to vibrate gently, as if something was awakening from slumber. Harry tightened his grip on the ring, his expression resolute. Regardless of the perils that the future may hold, he is resolute in his determination to survive, to unveil the secrets of the Potter family, and to seize control of his own destiny. At that moment, he was suddenly struck by the hushed tones of Uncle Vernon echoing through the house, seemingly engaged in a phone conversation. "Hello? Is this Dudley? I wish to inquire if you know anyone who can handle certain special children." Harry's pupils dilated sharply. Uncle Vernon intended to send him away? A chill coursed down his spine, swiftly enveloping his entire being. Chapter 14. The Art of Mental Closure. Beneath the staircase of number 4 Privet Drive, in the dimly lit, cramped cupboard, the air perpetually carried a hint of dust and a stifling atmosphere. Harry Potter, or rather, the soul from a distant realm inhabiting this body, sat cross-legged on the meager bed, with his eyes closed and brow slightly furrowed. The youthful face displayed a concentration and gravity incongruous with his tender age of 4. It had been some time since he had plummeted down the stairs in an accident that allowed the awakening of his past life's memories. He had wholly embraced the reality of becoming Harry Potter, and with the aid of his hazy recollections of that grand magical saga, he devised a survival strategy in this world rife with both danger and opportunity, to masquerade as ordinary, minimize his presence, and secretly gather strength. Corey, the last loyal yet magically subdued house elf of the Potter lineage, became his sole clandestine conduit to the magical world, providing knowledge and sustenance. Through the tattered tomes secretly brought by Corey, such as Introduction to Magical Theory and a brief history of ancient English families, Harry gleaned crucial information: the ancient lineage of Merlin, the bloodline certification of Gringotts, and the extraordinary magical potential that lay dormant within this body. He even successfully executed his first unconscious manipulation of magic, causing leaves to flutter, flowers to delay their bloom, and a small shard of glass to momentarily vanish and reappear without a trace. This preliminary experience of exquisite control over magic quickened his heartbeat, as if he had brushed against the fringes of an expansive universe. However, knowledge brings not only power but also vigilance. Corey's intermittent warnings of the peculiar magical fluctuations emanating from the Potter ancestral home, coupled with his own vague perception of a cold, malevolent gaze seemingly originating from the depths of the void, served as sharp reminders of the lurking dangers. The name of Voldemort echoed silently in his mind, sending another chill racing up his spine. He understood that the dark wizard, whose name could scarcely be uttered, had not truly perished. A fragment of his soul lay parasitically nearby, like a venomous serpent poised to extend its probing tendrils at any moment. He could not afford to take risks. He must not allow that deranged soul to sense his anomalies, nor should he permit it to glimpse the fragmented memories of the future residing in his mind. That was his greatest trump card, the very foundation of his survival and strategy. On the seemingly insignificant day of his 7th birthday, a day that the Dursleys deliberately chose to disregard, Harry resolved to embark on an arduous endeavor, the challenging art of mind closing, a feat that even adult wizards would find formidable. Lacking a mentor or structure guidance, he relied solely on the vague descriptions he had encountered in elementary magic theory and his own conjectures based on memories from his past life. The essence of mind closing, as he understood it, was to shield one's mind from external prying, to master one's thoughts and emotions. He endeavored to recall the obscure phrases from the book: empty your mind, render it as tranquil as still waters, or as steadfast as a rock. Emotions are the vulnerabilities of thought, memories the gateways to intrusion. Emptying one's mind? Easier said than done. With a soul burdened by 2 lifetimes of memories. His thoughts surged like a rushing river, an incessant torrent of ideas, plans, anxieties, reminiscences of the past, and anticipations for the future. He attempted to visualize his mind as a void or a pristine mirror, yet stray thoughts persistently disrupted the tranquility he sought to cultivate, akin to mischievous droplets of water. Time and again he faltered. The mental exhaustion surpassed even the physical fatigue, and beads of sweat formed on his brow. Just as he was on the brink of surrender, contemplating a postponement of his efforts, a peculiar, almost sobbing voice belonging to Dobby suddenly resonated at the cupboard door, startling him and shattering his already fragile concentration. Master Harry? Can Dobby come in? Dobby has brought a birthday gift for the young master. The voice brimmed with caution and remorse, as though interrupting Harry was a grievous sin. Taking a deep breath to quell his irritation, Harry acknowledged that Dobby's intentions were rooted in care and loyalty. Come in, Dobby. With a soft pop, the house elf appeared in the cupboard, exuding a faint musty odor and nearly occupying the scant space available. His large eyes glowed in the darkness, filled with concern and a near-reverent admiration for Harry. Clutched tightly in his hands was a small, shriveled apple, perhaps the best birthday gift he could procure. Dobby was acutely aware that the Dursleys had neglected to celebrate Harry's birthday. Dobby hopes the young master will not disdain this humble offering, he said, his voice trembling, his long nose twitching as he appeared on the verge of punishing himself. Thank you, Dobby, this is wonderful. Harry quickly accepted the apple, halting any self-punishing behavior Dobby might engage in. He took a bite, the tart flavor spreading across his palate, yet he found it far more satisfying than Dudley's elaborate cakes. This is so much better than I expected. Dobby's large eyes brimmed with tears, this time out of joy. The young master likes it. Dobby is so happy. His excitement caused him to wring the tattered pillowcase he wore. Harry hastily finished the apple, carefully concealing the core. He turned to Dobby and, lowering his voice, inquired, Dobby, is there still that feeling of being watched at the old house? Has anything changed recently? He could not elaborate on the remnants of Voldemort's soul to Dobby, so he could only pose his question vaguely. Corey's ears drooped, his voice lowered. The insidious magic lingered, keeping Corey at a distance. Yet it seemed there were other subtle fluctuations, faint and elusive. Corey felt uncertain, frustratedly tapping his head. I am useless. I can't grasp it. Don't be like that, Corey. You have done remarkably well. Harry reassured him. Stay vigilant and inform me of any anomalies. You must also take care not to be discovered. Corey understood. He would be as cautious as a worm hidden underground. The little sprite nodded vigorously, and suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, he leaned closer to Harry, producing an object from a crease in the pillowcase. It was an inconspicuous silver ring, its luster dimmed, even darkened, with no engravings on its surface, resembling a relic of cheap metal long forgotten. However, the moment it appeared, Harry felt a slight stir of magic within him, as if something was gently stirred. This is something I found in a very old corner of the old house. Corey's voice trembled with uncertainty and a hint of reverence. It feels peculiar, not like ordinary metal. Perhaps it could be of use to the little master. Today is a birthday, and Corey has nothing else. Harry held his breath, cautiously taking the silver ring. Its touch was icy, a penetrating chill that felt less like metal and more like a fragment of frozen time. The stir of magic within him intensified, flowing like a gentle stream, irresistibly converging towards the palm that grasped the ring. Strangely, as he concentrated on the dim surface, he glimpsed extremely fragmented, utterly incomprehensible images, distorted light, shattered stars, and fleeting ancient symbols. They appeared so swiftly that no precise information could be captured, leaving only a profound sense of vastness, antiquity, and ineffable chaos. Fragments of time? Harry's heart raced. He recalled the vague references to temporal magic mediums in the tattered pages of Time and Bloodline. Could this unassuming silver ring be linked to such supreme and arcane power? Corey, are you certain this was found in Potter's old house? His voice trembled with excitement. Yes, little master. It was at the bottom of a box filled with old things, covered in dust. Corey looked at Harry nervously. Is it something bad? Should I not have brought it to you? No, Corey, you did right. This is likely of immense significance, Harry replied, tightly clutching the ring. The chilling sensation strangely calmed his tumultuous thoughts. Thank you, Corey. This is the finest birthday gift I have ever received. A true gift. Far more valuable than Dudley's mountain of toys. Perhaps even more critical than any magical item I know. The secrets of the Potter family seem to run deeper than I imagined. Just then a loud bang echoed. The cupboard door was suddenly and violently rapped upon, shaking the entire cramped space and causing dust to rain down. Vernon Dursley's thunderous roar erupted outside the door. "Boy, what are you up to in there? Why is it so silent? I warn you, don't play tricks on me. Stay put, or you'll be in for it if you dare to show your strange self before Aunt Marge tomorrow." "Aunt Marge?" she asked, coming tomorrow. In an instant, Harry shoved the silver ring deep into his pocket and exchanged a knowing glance with Corey. The little elf's eyes widened in terror. Without needing further instruction, he vanished in a soft pop. Harry quickly lay down, pulled the thin blanket over himself, and feigned waking from a deep slumber. Responding in a voice laced with confusion and trepidation, "Understood, Uncle." Outside, Vernon seemed to mumble something before his heavy footsteps gradually retreated. The cupboard was once again enveloped in darkness and silence. Harry lay in the shadows, his hand tightly gripping the cold silver ring. His heart raced, not only from Vernon's sudden interruption, but also from this unexpected discovery. The arduous first attempt at the mind-blocking spell, the lurking concerns of Voldemort's prying, the troubling news Corey had brought about the old house, and the mysteries surrounding this enigmatic silver ring all intertwined, forming an intricate web. He could sense that beneath the facade of mundane existence, a current of turmoil was surging. The oppressive atmosphere of the Dursleys, the latent dangers within the magical world, and the dormant power and secrets within his own bloodline were all propelling him toward an unpredictable future. What exactly was this silver ring? Did it truly pertain to time magic? How many such secrets lay hidden within Potter Manor? And outside? Was Vernon's unusually heightened irritability and suspicion solely due to Aunt Marge's impending visit, or had he truly sensed something amiss? Harry grasped the silver ring. Its chilling touch felt like the only anchor he could cling to at that moment. Chapter 15. The initial attempt at the mind-blocking spell. The metal piece burned in his palm, and Corey's voice echoed urgently in his mind. "Master, I have compared the magical essence from Mr. James in the unwanted spellbook of the Potter family with the residual magic on Snape's metal piece. It's identical. Mr. James saved Snape's life back in the day. Snape is merely repaying a debt." Harry tightened his grip on the metal piece, his fingertips brushing over the inscriptions left by Elias in the basement, revealing that Snape was neither a pawn of the Death Eaters nor a mere piece on Dumbledore's chessboard. He was quietly repaying an old favor. This revelation fell upon his heart like a stone, slightly easing his taut nerves. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the air. It was Mr. Gray, his voice tinged with urgency. "Little one, open the door quickly. There's urgent news." Harry hastily concealed the metal piece beneath his pillow and opened the door. Mr. Gray, drenched in sweat, clutched a crumpled note, his expression grave. "The ring has sent word. The Malfoys are moving him earlier than planned. The handover will take place tomorrow morning in the second level of Gringotts. Moreover, there are indeed members of the Time Cult in the basement of the Leaky Cauldron. They are digging a tunnel, seemingly aimed at connecting to the vaults of Gringotts." Digging a tunnel to the vaults? A heaviness settled in Harry's heart. Was it to seize the treasures within the Chamber of Inheritance? Not merely that. Mr. Gray lowered his voice and cast a glance down the corridor, pulling Harry closer as he spoke. "The Temporal Sect possesses a map of the Time Rifts. They aim to navigate through the tunnels to locate one, and your silver ring can unlock it, connecting the past and the future. They seek to resurrect Morgause, the adversary of Merlin." Morgause? Harry recalled the account in A Brief History of Ancient English Families, a dark sorceress capable of manipulating the dark arts of time. Sealed away by Merlin for a millennium. Should she be resurrected, the entire magical realm would be thrown into chaos. "We must thwart them." Clenching his fists, Harry felt the surge of magic within him. Following recent practice, he could barely cast a barrier spell wandlessly. If he encountered a lackey from the Temporal Sect, he believed he could manage. No, Mr. Gray quickly restrained him. The individuals in the basement wield dark magical weapons. Venturing there now would be tantamount to suicide. "You must practice the mind-shielding technique tonight. Elias will use legilimency to probe your thoughts. If he discovers that you possess the passage coin, all is lost." Mind-shielding? Harry recalled the penetrating gaze of Elias. Last time on Privet Drive, it was Elias's legilimency that had revealed the location of the silver ring, leading to the theft of the Chamber of Inheritance. He needed to master mind-shielding swiftly. Otherwise, all their plans would be laid bare. "How do I practice?" Harry asked urgently. "I have prepared a book titled Fundamentals of Mind Shielding for you, left on the steps outside." Mr. Gray indicated towards the ground. "I must keep watch over the basement's activities. Remember, when practicing, focus intently, and do not allow any stray thoughts to emerge. Elias's legilimency is formidable. Even Dumbledore could not withstand it." With that, Mr. Gray turned and vanished into the depths of the corridor, the hem of his dark robe brushing the ground and stirring a gust of wind. Harry bent down to retrieve the book resting on the steps. Its cover was a deep brown, embossed with the character for S.H.I.E.L.D. Upon opening the first page, he found the handwriting of his mentor. The essence of mind shielding lies in the mental wall, fortified by resolute will to ward off external probing. Remember, do not let fear become your vulnerability. Upon returning to his room, Harry shut the door and placed the book on the table. The sky outside had succumbed to darkness, and the patrons of the leaky cauldron began to revel, the clinking of glasses and bursts of laughter filtering through the walls, yet they scarcely affected him. He understood that tonight's practice was a matter of life and death for his mentor and a crucial point for the safety of the magical world. Master, I have cast a silencing charm. No sound from within can be heard outside. Corey's voice took on a serious tone. I will simulate the fluctuations of Elias's legitimacy. You should attempt to block it using mind shielding. Harry nodded, closed his eyes, and followed the method outlined in the book, envisioning a thick stone wall in his mind. Engraved with the emblem of the Potter family, a stag, with an hourglass at its center, symbolizing the guardianship of time. He concentrated all his energy, infusing his will into the stone wall, striving to make it ever more impenetrable. It begins, Master. As Corey's voice faded, Harry felt a frigid wave penetrate his mind. It was not the usual gentle ripple from Corey, but a malevolent, prickling sensation attempting to pierce his consciousness and pry into his thoughts. Where's the silver ring? Where's the passage coin hidden? The simulated voice of Elias echoed in his mind, laced with temptation and threat. Harry's awareness wavered, and a crack appeared in the stone wall of his mind. He recalled the explosion that had ravaged the old house and the torment endured by the ring. Fear entwined around his heart like creeping vines. Master, do not let fear sway you. Corey's voice urged. Focus, reinforce your mental barriers. Harry inhaled deeply, forcing himself to cast aside distractions. He envisioned Lily's smile in her photograph, remembered the sandwich that Petunia had secretly given him, and recalled the metal shard left by Snape. These warm memories dispelled the fear like sunlight, solidifying his resolve. The stone wall in his mind was instantly restored, the crack vanishing without a trace. The icy wave crashed against the wall, emitting a shrill wail before gradually dissipating. You did it, Master. You successfully blocked the first simulation. Corey's voice brimmed with excitement. Harry opened his eyes, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. He had expended a considerable portion of his magical energy, yet his heart swelled with a sense of accomplishment. He had taken the first step in resisting Elias. Once more, Harry wiped his brow and closed his eyes again, this time envisioning a more vivid simulation. For the next 2 hours, Corey repeatedly simulated Elias's invasive probing waves, transitioning from tentative approaches to fierce assaults. Harry's mental fortitude grew increasingly adept. The simple stone wall in his mind transformed into a formidable castle, its gates inscribed with the family incantation of time and bloodline, impervious to any external scrutiny. You are remarkable, Master. Corey's voice brimmed with pride. Even if Elias himself were to probe your mind, he would glean no information. Harry exhaled in relief. Leaning back in his chair, he picked up the book titled Fundamentals of Mind, sealing from the table, flipping to the last page that depicted a complex magical array, annotated with advanced techniques. Reverse probing, which allows one to block invasive thoughts while simultaneously peering into the opponent's mind. However, a warning scrawled in red ink cautioned, the risk of reverse probing is exceedingly high. It requires complete bloodline awakening. Otherwise, it may rebound upon the user. Complete bloodline awakening. Harry touched the shard of the time stone embedded in his forehead, feeling its warmth more potent than before. The blocked magical energy within him had begun to loosen. Perhaps with a few more wandless casting practices, he could achieve the final awakening. Chapter 16, 7th Birthday. The July sun hung heavily in the sky, like molten lead, pressing down upon the roof of number 4 Privet Drive. The musty scent in the cupboard mingled with the morning dew. Harry curled up in the tattered blanket, his fingertips unconsciously brushing against the dust in the wooden floorboards. Today marked his 3rd birthday since his arrival in this world, and the 7th birthday of this body. Harry, are you dead in there? Aunt Petunia's sharp voice pierced through the cupboard door, causing dust to cascade down. Harry immediately adjusted his expression, slumped his shoulders, and with a vacant gaze, slowly pushed open the door. In the living room, Dudley was seated on the sofa, cradling a chocolate cake larger than his own head, cream smeared all over his face, while Uncle Vernon flipped through a newspaper, his brow furrowed tightly. What are you dawdling about? Hurry up and brew some coffee. Aunt Petunia, hands on her hips and flour, dusting her apron, warned, if you delay Dudley's trip to the amusement park today, you'll be in big trouble. With his head bowed, Harry muttered a soft acknowledgement. I understand, Aunt Petunia, and turned toward the kitchen. He deliberately slowed his pace, his shoulders slightly hunched. Each step taken with the caution of someone afraid to shatter something fragile. This was the dull disguise he had honed for 3 years. A lifeline for survival within the Dursley household. Yet, only Harry was aware that his thoughts were far from brewing coffee. His ears pressed against the wall. He captured every sound from the living room. Uncle Vernon's newspaper rustling slowed, Dudley's cake chewing momentarily paused, and outside, there was a faint, almost imperceptible magical ripple that only a house elf could emit. Corey had arrived. Harry's heart quickened. Ever since Dudley had inadvertently activated his bloodline magic 6 months prior, summoning the last house elf of the Potter family, Corey had become his sole beacon of light in this unfamiliar world. Corey would secretly bring him food, Muggle textbooks, and scavenge through the ruins of the Potter estate for tattered spellbooks. Fragments of knowledge concerning the bloodline of Merlin and time magic were all perilously delivered by Corey. In the midst of brewing coffee, Harry feigned an accident, knocking over the sugar jar. Sugar scattered across the floor, prompting Aunt Petunia's immediate tirade, while Dudley leaned in to witness the chaos. Seizing the moment, Harry lightly tapped his foot against the floor, sending a faint magical signal along the floorboards to the doorway. This was the agreed signal with Corey, signifying safety. You fool! Aunt Petunia yanked Harry by the ear, dragging him to the door. Get that cleaned up. If Dudley slips on the sugar and falls, I'll lock you in the cupboard for 3 days. With a pained yelp, Harry crouched at the door, broom in hand, yet from the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a small paper package being pushed through the crack at the bottom of the door. Swiftly, he used his foot to slide the package beneath the broom, pretending to sweep the mess while stealthily tucking the package into his sleeve. What are you still standing there for? Uncle Vernon's voice boomed from the living room. I'm gonna be late for work. Harry nodded hurriedly, quickening his cleaning pace. When he finally managed to escape the Dursley's clutches and retreat to the cupboard, the package had left red marks on his palm. He carefully opened it to reveal 3 items: a half piece of still warm honey cake, a note scrawled in hasty handwriting, and a dull silver ring. The ring, about a finger's width, was adorned with intricate engravings. To the left, a soaring stag, and to the right, a swirling hourglass, entwined in vine-like patterns, the very emblem of the Potter family. The moment Harry's fingertips brushed the silver ring, a warm surge of magic flowed into him, resonating wonderfully with the power within his bloodline. Happy birthday, young master, the message read. The note bore Corey's scrawled handwriting, and the silver ring was discovered in a hidden corner of the old residence, imbued with the essence of temporal magic. Corey sensed its connection to the young master's bloodline. Furthermore, the magical fluctuations within the estate had grown increasingly peculiar. Last night, Corey had observed a figure in a black cloak lurking nearby, seemingly in search of something. Corey would protect the old home and safeguard the young master. The black-clad figure? Harry's gaze instantly turned cold. Recalling his memories of the original text, he knew that at this time, Voldemort was merely a remnant of a soul, incapable of manifesting in person. Thus, these cloaked figures were either remnants of Death Eaters or agents dispatched by Dumbledore. Regardless of their identity, their objective was evidently the legacy hidden within Potter's old home, and this silver ring likely held the key to unlocking that legacy. He clenched the ring tightly, attempting to infuse it with his own magical energy. The patterns etched upon the surface began to glow softly, emanating a faint silver light. Soon after, a murmur of indistinct metallic whispers filled Harry's mind, not in the form of coherent words, but rather akin to the sound of gears turning. Accompanied by fragmented images, in a dimly lit chamber, a man clad in a black wizard's robe, James Potter, held a trinket identical to the silver ring. Softly reciting a spell, a time glass spun in his hand as the surrounding light warped into a vortex. In a flash of green light accompanied by a woman's, Lily Potter, scream. Time fragments, Harry murmured. Corey was correct. This silver ring concealed fragments of time, serving as a conduit for temporal magic. His previous attempts to delay the blooming of flowers or to slow the shattering of glass were merely instinctive reactions of his bloodline magic, while this ring was the true key to mastering time magic. At that moment, footsteps approached from outside the cupboard. Harry immediately retracted his magical energy, and the ring's radiance dimmed, returning to its original state. He concealed the ring in a hidden pocket and swallowed the note, leaving no trace of evidence. Little monster, what are you secretly eating in there? Dudley's fist pounded against the cupboard door. Come out. My mom said today is your birthday, and we have gifts for you. Harry's heart sank. He was all too aware of what gifts awaited him at the Dursleys. Perhaps a broken toy Dudley had grown tired of, or worse, a beating. Taking a deep breath, he donned a facade of dullness and opened the cupboard door. Sure enough, Dudley stood there with a broken baseball bat, a malicious grin on his face. Mom said birthdays should be lively. Harry instinctively took a step back, the ring in his palm warming slightly. He knew he could not reveal his magic, yet he could not allow Dudley to beat him. Uncle Vernon was already suspicious if he would get hurt. Aunt Petunia would surely make a mountain out of a molehill, leading to even greater troubles. Just as Dudley swung the baseball bat, Harry suddenly slipped, his body tilting sideways and colliding with a nearby bookshelf. Books tumbled down with a crash, striking Dudley on the foot. Ow! Dudley yelped, jumping up, the bat clattering to the ground. You did that on purpose, you little monster. I didn't mean to. Harry feigned fear, retreating into the corner, while his gaze subtly assessed Dudley's reaction. He had just employed a faint flicker of magic, inadvertently causing Dudley's shoelaces to become entwined, thus neither revealing his abilities nor escalating the crisis, a survival skill he had honed over the past 3 years. What is all this ruckus? Uncle Vernon's voice boomed from the doorway, evidently still at home. Dudley, are you bullying Harry again? A chill ran down Harry's spine. Uncle Vernon rarely intervened in Dudley's antics, and his sudden inquiry certainly indicated lingering suspicion. As expected, Vernon's gaze landed on Harry, sharp and predatory like that of a hawk. Harry, what did you just do? I didn't do anything, Harry mumbled, lowering his head, his fingers tightly clutching the hem of his shirt. It was just that a book fell from the shelf and hit Dudley. Vernon scrutinized Harry for a full half-minute, his skepticism deepening. He approached the bookshelf, crouching to inspect it, discovering that its legs were stable and could not possibly have caused a book to fall on their own. Yet, he found no trace of magic. Harry's control over his powers had become increasingly precise, so much so that even a muggle like Vernon, completely oblivious to magic, could discern no flaw. Let us hope it remains this way, Vernon said, rising to tower over Harry. Remember your place, you little freak. If I catch you performing any more of your tricks, I will ensure you learn the true meaning of punishment. With that, Vernon snorted dismissively and turned to leave. Dudley, too, dared not trouble Harry further, limping back to his room while cradling his foot. In the cupboard, Harry slowly released his grip, his palms damp with sweat. Uncle Vernon's suspicions were mounting. He needed to enhance his powers swiftly and uncover the legacy of the Potter family. Otherwise, it was only a matter of time before the Dursleys or those robed figures detected something amiss. He retrieved the silver ring once more, this time attempting to utilize the mind-closing technique he had practiced in Chapter 9, concentrating his awareness on the silver ring. Magic flowed gradually into it, illuminating the ring's intricate patterns. This time, the images he beheld were clearer. James Potter stood upon a circular platform inscribed with runes, the silver ring hovering before him. Surrounding time itself, slowing to a crawl, leaves ceased their descent, sunlight hung, suspended in the air, and even dust particles floated motionless. James recited an incantation. By the blood of Merlin, the testament of time, by the blood of Merlin, the testament of time. Harry instinctively echoed the words. No sooner had he spoken than the silver ring erupted in a blinding silver light, a powerful force emanating from it, as if it sought to draw Harry's consciousness within. Simultaneously, a sharp pain pierced his mind. It was that invisible eye. Voldemort's lingering essence was once again probing him. Startled, Harry immediately activated the mind-closing technique, focusing his thoughts on a blank space, like an unyielding stone, resisting Voldemort's intrusion. After several seconds, the pain subsided, though Harry's back was now drenched in cold sweat. Voldemort's remnant soul was growing increasingly animated. It appeared that as his bloodline magic continued to awaken, Voldemort's awareness of him sharpened as well. If he could not swiftly master the mind-closing technique and time magic, it was only a matter of time before Voldemort detected something unusual. Taking a deep breath, he tightened his grip on the silver ring once more. This time, he refrained from forcefully infusing magic. Instead, he endeavored to perceive the fragments of time within the silver ring, sensing the power that resonated with his very bloodline. The temperature of the ring gradually increased, and the intricate patterns upon its surface seemed to come alive, slowly rotating. Harry's vision began to blur, and he felt as though he beheld the entirety of the Potter ancestral home, a magnificent stone castle, a library brimming with tomes, and a hidden chamber beneath the ground, at the center of which lay a colossal hourglass. A vague voice echoed in his mind, whispering of the balance of time. Chapter 17, The Dull Silver Ring. Just as Harry yearned to discern more of the images, the voice of Aunt Petunia suddenly pierced through from outside the cupboard. Harry, come out and prepare dinner. Dudley wants roast chicken. In an instant, Harry awoke, the brilliance of the silver ring extinguishing alongside his reverie. He hastily concealed the ring, adjusted his attire, and once again donned a facade of dullness as he emerged from the cupboard. During dinner, Uncle Vernon scrutinized Harry with an unwavering gaze, suspicion etched in his eyes. Dudley, meanwhile, complained about the inadequacy of the roast chicken's size, while Aunt Petunia incessantly served him, entirely neglecting Harry's presence. There was no place set for Harry at the table. He could only stand in the corner, awaiting the moment when the Dursleys would finish so that he might consume their leftovers. Harry endured in silence, yet his mind raced with thoughts. Corey's note spoke of shadowy figures lurking around the ancestral home. Vernon's suspicion deepened, Voldemort's lingering essence frequently probed. And all clues from this enigmatic silver ring pointed in one direction. He could no longer remain in hiding. He must swiftly acquire the Potter family's legacy, master time magic, and liberate himself from the Dursleys' control, escape Dumbledore's subtle manipulation, and even confront the looming threat of Voldemort. As night deepened, the Dursleys finally succumbed to slumber. Harry quietly slipped out of the cupboard and into the yard. Moonlight bathed the grass, casting dappled shadows of the trees. He retrieved the silver ring, attempting once more to infuse it with magic, this time exercising caution to avoid causing too much commotion. The patterns on the ring slowly illuminated, a faint silver glow standing out against the night. Harry focused intently, feeling the fragments of time within the ring, when suddenly he sensed a surge of magic flowing through the ring towards the metal mailbox in the yard. Click! A subtle rust mark unexpectedly appeared on the surface of the mailbox, as if it had been ravaged by the passage of decades. Harry gasped, swiftly retracting his magic. The radiance of the ring vanished. Yet the rust mark on the mailbox did not fade. Rather, it became increasingly pronounced, soon spreading across the entire surface. Is this the accelerated aging of time magic? Harry murmured to himself. He had merely sought to test the ring's power, not anticipating that it would affect the surrounding objects. Just then, he heard a faint rustle of footsteps behind him. Harry whirled around to find Mrs. Figg, their neighbor, standing outside the fence, holding her cat and gazing with a complex expression at the mailbox in the yard. Mrs. Figg, a woman perpetually clad in floral dresses, was known for her many cats. Harry had previously assumed that she was merely an ordinary muggle, yet at this moment, Mrs. Figg's gaze was devoid of any astonishment, instead imbued with an air of understanding, as if she had always been aware of the existence of magic. Harry's heart leapt into his throat. Who was Mrs. Figg, truly? Was she an emissary sent by Dumbledore to surveil him? Had she witnessed the glimmer of the silver ring? Mrs. Figg exchanged a silent glance with Harry, offering no words but gently caressing the cat in her arms, before slowly turning to retreat into her home. However, in that fleeting moment, Harry distinctly observed a meaningful smile curling at the corners of her lips. He tightened his grip on the silver ring, his back once again drenched in cold sweat. The peculiarities surrounding Mrs. Figg, the rusted mailbox, the shadowy figure in the old house, and Vernon's suspicions, all these threads of intrigue wove together like an invisible net, ensnaring him tightly. He sensed, albeit vaguely, that a tremendous storm was brewing beneath the tranquil facade of Privet Drive. The silver ring in his possession was not only the key to unraveling the secrets of the Potter family, but also potentially the fuse that could propel him into a perilous abyss. As night deepened, Harry stood in the yard, gazing at the distant night sky. He knew that from the moment he grasped the silver ring, his fate had irrevocably altered. No longer was he the small creature confined to languish in a cupboard. He was the heir of the Potter lineage, a wizard endowed with the blood of Merlin and the gift of temporal magic. Yet he understood that the path ahead was fraught with thorns. He must exercise greater caution and strive diligently to enhance his abilities if he were to navigate the impending storm and seize control of his destiny. Just as Harry prepared to return to the cupboard, he felt the silver ring in his pocket grow warm once more, this time transmitting not a metallic whisper, but a clear consciousness, a warning of temporal fluctuations and danger. Harry's pupils dilated. Temporal fluctuations? Danger? Could there be threats approaching him beyond Voldemort and Dumbledore? Chapter 11. The Rusted Folklore of Privet Drive, Unraveling the Suspense. Harry clenched the silver ring in his pocket tightly, the cold metallic sensation somewhat calming his tumultuous thoughts. The warning of temporal fluctuations from the ring the previous night pierced through his mind, intertwined with the black-cloaked figure and Mrs. Figg's anomalies. This so-called danger was likely more intricate than he had presumed. As dawn's light broke, a cacophony of chatter erupted on Privet Drive. Harry, hidden in the cupboard, peered through the crack of the door to see neighbors gathered outside his yard, pointing and murmuring at the rusted mailbox. How had it become so corroded overnight? Yes, I passed by last night and saw it. It was clearly a brand new tin mailbox. Could be haunted. Privet Drive has been rather peculiar lately. The murmurs grew louder, prompting Aunt Petunia to impatiently fling open the door, hands on her hips, exclaiming, "What are you all staring at? It's just a rusty mailbox. What's so fascinating?" The neighbors, irked by Aunt Petunia's demeanor, dispersed, though they continued to mutter about the rusted folklore. Harry's heart began to race quietly. Last night, when he tested his magical abilities using a silver ring, he inadvertently accelerated the aging of the mailbox, triggering an unexpected commotion. What troubled him further was that Mrs. Fig stood in the crowd behind him, holding her cat, her gaze flickering ambiguously towards the cupboard. Harry quickly withdrew his head, feigning sleep. He needed to ascertain whether Mrs. Fig was indeed aligned with Dumbledore. "Harry, are you still asleep?" Aunt Petunia's voice suddenly pierced through the air as she yanked the cupboard door open. "Come out and clear that mailbox. Don't let it obstruct the doorway." Harry nodded hastily and emerged from the cupboard, moving sluggishly towards the mailbox. He feigned exertion as he pretended to shift it, letting his magical essence subtly flow through his fingertips. He needed to confirm whether the rust on this mailbox was genuinely the result of time magic. The moment his magic touched the mailbox, he felt a familiar temporal disturbance, identical to that within the silver ring. Moreover, this disturbance was several times stronger than the feeble magic he had infused the night before, as if magnified by an unseen force. Something was amiss, Harry mused. He had infused only a trace of weak magic last night, which should have merely manifested as a few rust spots, not transformed the entire mailbox into this state. Was it possible that someone else had employed time magic on Privet Drive? At that moment, a sudden pain surged through his wrist, his silver ring. It pressed against his skin, delivering a powerful warning. Simultaneously, a vague consciousness echoed in his mind, the unseen eyes watching. Voldemort's lingering soul was back. Harry shot his gaze towards the distant sky. Although nothing appeared out of the ordinary, he could distinctly sense that malicious gaze fixated upon him, like a cold serpent coiling around his heart. He immediately activated his mental shielding, concentrating his awareness on a blank void. Moments later, the pain subsided. Yet the ring's temperature rose ominously, as if to remind him that Voldemort's scrutiny had intensified. "Harry, what are you dawdling about? Hurry up and move that mailbox to the trash can." Aunt Petunia's voice rang out again. He promptly responded and hastened to relocate the mailbox. As he walked, he discreetly observed his surroundings. Every house on Privet Drive had its doors and windows tightly shut, with neighbors peering cautiously from behind their curtains, their expressions laden with fear and suspicion. The tale of the rusted mailbox had spread through Privet Drive, and he was likely regarded as the source of this bizarre narrative. After finally disposing of the mailbox, Harry turned to return to the cupboard, only to see Mrs. Fig approaching slowly with her cat. Each step she took seemed deliberate, her gaze fixated on his pocket where the silver ring was concealed. Harry's heart raced anew. Instinctively, he covered his pocket and adopted a fearful expression, attempting to sidestep Mrs. Fig. "Wait a moment, young man," Mrs. Fig suddenly spoke, her voice hoarse and strikingly different from her usual tone. "Did you see anything strange last night?" Harry's body stiffened. He recognized that Mrs. Fig was probing him. He lifted his head, his eyes filled with confusion. "Strange things? No, Mrs. Fig. I went to bed quite early last night." Mrs. Fig scrutinized Harry for a few seconds, a knowing smile playing at the corners of her mouth. "Is that so? Yet I saw a silvery glimmer in your yard last night." A sudden heaviness settled in Harry's heart. Indeed, Mrs. Fig had witnessed the shimmer of the silver ring. He feigned calmness and shook his head. "Silver light? I suppose it could have been moonlight." Mrs. Fig did not press further. She simply caressed the cat in her arms and said softly, "Dear child, there are matters beyond your control. It is best to keep your distance, lest you attract trouble." With that, Mrs. Fig turned and departed. Harry stood frozen, his palms clammy with cold sweat. What did her words mean? Was she warning him or hinting at something deeper? Returning to the cupboard, he retrieved the silver ring. Its temperature had diminished, yet the surface patterns flickered subtly, as if conveying some message. Harry attempted to channel his consciousness into the ring. This time, he glimpsed more fragments of images, a dark-robed figure rummaging through the ruins of the Potter residence. Clutching a box etched with serpent designs, Dumbledore standing before the mirror of a Reist, gazing with a complex expression at its reflections, and a shadowy figure, hooded and holding a trinket resembling the silver ring, lurking in the shadows of Privet Drive. Who was that hooded figure? Harry murmured to himself. He sensed the magical aura of this figure was familiar, yet he could not recall where he had encountered it. Just then, he heard Uncle Vernon's voice from outside the cupboard. "Petunia, I'm not going to work today. I need to keep an eye on that little monster. There's something off about him." Harry's expression instantly hardened. Uncle Vernon had begun to suspect him, and remaining in the Dursleys' home would inevitably lead to discovery. He needed to devise a plan quickly, either to leave the Dursleys' house ahead of schedule or to uncover the Potter family legacy, obtaining sufficient power to protect himself. Clutching the silver ring tightly, he silently resolved to press forward, no matter the dangers that lay ahead. He was determined to break free from the savior narrative and seize control of his own destiny, safeguarding the Potter legacy and becoming a true guardian of time and space. His immediate task was to unravel the identity of Mrs. Figg and discern the true nature of that hooded figure. Chapter 19. Trouble at the Old House. Harry could distinctly feel a gaze penetrating the storage room door, even breaching the barriers of his mind, fixated intently on the silver ring in his hand. The malice was laced with greed, as if it sought to snatch the ring from his grasp. Was its target the ring? Harry's pupils constricted slightly. He swiftly enveloped the ring in magic, reinforcing the barriers in his mind. At that moment, the ring began to warm slightly, its previously dim patterns gradually brightening, emanating a soft silver glow. The radiance was gentle, yet imbued with an undeniable force of protection. As the light met that invisible eye, an almost inaudible sound, akin to glass shattering, echoed from outside the storage room, followed swiftly by the vanishing of the chilling malevolence. The radiance of the silver ring gradually dimmed, returning to its previous, lackluster state. Harry exhaled in relief, opening his palm to inspect the ring's surface, which seemed to glimmer slightly more than before. The intricate patterns now clearer, faintly resembling the shape of an hourglass. What could this silver ring be? As Harry caressed its cool surface, his mind brimmed with uncertainty. Not only could it allow him to perceive fragments of time, but could also fend off the remnants of Voldemort's soul. Could this be the temporal magical medium that Corey had mentioned? Just as he pondered these questions, a gentle knock echoed 3 times on the storeroom door. Harry abruptly looked up, gripping tightly onto the makeshift wand that Corey had conjured from his own magic. Though it could only cast simple spells, it was sufficient for self-defense. "It's me, young master," came Corey's hushed voice from outside, tinged with urgency. "I have pressing news for you. Something has occurred at the Potter estate." A chill gripped Harry's heart. The Potter estate? Corey had previously warned him of unusual magical fluctuations emanating from there, and now trouble had truly arisen? Just as he was about to respond, a furious shout from Vernon erupted from the living room. "Who is out there? Is that little monster causing mischief again?" The footsteps grew louder, and the doorknob of the storeroom began to turn. Harry's expression changed instantly, and he quickly whispered to Corey outside, "Leave at once. Let us meet here tomorrow night." Corey acknowledged with a soft reply, and then silence ensued. In the next moment, the storeroom door burst open with a loud bang, revealing Vernon, seething with rage, brandishing a wooden stick, his gaze menacingly fixed on Harry. "Little monster, who were you just speaking to?" Harry hastily concealed the silver ring within his clothing, adopting a fearful demeanor as he lowered his head. "And no one, uncle. I was just talking to myself." "Talking to yourself?" Vernon clearly did not believe him. He stepped into the storeroom, scanning the surroundings, but finding nothing amiss. All that lay within the cramped space was a rickety bed, an old wardrobe, and a few of Harry's tattered clothes. Not a single hiding place in sight. "You better not be up to any tricks." Vernon glared at Harry menacingly. "If I catch you causing trouble again, I'll lock you in the attic forever." With that, he slammed the door shut and stormed off. Leaning against the wall, Harry gasped for breath, the weight of Corey's words pressing heavily upon him. Something had gone awry at the Potter estate. The house held the legacy of the Potter family. Along with the bloodline secrets Corey had spoken of, nothing could go wrong. He tightened his grip on the silver ring, his resolve hardening. Regardless of what had transpired at the estate, he felt compelled to investigate. Moreover, he had an inkling that this incident was somehow intertwined with the remnants of Voldemort's soul and the silver ring in his possession. At that moment, the ring in his hand suddenly grew warm again, this time radiating a more intense heat accompanied by a faint vibration. Looking down, he noticed that the hourglass pattern on the surface of the ring had illuminated once more, clearer than before. Strangely, he could discern a faint whispering sound emanating from within the ring, akin to hushed voices and the turning of gears. Time's bloodline, the intermittent sound echoed in his mind, imbued with an ancient and mysterious power. Harry's heartbeat quickened. Was this sound emanating from the silver ring? What was it attempting to convey to him? Just as he concentrated, striving to hear more distinctly, the brilliance of the silver ring surged abruptly, blinding him. Immediately afterward, he felt an overwhelming force emanating from the ring, as if it sought to draw his very soul within. Alarmed, Harry swiftly summoned his magic to resist. However, the pull was insurmountable. his consciousness began to fade, and before him appeared a multitude of spinning gears, alongside a spectral image of a silver doe. Just as he was on the brink of losing awareness, the door to the storage room was pushed open once more. "Harry, are you in there?" It was Petunia's voice, tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. Harry jolted back to reality. The ring's pull vanished in an instant, its radiance dimming back to normal. He quickly steadied himself and lowered his voice, replying, "I'm here, Aunt Petunia." There was a brief silence from Petunia before she said, "Vern wants you to pull the weeds in the yard tomorrow morning. If you dare to slack off, don't expect to eat." With that, she departed. Harry leaned against the wall, drenched in cold sweat. What had just transpired? Why had the ring suddenly unleashed such formidable power? And that spectral silver doe he had seen in a dream when he was 7. Corey had suggested it might be connected to his father, James. Could the voice within the ring, his father, and the legacy of the Potter family all be intricately linked? Harry clenched the silver ring, his gaze deepening with resolve. He understood that the tales of the rusted creature on Privet Drive were merely the beginning. Voldemort's lingering essence was lurking. Something was amiss at the Potter estate, and the ring concealed secrets that would shatter his carefully maintained facade of tranquility. He had to be prepared. At that moment, a chill ran down the back of his neck once more. That intangible I had returned, and this time it was closer than ever, as if it were just outside the storage room door, intently watching through the crack, fixated on the silver ring in his hand. Harry's heart raced in his throat. It had not departed? What did it want? Next chapter, the silent confrontation, battling the intangible eye. Chapter 20, the silent confrontation. The air in the storage room seemed to solidify. Harry could distinctly sense that intangible eye pressed against the door, a cold malevolence surging like a tide, infiltrating his very being and causing him to shiver involuntarily. He tightened his grip on the makeshift wand in his hand, the magic at his fingertips quietly coalescing. This wand, crafted by Corey from his own hair and an oak branch, could only cast basic spells like Lumos and basic defensive charms. Yet now, it was his sole means of self-preservation. Why did it not leave? Harry's mind raced. In previous encounters, Voldemort's residual essence would linger only for a few minutes before departing. But this time, it had remained outside for nearly 10 minutes, and the malevolence intensified, as if brewing something ominous. Could it be due to the recent disturbance of the silver ring? Harry gently touched the silver ring concealed within his clothing. At that moment, it lay still and devoid of warmth, as if the previous radiance and pull had been mere illusions. Yet, Harry understood that this was no figment of imagination. The secret within the ring was undoubtedly the key to attracting Voldemort's lingering soul. He quietly shifted his steps, approaching the crack of the door, eager to observe the situation outside. Through the narrow opening, he discerned the dim light in the living room, and Dudley's cries had ceased, likely soothed to sleep by Petunia. Vernon sat on the sofa, imbibing alcohol while watching television, his lips moving in a stream of curses and complaints. Outside the storage room door, there was nothing but emptiness. However, the presence of that invisible eye grew increasingly palpable, almost as if it were attempting to penetrate the door and invade the storage room. No, he could not remain passive. Gritting his teeth, Harry resolved to take the initiative. He closed his eyes, centering his thoughts, and once more constructed the barrier of the mind-closing spell. This time, he did not employ the chaotic memories of muggles as a disguise. Instead, he focused all his thoughts on an expanse of blankness. Like a pristine sheet of paper, devoid of any notions or emotions, he rendered himself impervious to Voldemort's residual soul. Indeed, as the blank barrier was completed, the malevolence outside hesitated momentarily, seemingly perplexed by its sudden inability to perceive what lay within. Yet, mere seconds later, that malice became even more ferocious, akin to an enraged serpent, violently assaulting Harry's blank barrier. Cold sweat trickled down Harry's forehead, his mind feeling as though it were being pierced by countless needles, the agony nearly causing him to cry out. Although Voldemort's lingering soul was feeble, it was still a remnant of the Dark Lord, possessing a strength far surpassing that of a mere child who had practiced magic for just over a year. Under the relentless assault, his blank barrier began to fissure, as if on the brink of shattering. Endure, Harry gritted his teeth, pouring all his magical energy into the barrier. He recalled Corey's words. The essence of the mind-closing spell lay not in defense, but in concealment. To bury one's soul in the deepest recesses, rendering the enemy incapable of locating a target. He inhaled deeply, no longer reinforcing the barrier, but allowing his consciousness to sink deeper, descending to the very depths of his soul. There lay his memories as a modern university student, fragments of Harry Potter's recollections, and the time shards brought forth by the silver ring. He layered these memories as one would fold a quilt, placing a thick layer of blankness atop, and then awaited in silence. Sure enough, when Voldemort's lingering soul once again collided with the barrier, it found no target, and that furious force dissipated as if striking against cotton. The malice outside clearly grew agitated, the frequency of impacts increasing, yet the force diminished. Harry knew that Voldemort's soul could not endure much longer. Its power was inherently weak, and the recent frenzied assaults had depleted its energy significantly. Indeed, after a few more minutes, the malevolence outside gradually waned, ultimately vanishing entirely. Harry exhaled in relief, collapsing onto the floor, his back drenched in cold sweat. This marked Harry's inaugural confrontation with the remnants of Voldemort's soul. Although merely a clash of consciousness, it illuminated the disparity between them, compelling him to enhance his strength post-haste. Clenching his fists, Harry realized that relying solely on rudimentary mental shielding and a superficial grasp of magic was utterly inadequate to counter Voldemort's menace. He required more potent spells, systematic training, and a deeper understanding of the secrets surrounding the Potter lineage and the Silver Ring. His thoughts drifted to Corey's mention of an incident at the Potter Ancestral home the previous night, stirring a wave of anxiety within him. What had transpired? How was Corey faring now? Was it the Death Eaters, or perhaps Dumbledore's allies? An array of questions swirled in his mind, yet he found himself powerless. Confined within number 4, Privet Drive, like a prisoner, needing Vernon's consent even to step outside. He had to devise a means of escape. Harry felt the remnants of the time and bloodline parchment in his pocket, his gaze resolute. He retrieved the page, scrutinizing the faded text, illuminated by the faint light seeping through the door's crack. The script was ancient, inscribed with a quill, and while some parts had become indistinct, key information remained discernible. Time magic, guided by bloodline, mediated by metal, capable of glimpsing the past and probing the future. Time bears marks, and the intervener must pay a price. The Potter family, heirs of Merlin's blood, wielders of the key to time, guardians of the balance of time and space. The phrase key to time captured Harry's attention. Could it be that the silver ring in his possession was indeed the key to time? Furthermore, the mention of Merlin's blood, Corey had previously stated that Harry possessed Merlin's lineage, and this parchment corroborated that claim. Did this imply that he could inherit Merlin's time magic? As he pondered this revelation, a gentle knock echoed from the storage room door. Startled, Harry lifted his head, gripping his wand tightly. "Who is it?" "Young master." "It's me," came Corey's urgent voice from beyond the door, more frantic than the night before. "I cannot linger long. I must tell you that the Potter Ancestral home has been breached." Harry's heart sank. Who did it? The Death Eaters? Or Dumbledore's people? "I do not know," Corey replied in a hushed tone. "Last night, I ventured near the Ancestral home and discovered that its protective enchantments had been compromised. There were signs of struggle and remnants of dark magic. I suspect the Death Eaters were responsible, but it appears they did not find what they sought, as the hidden chamber remains intact." "The hidden chamber?" Harry's eyes brightened. "Corey, do you know where it is?" "I have a general idea, but it requires the bloodline of the young master to unlock," Corey explained. "The Ancestral home holds the legacy of the Potter family, as well as items left by the late master, James, which must not fall into the hands of others." "I understand," Harry replied, inhaling deeply. "But I am currently trapped at Privet Drive and cannot get out. Do you have any means to facilitate my escape?" After a brief silence, Corey's voice returned. "Young master, in a month's time, it will be Dudley's birthday. The Dursleys will undoubtedly visit the zoo in London. I will devise a plan to distract them, and you can slip out then. We shall meet at the Leaky Cauldron." Harry's eyes sparkled with hope. "Excellent. Let it be so. Dudley's birthday is in early August, and we have a month to prepare. In this month, he could continue to conceal his actions under the guise of the rusty monster tales, while diligently practicing magic and deciphering the remnants of time and bloodline. By the way, young master," Corey suddenly interjected, "I sensed a familiar magical aura near the old manor last night, quite reminiscent of the silver ring in your possession. I suspect there may be another temporal magical conduit within the manor." "Another one?" Harry's heart skipped a beat. The silver ring was already shrouded in mystery. If there existed another temporal magical conduit, the secrets of the Potter family were likely more intricate than he had envisioned. "I am uncertain, merely speculating," Corey replied. "Young master, you must exercise caution. It seems that Voldemort's lingering essence holds a keen interest in you, and will likely return to spy once more. You must safeguard yourself and the silver ring." "I will." Harry tightened his grip on the ring. "And you be careful as well, Corey." "Indeed, young master. I shall take my leave now." A faint sound of footsteps echoed outside the door, swiftly fading into silence. Leaning against the wall, Harry felt a tumult of emotions within him. The hidden chamber of the Potter Manor, another temporal magical conduit, Voldemort's prying gaze, and the impending Dudley's birthday, all clues intertwined, pointing towards an uncertain future. He understood that from the moment he traversed into the life of Harry Potter, his destiny had veered from the original narrative. He was no longer the savior in need of protection. Instead, he must rely on his own strength to safeguard the legacy of the Potter family, confront Voldemort's menace, and even seize control of his own fate. Merlin's bloodline, temporal magic, the Potter family, Harry murmured to himself, his eyes growing ever brighter. He glanced down at the silver ring in his hand, then at the fragments of time and bloodline, a resolute smile curving his lips. The game had only just begun. Chapter 21. The preliminary interpretation of time and bloodline. The damp, moldy scent mingled with the distinct aroma of aged parchment, lingering at Harry's nostrils. He curled up in the shadows of the storage room beneath the stairs, illuminated by the faint moonlight filtering through the wooden slats, his fingertips gently brushing over the gilded patterns on the remnants of time and bloodline. It depicted an hourglass encircled by gears, almost identical to the design of the silver ring he had received on his 7th birthday. Creak! The storage room door was cautiously ajar, and Corey's round head peeked in, his black bean-like eyes sparkling in the darkness. The house elf's tattered old vest was caked in dirt, evidently just returned from outside. He carefully placed a cloth-wrapped object into Harry's hands, his voice barely above a whisper. "Young master, there has been movement near the old manor. I saw figures in black robes, wielding glowing wands, knocking at the door." Harry's heart sank, his fingers tightening around the remnants wrapped in cloth. Ever since Corey first mentioned the anomalies surrounding the Potter Manor, he had known that the conspiracy enveloping the Potter family had never ceased. He forced himself to remain calm and asked in a voice only they could hear, "Did they get inside?" "No," Corey replied, his tone laced with trepidation. "The door of the manor is enchanted. They knocked for quite some time, without success. Eventually, it seemed they received some signal and hurriedly departed." Harry exhaled, recalling the chilling malice emanating from the unseen eye last night, a presence far beyond that of an ordinary Death Eater. He touched the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead, which now throbbed subtly, as if responding to a distant summons. "Corey, you should return now. Be cautious not to let the Dursleys discover you." Harry carefully rewrapped the torn page and concealed it in the hidden compartment beneath the mattress. "Do remember to bring me the Muggle textbook I hid in the garden tomorrow." Corey nodded, and in an instant, his form vanished into the air. The storage room fell silent once more, save for the sound of raindrops tapping against the glass, a soft patter reminiscent of an ominous omen. Harry lay back on the unforgiving mattress, sleep eluding him. He closed his eyes, and the words from the torn page of time and bloodline resurfaced in his mind, sentences inscribed in ancient magical script that, upon awakening his Merlin lineage, had inexplicably transformed into comprehensible content. Time is not a linear river, but a tangle of vines. Each touch may unleash unpredictable ripples. Bloodline is both a key and a shackle. O descendant of Merlin, you shall find the answers to balance the world within the fissures of time. Those who overindulge in temporal magic shall be consumed by time itself. Memories will become the sharpest blades, severing your soul. These enigmatic phrases tangled in Harry's thoughts like a knot. He recalled the seamless vanishing and reappearing of glass he had unconsciously performed, the faint temporal fragments emanating from the silver ring, and the premonition of Aunt Petunia's cup tumbling from her grasp. Were these not the nascent forms of time magic? Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his scar, as if countless needles were piercing his brain. Harry jolted awake, and, in the darkness, he seemed to behold a pair of bloodshot, red eyes glaring at him through the cracks in the storage room's wooden wall. "Who?" Harry whispered sharply, his right hand stealthily reaching for a small stone beneath his pillow, a tool for practicing his magical control. There was no reply, only the intensifying cold malice that threatened to freeze the entire space. Harry held his breath, channeling the newly awakened magic within him, concentrating to construct a mental barrier, a fundamental brain-closing spell he had seen in the magic book Corey provided. Though rudimentary, it would temporarily shield him from external mental intrusion. A soft thud echoed from outside the door, and with it, the malevolence receded like a retreating tide. Harry sighed in relief, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He understood that the master of the unseen was likely still lurking near Privet Drive, and his disguise had probably been compromised. The following morning, Harry was roused by Dudley's piercing screams. He rubbed his eyes and emerged from the storage room, only to find Dudley brandishing a shattered toy car, yelling at Uncle Vernon. "It's all his fault. Harry secretly touched my toy car last night. Uncle Vernon's face immediately turned a deep shade of liver, his eyes glaring menacingly at Harry. Fists clenched with a crackling sound. "Listen here, boy. I warn you, if you dare to touch Dudley's belongings again, I will lock you in the cupboard and never feed you again." Harry lowered his eyelids, feigning a timid demeanor, while inwardly he scoffed. The toy car that Dudley had claimed was his had been broken by Harry himself just the day prior, yet now Dudley sought to blame him. Nevertheless, this was advantageous. It allowed the Dursleys to continue viewing him as a dullard and a coward, facilitating his covert actions. "I'm sorry, Dudley. I didn't mean to," Harry murmured, his tone laced with feigned fear. Aunt Petunia emerged from the kitchen, observing the scene with a furrowed brow. Yet rather than siding with Dudley against Harry, as she typically would, she directed her attention to Uncle Vernon. "All right, Vernon, hurry up and get ready. We still have to attend the neighbor's party today. Don't waste time here." Uncle Vernon shot Harry a fierce glare, reluctantly letting him off the hook. Dudley opened his mouth to protest, but Aunt Petunia pulled him into the room to prepare his new clothes. Seizing the opportunity, Harry slipped into the garden, where he found the Muggle textbook hidden beneath a rose bush. Just as he was about to retrieve it and return to the cupboard, he heard footsteps approaching from behind. "Harry, what are you doing here?" Startled, Harry spun around to find Mrs. Figg standing outside the garden fence, clutching a tattered shopping bag. This elderly lady, perpetually clad in the scent of mothballs, now regarded him with an odd expression, her lips curling into a faint, enigmatic smile. Harry quickly adopted a fearful facade and took a step back. "I am not doing anything, Mrs. Figg. I was just looking at the flowers." Mrs. Figg raised an eyebrow. Slowly approaching Harry, her voice lowered. "Child, do not think I am unaware of your actions. Those hooded figures were here again last night. They're searching for you and your belongings." Harry's pupils dilated suddenly, his gaze fixed intently on Mrs. Figg, attempting to discern something from her expression. In the original story, she was merely a mundane observer, tasked with watching Harry, yet her words compelled him to question whether her identity was more complex than it seemed. "W, what are you talking about? I don't understand." Harry continued to feign ignorance, though internally he readied himself for confrontation. Chapter 22. The Hooded Figures. Mrs. Figg sighed softly, retrieving a folded piece of paper from her shopping bag and thrusting it into Harry's hand. "I stole this from those hooded figures. It contains their plans. You must be cautious. They will act again soon, targeting that old book in your possession." Harry accepted the paper and unfolded it, revealing several lines of jagged script written in black ink. "On the night of the full moon, infiltrate number 4, Privet Drive. Seize the pages of time and blood, and return them to the master." The night of the full moon? Harry calculated the time in his mind. Today was indeed the night of the full moon. "Why are you telling me this?" Harry looked up, his brow furrowed with confusion as he gazed at Mrs. Figg. Mrs. Figg's gaze grew intricate as she patted Harry's shoulder, her voice low. "I owe your parents a life. They protected me back then, and now it is my turn to safeguard you. Remember, no matter what transpires, do not recklessly employ time magic. It could ensnare you in even greater peril." With that, Mrs. Figg turned and departed the garden, swiftly vanishing around the corner. Clutching the paper, Harry's heart surged with tumult. Her words confirmed his suspicions. His parents were far more than mere characters from the original tale, for they surely harbored deeper secrets. Upon returning to the storage room, Harry incinerated the paper and retrieved the remnants of time and blood, resuming his study. He discovered that the last few lines of text had been obscured with ink. Yet he could discern phrases like the temporal rift of the Potter estate. It appeared that within the Potter residence lay not only the family's wealth, but also secrets potent enough to alter the entire magical realm. Harry murmured to himself, his resolve hardening. As nightfall descended, the moon gradually ascended into the sky, transforming into a resplendent orb. Lying in bed, Harry feigned slumber, yet his ears remained alert to the sounds beyond. A soft click echoed, the sound of the door lock being gently turned, causing Harry's heart to leap into his throat. He cautiously opened his eyes to see a narrow gap in the storage room door, through which a shadowy figure slipped, wielding a glowing wand and searching for something. A hooded figure. They had indeed arrived. Harry held his breath, summoning the magic within him, his focus unwavering on the figure's every move. He observed as the hooded figure's hand reached toward the hidden compartment beneath the mattress, where the remnants of time and blood lay concealed. Just as the figure's hand was about to make contact with the remnants, Harry concentrated his magical energy into his fingertips and unleashed the recently acquired silent, slowing charm toward the figure's back. In an instant, the hooded figure's movements slowed, as if a slow-motion button had been pressed. Startled, the figure turned, its red eyes glinting eerily in the darkness, fixating on Harry. "You can wield magic?" Harry did not respond, He understood that the effect of the slowing charm would only last a few seconds, and he needed to devise an escape swiftly. He reached for a small stone beneath his pillow, ready to propel it toward the figure's eyes with his magic. However, at that moment, the hooded figure suddenly produced a silver box from within its robes, adorned with a pattern identical to Harry's silver ring. "Since you can wield magic, come with me. The master will surely take a liking to you," the hooded figure sneered, opening the box. A powerful suction emanated from within, and Harry felt his body being drawn toward it by an invisible force. He fought desperately against the pull, but it was overwhelming. His body began to leave the mattress, hurtling towards the hooded figure. "No!" Harry shouted, hurling the small stone toward the figure's eyes. The hooded figure instinctively shut its eyes, causing the suction to wane slightly. Seizing the opportunity, Harry freed himself, rolling into the corner of the storage room, where he picked up a wooden stick and readied himself for battle. The figure in the black robe opened his eyes, astonished to see that Harry had escaped the box's grasp. He retracted the box, raised his wand, and shouted at Harry. "Avada Kedavra!" A beam of green light shot toward Harry, and his pupils dilated. He understood the spell's lethal power. Once struck, there would be no escape. In that critical moment, Harry's silver ring unexpectedly slipped from his pocket, landing on the ground and emitting a dazzling silver light. The silvery glow formed a barrier, blocking the deadly green beam. The black-robed figure, seeing the ring, revealed a greedy expression. "This is the medium of time magic. So you truly are a descendant of Merlin." He raised his wand once more, preparing to strike at Harry. Harry recognized that he was no match for the black-robed figure and needed to devise an escape plan swiftly. He glanced at the storage room window, formulating an idea. Suddenly, he charged at the black-robed man, swinging the wooden stick toward his wand. The figure was taken aback by Harry's audacity and momentarily faltered, causing his wand to be knocked from his grasp. Seizing the moment, Harry snatched up the wand and turned toward the window, exclaiming, "Alohomora!" The window shattered in response, and Harry leaped through, landing in the garden. Without pausing, he sprinted toward the end of Privet Drive. The black-robed figure soon regained his composure, retrieved the box, and leaped out of the window in pursuit of Harry, shouting, "You can't escape, boy!" Harry ran with all his might, the sound of the figure's footsteps and incantations echoing in his ears. He understood that stopping was not an option. The consequences of capture by the black-robed man would be dire. Just as the figure was closing in on him, a sudden honk of a car pierced the air ahead. Harry looked up to see a black car parked by the roadside, the window slowly descending to reveal a familiar face, Snape. How could Snape be here? Confusion flooded Harry's mind, but he recognized that there was no time for such thoughts. Without hesitation, he dashed toward the car. "Get in," Snape said coldly, his voice void of emotion. Harry opened the door and climbed inside. Snape immediately started the engine and drove off into the distance. The black-robed figure attempted to follow, but was struck down by a red beam emitted from Snape's wand. The car sped away, quickly departing for Privet Drive. As Harry sat in the passenger seat, he observed Snape's somber face, filled with questions. "Professor Snape, why did you save me?" Snape did not turn around, but replied coldly, "I am not saving you. I am merely fulfilling Dumbledore's orders. He instructed me to keep an eye on you and ensure you do not fall into the hands of Voldemort's followers." Harry furrowed his brow. Dumbledore? He had indeed been watching him all along. "Are those figures in black robes Voldemort's minions?" Harry inquired. Snape nodded. "They are Death Eaters, tasked with locating Merlin's descendants to exploit time magic in resurrecting Voldemort. In Harry's grasp lies a tattered page from Time and Bloodline, accompanied by a silver ring, both coveted by those who conspire in the shadows. As he clenches the page, a realization dawns upon him. He has become ensnared in a vast conspiracy, one that pivots on the Merlin bloodline coursing through his veins and the enigmatic magic of time. The automobile glides along, the scenery outside morphing with each passing moment. Gazing at Snape's profile, a phrase from the page echoes in his mind. Bloodline is both the key and the shackle. Uncertainty gnaws at him. Will his lineage lead him into the light or plunge him into darkness? Suddenly, the car halts. Snape turns his head, his expression icy as he informs Harry, "We have arrived. You may return now." Chapter 23. Aunt Petunia's Fear. A sliver of pale morning light seeps through the crevices of the storage room, illuminating the dull, silver ring resting in Harry's palm. The intricate hourglass pattern etched upon it glimmers faintly, resembling a slumbering serpent flicking its tongue. This marks the first notable stir of the ring since Snape repelled the cloaked figures the previous night. Harry's fingertips caress the cold metal as Corey's early morning warning reverberates in his mind. The house elf, caked in mud, eyes wide with terror, implores, "Master, the magical barriers of the old manor have weakened. Those dark figures possess new artifacts. I witnessed them casting spells upon the flying stag emblem above the door, nearly opening it. In a hushed tone, Harry responds, the ring in his palm suddenly radiating warmth, as if echoing his concern. Cordy nods vigorously, his tattered vest trembling. They spoke of time running short, of seeking Merlin's key. Master, could this be connected to your silver ring? A heavy dread sinks within Harry. The tattered page from Time and Bloodline had mentioned that the Potter family legacy required Bloodline as a guide and a key as proof. And the hourglass pattern on the ring was identical to the emblem beside the old Manor's door. Just as he yearns to inquire further, Uncle Vernon's boisterous shouts resonate from downstairs, causing Corey to vanish in a flash of silver light, leaving behind a faint scent of camphor. Harry, are you dead in there? Hurry up and make breakfast. Quickly, Harry conceals the ring beneath the mattress and rolls the page into a thin strip, tucking it into a crack in the wall. Following the attack by the cloaked figures, he must hide all magical items with utmost secrecy. Dusting himself off, he deliberately takes a few minutes before pulling open the storage room door, wearing his habitual mask of sluggishness. The atmosphere in the kitchen is palpably tense. Aunt Petunia stands at the sink, clutching a dishcloth, her knuckles whitening from strain. Uncle Vernon occupies a chair at the dining table, having slammed a newspaper down. The bold headline reading Azkaban fugitive still at large glaringly prominent. Dudley, meanwhile, devours a large plate of bacon, greasy fingers smeared with crumbs. Quit dawdling. Uncle Vernon glares at Harry, his beer belly heaving with anger. We're going to Aunt Petunia's sister's house today. If you dare embarrass me, you can expect to be grounded. With lowered eyelids, Harry mutters, I understand, Uncle. He had long learned from Dudley that Petunia had no sister. It was merely Vernon's excuse to keep him home alone. However, he chose not to expose this ruse, seeing it instead as a fortuitous opportunity to investigate the secret of the silver ring. Breakfast concluded amidst a stifling silence. Dudley, having satiated his hunger, abruptly seized the slice of bread from Harry's hand, snarling, You don't deserve to eat bread, you freak. Harry's fingertips twitched slightly, his latent magical power coursing through his veins. Unlike his usual submissive demeanor, he fixated on Dudley's ankle, mentally murmuring slow down, a fundamental time spell he had acquired from Time and Blood, capable of temporarily decelerating a target's movements. In the next instant, Dudley stumbled forward as if tripped by an invisible cord, his face plunging directly into the bowl of milk. The milk cascaded down his golden hair, rendering him a pitiable sight. Dudley, Aunt Petunia shrieked as she rushed over, frantically wiping her son's face with a towel. Uncle Vernon, his face a furious crimson, snatched the newspaper from the table and hurled it at Harry, bellowing, You little monster. Was it you? Harry quickly bowed his head, feigning fear as he stepped back. Though inwardly he reveled in a cold, triumphant amusement. He could distinctly sense his control over magic becoming increasingly adept. The slowing charm had not only gone undetected, but had seamlessly masqueraded as an accident. At that moment, Aunt Petunia abruptly halted her actions. She stared intently at Harry's pocket, her eyes brimming with terror, as if she had beheld something horrifically unsettling. Harry's heart raced as he recalled that in his haste, he had placed the silver ring into his pocket. The recent magical fluctuation must have caused the ring to emit a glow. What do you have in your pocket? Aunt Petunia's voice trembled, the salt shaker slipping from her grasp and shattering on the ground. The white grains scattered like a delicate layer of snow. Harry's mind raced as he quickly covered his pocket, feigning ignorance. In nothing. Auntie, just a stone. A stone? Aunt Petunia's eyes widened, her face as pale as parchment. I saw it. I saw the light. Just like the light from Lily all those years ago. You were just like her, a monster. Lily? Harry's heart skipped a beat. He had not anticipated Petunia would mention his mother, nor had he foreseen her profound fear of her magic. Judging by Petunia's reaction, it was evident she had witnessed Lily's magic and bore a deep psychological scar from that radiant light. Uncle Vernon, startled by Petunia's reaction, grew even more enraged as he advanced towards Harry. You truly are a monster, hiding strange things. Hand it over. Harry knew he could not allow them to see the silver ring. The consequences would be dire. He feigned a slip, tumbling to the ground, and seized the opportunity to shove the ring into the crevice beneath the sofa. Aunt, I haven't I truly haven't hidden anything, he cried, while stealthily confirming from the corner of his eye that the ring was safely concealed. Uncle Vernon was about to press further, but Aunt Petunia suddenly grasped his arm, her voice tinged with panic. Forget him, Vernon. We must leave at once, or it will be too late. Her eyes were filled with dread, as if staying even a moment longer would result in being consumed by magic. Although Uncle Vernon was perplexed, he was still let out the door by Petunia. Dudley, weeping and wailing, trailed behind, casting a final glare at Harry before they departed. With a loud bang, the door slammed shut, leaving Harry alone at last in the house. He immediately sprang up from the floor, dusting off his clothes, the fear on his face having vanished, replaced by a grave expression. He approached the sofa and carefully extracted the silver ring from the crevice. At that moment, the ring felt even hotter than before, its hourglass patterns shimmering brighter, as if urging him towards something. Lily's light, Harry murmured, his fingertips tracing the patterns on the silver ring. What secrets did Aunt Petunia hold? What connection did his mother have with time magic? He returned to the storage room, retrieving the tattered pages of Time and Blood, and studied them intently in the morning light. The incantations he had previously failed to comprehend began to reveal new inscriptions under the silver glow of the ring. Salt as the guide, blood as the proof. The door of time and space shall open. Salt? Harry suddenly recalled the salt shaker that Aunt Petunia had shattered moments earlier. Could Merlin's key be related to salt? He dashed to the kitchen, crouching down to inspect the scattered grains of salt. Under the sunlight, a few grains glimmered faintly with a silver light, identical to that of the silver ring. Just then, the ring suddenly flew from his palm, hovering in midair, its hourglass patterns aligning with the sparkling salt grains. A faint metallic whisper filled the air, clearer than before. The key to the old manor lies within the salt. The bloodline's mark needs awakening. Harry's heart raced. He finally understood that the key to Merlin, sought by the robed figures, was not a physical object, but rather a magical mark concealed within the salt. The key to awakening this mark was his own Merlin bloodline. As he reached out to touch the shimmering salt grains, a sudden flurry of wings echoed from outside the window. Cautiously, Harry looked up to see an owl perched on the windowsill, clutching an envelope in its beak. The wax seal on the envelope bore a black serpent design he had never seen before. Furrowing his brow, Harry approached the window. Upon noticing him, the owl dropped the envelope and flapped its wings, taking flight. He picked up the envelope, feeling a solid object within, emanating a dark magic similar to that of the robed figures. Could it be a delivery from Voldemort's followers? Or perhaps a test from Dumbledore? Hesitating to open the envelope, the silver ring suddenly grew hot again, its silver light blinding, as if warning him against touching the envelope. Buzzing violently, the ring vibrated intensely, and the sky outside darkened ominously, thick clouds gathering as if a storm was imminent. Harry sensed a powerful dark magic approaching rapidly, more terrifying than the robed figures from the night before. He tightened his grip on the silver ring, eyes fixed warily on the window. The dark magic drew nearer, and he could even hear a deep, menacing growl in the distance, a sound he had never encountered before, akin to the roar of some monstrous creature. At that moment, the envelope unexpectedly split open, revealing a black ring that fell out. The serpent pattern on the ring was identical to that on the wax seal, exuding an oppressive aura of dark magic. Harry's pupils dilated in shock as he recognized the ring from the remnants of time and bloodlines, which contained records of it. The serpent ring, a token of Voldemort, concealing a fragmented piece of his soul. A Horcrux, just as Harry contemplated kicking the ring away. The silver ring suddenly soared, hovering above the serpent ring. The hourglass pattern emitted a brilliant silver light, clashing with the dark magic of the serpent ring, producing a hissing sound. The encroaching dark magic outside grew ever closer, and the roars became increasingly distinct. Harry understood he had to make an immediate choice: to destroy the serpent ring or to proceed to the Potter residence with the silver ring and grains of salt to awaken the key. As he hesitated, the metallic whispers of the silver ring returned, this time distinctly resonating as if spoken directly into his ear. Time is running short. The barrier of the old house is about to break. The bloodline's mark must be awakened before sunset. Before sunset? Harry glanced out the window. The clouds thickened, obscuring the sun. He realized there was no time left for indecision. He swiftly placed the serpent ring into an iron box and carefully collected the glimmering grains of salt into a small cloth bag. Grasping the silver ring, he strode towards the door. He had to reach the Potter residence, regardless of the dangers that lay ahead, to uncover his family's legacy and seize his fate. As Harry opened the door, a chilling wave of dark magic surged towards him, accompanied by a deafening roar. Looking up, he saw a colossal winged creature soaring towards Privet Drive, with a figure clad in black robes seated upon its back, wielding a glowing wand, fixated on him. Harry Potter, surrender the silver ring and the key, and I can grant you a swifter death. The voice of the robed figure was hoarse and frigid, reminiscent of the underworld. Harry tightened his grip on the silver ring, feeling the magic within him surge. He knew a new battle had commenced, and this time, he was no longer the prisoner forced to masquerade, but the awakening descendant of Merlin. Chapter 24. The unique function of the salt jar. The echoes of the robed figure's roar lingered in the air, yet Harry remained unnerved. He tucked the small bag of salt grains into his cloak, gripping the silver ring tightly, the magic coursing through his veins. After last night's confrontation with the robed figure, he had grown increasingly adept at employing the slowing charm. If you wish to take my possessions, you must first inquire whether I consent. Harry's voice was no longer feigned and dull. It bore a cutting chill. He focused on the approaching creature, acutely aware that the dark magic emanating from it was at least 3 times stronger than that of the robed figure from the previous night. Yet it did not instill fear within him. The robed figure, evidently taken aback by Harry's composure, paused before sneering. "You foolish brat, once I capture you, you shall experience the torment of the piercing curse." The creature flapped its wings, accelerating as it soared above Privet Drive. Harry could clearly discern the creature's form. It possessed bat-like wings, a lion-like body, and a tail covered in scales, with eyes gleaming a bloodthirsty red. This was a variant of the Hungarian horntail, altered by dark magic. Suddenly, a fragment from elementary theory of magic flashed through Harry's mind, revealing that its weakness lay in the scales at the base of its wings, where there was no protection from dark magic. Taking a deep breath, he summoned the magic within him, focusing it at his fingertips, aimed at the creature's wing base, and whispered the slow-motion charm. An invisible wave of magical energy spread forth, causing the creature's movements to instantly slow, as if a slow-motion button had been pressed. The figure in the black cloak paled, astonished that Harry could wield magic and had accurately struck at the creature's vulnerability. He immediately raised his wand and shouted at Harry. "Avada Kedavra!" A beam of green light shot towards Harry at an astonishing speed. His pupils contracted. He was aware of the spell's lethal power and had no time to evade. In that critical moment, the silver ring in his possession suddenly flew out, hovering before him, its hourglass pattern glowing with a fierce silver light, forming a barrier that blocked the green beam. With a resounding crash, the green light collided with the silver ring's shield and dissipated instantly. The ring, overwhelmed by the spell's force, fell to the ground, its brilliance considerably dimmed. The cloaked figure, now even more astonished, had not anticipated Harry possessing such a formidable talisman. He sought to launch another attack when suddenly, the wailing of police sirens echoed from afar. The Muggle authorities had arrived. The figure's expression darkened, clearly unwilling to be discovered by Muggles. He cast a fierce glare at Harry and shouted to the creature. "We must leave." The creature flapped its wings and gradually took flight. The dark figure vanished into the stormy clouds, leaving behind a chilling threat. "Harry Potter, you will pay." "I shall return." Harry exhaled deeply, retrieving the silver ring from the ground, noting that it had regained its dim appearance, though it felt slightly warm to the touch. He realized that without the protection of the ring, he would have likely succumbed to the Avada Kedavra curse. Evidently, this silver ring was not merely a conduit for time magic, but also a powerful protective artifact. Murmuring to himself, Harry placed the silver ring back on his finger. As the sirens grew closer, he recognized the urgency of the situation. Staying here would risk drawing Muggle attention. He hurried home, concealing the iron box containing the serpent ring within a crevice in the storage room wall, then tucked the small bag of salt into his pocket. Locking the door behind him, he dashed towards the park. He recalled Corey mentioning a passage in the bushes that led to the home of a house elf, allowing swift access to the vicinity of Potter Manor. Harry jogged swiftly and soon arrived at the park. The area was tranquil, with only a few elderly individuals strolling and several children playing on the grass. Pretending to be out for a leisurely walk, he gradually approached the bushes. Just as he was about to slip inside, he noticed a discarded newspaper on the grass, its headline capturing his attention. The Daily Prophet. The Dark Lord vanished for a decade. Death Eaters still operate in the shadows. Harry's heart raced. He quickly picked up the newspaper and began to scan its contents hastily. An article regarding Voldemort appeared in the newspaper. Although much of its content was obscured, it nonetheless revealed several key pieces of information. The Dark Lord's fragment of a soul had not dissipated following his defeat in Godric's Hollow, and the Death Eaters were incessantly seeking a means to resurrect him. Hidden within the Potter family estate was a mysterious legacy that might be linked to Merlin, a legacy the Death Eaters had attempted to breach multiple times, only to be thwarted by magical barriers. It became apparent that the Death Eaters were in search of the Potter family's inheritance solely for the purpose of reviving Voldemort. Harry clenched his fists, his resolve to awaken the bloodline mark and acquire his family's legacy solidifying further. As he prepared to continue perusing the newspaper, a familiar voice suddenly called from behind. "Harry?" What are you doing here? Startled, Harry turned sharply to find Mrs. Fig standing behind him, an old shopping bag in her hands, her gaze laced with curiosity. Quickly concealing the newspaper, he feigned surprise, replying, "Mrs. Fig? I was just out for a walk." Mrs. Fig raised an eyebrow, slowly approaching Harry, and lowered her voice. "Don't think I'm oblivious to your activities. I witnessed the creature on Privet Drive and the hooded figure. The newspaper you're holding is the Daily Prophet. Isn't it?" Harry's heart raced. He was astonished that Mrs. Fig was aware of the Daily Prophet and had witnessed the earlier events. He regarded her warily, uncertain of her true identity. Sensing his caution, Mrs. Fig sighed gently. "Child, do not be afraid. I am not your enemy. I was sent by Professor Dumbledore to protect you, as well as to monitor those who wish to harm you. The hooded figure you saw was a minor Death Eater named Luke, who has been searching for the Potter family legacy." "Sent by Dumbledore?" Harry furrowed his brow, maintaining his suspicion of Dumbledore, uncertain whether to trust Mrs. Fig's words. She nodded, retrieving a note from her shopping bag and handing it to Harry. "This is a message from Professor Dumbledore for you. He said you would understand upon reading it. Moreover, the magical barrier surrounding the Potter estate can only hold for 3 days. You must awaken the bloodline mark promptly, or the Death Eaters will invade and seize the legacy." Harry took the note, unfolding it to reveal a single line. "Salt as the key, blood as the proof. Merlin's key lies beneath the hearth of the old home. Albus Dumbledore." A heaviness settled in his heart. Dumbledore seemed to possess extensive knowledge regarding the Potter family legacy, including the method to awaken the bloodline mark. This deepened his suspicion of Dumbledore's intentions. Did he genuinely wish to aid him, or was he merely seeking to exploit him for the legacy? "I understand your distrust towards Professor Dumbledore." Mrs. Fig perceived Harry's uncertainty, "but the situation is urgent, and you cannot afford to hesitate. If you require assistance, seek out Corey. He has regained some of his magical strength and can aid you against lower-level Death Eaters." Harry remained silent, folding the note and tucking it into his pocket, glancing at the bushes. "I understand. Thank you, Mrs. Fig. I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave." Upon finishing his words, he did not wait for Mrs. Fig's response and plunged into the thicket. Indeed, there lay a narrow passage within the bushes. Harry bent down and crawled inside, finding himself enveloped in darkness, with only the sound of his own footfalls echoing around him. He was uncertain of what awaited him at the end of the passage, unaware of the dangers that might lurk ahead. Yet he understood that he must press on, for his own destiny, for the legacy of the Potter family, and to stand against Voldemort and those who sought to exploit him. The air within the passage grew increasingly damp, and he could faintly detect the scent of ancient wood. Harry tightened his grip on the silver ring in his hand, feeling the salt grains in his pocket radiate warmth, as if resonating with something profound. He knew that the Potter estate was not far off, and the moment to awaken the bloodline's legacy was fast approaching. Chapter 25. An unexpected encounter in the park and a glimpse of the Daily Prophet. As the hooded figure vanished into the dark clouds atop a mutated tree, Harry clutched the burning silver ring and swiftly turned to dart into the alley beside Privet Drive. The pouch of shimmering salt grains pressed painfully against his ribs, and the ring that had just deflected the killing curse now felt like a searing brand in his palm. The hourglass pattern etched upon it, sending fine prickles of sensation into his blood, an omen of magical resonance and a warning. He needed to vacate the area post-haste. Pressing against the weathered brick wall, he gasped for breath, his peripheral vision catching the silhouette of a Muggle neighbor hastening toward the noise. He quickly shoved the silver ring into his sleeve, tucked the pouch of salt into his sock, deliberately tousled his hair, and forced a frightened expression onto his face as he sluggishly made his way toward the park. He had to reach the bushes in the park. Corey had mentioned that a temporary passage for house elves was hidden there, leading directly to Godric's Hollow, a mere half-mile from the Potter residence. As he turned into the park entrance, a gust of wind sent a newspaper flapping against his face. The mingled scents of ink and rain flooded his nostrils. In the instant he tore the paper away, his pupils dilated in shock as the bold black headline of the Daily Prophet came into view, accompanied by a blurred photograph of a hooded figure. The title boldly proclaimed, "The Mysterious One's Remnant Lingers. Death Eaters covet the Potter family's secrets." His heart skipped a beat. Hastily, he crumpled the newspaper and stuffed it into his robes, seeking refuge beneath a nearby slide, an obscure corner of the park that allowed him to evade passers-by while enabling a quick perusal of the paper. The edges of the newspaper, soaked by rain, were wrinkled and the text somewhat blurred, yet the crucial information pierced Harry's mind like a burning needle. According to reliable sources, the mysterious individual who vanished a decade ago. This publication retains the right to use the original name, has had their remnant soul tethered to an unknown object, with their followers recently active in Godric's Hollow, targeting the Potter family estate. Insiders within the magical community reveal that the Potter residence conceals the key to Merlin's legacy, and should it fall into the hands of the Death Eaters, it may facilitate the mysterious one's return to corporeal form. Officials from the Ministry of Magic have stated that patrols in Godric's Hollow have been intensified, yet the magical barriers surrounding the Potter estate are too ancient to breach forcibly. The key to Merlin's legacy rested lightly beneath Harry's fingertips as he traced the words on the newspaper. Suddenly, he recalled the phrase from the tattered pages of Time and Blood. Salt as a guide, blood as proof, the key lies within the ashes of time. He retrieved a small pouch of salt from his pocket, and, illuminated by the sliver of light seeping through the slide, observed the shimmering grains coalescing along the fabric, slowly forming a miniature image of a flying stag, the emblem of the Potter family. At that moment, the silver ring on his sleeve began to quiver violently, as if yearning to break free and soar away. Harry hurriedly pressed it down, and a clear metallic whisper filled his ears. More precise than what he had heard in the storage room. The ash fireplace bears the stag holding an hourglass. The mark of blood requires your essence. It's a clue to the old manor. Clenching his fist tightly, the ring's tremors gradually subsided, leaving a tingling sensation in his palm. Just as he intended to fold the newspaper and conceal it, footsteps approached from behind, accompanied by the familiar scent of camphor. "Harry Potter, what do you have in your hand?" Harry froze, slowly turning around to find Mrs. Figg standing at the slide's entrance, clutching a tattered shopping bag. The dullness had vanished from her murky eyes, replaced by a piercing glint. Her gaze was fixed intently on the newspaper in Harry's grasp, a knowing smile curling at her lips. "It seems you're already privy to some information." "Mrs. Figg, Harry instinctively recoiled, his hand stealthily reaching toward the pouch of salt nestled in his sock, uncertain whether this seemingly harmless old woman was friend or foe. However, Mrs. Figg suddenly chuckled, bending down to retrieve a piece of worn chocolate from her shopping bag and tossing it to Harry. "Don't be alarmed, dear. I'm not here to apprehend you. I've come to deliver something." Pausing, she lowered her voice. "Professor Dumbledore knows you will be visiting the old manor. He asked me to give you this." Harry caught the chocolate, discovering a folded piece of parchment concealed beneath the wrapper. Warily eyeing Mrs. Figg, he slowly unfolded the parchment, revealing a floor plan of the Potter ancestral home, with the location of the fireplace circled in red ink. Next to it, a line of small print read, "Sprinkle salt over the ashes, a drop of blood on the hourglass, and the key shall reveal itself." Again, it's Dumbledore. Harry frowned, his fingers grazing the parchment's text. This old fox always seemed to offer assistance while never fully disclosing his intentions. Did he genuinely wish to aid Harry in claiming his legacy, or was he merely seeking to exploit him to access the manor and procure what he desired? "Mrs. Figg's tone shifted to one of gravity. "The magical barrier of the manor can only hold for 3 days at most. The Death Eaters possess the Shatterstone, specifically crafted to dismantle ancient magic. Corey nearly fell into their hands during his reconnaissance last night." "Corey!" Harry's heart raced as he abruptly lifted his gaze to Mrs. Figg. "What has become of him?" "Fear not, he is unharmed." Mrs. Figg sighed, her eyes reflecting unwavering loyalty akin to Lily's. "Last night, while the Death Eaters were distracted, he managed to steal a fragment of the Shatterstone and entrusted it to me for you. This will help temporarily shield you from their tracking." As she spoke, she produced a black stone, no larger than a fingernail, from her shopping bag and handed it to Harry. Harry grasped the stone and immediately sensed a chilling magic, starkly contrasting with the dark aura of the figure in the black cloak. This was a pure, shielding magic, capable of perfectly concealing his magical fluctuations. He lifted his gaze to Mrs. Figg and suddenly realized a crucial question. "You are not a squib, are you?" Mrs. Figg paused for a moment before breaking into a wry smile. "It seems nothing escapes your notice. I can indeed perform magic. Professor Dumbledore instructed me to masquerade as a squib to facilitate monitoring you on Privet Drive while also ensuring your protection." She hesitated, her voice dropping to a whisper. "When Lily was at school, I was her neighbor. She aided me on numerous occasions. I owe her my life." Mentioning his mother softened Harry's heart, yet his vigilance remained intact. He fixed his gaze on Mrs. Figg's eyes. "What exactly does Dumbledore intend? Why doesn't he go to the old house himself?" "Because he cannot." Mrs. Figg's voice sank even lower. "The magical barrier surrounding the Potter residence recognizes bloodlines. Only members of the Potter family may enter. Moreover, Professor Dumbledore suspects that the Death Eaters' audacity in openly besieging the old house is supported by a more sinister force, potentially core followers of the Dark Lord or even traitors within the Ministry of Magic." "Traitors within the Ministry?" Harry's heart sank. He recalled the newspaper statement about the ministry being unable to intervene. It now seemed clear that it was not an inability, but rather a deliberate negligence. I must not linger any longer. Mrs. Fig glanced at her watch and handed Harry the shopping bag. Inside are Muggle clothes and some gold coins prepared by Professor Dumbledore. Change into the clothes before heading to the old house. Do not let the Death Eaters recognize you. Also, the passage is located beneath the oak tree at the very back of the bushes. You can open it by tapping the roots with your wand 3 times. With that, Mrs. Fig turned to leave, but paused, looking back at Harry with a complex expression. Child, remember, no matter what occurs, do not trust anyone too easily, including Dumbledore. Your fate should be determined by you alone. Harry clutched the shopping bag, watching Mrs. Fig's figure fade at the park entrance, his mind a tempest. Her words struck him like a stone, disrupting his already tumultuous thoughts. Dumbledore's motives, the traitors in the ministry, the Death Eater schemes, and the legacy within the Potter house all intertwined, forming a vast web that ensnared him tightly. He glanced down at the newspaper, the parchment, and the fragments of the barrier stone in his pocket, taking a deep breath. Now was not the time for hesitation. He needed to reach the old house swiftly, awaken the bloodline mark, and obtain the legacy. Only by wielding sufficient power could he break free from their control. Chapter 26, The Secret Tome. Harry quickly donned the Muggle clothing from the shopping bag, a gray hoodie and jeans, perfectly concealing the lightning scar on his forehead. He stuffed the newspaper, parchment, and barrier stone fragments into the pockets of his hoodie, double-checking the salt pouch in his sock and the silver ring in his sleeve. Once assured that everything was in order, he sprinted towards the thicket. The underbrush was thick with thorny vines. Harry carefully parted them and soon located the sturdy oak tree. Upon the trunk of a tree lay an inconspicuous hollow. He extracted a small wand, surreptitiously gifted to him by Corey, a makeshift wand fashioned from hawthorn. Though its power was modest, it sufficed to trigger the passage to the house elf realm. As the wand struck the roots, a gentle white light emanated from the hollow, revealing a narrow passage suitable for a single individual. Within, faint magical vibrations resonated, identical to the magical essence emanating from Corey. Harry inhaled deeply, casting a glance back towards the park entrance to ensure he was not being followed. Then, he bent low and slipped into the passage. Inside, darkness enveloped him, with only the occasional flicker of magical runes on the walls providing meager illumination. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and a hint of camphor, the distinctive aroma of the house elf tunnels. As Harry advanced, the ground beneath his feet felt soft, as though he were treading upon cotton. After approximately 10 minutes, a faint rustling sound reached his ears. Instinctively, Harry halted, gripping his wand tightly, feeling the surge of magic at his fingertips. He sensed something approaching, its presence steeped in a familiar aura of dark magic. Was it a Death Eater, or something else altogether? Holding his breath, Harry cautiously took a step forward. Suddenly, the magical runes along the walls brightened, illuminating the path ahead. He beheld a figure clad in black robes, kneeling with its back turned to him, seemingly engaged in some task. The robe bore an embroidered silver serpent, the emblem of Lucius Malfoy. A sudden weight settled in Harry's heart. What was Lucius doing here? Had he long been aware of the house elf passage? He quietly retreated a step, intending to circumvent Lucius and exit through another route, but inadvertently kicked a stone on the ground. Who goes there? Lucius spun around sharply, his wand aimed directly at Harry. In the dim light, Harry could clearly discern the sneer etched on his face and the Death Eater insignia pinned to his chest, a metallic emblem of a snake entwined with a skull, glinting with a cold light. Ah, it's you, Harry Potter, Lucius drawled with unmasked derision. I was pondering who possessed the audacity to intrude upon the house elf passage. And lo and behold, it is none other than the illustrious savior. Harry tightened his grip on the wand, feeling his magic coalesce to its utmost potential. He understood that he was no match for Lucius, yet retreat was not an option. The ancestral home lay ahead, the legacy within reach, and he could not afford to be captured here. What do you intend, Lucius Malfoy? Harry's voice strained to remain calm, while his mind raced, devising an escape plan. Lucius chuckled, taking a deliberate step forward, his wand aimed at Harry's forehead. What do I intend? Why, I wish to extend an invitation for you to meet someone, my master, the Dark Lord. He is quite eager to make your acquaintance, especially after you have acquired the Potter family legacy. He paused, his gaze turning sinister. Tell me, what did Dumbledore send you to the ancestral home to seek? The legacy of Merlin, or the secrets of time magic? A jolt of shock coursed through Harry. Lucius was aware of the secrets of time magic. Did he already possess knowledge of the connection between the Potter family and the bloodline of Merlin? At that moment, The silver ring on Harry's sleeve began to tremble violently, more intensely than it ever had before. The hourglass pattern etched upon the ring radiated a brilliant silver light, coursing through his veins and transmitting a series of indistinct images to his mind. In the vision, a man clad in a crimson robe stood before the fireplace of the Potter ancestral home, holding a silver hourglass and casting something into the ashes. Suddenly, a beam of light erupted from the ashes, revealing a flying stag adorned with the hourglass, a symbol of the Potter family's legacy. By the blood of Merlin. As a testament of time, the man's voice resonated in Harry's mind, imbued with ancient magic. Awaken the mark of your lineage. It was the voice of his father, James. Abruptly, Harry snapped back to reality as the tremors of the silver ring ceased, replaced by a surge of potent magic that erupted from his veins. This was the power of the Merlin bloodline, the force of time magic. Lucius, clearly sensing this surge, turned pale. You have awakened the Merlin bloodline? His disbelief was evident as he gazed at Harry, his wand trembling slightly in his grip. Impossible. The bloodline of the Potter family has long since been severed. There is nothing impossible. Harry's voice grew cold as the magic at his fingertips coalesced into an invisible barrier. Lucius, if you stand aside now, I may spare your life. Otherwise, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Lucius's face darkened with fury, unwilling to relent. With a derisive laugh, he raised his wand, aiming it at Harry, and shouted, Avada Kedavra! A green beam of light shot towards Harry at a breathtaking speed. His pupils dilated. He knew evasion was futile and summoned all the magic within him to cast the silver ring from his sleeve. The ring spun through the air, emanating a dazzling silver glow, forming a circular shield that intercepted the green light. The beam collided with the barrier, dissipating instantly, though the ring, overwhelmed by the spell's force, fell to the ground, its brilliance dimmed. Impossible. Lucius's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the ring on the floor. That is a conduit for time magic? You possess such an artifact. Without uttering a word, Harry seized the moment of Lucius's astonishment, picked up the ring, and sprinted deeper into the passageway. He could hear the echoes of Lucius's furious shouts and the incantations of his wand behind him, but he dared not look back, propelling himself forward with all his might. At the end of the passage, a light emerged, directing him towards the ancestral home. Just as he was about to escape the corridor, a violent tremor shook the ground, causing the walls adorned with magical runes to flicker chaotically, as if on the verge of extinguishing. Harry Potter, you cannot escape. Lucius's voice rang out from behind, laced with manic laughter. I have already summoned the other Death Eaters. They are waiting for you outside the ancestral home. Even if you obtain the legacy, do not expect to leave alive. Clenching his teeth, Harry quickened his pace. He understood the truth in Lucius's words, yet he had no retreat. He must claim the legacy. He must seize control of his own destiny. At the end of the passage, the light grew ever brighter, allowing Harry to discern the outline of the old manor. He reached out, yearning to touch that radiant glow, when suddenly he felt a powerful pull emanating from the depths of the passage. It was the gravitational force of time magic. Harry's body was uncontrollably drawn backward as he witnessed the magical runes on the walls of the passage begin to twist, as if being tugged by an unseen force. The silver ring heated up once more, etching a sandglass-shaped mark into his palm. The rift of time opened. An ancient voice resonated in his mind, imbued with mysterious magic. Shadows began to manifest before Harry's eyes. He could see cracks forming on the passage walls, from which flickered shards of light in various hues, fragments of different times. No! Harry screamed, desperate to grasp something, but his fingers closed only around empty air. His body was sucked into the rift, and the scene before him blurred instantaneously. He glimpsed young James and Lily, the ancestral chamber of the Potter Manor, and a figure cloaked in black standing at the chamber's center, holding a silver box. It was the Potter Codex. Just as he attempted to discern the identity of the figure, a powerful force expelled him from the rift. He crashed heavily to the ground, darkness enveloping him as he lost consciousness. In his final moment of awareness, he heard the metallic whisper of the silver ring, clear and urgent. Beware. Dumbledore is using you. Chapter 27. Crisis. Harry awoke to a biting chill. He abruptly opened his eyes to find himself sprawled on a damp patch of grass, a thin layer of frost covering him. Above, the spire of the Potter Manor loomed, the familiar stag emblem glimmering coldly in the morning light. He had indeed escaped from the passage, landing directly in the manor's backyard. With a hiss, Harry propped himself up, every bone in his body aching. The dizziness from being pulled into the time rift had not fully dissipated. It felt as if countless needles were pricking at his mind. particularly the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead, which throbbed with heat. He checked his belongings. Parchments, newspapers, and fragments of the broken barrier stone remained intact, as did the salt-filled pouch in his sock. Yet the silver ring was nowhere to be found. He quickly scanned the ground, soon spotting the dim silver ring lying on the grass nearby. The ring rested upon the ground, its hourglass pattern dulled, as if it had exhausted all its magic. As Harry picked up the ring, intending to slip it back onto his finger, he suddenly felt a faint tremor emanating from its surface. In an instant, a vivid image flooded his mind. The cloaked figure standing at the center of the ancestral chamber, clutching the silver box. This time, he clearly saw the figure's face. It was Dumbledore. Dumbledore, Harry murmured, his heart sinking. The warning of the silver ring was indeed true. That cunning old fox was indeed plotting to acquire the Potter Codex. Clenching the silver ring tightly, he rose to his feet and brushed off the remnants of grass from his clothes. The manor's backyard was overgrown, clearly neglected for quite some time. The walls were entwined with creeping vines, and the windows were thickly coated with dust, giving the place an air of desolation. Yet, Harry could distinctly sense a formidable wave of magic emanating from within the old residence. It was the protective enchantment of the Potter family. Though faint, it still valiantly resisted an unseen force. He needed to enter without delay. Taking a deep breath, Harry made his way toward the back door. The door bore the emblem of the Potter family, identical to that depicted on the parchment. He retrieved the parchment and, following its instructions, pulled a small pouch of salt from his sock, scattering the shimmering grains upon the emblem above the doorframe. As the salt touched the emblem, it suddenly radiated a gentle golden light, which spread along the doorframe, forming a circular mark that resembled the hourglass motif of the silver ring. Harry understood that this was the first step in awakening the bloodline's mark. He pricked his fingertip, allowing a drop of blood to fall at the center of the hourglass design. By the blood of Merlin, a testament of time, he recited the incantation inscribed on the parchment, his voice trembling slightly. This was his inaugural invocation of the power of Merlin's blood, and he felt both anxious and exhilarated. The moment his blood touched the hourglass symbol, the entire back door shuddered violently, and the hourglass design began to spin, emanating a dazzling golden light. Harry sensed that his bloodline was resonating with the magical barrier of the old house, his innate magic surging forth like a torrent towards the hourglass motif. With a thunderous boom, the door was thrust open by an invisible force, and an ancient magic washed over him, accompanied by a faint scent of sandalwood, the unmistakable aroma of the Potter's secret compendium. Hurriedly, he stepped into the old residence and shut the door behind him. The living room was shrouded in dust, the furniture draped in white protective cloths, exuding an eerie silence. However, he had no time to linger. He headed straight for the fireplace illustrated on the parchment. The fireplace was grand, constructed from dark marble, etched with intricate magical runes. It was filled with ash, clearly having been in use for a long time. Following the parchment's guidance, Harry scattered the remaining salt into the ashes and dripped another drop of blood onto the salt. Awaken. Mark of the bloodline. The moment the incantation was uttered, the ashes within the fireplace began to whirl, forming a small vortex. Glimmering silver light emerged from the whirlpool, slowly revealing a miniature flying stag holding the hourglass design. It was the legacy emblem of the Potter family. Harry's heart raced. He knew that by touching this emblem, he could unlock the Chamber of Inheritance and obtain the Potter's secret compendium along with other family legacies. Just as his hand was about to make contact with the emblem, a familiar vibration rippled through his sleeve, the silver ring. It had returned to his cuff without him noticing, now vibrating violently, its hourglass pattern glowing once more. And a clear metallic whisper echoed in his ear. Beware, the chamber contains traps set by Dumbledore. Dumbledore's traps? Harry's hand froze mid-air, his heart tightening. He recalled the vision he had just witnessed in the Time Rift. Dumbledore holding the Potter Codex, along with Mrs. Figg's warning not to trust anyone too easily. Had Dumbledore been here before, laying a trap for him? As he hesitated, the inheritance mark in the fireplace began to flicker ominously, as if it might vanish at any moment. Harry understood that he had no time to dither. Regardless of whether traps lay within, he had to proceed. Taking a deep breath, he grasped the silver ring tightly and reached out to touch the inheritance mark. A hum resonated as the mark emitted a brilliant golden light. Enveloping Harry, he felt as though an invisible force was pulling at him, and the scenery before him blurred instantaneously. When his eyes fluttered open once more, he found himself standing in a spacious chamber. The walls were constructed of white marble, adorned with countless magical runes that shimmered with silver light, illuminating the entire room. At the center stood a black stone pedestal upon which rested a silver box. the very Potter Codex. Harry's heart raced as he approached the pedestal slowly. Just as he was about to retrieve the Potter Codex, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed behind him. "Harry Potter, you have finally arrived." He spun around abruptly to find Dumbledore standing at the entrance of the chamber, wand in hand, a gentle smile on his face, yet devoid of warmth in his eyes. "Professor Dumbledore?" Harry tightened his grip on the silver ring, feeling the magic within him surge. "How did you end up here?" Dumbledore chuckled softly, stepping further into the chamber, his gaze fixated on the Potter Codex. "I have, of course, come to await you, my child. The legacy of the Potter family can only be unlocked by you, and I require your assistance to obtain the Potter Codex. Are you seeking to manipulate me?" Harry's voice turned icy, the doubts festering in his heart finally confirmed. "Manipulate is a harsh term." Dumbledore shook his head, his smile unwavering. "I merely wish to assist you, to help you master time magic and to stand against Voldemort. You must realize, the power within the Potter Codex is far too formidable for you to wield alone. My guidance is essential." "Not necessary," Harry retorted without hesitation. "My destiny is mine to command. The Potter Codex is the legacy of the Potter family, and it is my duty to protect it." At last, Dumbledore's demeanor shifted, his smile faded, and a sinister glint filled his eyes. "Harry Potter, do not overstep your bounds. Do you truly believe you can contend with me? Today, you will either surrender the Potter Codex to me, or remain here forever." With that, Dumbledore raised his wand, aiming it at Harry. Stupefied, a beam of red light shot forth towards Harry with astonishing speed. Harry's pupils dilated as he swiftly summoned the magic within him, launching the silver ring into the air. The ring spun brilliantly, casting dazzling silver light that formed a protective barrier, successfully intercepting the red beam. However, this time, the radiance of the ring dimmed considerably, evidently still recovering from its previous encounter with the killing curse. "It seems your silver ring is on the verge of failing," Dumbledore sneered, raising his wand once more. "Harry Potter, surrender. You cannot prevail against me." Harry remained silent, acutely aware that he was no match for Dumbledore, yet he could not concede defeat. Gripping the Hawthorn wand tightly, he rapidly recalled the incantations from the pages of time and blood that he must employ time magic, even if it were merely the most rudimentary slowing charm. Just as Dumbledore prepared to cast another spell, the walls of the chamber suddenly began to tremble violently, the magical runes above flickering erratically. Harry sensed a formidable dark force approaching swiftly, Death Eaters. This was dire. Dumbledore's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated the Death Eaters' arrival would be so swift. He glanced at the Potter Codex upon the stone pedestal, then back at Harry, gritting his teeth as he made a decision. "Harry Potter, consider yourself fortunate this time. But remember, the Potter Codex will ultimately belong to me." With that, Dumbledore turned and vanished swiftly through the chamber's entrance. Harry sighed in relief, collapsing on the ground, every ounce of strength seemingly drained from him. He gazed at the Potter Codex on the pedestal, then at the trembling walls, fully aware that he must depart swiftly. The Death Eaters had arrived, and this place would soon become a battlefield. He rose, hastening to the pedestal to grasp the silver box. The box felt icy to the touch, adorned with the same hourglass motif as the silver ring. Just as he intended to open it, the ring vibrated once more, whispering in his ear, "Do not open the box. It contains a curse from Lucius." Harry's hand froze mid-air, a weight settling in his heart. He had not anticipated that Lucius had already laid a trap here. At that moment, the chamber door burst open, and a throng of cloaked Death Eaters surged in, led by none other than Lucius Malfoy. "Harry Potter, you cannot escape." Lucius sneered, raising his wand toward Harry. "Surrender the Potter Codex, and I may grant you a swift death." Harry tightened his grip on the box, retreating a step until his back met the pedestal. He realized there was no avenue for retreat. He could only summon his last reserves of magic and confront the Death Eaters. He raised the Hawthorn wand, the magic at his fingertips beginning to coalesce, and the silver ring emitted a radiant glow once more. This time, the hourglass patterns on the ring shone brilliantly, as if resonating with his resolve. "Death Eaters." Harry's voice was cold and resolute. "If you desire the Potter Codex, you must first contend with me." The moment his words left his lips, he summoned all the magic within him, uttering the incantation from the pages of time and blood. Time flows slowly. Chapter 28. Severus's hesitation. Time flows slowly. As Harry's spell resonated, the air within the chamber seemed to freeze. The two foremost Death Eaters found their movements abruptly decelerated. Their arms, raised in the act of casting, felt as though ensnared in thick honey, their malicious grins solidifying into frozen masks. Lucius's Avada Kedavra curse lingered in the air, the green light expanding slowly. Even the debris suspended in midair. This marks Harry's inaugural execution of time magic in a practical context. A spell far more potent than the previous instance when he inadvertently disrupted Dudley at the Dursleys' residence, foreseeing Petunia's cup. The awakening of his Merlin lineage, coupled with the resonance of the Silver Ring's magic, has elevated his mastery over the flow of time to unprecedented heights. How could this be? Lucius's voice was distorted by the slowed motion, his eyes brimming with disbelief. As a pure-blood aristocrat, he had encountered countless dark arts, yet he had never witnessed such an uncanny spell. Neither a pause nor a freeze, but a deceleration of time's gears, pulling everything into a languid rhythm. Paying no heed to Lucius's astonishment, Harry tightened his grip on the hawthorn wand, channeling an invisible shockwave through its tip. This was the imperceptible thrust he had gleaned from the tattered page of Time and Blood, which, when combined with time magic, could launch a surprise attack at the moment when the enemy's movements were curtailed. Bang! Bang! Two shockwaves struck the chests of the sluggish Death Eaters with pinpoint accuracy, sending them flying like marionettes with severed strings, crashing against the chamber's marble walls, unconscious. The wands slipped from their rigid fingers, clattering against the ground, a sound unaffected by the time magic, piercing through the silence of the chamber with an unsettling clarity. Lucius finally broke free from the initial influence of the temporal slowdown. Although his movements remained sluggish, he managed to raise his wand with great effort, his gaze fixated on the silver ring in Harry's hand, his expression turning avaricious and sinister. You, Potter's little brat, possess a medium for time magic? No wonder Dumbledore is so invested in you. You must relinquish that and the Potter Compendium today. Such delusions. Harry let out a cold laugh, stepping back slightly until his back pressed against the stone pedestal housing the Potter Compendium. He could feel the silver ring growing hot in his grasp. More searing than ever before, its hourglass patterns seemingly alive, crawling up his wrist with a prickling sensation, an indication of magical resonance, as well as a warning. At that moment, Lucius suddenly uttered a chilling incantation, heart-piercing, bone-cutting. A blinding red beam shot forth from the tip of his wand, moving slightly slower than the killing curse, yet with far greater potency, saturating the air with a nauseating surge of magical energy. Harry's pupils constricted. He realized he could not evade the dwindling effects of the temporal slowdown. Lucius's movements were accelerating, and the spell he had just cast had drained a considerable amount of his magic. In a critical instant, the silver ring unexpectedly soared from his grasp, hovering before his chest, its hourglass patterns emitting a radiant silver light, forming a circular barrier. The red ray collided with the shield, instantly disintegrating into myriad shimmering motes of magic that dissipated into the air. This is impossible. Lucius' expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated that this seemingly ordinary silver ring possessed such formidable defensive capabilities. Harry was equally taken aback, gazing at the ring hovering before him. When a clear metallic whisper reached his ears, this was the second anomaly from the silver ring, more specific and urgent than the first he had heard in the storage room. James's wand is in the dark compartment to the left of the fireplace. Fragments of time, folded and hidden within the crevices of an hourglass. Beware of Dumbledore's gaze. He is watching you. It is the voice of my father, James. Harry's heart constricted sharply. The silver ring conveyed not only commands, but also a vague lineage memory. He envisioned a youthful James standing before the fireplace of the Potter residence, grasping a cherrywood wand, reciting incantations directed at the silver ring, within which flickered fragmented shards of time. James's wand, Harry murmured, suddenly recalling the scene from Chapter 15, where he had seen the very cherrywood wand in his father's hand. He abruptly turned to the fireplace in the corner of the chamber, which was thickly coated in dust, identical to that of the old residence. What are you dawdling for, you little brat? Lucius seized the moment of Harry's distraction, raising his wand once more. Avada Kedavra! A wave of green light surged forth, faster this time. The silver ring's barrier had yet to fully restore, managing only to deflect half of the lethal energy. Harry felt a searing magical force brush past his shoulder, incinerating his sleeve and leaving behind a burning wound. Master, quickly, follow me. At that moment, a silver light darted through the crack of the chamber door, and the voice of Creature rang out. The house elf was battered and torn, his tattered vest stained with mud and blood, his beady eyes filled with anxiety. He clutched a small black pouch, containing the fragments of the barrier stone that Harry had entrusted to him earlier. Creature, what brings you here? Harry exclaimed, both startled and elated, as he had believed Creature was still at the safe house in Godric's Hollow. Master, The magical barrier of the old house is about to collapse. The Death Eaters, armed with the barrier stone, are coming. I slipped through the secret passage. Creature explained, waving the shards of the barrier stone, which could shield them from the Death Eaters' tracking spells. We must flee through the house elf's passage. Lucius, upon seeing Creature, darkened further. The Potter family's house elf? Perfect. We shall capture him as a sacrifice for our master. He raised his wand, aiming at Creature, ready to utter the incantation. Not so fast. Harry snapped back to reality, summoning the last remnants of his magical energy to once again cast the slow time spell. This time, he poured all his power into the silver ring, which blazed with an intense light, causing time in the chamber to slow once more, ensnaring Lucius in a lethargic rhythm. Master, hurry. The passage is behind the hidden compartment in the fireplace. Creature grasped Harry's hand, dashing towards the hearth. He struck the left side of the fireplace 3 times with the barrier stone shards, and a concealed door swung open, revealing a narrow passageway imbued with the unique magical aura of house elves. Harry glanced back at the Potter's secrets on the stone pedestal and then at Lucius, who was ensnared by the time magic. Gritting his teeth, he resolved not to abandon the secrets, for they embodied the legacy of the Potter family and were crucial in the fight against Voldemort. He hurried to the pedestal, seized the silver box, tucked it into his robes, and followed Creature through the hidden door. The door slowly closed behind them, severing the echoes of Lucius's furious shouts. The corridor lay shrouded in darkness, as Corey illuminated the fragment of the barrier stone in his hand with magic, casting a faint glow upon the path ahead. Harry leaned against the frigid stone wall, gasping for breath. The wound on his shoulder throbbed painfully. Yet the presence of the Potter Codex in his arms and the silver ring upon his chest instilled a profound sense of reassurance within him. Master, are you all right? Corey inquired anxiously, eyeing Harry's injury and reaching out as if to offer healing, only to be halted by Harry's firm gesture. I am fine, merely a scratch, he replied, shaking his head. His gaze fell upon the silver ring, which still radiated warmth, with the hourglass pattern shimmering with delicate light, as if conveying a message. He extended his hand, gently caressing the ring, and the metallic whispers resumed in his ears, clearer this time. The vault of bloodlines and Gringotts. Merlin's key lies within the ashes of time. Dumbledore's traps are not singular. Gringotts? The vault of bloodlines? Harry furrowed his brow, recalling the parchment left by Dumbledore in Chapter 15, which merely depicted the layout of the old manor, without any mention of Gringotts. Could it be that Dumbledore had deliberately concealed something? Or was the vault of bloodlines the true repository of the Potter family's legacy? At that moment, the corridor shook violently, stones raining down from above. Corey's expression shifted to one of alarm. This is bad. The chamber is collapsing. The Death Eaters may have traced our magical signature. A heaviness settled in Harry's heart as he swiftly retrieved the fragment of the barrier stone from his pocket. Following Corey's instructions, he crushed the fragment and scattered it across the corridor floor. The shattered stone exuded a frigid magic that spread along the passageway, cloaking their magical presence. This will buy us some time, but we must leave swiftly, Harry urged, quickening his pace, following Corey deeper into the corridor. The tremors intensified, and Harry sensed the Death Eaters relentlessly assaulting the entrance behind them. Desperate to catch up, he clutched the Potter Codex tightly, as the glow of the silver ring grew ever brighter, seemingly guiding him forward. After approximately 10 minutes, a glimmer of light emerged ahead. That was the exit of the corridor, situated within a forest at the edge of Godric S. Hollow. Harry and Corey hastened out of the passage, just as they were about to exhale a sigh of relief. They suddenly halted in their tracks. In the clearing at the entrance stood a figure cloaked in black, brandishing a wand that emitted a faint silver light. The figure's robe bore an embroidered silver serpent design, yet it was not the emblem of Lucius. It was Snape's wand. Harry's heart sank abruptly as he tightened his grip on his hawthorn wand, feeling the surge of magic at his fingertips. Why was Snape here? Was he there to assist the Death Eaters in capturing him? Or was he there to aid him? Snape slowly turned, his pallid visage betraying no emotion, while his obsidian-like eyes flickered with complex light. His gaze fell upon the Potter Codex nestled in Harry's arms, then drifted to the silver ring upon his chest, and finally lingered on the wound upon his shoulder. The corner of his mouth twitched, as though he wished to speak, yet remained silent. Professor Snape, what do you intend to do? Harry's voice was frigid as he recalled Chapter 12, where Snape observed on Privet Drive, and Chapter 15, which detailed Dumbledore's machinations. His heart was laden with trepidation. He was uncertain whether the Everdour Potions master was an ally or an adversary. Snape remained silent, merely raising his wand towards Harry. The tip of the wand glimmered with increasing intensity, and a familiar surge of magical energy permeated the air. It was the essence of the mind-cloaking spell. Harry's pupils dilated in fear, unsure of Snape's intentions. Was he to cast a mind-cloaking spell upon him, or was he attempting to extract his memories? At that moment, Snape's voice pierced the tension, low and raspy. "Potter, do not move. Dumbledore has placed a tracking charm upon you, and I am here to assist you in dispelling it." A surge of alarm coursed through Harry. He recalled the parchment Dumbledore had left in Chapter 15. Was there indeed a tracking charm inscribed upon it? Before he could ponder further, a beam of silvery light shot forth from Snape's wand, landing upon his shoulder. Harry felt a chilling magic spreading along his shoulder, alleviating the searing pain of his wound, while simultaneously siphoning away a faint magical trace that resided within his veins. Dumbledore's tracking charm. "Why are you helping me?" Harry gazed at Snape in bewilderment, unable to fathom why the professor, who had always seemed to bear animosity towards him, would suddenly extend his aid. Snape's expression remained as frosty as ever. He sheathed his wand and turned his gaze deeper into the forest, his voice deep and resolute. "Do not misconstrue my actions. I am not assisting you. I simply refuse to allow Dumbledore's pawn to fall into Voldemort's hands." He paused, casting a glance back at Harry. "The blood vault of Gringotts. Ensure that no one learns of it, not even Dumbledore." With that, Snape's figure melted away into the shadows of the forest, leaving Harry and Corey standing in stunned silence. Harry lowered his gaze to the silver ring upon his chest. Its radiance had faded, yet left a faint hourglass imprint upon his palm. He recalled Snape's words and the family directive conveyed by the ring, suddenly grasping the gravity of Dumbledore's scheme, which was far more sinister than he had imagined. The legacy of the Potter family was also more intricate than he had ever known. "Master, what shall we do now?" Corey asked anxiously, the tremors of the passage still reverberating, with Death Eaters potentially in pursuit. Harry inhaled deeply, clutching the Potter compendium tightly, his gaze resolute. "We must go to Gringotts. The ring speaks of the blood vault concealing Merlin's key. We must uncover it." He lifted his eyes toward the depths of the forest, in the direction where Snape had vanished, his mind awash with questions. What was Snape's true identity? How did he come to know about the blood vault of Gringotts? And how had he discerned the existence of Dumbledore's tracking charm? These inquiries loomed like a shroud over Harry's thoughts. He understood that the path ahead would be fraught with peril. Dumbledore's schemes, the relentless pursuit of the Death Eaters, Snape's enigmatic allegiance, and the secrets of the blood vault, all threads intertwined, pointing toward a monumental secret. What lay hidden within the legacy of the Potter family? With determination, Harry and Corey turned and ventured deeper into the forest, racing toward London. The vibrations behind him faded into the distance. For the moment, Harry had evaded the pursuit of the Death Eaters. Yet, he was acutely aware that this reprieve was but temporary. A greater peril awaited him. What secrets lay hidden within the bloodline vault of Gringotts? Would Dumbledore be there, waiting for him? And what of Snape? Would he make another appearance? These questions lodged themselves in Harry's heart like seeds. Gripping his wand tightly, he felt the silver ring in his pocket grow warm again, as if responding to his resolve. No matter the dangers that lay ahead, he was determined to uncover the legacy of the Potter family, to seize control of his own fate, and to break free from all manipulation. Chapter 29, A Narrow Escape. Harry and Corey ran along a forest path toward London for an entire night, halting only when the first light of dawn painted the horizon. They sought refuge in an abandoned muggle barn. Corey conjured some bread and water using house elf magic, and as Harry ate, he meticulously pieced together the clues from the previous night. Snape's warnings, the Silver Ring's directives, Dumbledore's tracking charm, and the bloodline vault of Gringotts. "My master, do you truly intend to go to Gringotts? There are numerous goblin guards, and the Death Eaters are undoubtedly watching the place." Corey expressed his concern, recalling his previous visit with James and the formidable defenses that protected the vault. Harry nodded, retrieving the silver ring from his pocket. It had regained its dim appearance, only warming slightly under his touch. "The ring will not deceive me, and Snape's caution underscores the vault's significance. Dumbledore placed a tracking charm on me, indicating he was well aware of my intention to visit the old manor, even knowing I would retrieve the Potter compendium. He has been manipulating me all along." Recalling Dumbledore's actions in the chamber, Harry's gaze turned steely. That old fox always appeared gentle, yet he maneuvered with meticulous precision, treating everyone as mere pawns in his game. "But, my master, we lack the key to Gringotts, and the bloodline vault requires the Potter lineage to unlock it. Your current magical strength is insufficient," Corey began, but Harry interrupted him. "I possess this." Harry produced the silver box of the Potter Compendium, its hourglass motif mirroring that of the ring. The ring and the compendium were a match set. The compendium surely contained the means to unlock the bloodline vault. Moreover, I have this. He retrieved the fragment of the breach stone he had seized from Lucius earlier. This object could cloak them from magical detection, allowing them to stealthily infiltrate Gringotts. Corey regarded the breach stone fragment in Harry's hand, nodding. This indeed holds utility, but the goblins of Gringotts are cunning. They can sense unfamiliar magical fluctuations. We require a plan. As Harry prepared to respond, the silver ring in his pocket vibrated suddenly, a faint glow illuminating its surface. Faint, indistinct text appeared upon it. On July 16th, the defenses of the Gringotts bloodline vault will weaken due to the ebb of Merlin's bloodline. July 16th? Harry glanced at the calendar outside the barn. Today was July 14th. Only 2 days remained. Excellent. We have 2 days to prepare. He clasped the silver ring tightly, feeling for the first time since his journey began that he held his destiny in his own hands. Master, where shall we go next? Back to Privet Drive? Corey inquired, fully aware that Harry needed to return to the Dursleys' home to maintain his disguise, thereby evading the suspicions of both Dumbledore and the Death Eaters. Harry hesitated for a moment. He had no desire to return to that oppressive household, yet he truly required a secure place to prepare. Well, back to Privet Drive it is. However, this time, I shall not endure it as I did before. He recalled Vernon S.'s previous torment and Dudley S.'s bullying, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He now possessed the means to defend himself and ensure the Dursleys face consequences. That afternoon, Harry and Corey returned to Privet Drive. Corey utilized house elf magic to transport them into the alleyway of Privet Drive. Harry adjusted his clothing, deliberately exposing the wound on his shoulder, and then ambled towards the Dursleys' residence. Upon reaching the door, he was met with Vernon's boisterous shouts. "Harry, where have you been? Where did you go these past few days?" He stood at the threshold, his beer belly heaving with rage, the flesh on his face contorted in an unappealing manner. Aunt Petunia lingered behind Vernon, her complexion pale and her eyes filled with trepidation. She undoubtedly sensed Harry's oddities and perhaps had gleaned news of the Death Eaters from the press. Dudley, meanwhile, hid behind Petunia, peering out with a smug expression as he relished in Harry's discomfort. Unlike before, Harry did not lower his gaze. Instead, he lifted his chin and coldly regarded Vernon. "Uncle, where I go seems to be none of your concern." His voice was not loud, yet it carried an inexplicable weight, momentarily startling Vernon. "You little monster! How dare you speak to me like that?" Vernon, regaining his composure, surged forward, intent on seizing Harry's collar. Harry deftly sidestepped Vernon's grasp, summoning his inner magic to cast a subtle, slowing charm at Vernon's feet. Suddenly, Vernon's movements decelerated as though ensnared by invisible ropes, and he tumbled heavily to the ground, landing on his back. "Uncle, do watch your step," Harry remarked with a hint of derision, a smirk gracing his lips. This was the first time he had showcased his newfound strength within the Dursley household. Both Petunia and Dudley were left astounded, unable to believe their eyes. The monster they had relentlessly tormented had transformed into someone formidable. Petunia's pallor deepened as memories of Lily's magic flooded her mind, along with thoughts of the silver ring in Harry's pocket, causing her to tremble. "W, what have you done to me?" Vernon bellowed angrily as he rose from the ground, yet he dared not approach Harry again. He sensed an aura of fear emanating from Harry. Harry offered no reply and instead entered the living room, taking a seat on the sofa, Vernon's favorite spot. "Uncle, there is something I must discuss with you." His tone was calm, yet it resonated with undeniable authority. "From today onward, I shall occupy the room upstairs. Dudley will no longer bully me, and you shall not restrict my freedom. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences." Vernon trembled with rage, yet he refrained from retorting. He recalled how Harry had caused Dudley to unexpectedly fall into a muddy pit, and how Harry had sent him sprawling to the ground that very day. He understood that this monster was no longer within his control. Aunt Petunia hastily tugged at Vernon's sleeve, whispering, "Vernon, do not engage him. We cannot afford to provoke him." Her voice trembled with fear, apprehensive that Harry might wield magic against them. Vernon glanced at Petunia, then at Harry's icy gaze, and ultimately, with a clenched jaw, nodded in agreement. "Very well. We concede, but you must not use your monstrous abilities to harm us." "Rest assured, I harbor no interest in harming muggles," Harry replied, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. His intention was not revenge, but rather liberation. He sought a tranquil sanctuary to prepare for his journey to Gringotts. Dudley cowered behind Petunia, rendered mute by the terror in his eyes. He no longer dared to bully this formidable being. Harry nodded in satisfaction, rose from his seat. and made his way towards the upstairs room. He understood that, from this day forth, his status within the Dursley household had irrevocably transformed. He was no longer the subjugated prisoner, but rather a master of his own destiny. Upon returning to his room, Harry closed the door and exhaled a sigh of relief. Leaning against the door, he retrieved the silver ring from his pocket, which emanated a gentle warmth, as if rejoicing for him. He recognized this as merely the first step in his grand design. Next, he would prepare for his expedition to Gringotts, seeking the legacy of the Potter family, liberating himself from Dumbledore's influence, and confronting the looming threat of Voldemort. At that moment, a flurry of wings interrupted his thoughts. Harry looked up to see an owl perched upon the windowsill, clutching a letter in its beak. The wax seal on the envelope bore the emblem of the Potter family's flying stag, as previously mentioned by Corey. Harry's heart raced as he swiftly opened the window to accept the letter. The missive was written on ancient parchment, the script identical to the hourglass motif engraved upon the silver ring. It read, "Harry, within the blood vault of Gringotts lies Merlin's key, alongside the secrets of the Potter lineage. Both Dumbledore and Voldemort are in pursuit of it. You must exercise caution. On July 16th, I shall await you at Gringotts. Rab." Rab? Harry's eyes widened with realization, recalling the shadowy figure clad in black robes he had glimpsed in the Time Rift during Chapter 15, and the anonymous messages transmitted through the silver ring. RAB was indeed a member of the Potter family. Who could this individual be? How did they possess knowledge of the blood vault at Gringotts? These inquiries surged through Harry's mind once more, yet he lacked the luxury of time to ponder. July 16th was fast approaching, and he needed to prepare without delay. He retrieved the Potter Compendium, opening the silver box within, revealing parchment inscribed with spells of temporal magic and the secrets of the Potter family, including details regarding the blood vault at Gringotts. The blood vault, constructed by Merlin himself, requires the bloodline of the Potter family and a temporal magic conduit, the silver ring, to unlock. Within the vault lies Merlin's key, capable of wielding the power of time, as well as the secrets to combat dark forces. Harry's heart raced with exhilaration. He knew he was drawing closer to the legacy of the Potter family. Clenching the parchment tightly, his resolve solidified. Regardless of the perils that lay ahead, he was determined to acquire Merlin's key, master the art of time magic, and become the architect of his own fate. The sunlight streamed through the window, casting its warm glow upon Harry and the silver ring. The hourglass design on the ring glimmered faintly, as if echoing his resolve. Harry was acutely aware that a greater storm was looming on the horizon, yet he felt prepared to face it. Chapter 30. Vernon's promotion. July on Privet Drive resembled a steamy sauna. The asphalt shimmered with an oily sheen, and even the roses in the neighbor's garden drooped their petals in defeat. Harry nestled in the shadows of the staircase, his fingertips unconsciously tracing the dull surface of the silver ring that had been clandestinely gifted to him by Corey on his 7th birthday. Since that day, it had remained a mere lump of metal, devoid of any sign of magic. With a resounding crash, the living room door swung open violently, and Vernon's booming voice pierced the afternoon's oppressive heat. He brandished a document embossed with gold leaf, his belly jiggling with exaggerated strides, and the flesh on his face contorted into a greasy bloom. "Petunia, Petunia, you auntie believe this?" He slammed the document onto the coffee table, causing tea to splatter from the cups. "I've been promoted. Regional manager. Approved by headquarters." Aunt Petunia rushed in from the kitchen, flour dusting her apron. She snatched the document and scrutinized it repeatedly, her eyes sparkling with disbelief as her lips stretched into a grin. "Oh, Vernon. My goodness. This is marvelous. Does this mean we can move to a bigger house? Perhaps somewhere farther from him?" Her gaze, sharp as a poisoned needle, pierced towards the staircase. Instinctively, Harry lowered his head, curling himself tighter, feigning interest in the dust between the floorboards. This was the invisibility he had honed for 3 years. The more attention he attracted, the more he must resemble an inanimate piece of furniture. Vernon followed his wife's gaze, his brow furrowing in confusion. For the past 6 months, he had sensed something was amiss with his nephew. The Harry he once knew had been like a frightened mouse, silent and submissive, trembling in the corner when his meals were snatched away. Yet, ever since Dudley had fallen into the mud last year, Harry had transformed. Though still as thin as a twig, his demeanor had grown unsettlingly calm. He neither retaliated nor cried out, as if he already anticipated the events to unfold. Even more perplexing was Dudley's academic performance. The chubby boy who could hardly spell his own name had somehow passed this semester and even brought home a progress award. Petunia had discreetly inquired, and Dudley had stammered, "Harry taught me." Vernon nearly crumpled the newspaper in his hands. How could that little freak, who had never even attended primary school, possibly comprehend Muggle textbooks. Vernon, what are you thinking? Petunia nudged his arm, lowering her voice. Stop staring at him. It's bad luck. Vernon jolted back to reality, swallowing hard as he suppressed the inexplicable unease. He was now a regional manager, a respectable man. There was no need to stoop to the level of a little freak. As long as the boy kept to himself and didn't create trouble. What did it matter if he was a bit peculiar? He knew his place. Vernon tugged at his tie, striving to exude the authority of a superior. However, from this day forth, the household regulations were set to change. Dudley was destined to become a gentleman and could no longer associate with such individuals. That corner of the stairwell should be cleared for him, so he could reside there, away from us. Splendid. Petunia immediately clapped her hands in agreement, exclaiming she would fetch a broom at once. She intended to discard his tattered clothes as well, to save space. The two entered the kitchen, chatting and laughing, completely oblivious to the slight movement of Harry's fingers in the shadows of the staircase. When Vernon had been staring at him moments earlier, Harry had distinctly perceived the thoughts flickering through the man's mind. Suspicion, unease, and the unspoken notion that this boy was somewhat uncanny. This precognitive ability was becoming increasingly vivid, akin to perceiving the world through a thin veil. With focus, he could vaguely capture the thoughts of those around him and the trivial events about to unfold. For instance, he knew that Petunia would inadvertently knock over the cherished jar of peppermint candies while tidying the stairwell. He knew that Dudley would return from school in a fury for failing to snatch Harry's sandwich, hurling his backpack to the ground. And he was aware that at 10 o'clock tonight, Corey would crawl through the fireplace vent, bearing news about the Potter residence. Harry slowly lifted his gaze, landing upon the calendar hanging on the living room wall. 4 months remained until his 11th birthday, and less than a year until he received the acceptance letter from Hogwarts. Over the past 3 years, he had operated like a spy lurking in enemy territory, masking his true self with dullness and cowardice while stealthily absorbing the magical knowledge that Corey brought. The fundamentals of magic theory had been thoroughly perused, its edges worn. While he could recite verbatim the passages in a brief history of ancient English families concerning the Potter lineage and the bloodline of Merlin, his basic magical manipulation had reached an expert level. Just last month, he had even succeeded in surreptitiously adding a little something to Vernon's drink, resulting in a day filled with incessant sneezing, with no cause discernible. Yet this was still insufficient. Corey had previously conveyed that the magical fluctuations of the Potter estate were becoming increasingly frequent, as if an unknown force was lurking in the shadows. Harry was uncertain whether these individuals were sent by Dumbledore or remnants of Voldemort's followers, nor did he know if there were other secrets within the estate aside from the legendary Chamber of Secrets. He needed to complete his bloodline certification promptly to obtain the Potter Compendium. Otherwise, if someone else were to seize it first, all his years of patience would be in vain. Harry, are you dead in there? Petunia's sharp voice suddenly pierced through his reverie. He instantly rose, lowering his head and hastening into the living room. Any delay in his movements would be perceived as deliberate sloth, while moving too quickly would earn him accusations of being sneaky. Over these 3 years, he had thoroughly grasped the temperament of the Dursleys. Petunia stood at the stairwell, clutching a broom, her face a shade of iron. Get your worthless belongings downstairs. And from now on, you are not to enter the kitchen. You are not to touch Dudley's snacks. She tossed a tattered cloth bag at Harry's feet, containing a few faded old garments. Harry bent down to pick up the cloth bag, inadvertently brushing against Petunia's wrist. In that fleeting moment of contact, a hazy image flashed before his eyes. A younger Petunia cradling a baby, a silver ring identical to the one in his pocket hanging around the infantess neck. Her face etched with fear and reluctance. Harry's heart raced. Had Aunt Petunia seen this ring? Chapter 31, The Balance of Family. What are you staring at, you little monster? Petunia suddenly yanked her hand back, as if scalded. Get out of here. If you keep looking at me, I'll lock you in the cupboard. Harry lowered his gaze, concealing the confusion in his eyes, and quietly exited the living room, clutching the cloth bag. He could feel Petunia's gaze glued to his back, filled not only with disdain, but also a hint of a fear he had never witnessed before. Did Aunt Petunia know something? About the Potter family, about magic, even about this silver ring? Harry descended the stairs and paused in the dim, damp corner of the staircase, cluttered with Dudley's old toys and various odds and ends. Yet, to him, it was the only safe haven on Privet Drive. He placed the cloth bag on the ground, leaned against the cold wall, and retrieved the silver ring once more. Moonlight filtered through a crack in the window, illuminating the ring just so. At that moment, the ring suddenly grew warm, revealing faint silver patterns on its surface, resembling a miniature hourglass. Harry held his breath, focusing intently on the power within the ring. This time, he did not hear the metallic whispers. Instead, he felt a faint, familiar magic, the very same essence he had sensed from the silver doe in his dreams. A soft click echoed from above, the sound of the vent being opened. Harry quickly stowed the ring away and looked up at the dark vent. A small figure emerged, landing as lightly as a feather. It was Creature. The house elf wore a tattered linen garment, his gray hair disheveled like a bird's nest, yet as large. Round eyes sparkled with urgency. He clutched a rolled parchment in his hand, his face marked with concern. "Master Harry." Creature's voice was hushed as he hurried to Harry's side, thrusting the parchment into his hands. "It's bad. The old house. There's trouble again." Harry's heart sank as he unfurled the parchment, quickly reading by the dim moonlight. Creature's handwriting was crooked, but the content sent chills down his spine. Cracks have appeared in the western wall of the Potter estate. Remnants of dark magic detected. Suspected Death Eater mark. Unidentified magical fluctuations are lingering near the Chamber of Inheritance, seemingly searching for an entrance. Creature attempted to strengthen the defenses, but was repelled by a powerful force, sustaining magical damage. Death Eaters? Harry's fingers turned white from clenching. Voldemort's followers had indeed set their sights on the Potter estate. How had they found it? How had they learned of the Chamber of Inheritance? "Creature, are you all right?" Harry glanced at the house elf, noticing a long wound on his arm, still oozing blood. "I am fine, Master Harry." Corey hastily shook his head and retrieved a small glass vial from his pocket, presenting it to Harry. This vial contained spring water from the old manor, which Corey had secretly collected, capable of swiftly restoring magical energy. "Master Harry, you must exercise caution. Those individuals possess formidable magic. I sense they are perilously close to discovering the chamber." Harry accepted the vial, its contents shimmering with a faint blue glow, emanating a pure essence of magic. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly heard Vernon's footsteps approaching the living room. He was heading to the study to retrieve some documents. "Corey, quickly hide," Harry whispered urgently, gesturing towards the vent. Corey nodded, turning to slip into the ventilation duct. However, at that moment, the door to the study swung open, and Vernon emerged, documents in hand, promptly spotting Harry and the small, gray figure in the corner. Vernon's eyes widened in shock, his beard belly heaving with agitation. "What on earth are you?" Corey trembled in fear, instinctively retreating behind Harry. Harry's heart raced. He understood that if Vernon discovered Corey to be a house elf, it would spell disaster. Muggles were forbidden from interacting with magical creatures, especially house elves, which were considered the property of wizards. Vernon advanced menacingly, his face contorted with rage. "Harry, did you bring this creature here? Are you up to some sort of mischief again?" Harry gripped the silver ring in his pocket tightly, his mind racing to devise a plan to conceal Corey's presence from Vernon. Yet, Vernon was now mere steps away, his bloodshot eyes fixated on Corey, as if he intended to devour him whole. Just as the situation reached a critical point, a loud crash echoed from the stairs. Dudley had returned from school, tossing his backpack to the floor. "Mom, I am starving. Where's my chocolate cake?" Dudley's booming voice shattered the tense atmosphere in the living room. Instantly, Vernon's attention shifted. He turned sharply, bellowing towards the staircase. "Dudley, can you not be quiet for once? Look at the mess you've made of the house." Seizing the opportunity, Harry quickly nudged Corey, whispering, "Hurry, hide in the vent. I'll come find you tomorrow night." Corey nodded, turning to disappear into the duct, vanishing from sight. Harry swiftly picked up the fallen cloth bag, pretending to organize his belongings, lowering his face further. Vernon grumbled as he ascended the stairs to admonish Dudley. The living room returned to a tense quietude, save for Harry's racing heart. Leaning against the wall, he retrieved the parchment Corey had given him, scrutinizing it once more. The Death Eaters had set their sights on the Potter Manor, and the legacy of the chamber could be unveiled at any moment. He needed to expedite his plans. There could be no further delay. Yet he found himself trapped on Privet Drive, devoid of magic and insufficient strength. How could he thwart the Death Eaters? How could he complete the bloodline verification? Harry gazed out the window, the moonlight filtering through the clouds, casting a silvery glow upon Privet Drive. His fingers gently caressed the silver ring in his pocket, its warmth still lingering, though the intricate silver patterns were gradually fading, reverting to that of an ordinary metal band. But Harry was aware that certain things had irrevocably changed. The peculiar behavior of Aunt Petunia, the unsettling movements of the silver ring, and the encroaching presence of the Death Eaters all intertwined like threads, pointing towards a truth that eluded his comprehension for the time being. He understood that he must discover his own strength before this truth was unveiled. At that moment, a thought struck him. Vernon had been promoted, and the household rules would inevitably shift. If he could exploit this change to lower Vernon's guard, might he not gain greater freedom? Perhaps he could find an opportunity to stealthily journey to London and complete the bloodline certification at Gringotts. Harry's eyes sparkled with newfound hope. He gazed at the dim lamp in the living room, a faint smile gracing his lips. Perhaps Vernon's promotion was not a misfortune after all, yet unbeknownst to him. In the shadows, Corey was nursing a wound on his arm, his gaze filled with concern as he watched Harry. At the end of Privet Drive, a figure clad in black robes lingered in the shadows, clutching a peculiar box, its needle subtly pointing in Harry's direction. This observer, dispatched by Dumbledore, had already taken note of the changed Harry Potter. Danger was silently encroaching. Chapter 32, Corey's intermittent distress, the old house in peril. The stillness of Privet Drive was so profound that one could hear the buzzing of mosquitoes, with only the light in the Dursleys' living room still aglow as Vernon snores. Reminiscent of a creaky bellows, intermittently seeped through the door. Harry huddled in the corner of the staircase, his back against the cold wall, his fingers tightly clutching the silver ring. Ever since Corey had been discovered by Vernon the previous night, the house elf had not reappeared, yet Harry's heartbeat quickened. He could distinctly sense the fragments of time within the ring stirring restlessly, as if resonating with some distant peril. Creak! A faint noise suddenly emanated from the overhead vent, causing Harry to jerk his head up. A small, gray figure stumbled clumsily into view, nearly toppling as it hit the ground. It was Corey. However, today, as Corey was markedly different. His tattered linen garb was torn into shreds, exposing deep wounds on his arms and legs, blood soaking through the fabric, forming dark, crusted scabs. A small piece was missing from his left ear, and his beady eyes were bloodshot, his breath rapid and labored. Corey, Harry whispered urgently, rushing to support him. What happened to you? Corey leaned against Harry, weakly shaking his head, and withdrew a crumpled piece of parchment from his breast pocket. The scrawl on it uneven and marred by bloodstains. Master Harry, the old house cannot endure much longer. Harry's heart sank as he unfolded the parchment, quickly reading by the moonlight streaming through the window. The magical barrier on the western wall has fractured, with significant traces of dark magic detected, and the mark of the Death Eaters has emerged. An unknown force has used a Cruciatus curse to breach the outer defenses of the Legacy Chamber. Corey attempted to mend it, but was struck by a powerful surge of magic. The keyhole to the Legacy Chamber has begun to glow, as if something is about to awaken. The Death Eaters. Harry's fingers tightened to a pale grip, as the bloodstains on the parchment seemed to morph into the cracks on the walls of the old manor. He had previously speculated whether it was Dumbledore's men or the remnants of Voldemort's followers lurking about, and now the truth was finally unveiled. Those individuals were none other than Death Eaters. But how could they possibly know of the existence of the Chamber of Legacy? And how dare they act under Dumbledore's very nose? Corey, did you see what they looked like? Harry inquired urgently, his fingertips suddenly warming, a faint silver pattern emerging on the surface, mirroring the keyhole design that Corey had sketched on the parchment. Corey nodded, then shook his head, his voice barely audible. They wore black robes and masks. I only saw one person. His wand bore serpent patterns, and there was a hint of phoenix scent. The scent of a phoenix? Harry's pupils dilated. The phoenix, Dumbledore's fox. Had Dumbledore sent someone to the manor as well? Or was there someone among the Death Eaters connected to the phoenix? Countless questions flooded his mind, yet Corey had already lost the strength to respond. He leaned against Harry, his breath growing shallower, blood seeping from his wounds. Master Harry, I failed to guard the manor's Chamber of Legacy. There's movement within, as if something is knocking. Harry swiftly retrieved the potion Corey had sent him last time, uncapping the vial and bringing it to Corey's lips. Drink this, Corey. You will be all right. Corey trembled as he consumed the potion, and moments later, his wounds began healing at a visible pace, his breathing stabilizing somewhat. He lifted his head, anxiety etched in his gaze. Master Harry, we must hurry to the manor. They will return tomorrow. They seem to be searching for something related to the silver ring in your pocket. Harry touched the silver ring in his pocket, its temperature rising, resonating with something within the manor. He realized there was no time to waste. If the Death Eaters truly breached the Chamber of Legacy and obtained the Potter family's inheritance, all his years of patience would be in vain. Yet he was still trapped on Privet Drive. He needed Vernon's permission even to step outside, let alone venture to Godric's Hollow. Corey, you must hide in the ventilation shaft, Harry whispered, formulating a plan. I will find a way out. Let us meet at the Leaky Cauldron in London. Can you manage that? Corey nodded, struggling to rise. I can do it, Master Harry. You must be careful. They are formidable. Corey heard Mr. Vernon mention that he would take Dudley to London tomorrow to buy a new gaming console. I understand. Harry's eyes lit up. Vernon was taking Dudley to London. This was a fortuitous opportunity. Just before Corey slipped into the ventilation shaft, he turned back, producing a small crystal vial from his pocket and handing it to Harry. This is a soil sample from the Manor, secretly collected by me. It contains remnants of their dark magic. It may be of use to you. Harry accepted the crystal vial, the soil within exhibiting a strange black hue and exuding a faint metallic odor. He tightened his grip on the vial and solemnly stated, "Thank you, Corey. Until tomorrow." Corey nodded slightly and slipped into the ventilation duct, swiftly vanishing into the darkness. Harry leaned against the wall, gazing at the parchment and crystal vial in his hands. His mind racing. Tomorrow, he would venture to London. He needed to devise a way to evade Vernon and Dudley, rendezvous with Corey at the Leaky Cauldron, and then find a means to reach the old estate. However, Vernon was exceedingly vigilant, especially after discovering Corey. He would undoubtedly keep a close watch on Harry. How could he shake them off? Harry's gaze fell upon the staircase where Dudley's backpack lay abandoned, containing yesterday's math exam, marked with a score of 65. A significant improvement from before. This was all thanks to Harry's tutoring. A plan began to crystallize in his mind. Chapter 33. The plan commences the following morning. Harry was roused by Dudley's shrill cries. "Dad, my game console is broken. You promised me you'd buy a new one today." Dudley clutched a battered gaming device, rolling about in the living room, his ample flesh jiggling with each movement. Vernon furrowed his brow, impatiently sipping his coffee. I know. We'll go after breakfast." His gaze swept over Harry, brimming with suspicion. "You stay at home and do not venture out." Harry lowered his head, feigning fear, and spoke softly. "Uncle, I wish to go to the library to borrow a book. Dudley still has a few math problems he struggles with. I would like to borrow a guidebook." Vernon paused, then turned to Dudley. Dudley, still clutching the console and whining, perked up at the mention of math. "Dad, Harry says he can help me raise my score to 70. You should let him go borrow the book." Vernon hesitated. As the regional manager, he valued appearances greatly. Dudley's academic progress would allow him to boast at work. If Harry could indeed assist Dudley in achieving a score of 70, allowing him to borrow a book was of little consequence, especially with him keeping a watchful eye. Harry would be unable to escape. You're wise to recognize that." Vernon set down his coffee cup, his tone still haughty. "Finish your breakfast, and then accompany us to London. After you've borrowed the book, you'll return home with us. No wandering off." "Thank you, Uncle." Harry lowered his head, concealing the smile that threatened to emerge. The first step was a success. After breakfast, Vernon drove Penny, Dudley, and Harry toward London. Dudley occupied the front passenger seat, incessantly chattering about the new game console, while Penny applied makeup in the back seat. Only Harry leaned against the car window, appearing lost in thought, yet truly attuned to the remnants of dark magic within the crystal vial. As they approached London, the black soil within the vial began to tremble slightly, its metallic scent growing more pronounced. Harry could distinctly sense that within the remnants of dark magic, aside from the characteristic chill of the Death Eaters, there was also a faint, warm, magical essence, the very essence of the phoenix that Corey had mentioned. What was Dumbledore truly plotting? Why had he appeared alongside the Death Eaters at the Potter estate? Harry's heart brimmed with questions, his fingers unconsciously stroking the silver ring in his pocket. The ring had ceased to radiate heat, yet he could feel the fragments of time within it slowly swirling, as if guiding him towards something. The car came to a halt in front of an electronics store in the heart of London. Vernon rushed in with Dudley, while Petunia settled on a bench outside, pulling out a mirror to touch up her makeup. "You go borrow some books from the library across the street," Vernon commanded sternly, gesturing towards the nearby library. "We shall reconvene here in 1 hour. If you dare to wander off, I will lock you in the storage room." "Understood, Uncle," Harry nodded, turning to head toward the library. Upon entering the library, however, Harry did not seek out any books. Instead, he swiftly traversed the hall and slipped out through the rear exit. Following the route previously described by Corey, he meandered through winding paths until he arrived at a secluded alley, just 2 streets away from the Leaky Cauldron. "Master Harry." A small figure emerged from behind a trash bin at the alley's entrance. It was Corey. He had donned a clean linen outfit, his wounds largely healed, yet his eyes still bore a look of anxious urgency. "Corey, what is the situation at the old house?" Harry inquired hastily. Corey shook his head, producing a fresh parchment from his pocket. "Those individuals visited this morning. They compromised the second line of defense of the legacy chamber. I overheard them in the ventilation shaft mentioning that they would bring more people tomorrow to forcibly open the chamber door using the unbreakable vow." The unbreakable vow? Harry's pupils constricted in alarm. That spell required a secret keeper. Unless the secret keeper betrayed their trust, no one could locate the target. How could those Death Eaters know who the secret keeper of the old house was? Had the secret keeper betrayed the Potter family? Moreover, Master Harry. Corey's voice dropped to a whisper. I discovered this in the garden of the old house yesterday. He revealed a small metallic fragment, inscribed with a familiar design of a stag and an hourglass. It was indeed the emblem of the Potter family. Harry took the fragment, and, as his fingertips brushed against it, the silver ring in his pocket suddenly radiated intense heat. Both the fragment and the ring emitted a silvery glow, merging in the air to form a complete emblem of the Potter family. Is this a key fragment to the legacy chamber? Harry exclaimed in astonishment. Corey nodded. I believe it is. Those individuals seem to be searching for this fragment. They scoured the garden thoroughly. Master Harry, we must return the fragment to the old house at once, or they will breach the chamber door. Harry clenched the metallic fragment, a resolve forming within him. Corey, you go wait for me at the leaky cauldron. I must bid farewell to the Dursleys. I cannot return with them. Master Harry, please be cautious. Corey urged with concern. Harry nodded, then turned and dashed out of the alley, sprinting towards the direction of the electrical shop. He needed to return before Vernon realized he was missing. Otherwise, it would spell trouble. Just as he approached the electrical shop, he suddenly sensed a familiar surge of magical energy. Snape. Harry abruptly halted, pivoting to conceal himself in a nearby bookstore. Peering out the window, he spotted a figure clad in black robes standing at the entrance of the electrical shop, their obsidian-like eyes scanning the surroundings. It was indeed Snape. What was Snape doing here? Was he following Harry? Or was he tracking the Death Eaters? Harry's mind swirled with confusion, his fingers tightly gripping the silver ring and the metallic fragment in his pocket. He could sense that Snape's gaze briefly swept over the bookstore, but it soon averted. A few minutes later, Snape turned and departed. Harry exhaled, intending to exit the bookstore when he suddenly heard Vernon's furious voice resonating at the entrance of the appliance store. Harry, where have you been? It's been an hour. Are you trying to run away? A pang of anxiety gripped Harry's heart as he hurried out of the bookstore, feigning panic. Uncle, I'm sorry. I got lost in the library. Lost? It seems more like you did it on purpose. Vernon seized Harry's arm with such force that it felt as though his bones might shatter. Cool me. We're going home. From this day forth, you are not to step outside our door again. Harry did not resist, allowing Vernon to shove him into the car. He understood that any defiance at this moment would only invite greater trouble. His gaze fell upon the direction of the leaky cauldron outside the car window, and he silently promised Corey, wait for me. I will find a way to reach the old house tomorrow. The car started, heading toward Privet Drive. Harry leaned against the window, watching the streets rapidly recede behind him, his fingers brushing against the metallic fragments and silver ring in his pocket. Suddenly, the ring and fragments emitted a faint glow, and a blurred image flashed before Harry's eyes, within the legacy chamber of the old house. A massive gear was slowly turning, at the center of which stood a silver doe statue, its mouth clasping a metal ring identical to the silver one. This was indeed the key to the legacy chamber. The vision vanished in an instant, and Harry jolted back to reality, his heart racing. He finally comprehended the significance of the silver ring. It was not merely a conduit for time magic, but also the key to unlocking the legacy chamber. Just then, he felt a chilling magical presence locking onto him. It was a Death Eater. They had tracked him here. Chapter 34. Approaching Potter's old house. Harry hesitated for a moment, but ultimately stood up. He knew that Snape would not harm him, at least not at this moment. Snape led Harry deeper into the alley, and, upon ensuring that no one was around, halted. He produced a small glass vial from his robes and handed it to Harry. This is a healing potion. Tend to your wounds. Harry accepted the vial and noticed that his arm had been cut by glass during the earlier chaos. He did not immediately apply the healing potion, but instead looked at Snape and summoned his courage to ask, "Why are you helping me? Whose side are you on?" Snape's expression hardened, and his tone grew stern. "Do not inquire into matters that do not concern you. Remember, today's events must remain a secret, even from Dumbledore." He paused, his gaze falling upon Harry's pocket. "And protect what you have in there. It is the legacy of the Potter family and your sole means of survival." Harry's heart raced. Snape knew the secret of the silver ring. "How do you know?" Harry could not refrain from asking. Snape offered no reply and turned to leave. As he reached the mouth of the alley, he suddenly stopped, facing away from Harry, his voice low. "Tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Wait for me at the entrance of the leaky cauldron. I will take you to the old house, but remember, from now on, your destiny is yours to decide. Do not become a pawn of Dumbledore any longer." Having spoken, Snape's figure vanished at the alley's entrance. Harry stood rooted in place, clutching the healing potion Snape had given him, his mind awash with confusion and astonishment. What did Snape's words signify? He intended to take him to the old manor? Why would he assist him in escaping Dumbledore's manipulation? Countless questions surged within him, yet Harry understood that now was not the time for such ponderings. He needed to return to the Dursleys' home swiftly, gather his belongings, and prepare to depart for the manor with Snape the following day. Upon arriving at the appliance store's entrance, Vernon and Petunia remained trembling. The moment they saw Harry return, Vernon rushed over, his voice laced with fury. "You little monster! What trouble have you stirred up? Who were those people?" Harry ignored him, diving straight into the car. "Uncle, let us hurry home. Do not inquire about today's event again, or those people may come back to trouble us." Startled by Harry's tone, Vernon refrained from further questioning, quickly entering the vehicle, which sped off towards Privet Drive. Once back at the Dursleys, Harry made his way directly to the corner of the staircase. He did not sleep, but instead retrieved the soil sample sent by Corey and the healing potion from Snape, studying them meticulously. The residual dark magic within the soil sample had diminished significantly, yet he could still sense a magical essence reminiscent of Snape. Had Snape previously visited the old manor? Harry shook his head, dismissing such thoughts. He opened the healing potion and applied it to the wounds on his arm. The injuries healed rapidly, leaving no trace of scars. Having tended to his wounds, Harry leaned against the wall, producing the silver ring and metal fragments. The silver ring had regained its dullness, yet the Potter family crest on the metal fragments still glimmered faintly. He could feel a potent magical resonance between the two. If united, they would form a complete legacy key. Before he realized it, dawn had arrived. Harry stowed away the silver ring and metal fragments, quietly packing a few essential items, some clothes, the magical books Corey had sent, and the healing potion from Snape. He bid no farewell to the Dursleys, but instead climbed out through the window. Following the route Corey had previously outlined, he sprinted towards London, arriving punctually at the entrance of the Leaky Cauldron before 9. "Master Harry," Corey dashed out from the pub, his face alight with joy. "You have finally arrived. I was beginning to fear something had happened to you." Harry smiled and was about to respond when he spotted a figure clad in black robes approaching from a distance. It was Snape. "Let's proceed." Snape's tone remained icy as he turned toward a narrow alley adjacent to the Leaky Cauldron. Harry exchanged a glance with Corey and promptly followed. Upon entering the alley, Snape halted, retrieving a wand from his robes and gently tapping it against the wall. A swirling door appeared on the wall, an entrance to Diagon Alley. "Enter," Snape commanded. Harry and Corey stepped through the swirling door, instantly enveloped by a surge of powerful magic. Moments later, they found themselves on the streets of Diagon Alley. It was precisely as Harry had envisioned. Lined with magical shops, the street bustling with wizards clad in robes, clutching an array of peculiar items. Yet Harry had no inclination to appreciate his surroundings. His gaze was firmly fixed on Snape's retreating figure. Or was Snape leading them? Without diversion, Snape proceeded directly towards Gringotts. "Are we meant to go to the Ancestral home?" Harry inquired, perplexed. Snape did not look back. "Before we visit the Ancestral home, we must first go to Gringotts. You need to retrieve the Potter family's inheritance. Otherwise, even upon reaching the Ancestral home, you will be unable to unlock the Chamber of Legacy." Harry's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had long desired to complete the bloodline verification and acquire the Potter Compendium. Now, Snape was taking him to Gringotts. Upon entering Gringotts, Snape approached a goblin with an air of authority, stating, "I wish to escort Harry Potter to the bloodline vault of the Potter family for verification." The goblin scrutinized Harry with skepticism. "Do you possess identification?" "The bloodline verification of the Potter family requires stringent scrutiny." "No scrutiny is necessary," Snape retorted, producing a black badge from his cloak, emblazoned with the image of a serpent. "This is a command from the master." The goblin's demeanor shifted instantly upon seeing the badge, and he respectfully replied, "Please, follow me." A wave of uncertainty washed over Harry regarding the badge in Snape's possession. Could it belong to Voldemort? Was Snape truly one of Voldemort's followers? If so, why was he assisting him with the bloodline verification? As they followed the goblin into the underground vault of Gringotts, Harry's heart raced. He realized that what was about to unfold would alter the course of his life. He was finally on the verge of completing the bloodline verification and obtaining the Potter family's legacy. The vault door swung open, revealing a treasure trove of gold coins. Yet, Harry's attention was not captured by the coins, but rather by a design etched on the wall, a stag and an hourglass. Indeed, the crest of the Potter family. "Harry Potter, place your hand upon the crest and recite the incantation for the legacy," instructed the goblin. Taking a deep breath, Harry extended his hand towards the crest. Recalling the incantation conveyed to him by the silver ring the previous day, he closed his eyes and pronounced loudly, "By the blood of Merlin and the proof of time. Unlock the door to the legacy." As his words resonated, the crest erupted in a brilliant radiance. A searing sensation coursed through Harry's arm, as if his blood were boiling. This was the rite of bloodline verification. Moments later, the light dissipated, and the crest on the wall gradually opened, revealing a hidden compartment. Within lay a silver box, adorned with the same hourglass design as the silver ring. This is the key to the Potter family's Chamber of Legacy, along with the Potter Compendium, the goblin reverently stated. Harry grasped the silver box, and upon opening it, discovered a thick parchment tome, the very Potter Compendium, alongside a complete silver ring that, when joined with the one in his pocket, formed a perfect key to the legacy. At that moment, Snape stepped forward with an urgent tone. "We must depart swiftly. Dumbledore's people have already located us." Harry's pupils dilated in alarm as he hastily stowed the box and hurried after Snape and Corey towards the exit of Gringotts. Upon emerging, Harry indeed spotted several figures clad in the uniforms of the Order of the Phoenix racing towards them. "Quick, into the alley!" Snape exclaimed, leading Harry and Corey into a secluded alley. At the end of the alley stood a closed door. With a flick of his wand, Snape unlocked it, revealing a fireplace within. Entering, Snape handed Harry a pouch of flue powder, instructing him to utter Godric's Hollow to reach their destination. Harry took the flue powder and turned to Snape, asking, "Aren't you coming with us?" Snape shook his head, his gaze intricate. "I have other matters to attend to. Remember, upon arrival at the old house, you must first open the Chamber of Heritage to retrieve the fragment of the Time Stone. It is vital for combating Voldemort." With that, Snape gave Harry a gentle push, sending him and Corey into the fireplace. "Take care, Harry," Corey's voice echoed. Just as Harry was about to respond, he felt a powerful magic envelop him. He shouted Godric's Hollow, and the scene before him distorted as he realized he was on the verge of reaching the ancestral home of the Potters, embarking on the true path of inheritance. Unbeknownst to him, after his departure, Snape exited the alley, encountering members of the Order of the Phoenix. Leading them was Lupin, who regarded Snape with a serious tone. "Snape, where have you taken Harry?" Snape scoffed, raising his wand. "That is not your concern, Lupin." A new conflict was about to unfold. Chapter 35, The Unveiling of the Chamber. The dizziness from the flue network had yet to dissipate when Harry was enveloped by an icy chill. He stumbled out of the fireplace, the stone floor beneath him cold and hard, marred by cracks that spoke of time's erosion. Corey followed closely behind, his small figure landing lightly, though his black, bean-like eyes were filled with unease. "Master Harry, this is the Potter ancestral home," Corey whispered, pointing ahead. "Look, the wall on the west side." Harry followed his gaze, and his heart plummeted. The old house bore no semblance to its former self. The gray-black stone walls were riddled with spiderweb-like cracks. Portions of the structure had collapsed, exposing decayed wooden beams within. A massive fissure ran from the ground to the roof on the west wall, surrounded by a faint black mist, residue of dark magic, resembling the soil sample from the crystal vial. Even more disquieting was the thin, blood-colored fog that enveloped the house, within which the faint sound of gears turning echoed, as if some ancient mechanism was operating slowly. What have the Death Eaters done to this place? Harry's voice trembled, his fingertips suddenly warm as the silver ring glowed, the hourglass pattern re-emerging and resonating strangely with the sound of gears in the air. Corey shook his head, pulling Harry behind a crumbling stone pillar. "I don't know. It changed after we left yesterday," lowering his voice. He leaned closer to Harry. "I can't shake the feeling that something is watching us from within the house. And it's neither a Death Eater nor a member of Dumbledore's team. It feels much older." Harry's pupils dilated in response. He recalled the fragmented moments within the silver ring and the words of Corey, who mentioned that something was knocking at the door of the inheritance chamber. Could it be that the old manor concealed some existence that transcended time? Let us first proceed to the inheritance chamber. Harry took a deep breath, suppressing the unease within him. "Corey, do you know where the entrance of the chamber is?" Corey nodded, producing a yellowed piece of parchment from his pocket, which depicted the floor plan of the manor. This was left by the old caretaker of the Potter family. The inheritance chamber is located in the basement, with its entrance behind the fireplace and study. However, he pointed to a red dot on the map. "There's a magical trap here." Corey nearly triggered it last time. Harry took the parchment, examining it closely in the moonlight that streamed through the shattered window. Surrounding the red dot on the map were intricate magical runes, resembling the patterns of a temporal enchantment, identical to those on the fragment of time and bloodline. "It is a temporal barrier." Harry's fingers brushed over the runes, and the silver ring once again grew warm. Only the bloodline of the Potter family, combined with a medium of temporal magic, could unlock it. He clenched the silver ring and turned to Corey. "You stay here. I will check the study. If you encounter danger, use this signal to contact me." He pulled a small copper whistle from his pocket, etched with the Potter family crest. "This is the emergency signal Corey provided last time. Corey accepted the whistle, nodding vigorously. Master Harry, please be cautious. Corey will protect you here. Harry patted his shoulder and turned toward the study. The corridor of the manor lay shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the moonlight filtering through the broken windows, casting mottled shadows upon the floor. The portraits of the Potter family hung on the walls, their colors faded, the faces within blurred, yet seemingly silent witnesses to their returning heir. A faint scent of dust permeated the air, mingled with a hint of sandalwood, the fragrance most beloved by James Potter. Harry's heart ached slightly, and a vague image flashed in his mind. A dark-haired man cradling an infant by the fireplace, softly humming a lullaby. A silver ring identical to the one in his pocket hanging around the child's neck. It was James Potter, his father. Harry abruptly halted, a splitting headache overwhelming him. Those fragmented memories surged like a tide, only to dissipate the moment he sought to grasp them. The sound of gears clicking echoed, increasingly clear, as if emanating from the depths of his mind. His vision began to blur, and a low, gentle male voice resonated in his ears, imbued with a tender smile. Harry, remember, the mission of the Potter family is not to become saviors, but to safeguard the balance of time. Father? Harry murmured, reaching out to seize the voice, but only encountering the cold wall. Just then, a violent vibration emanated from his pocket. It was the silver ring. Harry quickly extracted it, witnessing the time-sand hourglass patterns on its surface emit a dazzling silver light, illuminating the entire corridor. Within the silver glow, a spectral silver doe slowly materialized, its antlers entwined with golden gears, eyes glimmering with a gentle radiance. It was the silver doe, identical to what he had seen in his dreams. The silver doe gracefully made her way toward the study, her steps light as if she were guiding him. Without hesitation, Harry followed, his heart racing, for he understood that this was the bloodline memory of James Potter directing him, a call from the legacy of the Potter family. The door to the study stood ajar, easily pushed open. Inside, chaos reigned. The bookshelf lay toppled, books scattered across the floor, most charred beyond recognition, leaving only blackened remnants. The fireplace at the center had long extinguished, filled with ashes, appearing no different from an ordinary hearth. The silver doe paused before the fireplace, turned to look at Harry, the gears upon her antlers whirring to life once more. Approaching the fireplace, Harry extended his hand, gently caressing the cold stone wall. The glow of the silver ring intensified, and he could distinctly sense a potent magical force flowing behind the stone, resonating strongly with his bloodline. By the blood of Merlin, by the testament of time. Harry inhaled deeply and recited the incantation for bloodline authentication, opening the path of inheritance. As his voice faded, the silver ring suddenly leapt from his hand, adhering to the stone wall. Dust cascaded down from the wall, revealing a hidden recess whose shape perfectly matched that of the silver ring. With a click, as the ring nestled into the recess, the fireplace began to tremble, the stone wall slowly parting to reveal a pitch-black entrance. A faint glow emanated from within, accompanied by the sound of gears turning and a warm, magical essence, the very magic of the Potter lineage. Just as Harry was about to step into the entrance, he suddenly heard hurried footsteps behind him, followed by Corey's frantic exclamation, "Master Harry, be careful!" Whirling around, Harry beheld 3 Death Eaters clad in black robes and masks burst into the study, their wands emitting a sinister green light. The leader was none other than the Death Eater who had attacked him in London, his wand adorned with snake-like engravings. Chapter 36, The Arrival of the Death Eaters. "Potter, we meet again," sneered the lead Death Eater, pointing his wand at Harry. "This time, you have no Professor Snape to assist you." Harry's pupils constricted. He had not anticipated that these Death Eaters would pursue him so swiftly. He quickly sidestepped behind the bookshelf, retrieving the copper whistle Corey had given him, blowing it forcefully. The sharp whistle echoed throughout the old house, and Corey's figure soon appeared at the doorway. "Master Harry, I'm here. Corey, bind them with the binding spell," Harry shouted, simultaneously channeling his inner magic, a faint silver light shimmering at his fingertips. This was the time magic he had been practicing recently, albeit still unrefined, yet sufficient to delay them. Corey immediately raised his small fist, shouting, "Bind them." Several silver ropes shot forth from his hand, racing toward the Death Eaters. The lead Death Eater scoffed, waving his wand, "Disarm." Corey's wand was sent flying, and he was struck by a powerful magical force, crashing to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. "Corey!" Harry's eyes widened in fury, his magic erupting within him. He extended his hand toward the Death Eaters and shouted, "Time flow." A silvery beam of light emanated from his fingertips, striking the leading Death Eater. The Death Eater's movements suddenly slowed, as if the play button had been pressed in slow motion. Even the incantations he uttered became fragmented. What is happening? The Death Eater shouted in terror, desperately attempting to escape the binds of the time magic, but to no avail. Seizing the moment, Harry rushed to Corey's side, helping him to his feet. "Corey, how are you?" "I'm fine, my lord." Corey weakly shook his head, pointing towards the entrance. "Quickly, go to the heirloom chamber. Their target is your bloodline." Harry nodded. Just as he was about to assist Corey into the entrance, he suddenly sensed a tremendous surge of magic approaching from behind. 2 more Death Eaters. They had not been ensnared by the time magic, brandishing their wands aimed at Harry's back. Avada Kedavra! 2 blinding green beams shot towards Harry with such swiftness that he had no time to evade. His heart raced, feeling the chill of death drawing near. At that moment, a crystal vial in his pocket shattered, spilling black soil onto the ground, which instantly formed a magical barrier, shielding him from the green light. Harry stared in astonishment at the soil, suddenly recalling Corey's words about the soil samples from the old estate containing remnants of dark magic. It turned out that this soil could not only detect dark magic, but also create a defensive barrier. The leading Death Eater had already broken free from the time magic's grip. He roared in fury, "Useless! Potter, you shall surely die today." He raised his wand, aiming at the magical barrier, Crucio. A dark red beam struck the barrier, causing it to crack instantaneously, threatening to shatter. Harry realized they could not hold out much longer. Gritting his teeth, he turned to Corey and said, "Corey, you must enter the heirloom chamber first. I will hold them off." "My lord, I will not leave." Corey stubbornly shook his head. "I must protect you. Listen to me." Harry's tone was unusually resolute. "Once you enter the chamber, find the heirloom key and wait for me. This is the mission of the Potter family, and it is also your mission." Corey met Harry's unwavering gaze and finally nodded, turning to dash into the entrance. The light at the entrance began to dim, and the stone walls slowly closed. Seeing this, the leading Death Eater became even more frantic. "Stop him. Do not let him enter." Harry positioned himself before the entrance, summoning all the magic within him to cast time magic once more. Time dilatation. This time, the silvery light enveloped the entire study, slowing the movements of all the Death Eaters. Taking advantage of this, Harry dashed toward the entrance. And just as the stone walls were about to close completely, he glimpsed the leading Death Eater breaking free from the time magic, his wand aimed at Harry's back. A chilling voice echoed, "Potter, you cannot escape. We will find you, and we will seize the Potter family's legacy." The stone walls sealed shut, isolating the Death Eater's voice from within. Harry collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, his back drenched in cold sweat. He could feel the magic within the heirloom chamber gradually nourishing his body, alleviating his fatigue. With a sigh of relief, Harry was about to rise when he was suddenly engulfed by a wave of intense dizziness, causing the world around him to warp. The sound of turning gears resonated once more, clearer than before. Before Harry's eyes emerged a colossal gear. At its center, a transparent brain intricately woven, with silver threads connecting countless tiny gears, exactly like the gear brain he had seen in his dreams. Was this the essence of time magic? Harry murmured to himself, reaching out to touch the gear, only to be interrupted by a familiar voice, none other than that of James Potter. "Harry, my child," James's voice emanated from the gear, gentle yet resolute. "What you see is the bloodline memory of the Potter family, the true nature of time magic. The gear symbolizes the flow of time, while the brain represents mastery over it. Only by balancing the two can one become the guardian of time." Before him, the ethereal image of a silver doe materialized, its antlers delicately caressing the gear, causing it to rotate, while the silver threads within the brain began to dance. "Father, what must I do?" "The Death Eaters seek to seize our legacy, and Dumbledore is watching from the shadows. How shall I safeguard the mission of the Potter family?" "Trust your choices, Harry." James's voice echoed distantly. "The power of Merlin flows through your veins, intertwined with the responsibilities of the Potter lineage. Remember, true strength lies not in controlling time, but in preserving its balance." As the voice gradually faded, so too did the gear and the brain. Harry abruptly regained his senses, discovering himself seated in the heart of the Chamber of Legacy, surrounded by towering bookshelves laden with ancient parchment tomes, the complete edition of the Potter Codex. At the center of the chamber stood a pedestal, upon which rested a silver box adorned with the images of the flying stag and an hourglass. Indeed, the key box of a Chamber of Legacy. Rising to his feet, Harry approached the pedestal, knowing that opening this box would grant him the inheritance of the Potter family and the true mastery of time magic. Yet, Just as his hand was about to touch the box, he sensed a familiar surge of magical energy, not that of the Death Eaters, nor of James, but the magic of the Phoenix. Whirling around, Harry beheld in the corner of the chamber a golden light coalescing, forming the ethereal silhouette of a phoenix. Fawkes, Dumbledore's companion. Dumbledore had arrived. A sudden weight settled in Harry's heart. He was uncertain how Dumbledore had discovered this place, or whether he was friend or foe. Clenching the silver ring in his pocket, he warily regarded the Phoenix's apparition, ready for battle. The Phoenix emitted a clear, melodious cry, and a beam of golden light shot forth from its beak, landing before Harry and materializing into a line of text. Harry Potter, I understand your desire to claim the inheritance, but you must grasp that the cost of time magic far exceeds your imagination. Should you insist on opening the box, you will face a choice, to become the guardian of time or to be enslaved by it. Harry gazed at the words, lost in contemplation. What did Dumbledore's message signify? What was the true cost of time magic? Should he place his trust in Dumbledore? At that moment, a subtle tremor emanated from the platform, causing the silver box to radiate a luminous glow. The intricate patterns upon its surface became increasingly distinct, and within the eyes of the flying deer, a fleeting glimmer of crimson light seemed to flicker as if to issue a warning. Harry's hand hovered indecisively in midair, caught in a dilemma. He was torn between placing his trust in Dumbledore or forging his own path. Unbeknownst to him, outside the chamber, the Death Eaters had discovered a means to breach the stone wall and were fervently assaulting it. Corey, tucked away in the corner of the chamber, watched Harry with bated breath, clutching tightly to the copper whistle Harry had given him. Meanwhile, Dumbledore stood atop the old manor's roof, gazing towards the direction of the chamber with a complex expression. Thus commenced a profound struggle concerning legacy, choice, and responsibility. Chapter 37. The Second Appearance and Disappearance of Snape. As the heavy oak door of the leaky cauldron slammed shut behind him, Harry could still feel the residual chill upon his back, an echo of the Death Eater's dark magic, intertwined with the remnants of the bitter aroma of absinthe that lingered from Snape's departure. Corey clung tightly to Harry's sleeve, his small frame trembling. Moments ago, he had narrowly escaped the searing remnants of a Death Eater's curse within the Floo network, and now his pallor resembled that of parchment, though his beady eyes still shimmered with vigilance as he scanned the bar's surroundings. Is it safe here, Harry? Corey whispered, his voice barely audible, as he unconsciously rubbed his fingers against the copper whistle in his pocket, the only means of defense Harry had brought from the old manor. Harry did not respond immediately. Instead, he retreated into the shadows of the bar's corner, meticulously arranging the items he had retrieved from the chamber on the table, the time ring emanating a cerulean glow, the silver band etched with intricate gear patterns, several yellowed remnants of the Potter Codex, and a small parcel wrapped in black cloth that Snape had thrust into his hands before leaving. The bar was saturated with a mingled sense of malt and dust, as a few wizards engaged in hushed conversations at the counter, oblivious to the sudden appearance of the two figures. Yet Harry's perceptive abilities had evolved significantly. He could distinctly sense the magical fluctuations from the alley outside the bar, belonging to the Ministry of Magic's Aurors, imbued with a metallic chill, along with a faint yet warm and perilous magical essence. The presence of the Phoenix, indicating that Dumbledore's people had arrived. We are temporarily safe, but we cannot linger, Harry murmured. His voice lowered as his fingertips brushed against the time ring. Suddenly, the sapphire atop the ring flickered with a crimson light. The Death Eaters would not relent, and Dumbledore was also in pursuit of us. He unwrapped the black cloth parcel left by Snape, revealing an ancient metal plate engraved with a distorted rand, a raven clutching a serpent, the sigil of the Black family. On the reverse side of the plate, inscribed in faint silver ink, were the words, "The vanished cabinet of Borgin and Burkes, concealing the answers you seek. R.A.B. Rab." Harry's pupils constricted sharply. He had encountered this abbreviation previously in the secret vault of Gringotts, and Corey had mentioned it too. It belonged to the individual who had stolen Voldemort's locket Horcrux. Little did he expect Snape would provide him with a clue regarding R.A.B. What secrets lay hidden behind this revelation? "Master Harry," Corey exclaimed as he approached, noticing the mark on the metal piece. "This is the emblem of the Black family. I have seen it in the study of the old manor." Harry nodded, tightening his grip on the metal piece. Suddenly, the silver ring at his fingertips grew warm, resonating faintly with the metal. He sensed a familiar magic lingering within the piece, akin to the Merlin blood coursing through his veins, and it bore a subtle connection to the magic that enveloped Severus Snape. "Why would Snape assist us?" Harry murmured, memories flashing in his mind of Snape's gaze in the Chamber of Inheritance, an expression mingled with pain, guilt, and resolve, unmistakably genuine. though he was undoubtedly aligned with Dumbledore. He also had ties to Voldemort. At that moment, the door of the tavern swung open violently, a chill breeze sweeping inside, carrying with it a faint scent of serpents, Death Eaters. Harry swiftly stowed the items on the table into his undetectable extension charm bag and pulled Corey behind the bar. Peering through the gap of the bar, he saw 5 figures clad in black robes, their faces obscured by masks, entering the tavern. The leader was tall, with a silver serpent pattern coiling around his wand. It was Lucius Malfoy. "Owner, have you seen a boy with black hair and glasses, accompanied by a house elf?" Lucius's voice was icy, laden with an undeniable air of intimidation. "We just came from Godric's Hollow, bearing items belonging to the Potter family." The tavern owner, a balding old man, trembled in fear. "And no, I haven't seen him. You know how strictly the Ministry is investigating lately. I dare not harbor any suspicious individuals." "Is that so?" Lucius sneered, his wand tip glowing green. "Then I shall find him myself. Petrify them all." A beam of green light swept through the tavern, and several wizards who failed to evade were instantaneously frozen, their bodies rigid as stone. Lucius's gaze swept over the bar, a cruel smile tugging at his lips. "I scent the blood of Merlin and the magic of a house elf. Come fort, Harry Potter." Harry's heart raced, knowing there was no escaping. He had to make a stand. He tightened his grip on the ring of time, channeling his magical energy, preparing to cast the slow-motion spell. Although he was not yet proficient, it would suffice to buy him some time. "Master Harry, let Corey handle this." Corey suddenly pressed down on Harry's hand, his expression resolute. "I am the house elf of the Potter family. It is my duty to protect you." Without waiting for Harry's protest, Corey dashed out from behind the bar, raising his small fist and shouting, "Do not harm Master Harry. Petrify them all." A silver beam shot forth from Corey's fist, though not powerful. It was enough to momentarily startle Lucius. Seizing the opportunity, Harry bolted from behind the bar, silver light flickering at his fingertips, aimed at Lucius's wand. Time slow. The silver glow enveloped Lucius, his movements suddenly decelerating as though a slow-motion button had been pressed. Even his incantation became stuttered. "Why, you can wield time magic." The other Death Eaters, witnessing this, immediately raised their wands towards Harry, exclaiming, "Avada Kedavra!" 2 blinding beams of green light shot towards him, their speed rendering him unable to dodge in time. At this critical juncture, a beam of black light suddenly pierced through the shadows of the bar, striking 2 emerald glows and dissipating them into the air. Soon after, a figure cloaked in black emerged, his onyx-like eyes coldly surveying the Death Eaters. His voice laced with an icy edge. "Lucius, you have overstepped your bounds." It was Snape. He had not fled. Harry stared in astonishment at Snape, who stood before him, his cloak billowing gently in the breeze, the tip of his wand emanating a faint dark aura, the essence of dark magic. Yet at this moment, it served as a protective barrier for Harry. "Snape?" Lucius regained his composure, his gaze towards Snape filled with confusion and wariness. "Why are you aiding this whelp? The Master's command is to capture him alive." "The Master's command is not for you to question," Snape replied coldly. "I will personally deliver him to the Master. Your interference is unnecessary." He paused, directing the tip of his wand toward the other Death Eaters. "Now leave." The Death Eaters exchanged glances, none daring to defy Snape. In their eyes, he was Voldemort's most trusted ally and the most formidable of them all. Lucius gritted his teeth, ultimately yielding, his old wand found amidst the ruins of his ancestral home. His expression was complex, a mix of concern and resolve. "Lily, James, I will not let you down. Harry will become the true guardian of time. He will unravel Dumbledore's schemes, and he will protect the magical world." Thus began a decisive battle concerning legacy, truth, and destiny. Chapter 38. The Doubts Surrounding My Parents' Deaths. With the crisis averted once more, Harry sighed in relief, collapsing onto the ground, his back drenched in cold sweat. He gazed at Snape's retreating figure, his heart swelling with confusion and gratitude. "Thank you, Professor Snape." Snape did not turn back, but approached the bar, pouring himself a glass of absinthe and downing it in one swift motion. "Do not presume I am helping you. I am merely honoring a promise." "A promise?" Harry rose and stepped beside Snape. "Is it a promise made to my mother?" Snape's body stiffened momentarily. He remained silent for several seconds before slowly responding. "Lily, in her final moments, asked me to protect you, regardless of the cost." He turned to face Harry, his gaze intricate. "You resemble James greatly, particularly in your eyes. But you are more astute, not easily swayed by Dumbledore's sweet words. What does Dumbledore truly desire?" Harry pressed on. "Why is he fixated on the Potter family's legacy? And is the death of my parents truly solely the result of Voldemort?" Snape's expression darkened. He retrieved a weathered photograph from his pocket and handed it to Harry. This is the last photograph Lily left for me. In the image were James, Lily, and Snape, along with Regulus Black, the one who pilfered Voldemort's Horcrux. Harry took the photograph. Seeing James's radiant smile, Lily nestled beside him, Snape standing nearby with a faint smile, while Regulus, the RAB who had stolen the Horcrux, stood on the far right, holding a metal piece identical to the one in Harry's pocket. Regulus was the youngest son of the Black family and also my student. Snape's voice was low and somber. In years gone by, he had uncovered the secret of Voldemort's creation of Horcruxes and sought to thwart him, only to be slain by the Dark Lord. Before his demise, he entrusted this metal shard to me, urging that I pass it on to the rightful heir of the Potter legacy, namely you. As Harry grasped the metal piece, a heavy weight settled in his heart. So, the clue left by RAB was intentionally meant for me? You knew I would go to the old house. Snape nodded, pouring himself another glass of absinthe. I not only anticipated your visit to the old manor, but I was also aware that Dumbledore had been surveilling you. He placed a tracking spell on your owl, concealed listening devices in the Dursley's mailbox, and even enchanted the pages of the Potter's secret you brought out from the old house with a sensing charm. Harry's pupils dilated as memories surged forth, those faint glimmers of gold emanating from the pages, which he had previously attributed to the magic of the remnants, were in fact the result of Dumbledore's sensing spell. Why would he do that? Harry's voice quivered. Hasn't he always wanted me to be the savior? Why did he need to monitor me? Because he fears you. Snape's tone was icy. He fears that once you master time magic, you may escape his grasp. He fears that upon discovering the secrets of the Potter lineage, you might abandon the savior narrative. And he is even more terrified that you will learn the truth. Your parents' demise is inextricably linked to him. What truth? Harry grasped Snape's arm, urgency lacing his inquiry. What hidden truths surround my parents' death? Just as Snape was about to respond, his expression shifted, and he cast a glance toward the bar's entrance. Dumbledore is coming. I cannot remain here any longer, or my identity will be compromised. He produced a vial of purple potion from his robes and handed it to Harry. This is Polyjuice Potion. It will temporarily transform you into another's likeness. Remember, do not trust a single word from Dumbledore, and avoid Hogwarts. It has been ensnared in his web. Harry accepted the potion, yearning to ask more, but Snape abruptly stepped back, his form beginning to fade into transparency. I shall contact you again. Protect yourself, Harry Potter. You are Lily's only hope. With that, Snape's figure vanished completely, leaving only a faint trace of absinthe in the air. Gripping the Polyjuice Potion tightly, Harry was engulfed by shock and confusion. Snape's words detonated in his mind. Dumbledore was somehow connected to his parents' death? Hogwarts was no longer safe? Where is he to go next? Master Harry, Dumbledore has arrived. Coleus suddenly tugged at Harry's sleeve, panic evident in his expression as he pointed toward the bar's entrance. Harry lifted his gaze to see an elderly man clad in a purple robe standing at the door, silver beard cascading to his chest, adorned with crescent-shaped spectacles. It was Dumbledore. Beside him was a magnificent golden phoenix, Fawkes. Dumbledore's gaze swept across the bar, ultimately resting on Harry, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Harry, my dear boy, it has been a long time. I have heard you visited Godric's Hollow. How are you? Harry's heart plummeted. He realized Dumbledore was probing him. He clenched the metal shard and the time ring in his pocket, his mind racing to devise a guise. How could he mask his true intentions? How would he respond to Dumbledore's scrutiny? Unbeknownst to him, Lucius lingered in the shadows of the alley outside the bar, his wand aimed menacingly at the establishment. A cruel smile curled upon his lips as he murmured, Snape, do you truly believe you can deceive me? Once you and Dumbledore have brought each other to ruin, I shall reap the rewards of the Potter family's legacy, including the secrets of time magic. Dumbledore approached Harry with measured steps, a flicker of crimson flashing in Fawkes' eyes as the temperature within the bar rose sharply. Harry sensed Dumbledore's magic subtly enveloping him, forming an invisible net intended to ensnare him. Clenching the vial of Polyjuice Potion in his hand, he felt the reassuring weight of the copper whistle in his pocket, a talisman that could summon the protective enchantments of the old house, as Sirius had mentioned. He understood that a new confrontation was imminent, and this time he faced the most formidable wizard in the magical realm, Dumbledore himself. Dumbledore, Harry raised his chin, striving to imbue his voice with calmness. I merely wish to return home to Godric's Hollow. I never anticipated encountering Death Eaters, but thankfully, Professor Snape came to my rescue. Dumbledore's glasses glimmered ominously, yet his smile remained gentle. Is that so? How fortunate indeed. However, Harry, there are matters regarding your parents' demise, the Potter family's legacy, and your future that I wish to discuss. He extended his hand, seeking to touch Harry's shoulder. Come back to Hogwarts with me, my child. That is where your true home lies, and I shall protect you. Harry felt his body freeze. He could sense the warmth of Dumbledore's magic emanating from his hand. Yet it carried an undercurrent of danger, an attempt to invade his memories. What should he do? Should he trust Dumbledore and return to Hogwarts? Or reject him and escape using the Polyjuice potion? In the midst of his indecision, the metal piece in his pocket suddenly heated up, resonating intensely with the time ring. A silvery beam erupted from his pocket, striking Dumbledore's hand. Dumbledore recoiled sharply, his smile disappearing, replaced by a glint of surprise and caution. Is it the magic of the Black family? Harry, what exactly do you conceal within you? Harry's heart raced in his throat. He knew he could no longer maintain his facade. Gripping the Polyjuice potion tightly, he prepared to drink it at a moment's notice while summoning his internal magic. His fingertips glowing with a silvery light, he was ready for battle. Meanwhile, Lucius, observing the unfolding scene from outside the bar, felt his smile deepen. It has begun. It has finally begun. Chapter 39. The False Savior. In the instant the silvery light struck Dumbledore's palm, Harry wasted no time in twisting open the cap of the Polyjuice potion. The thick, purple liquid slid down his throat, imbued with a sharp, bitter almond taste. In the next moment, his body ignited with heat, his bones cracked audibly, and the muscles in his face contorted as he transformed. Taking on the guise of an unfamiliar blonde wizard, the unassuming ministry employee he had encountered earlier at the Leaky Cauldron. Harry? Dumbledore's gaze sharpened, and fox wings fluttered slightly, the golden feathers glinting ominously. What have you done? I merely wish to avoid being followed, Professor Dumbledore, Harry whispered, mimicking the tone of the blonde attendant while discreetly slipping the metal shard and the time ring into Corey's pocket. As you have seen, the Death Eaters have been searching for me, and I must exercise caution. Corey immediately understood, huddling behind Harry, her small frame taut like a drawn bowstring. Dumbledore's eyes lingered on Harry's face for a few seconds before scanning Corey, ultimately resting upon the remnants of Snape's magical aura lingering at the pub's entrance. He sighed softly, the fog on his half-moon glasses swirling gently. Harry, I know you harbor misunderstandings about me. However, I must inform you that Snape is not as you perceive him. He is not one of Voldemort's followers. His approach towards you is solely for the inheritance of the Potter family. Is that so? Harry scoffed, deliberately exposing the scar on his wrist, burned by a Death Eater's curse. Was that individual who saved me just now a mere figment of your imagination? Or do you truly believe that a servant of Voldemort would risk revealing their identity to save me? The chosen one? Dumbledore's expression shifted subtly, and he refrained from responding, instead redirecting the conversation. Harry, come back to Hogwarts with me. There, you will find the most powerful magical barriers that the Death Eaters cannot penetrate. Moreover, I can assist you in unraveling the Potter family's legacy regarding time magic and the truth about your parents. I can reveal it all. Harry's heart raced. He indeed yearned to uncover the truth about his parents, to understand why James and Lily had perished, to discern what Dumbledore had concealed. Yet, Snape's warning echoed in his mind. Do not trust anything Dumbledore says. Hogwarts is ensnared in his web. He regarded Dumbledore's gentle gaze and suddenly recalled the words left by the Phoenix apparition in the Chamber of Inheritance. The price of time magic is to become a slave to time. He jolted back to awareness. What Dumbledore desired was never to protect him, but to exploit his time magic, to utilize the Potter family's legacy. No, thank you for your kindness. Professor Dumbledore, Harry replied, stepping back and grasping Corey's hand as they moved towards the back door of the pub. I have matters to attend to and shall not trouble you any further. Dumbledore's expression darkened, and Foxy emitted a piercing cry, enveloping the entire pub in golden light. Harry felt a surge of formidable magic emanating from all directions, intent on ensnaring him. Dumbledore was making his move. Harry, do not force my hand. Dumbledore's voice turned icy. Do you believe you can escape? The Potter family's legacy and the time magic must be under my control. It is for the peace of the magical world. For the peace of the magical world? Or for your own ambition? Harry's gaze sharpened as he summoned the magic within him, his fingertips glowing with silver light. This time, he would not employ the Levi Corpus spell, but would attempt to wield the blood magic left by James. Dumbledore, you deceived everyone, including my parents. Do you think I would still believe you? He raised his hand towards the back door of the pub and shouted, by the blood of Merlin, time is my shield. Time barrier. A shimmering wall of silver light abruptly materialized at the back door, effectively sealing off Dumbledore's formidable magic. This defensive spell, which he had gleaned from the tattered pages of the Potter Codex, was an amalgamation of Merlin's bloodline and temporal magic. Though not overwhelmingly powerful, it was sufficient to withstand the initial onslaught from Dumbledore. You possessed the bloodline magic of the Potter family. Dumbledore's eyes reflected a tempest of shock and fury. Who has instructed you? Snape? Or that house elf? Harry remained silent, resolutely pulling Corey toward the back door. Corey used the house elf magic to open the door. Without hesitation, Corey raised his small fist and shouted, "Key! Unlock!" Suddenly, the back door emanated a blue glow, transforming into the shape of a key. Harry understood that this was Corey's innate talent as a house elf, enabling him to temporarily morph ordinary objects into keys in moments of dire need. Although it could only be employed once, it was adequate for their escape. "Harry, you will regret this." Dumbledore's voice echoed ominously from behind, tinged with a sense of reluctance. "Without my assistance, you cannot truly wield temporal magic. You will be consumed by time." Harry did not look back. He grasped Corey's hand and leapt into the radiance of the key. In that fleeting moment, before being enveloped by the key's light, he glimpsed a flash of red in Dumbledore's eyes, and on Foxwing's lingered a trace of dark magic, an indication of Death Eater sorcery. The thought that Dumbledore might be colluding with the Death Eaters flickered through Harry's mind, only to be drowned in the dizzying sensation of the key's magic. When he opened his eyes once more, he and Corey found themselves standing in an unfamiliar alleyway. Surrounding them were low brick buildings adorned with peculiar graffiti, and the air was thick with the scent of fish. They had arrived in a Muggle district of London, far from the leaky cauldron. Harry exhaled a sigh of relief and sank to the ground, the effects of the Polyjuice potion still clinging to him, maintaining his appearance as the golden-haired wizard. Corey, too, was exhausted and plopped down beside him, gasping for breath. "Mr. Harry, are we safe?" Corey's voice was laced with fatigue. Harry nodded and retrieved the metal shard left by Snape, examining it closely once more. The RAB inscription gleamed softly in the sunlight, while the faint lettering on the reverse side, Borgin and Burke's Vanishing Cabinet, was exceptionally clear. He recalled having seen a vanishing cabinet at Borgin and Burke's in Noctur Alley before, noting the unusual magical fluctuations emanating from it. It now seemed plausible that it concealed secrets left by Regulus regarding Voldemort's Horcruxes, possibly even connected to the legacy of the Potter family. "Corey, we must head to Nocturne Alley," Harry declared, rising with newfound determination. "We need to uncover the secrets hidden within the vanishing cabinet at Borgin and Burke's." Corey nodded and was about to stand when his expression suddenly shifted. He pointed at Harry's pocket. "Mr. Harry, your pocket is glowing." Harry glanced down to see a silver light emanating from his pocket, his silver ring. Quickly, he retrieved it, noticing the intricate gear patterns on its surface spinning rapidly, as if attuned to something nearby. "This is the resonance of temporal magic," Harry exclaimed in astonishment. "The ring is detecting the fluctuations of nearby temporal magic." He followed the direction indicated by the silver ring and beheld at the end of the narrow alley an abandoned clock shop. The shop's window was filled with a plethora of dilapidated timepieces, among which a colossal grandfather clock stood, its hands moving counterclockwise, emanating a silvery glow akin to that of a silver ring. There were traces of temporal magic. Harry's heart raced. He could sense an overwhelming, familiar magic within the clock shop, identical to the power resonating in the blood memories of James. He grasped Corey's hand and cautiously approached the clock shop. The door was ajar and opened with a gentle push. Inside, dust coated every surface, and the air was imbued with the ancient scent of sandalwood, a fragrance beloved by James. At the heart of the shop stood the grandfather clock, its surface etched with the imagery of a stag and an hourglass, the emblem of the Potter family. Harry stepped forward, extending his hand to delicately touch the clock's face. Suddenly, the silver ring leapt from his grasp and adhered to the clock's surface. A brilliant silver light radiated from the clock, and its casing slowly opened, revealing not ordinary gears, but a miniature time-turner. This was his father's time-turner. Harry's voice trembled as he felt the lingering magic of James within the device, along with a fragment of indistinct blood memory. He closed his eyes, focusing intently, attempting to access that memory. Soon, a vivid scene unfolded in his mind. James stood before the grandfather clock, holding the silver ring, conversing with a figure cloaked in black. The figure's face was obscured by a hood, revealing only a strand of dark hair. "Snape. Severus, I know you worry for Lily and for Harry," James spoke gently. "But the secrets of time magic cannot be divulged to Dumbledore. Otherwise, he will exploit Harry. This time-turner, along with the silver ring, I entrust to your care. Should anything happen to Lily and me, you must give them to Harry, allowing him to choose his own destiny." Snape nodded, accepting the time-turner and silver ring, his voice deep and resolute. "James, rest assured, I will safeguard Lily and Harry. Even at the cost of my life, I shall not allow Dumbledore to harm them." The vision concluded, and Harry abruptly opened his eyes, tears welling in his gaze. He finally comprehended that Snape had been protecting him since before his birth. James and Snape were not adversaries, but allies. Dumbledore had been deceitful. He was the one seeking to manipulate time magic and exploit the legacy of the Potter family. Master Harry, what troubles you? Corey inquired with concern. Harry wiped away his tears, clutching the time turner and silver ring tightly, his expression resolute. Corey, we have more pressing matters at hand. We must uncover the secrets left by R.A.B., locate Voldemort's Horcruxes, and expose Dumbledore's true nature. I will no longer allow anyone to dictate my fate. Just then, the clock shop's door was forcefully flung open, a beam of green light piercing through and striking the grandfather clock beside Harry. Harry Potter, did you think you could escape? Lucius's voice echoed from the doorway, laced with a cruel mirth. This time, there would be no Snape to save you, nor Dumbledore to assist in preserving the legacy of the Potter family. The temporal magic is mine. Harry spun around, only to behold Lucius standing at the threshold, flanked by 5 Death Eaters, their wands aglow with a sinister green light. The windows of the clock shop had been shattered, and more Death Eaters surged inside, encircling Harry and Corey, clutching the time turner and silver ring tightly. Harry summoned every ounce of magic within him, his fingertips shimmering with a silvery radiance. He understood that without Snape's protection and Dumbledore's guidance, he was left to rely solely on himself, the bloodline of the Potters, the power of time magic, and his own strength to survive. Corey, take cover behind me, Harry shouted, raising his hand towards the Death Eaters, invoking, by the blood of Merlin, the blade of time. A silver blade of light shot forth from his fingertips, infused with formidable magic, hurtling toward Lucius. It was his inaugural use of offensive time magic, and for the first time, he was genuinely fighting for his own destiny. Unbeknownst to him, atop the clock shop, Snape observed quietly. In his hand, he clutched a wand, James's old wand, salvaged from the ruins of the Ancestral home. His gaze was a tapestry of concern and resolve. Lily, James, I shall not let you down. Harry will become the true guardian of time. He will thwart Dumbledore's machinations. Chapter 40. Lurking. The instant the silver blade tore through the air, Harry felt the silver ring in his palm erupt with blinding light, resonating violently with the boiling blood of the Potters within him. That power surged like an uncontrollable torrent, overwhelming his grasp on magic. The light of the blade expanded, enveloping the entire clock shop in a distorted silvery glow. Lucius's wails were abruptly silenced by an unseen force, the forms of the Death Eaters blurring like crumpled paper. Harry felt the world spin, as if time itself had been twisted into a corkscrew, the hands of the grandfather clock wildly reversing. The residual magic of James intertwined with the light of the silver ring, weaving a vast net that ensnared both him and Corey. Master Harry! Corey's exclamation faded in an instant, and Harry lost consciousness completely. When he opened his eyes again, blinding sunlight streamed through a familiar window, casting warmth upon his face. The sharp sound of Aunt Petunia sweeping reached his ears. Lazy bones! It's nearly 9 o'clock, and you're still in bed. Believe me, I'll throw all your rubbish out. Harry bolted upright, realizing he lay in the attic of number 4 Privet Drive. He wore a faded old nightgown. The silver ring and time turner had vanished, and the scars left by the Death Eater's curse were gone. This was the mundane existence he had known before his 17th birthday, before he had escaped the Dursleys and become ensnared in Dumbledore's schemes. He rushed to the mirror, where the boy reflected had untamed black hair and emerald eyes, still bearing the traces of youth, a far cry from the golden-haired wizard shaped by the polyjuice potion. Time had rewound. Harry clenched his fists, his fingertips turning white from the pressure. The resonance between the silver ring and his bloodline unexpectedly triggered a spell that reversed time, transporting him back to a moment before everything had escalated. Yet, the memories of the leaky cauldron and the clock shop were indelibly etched in his mind. Dumbledore's disguise, Snape's guardianship, the secrets between James and Snape, Lucius's relentless pursuit, and the true mission of the Potter family legacy. He was no longer the Harry Potter bound by the title of Savior, filled with unwavering trust in Dumbledore. Harry, what are you dawdling for? Hurry down for breakfast. Aunt Petunia's shrill voice pierced the air, laced with her familiar harshness. Taking a deep breath, Harry suppressed the tumult of emotions within him. He understood that this was no mere coincidence. The power of the silver ring and the time turner had granted him a second chance. This time, he would take the initiative, refusing to be a mere pawn manipulated by Dumbledore or Voldemort. He quickly donned his clothes, deliberately slowing his pace as he descended the stairs, meticulously observing every detail of the living room. The Dursleys were gathered at the dining table, Dudley devouring a colossal sandwich, while Uncle Vernon read the newspaper. The front page headline glaringly announcing a surge in mysterious occurrences, with reports of unexplained lights. These were the telltale signs of the Death Eater's clandestine activities, and the groundwork laid by Dumbledore. Ugh, more of these nonsensical news stories, Uncle Vernon grumbled, tossing the newspaper onto the table. It's certainly the work of those freaks. Contrary to his usual silence, Harry suddenly spoke up. Uncle, have you heard of the Borgin and Burke shop? It's a nocturne alley. Uncle Vernon's face paled instantly, and Aunt Petunia paused her actions, her eyes flickering with unease. Harry's heart raced. The Dursleys indeed knew something, perhaps related to the deaths of James and Lily. But Dumbledore had sealed their lips. Why are you asking about that? Uncle Vernon bellowed, slamming his hand on the table. I warn you, don't mention those freaky things again. Otherwise, I'll lock you in the attic until school starts. Harry let out a cold laugh, opting for silence. He had gleaned the information he sought. The Dursleys' reaction confirmed Dumbledore's controlling nature, with even his Muggle relatives firmly under his thumb. After breakfast, Harry retreated to the attic, and the moment he closed the door, he concentrated, summoning the magic within him. Indeed, though the silver ring and time turner were absent, the magical imprint belonging to the Potter lineage still resided within his blood, and he could feel a faint silver glow at his fingertips. Those memories and powers had not been erased by time. He approached the window and gazed out at the tranquil street of Privet Drive, silently vowing, this time, he would not be deceived. Dumbledore's calculating gaze behind those crescent-shaped glasses, his lips forever uttering phrases cloaked in the guise of greater good, must be exposed. Everyone needed to see that treating children as pawns rendered him no different from Voldemort. But before that, he needed to uncover all the truths regarding Snape and the loathsome pact with his father. What sordid dealings lay behind that man's piercing gaze? Time waits for no one. Lucius Malfoy's greedy hands must not be the first to touch the treasures within Borgin and Burke's. The vanishing cabinet, the secrets left by R.A.B., the true clues to the Horcruxes must be secured by him. This was the key to altering everything. The blood that courses through my veins. The blood of the Potter family signifies far more than merely leaving behind an ancient protective charm. I can sense its resonance with the very fabric of time. I am not a slave to time. I shall become its master. I will no longer stand idly by, watching as lives are extinguished before my eyes, merely able to rewind a few hours in vain. All the fragments, all the conspiracies shall converge at this moment, when I seize control of time and uncover the truth. Albus Dumbledore, your facade will be utterly shattered. The magical world will come to know who has truly lurked in the light all along, the genuine threat. This time, I have come to unveil everything. At that instant, the owl letter in my pocket began to tremble. Not a notification from Hogwarts, but an unsigned missive. Upon opening it, Harry found a single line inscribed in emerald ink. Beware of Dumbledore's messenger. He is watching you. S. Severus Snape. Harry's heart raced. Even in the past, Snape remained a clandestine protector. Clutching the letter tightly, his resolve intensified. This time, he would not overlook any clues, would not be swayed by false gentility, nor allow his parents' tragedy to repeat. He would rewrite fate with his own hands, not only for himself but for James and Lily, and for all those manipulated by Dumbledore. The sunlight outside the attic grew increasingly intense, and Harry understood that his true battle was only just beginning. This time, he was not alone. He had Snape's assistance. The legacy of the Potter family, and a heart that no longer wavered, now beating solely for the truth. Taking a deep breath, he quelled the tempest within. Dumbledore's betrayal. Snape's guardianship, the time turner left by his parents. So many truths bombarded him in a matter of hours, nearly rendering him breathless. Yet he knew this was not the time to succumb to emotion. Lucius Malfoy, accompanied by the Death Eaters, was in pursuit, while Dumbledore coveted the Potter family's legacy. They must lie low, for only then could they hope to unravel the remaining secrets. Harry quietly approached the storage room door and gently knocked. Corey, come out. They're asleep. The door creaked open, and Corey peered out, worry etched across his face. Young master, it was perilous just now. It's all right. Harry reassured him with a smile, pulling Corey into the storeroom. The space was small, cluttered with old trunks and miscellaneous items, thick with the scent of dust. It was a sanctuary of safety. Harry retrieved fundamentals of magical theory and the cloth bag from within his robes, opening the bag. Inside lay the yellowed remnants of time and bloodlines, the text somewhat blurred, yet still revealing the phrases 3 realms of time magic and chamber of legacy. Harry's fingers caressed the fragile pages, and a surge of strength filled him. He recognized that the days ahead would be arduous. He would need to conceal himself from the Dursleys' cruelty, study time magic under the watchful eyes of Dumbledore and the Death Eaters, and seek the means to unlock the Chamber of Legacy. But he was no longer the lost savior. He had Corey's assistance, Snape's protection, the legacy bequeathed by his parents, and a truth he was determined to safeguard. Corey, Harry lifted his gaze towards the little elf beside him, his eyes resolute. In the days to come, we may have to endure a period of hardship. But rest assured, once I master time magic and awaken my bloodline, we shall venture to the Ancestral home, unlock the secret chamber of heritage, and then unveil Dumbledore's true nature, seeking out Voldemort's Horcruxes. This time, we shall no longer flee. We shall take the initiative. Corey nodded emphatically, clenching his small fist. Young master, I will always be by your side. In the storage room, the boy and the elf huddled closely together, holding not only the yellowed remnants of pages and an ancient silver ring, but also the legacy of the Potter family and the secrets regarding truth and destiny that awaited revelation. The days of hiding commenced, yet a faint light began to quietly flicker in the darkness. Chapter 41. The daily life at Aunt Petunia's as sunlight filtered through the cracks into the cupboard. A thunderous roar erupted from upstairs, the sound of Vernon's booming voice. The book, Introduction to Magical Theory, which he had concealed beneath an old cardboard box, had been discovered by Petunia during her cleaning. Harry clenched the crumpled message paper hidden in the stair crevice, his knuckles turning white. This paper was a means of communication agreed upon with Corey, crafted from old parchment from the Ancestral home, capable of cloaking their intentions from muggles while facilitating the infusion of magic. He could vividly picture Vernon grasping the pages, the magical annotations scratched with his nails, which appeared as grotesque doodles to the muggle eye, yet stood as irrefutable evidence of abnormality to Vernon's perception. Look at this gibberish. Vernon's voice reverberated against the stair rail, shaking dust loose from the walls. I told you, he is always lurking in the corners, up to no good. If this wretched book is some cult nonsense, what will happen to Dudley? Just throw it away. Petunia's voice was sharp and cruel, indifferent to his rant, as she reminded him they still needed to buy Dudley a new game console the next day. Throw it away? I intend to keep it, Vernon retorted with a sneer. Tomorrow, I'll ask the neighbors, and if there is any truth to it, I'll send him straight to an orphanage. Harry pressed his back against the icy wall, his heart gripped tightly by fear. The orphanage was a mere threat, but being cast out from the Dursleys was indeed perilous. He had yet to master even the rudiments of time magic. The resonance of the silver ring fluctuated unpredictably, and Dumbledore's spies, along with the Death Eaters, could be lurking nearby. The essence of hiding was to conceal. Once exposed, all prior plans would be rendered futile. Taking a deep breath, he concentrated, gathering a thread of faint magic at his fingertips. This was a control spell he had practiced using the remnants of time and blood, capable of compressing magic into fine strands to avoid triggering magical fluctuations. The magic seeped from his fingertips into the paper, causing the parchment to warm instantly, transforming into a nearly invisible silvery gray smoke that slipped through the crack of the storage room door. Corey had mentioned that this form of communication could only be perceived by them, undetectable even to other house elves. Harry, what are you dawdling about? Petunia's shrill voice suddenly erupted from the stairway, her slippers slapping against the floor as she approached. If a living room floor isn't spotless, don't expect dinner tonight. Harry quickly straightened, grabbing the broom from the corner and deliberately slowing his movements as he began to sweep the floor. Out of the corner of his eye, he watched Petunia, clad in a wrinkled apron, clutching a rag, her gaze slicing through the air like a knife across his wrist, where faint scars from the Death Eater's curse remained, concealed beneath his long sleeves. Don't be lazy. Penny gently prodded his back. The light has been turned off to conserve energy. Your eyesight is sharp. You can work even in utter darkness. The living room lights clicked off, leaving only the moonlight seeping through the curtain seams, casting a slender beam upon the floor. Harry set down his broom and quietly moved to the window, where the yard lay silent, the only sound being the wind rustling fallen leaves against the fence. When would Corey arrive? Would the remnants of time and bloodline in the storage room be discovered? He touched the silver ring around his neck, feeling it warm slightly, as if echoing his unease. At that moment, the fireplace in the living room suddenly crackled with a sound uncharacteristic of a muggle hearth. Harry turned sharply, witnessing a low, green flame erupting from the fireplace, its edges shimmering with a faint silver glow, a deliberate dampening of magical fluctuations by Corey, before a small figure emerged. Master. Corey's voice was barely audible, akin to a mosquito's buzz. His gray waistcoat was dusted with soot from the fireplace, yet he clutched a cloth bag tightly in his hand. I sensed the magic and came. Where's the book? Harry quickly covered Corey's mouth and pulled him behind the curtain. It's on Vernon's bedside table, right next to Dudley. So be quiet. He took the cloth bag, his fingers brushing against something hard within. Besides the remnants of time and bloodline, there was also half a stale loaf of bread, which Corey had secretly stashed from the wizarding market, knowing he never had enough to eat at the Dursleys. Don't worry, Corey reassured him, patting his chest, though his drooping ears still trembled. However, when I arrived, the magical fluctuations in the old house felt even stranger. Dumbledore's magic is still present, but there's an older magic mingling with it. Is it the family guardian magic? Harry's fingertips grazed the silver ring, and the metal suddenly grew warm. Corey had mentioned it previously, but he hadn't paid much attention until now, connecting it to the dormant bloodline in the remnants. His heart raced. It must be. Corey nodded. Yet that magic is feeble, like a candle flickering close to extinguishment. Master, if your bloodline awakens, it might just revive it. Harry clenched his fists. The remnants only indicated that an awakening required a catalyst, but did not specify what that catalyst might be. Just as he was about to inquire further, Corey transformed into a wisp of smoke and ascended the stairs with the silent grace of a house elf, not even causing the floorboards to creak. Harry huddled behind the curtain, pressing his ear against the wall. The noises above were alarmingly clear. Vernon's snores resembled a rickety bellows. Penny rustled the sheets as she turned, and Dudley's teeth ground together with a creaking sound. Time crawled like a sluggish snail, each second causing sweat to bead on his palms. Suddenly, a soft thud echoed from upstairs. Harry's heart leapt to his throat, nearly causing him to drop the bag. Had a cup fallen? Or had Corey been discovered? Just as he was about to inch toward the staircase, he heard Dudley's groggy voice. "Mom, I want some soda." Dudley was awake. Harry held his breath, his fingertips swiftly gathering a thread of magic. This was the light sleeping charm documented in the remnants, effective on Muggle children without leaving a trace of magic. He gestured subtly toward the top of the stairs, the magic drifting upward like fine threads. "Moments latte." Dudley's voice faded, leaving only the sound of deeper breaths. The cold sweat on Harry's back had thoroughly soaked his shirt, just as he exhaled a sigh of relief. He spotted Corey descending with fundamentals of magical theory, his small face a portrait of survival after a narrow escape. He had accidentally knocked over a cup, but thankfully, Dudley remained blissfully unaware. Harry hastily opened the book, relieved to find the scratches still intact, and the crucial notes on Merlin's bloodline and magical resonance were undamaged. He clutched the book to his chest, as if it were a lifeline. "Keep an eye on the old house," Harry whispered, lowering his voice. "And also on Dumbledore's purpose for visiting." "I will," Corey replied, pulling out a crumpled piece of paper from his pocket, on which a symbol was sketched in charcoal. "Look, Master, this hourglass is carved around the old oak tree in the old house. Does it look familiar?" Harry's gaze fell upon the paper, his pupils dilating sharply. The hourglass shape was identical to the silver ring around his neck. The gears that had repeatedly appeared in his dreams seemed to align perfectly with the patterns of the hourglass. Just as he opened his mouth to inquire further, Corey took a step back. "I must go." Vernon's snoring has quieted down. "He might wake up soon. Study the remnants carefully. Don't linger too long in the moonlight. The silver ring will reflect." With a flash of green fire, Corey vanished into the fireplace. Harry, clutching the book and the fabric bag, retreated into the storage room beneath the stairs, which was cluttered with Dudley's outgrown clothes and Vernon's battered toolbox, just enough to shield him from prying eyes. Utilizing the moonlight filtering through the door's crack, he opened the fabric bag. The remnants of time and bloodline glowed with a yellowed hue, though the writing was blurred. Each word struck his eyes with clarity. The three realms of time magic: perception, slow flow, and reversal. Reversal comes at a cost. If the bloodline is damaged, magic will recoil. It dawned on him that the precognition he had unconsciously employed was the foundation of the realm of perception. Harry's fingertips brushed over the phrase, "The awakening of the bloodline requires a catalyst." Deep within the old house lies a chamber of inheritance. And his heart raced. This was his objective. If he could unlock the chamber, he would master true time magic. At that moment, a piece of parchment tumbled out from the book. Harry picked it up, and the silver ring instantly grew warm. The parchment bore the Potter family crest, with a line of ancient magical script beneath it. With the annotations from the remnants, he struggled to comprehend. Bloodline unawakened, hourglass unlit. The danger of the old house is not Dumbledore's doing, but that of the sleeper who will awaken. Sleeper? Harry furrowed his brows. Just as he intended to tuck the parchment into his cloak, he heard the faintest of footsteps in the yard. Not Vernon's heavy tread, nor Petunia's delicate steps, but light as a cat treading on cotton, with a barely perceptible magical aura. Someone was approaching. Harry's senses heightened instantly. He shoved the book, remnants, and parchment into the pile of old clothes, using the toolbox as a barricade. He cautiously peered through the gap in the storage room, and under the moonlight, he beheld a figure cloaked in black standing in the yard, back turned to him, a wand in hand shimmering with a faint silver glow. Fixated on the window of Vernon's bedroom. Was it a Death Eater? Or one of Dumbledore's people? Harry's hand instinctively moved to the silver ring around his neck, the metal burning hot against his skin. He attempted to channel the magic of the realm of perception, his fingertips glowing with a faint silver light. Sensing that the magical presence bore no malice, but rather exuded an ancient essence akin to the protective magic of the old house. Just then, the black-clad figure abruptly turned. The brim of the hood pulled low, yet it directed its gaze precisely towards the storage room. Harry's heart thundered as that person's gaze seemed to pierce through the door, landing upon his hiding place. He quickly recoiled, clutching the silver ring. Beneath the surface of his mundane existence, turbulent currents had already begun to swell, and this mysterious figure might very well be the harbinger of the impending storm. Chapter 42. The gaze of the dark-cloaked figure. The early autumn air on Privet Drive was always thick with dampness, carrying the earthy scent of dust. Harry nestled on the tattered mat in the stairwell, his fingertips pinching a withered sycamore leaf he had collected from the yard yesterday, a prop for his practice and foresight. Today marked his 8th birthday, yet there was no cake, no gifts, only a pile of old cardboard boxes in the corner and the occasional disdainful glance from Petunia. However, Harry remained indifferent. His focus was on the leaf in his hand. He attempted to envelop the leaf in magic, closing his eyes to sense its future. Moments latte. Images danced in his mind. Dudley would come charging in 10 minutes, seize the leaf, crumple it into a ball, and toss it aside. As anticipated, Dudley's footsteps thundered down the stairs shortly thereafter, clad in newly purchased sneakers, his face smeared with chocolate. Spotting the leaf in Harry's hand, he bellowed, "Hey, you little monster. What do you have there? Give it to me." In accordance with his foresight, Harry deliberately shifted the leaf aside just a second before Dudley lunged for it. Dudley missed, losing his balance and crashing onto the stairs with a howl of pain. "Harry, did you push Dudley on purpose?" Petunia's furious voice erupted as she stormed out of the kitchen, her hair a chaotic mess, a flour-dusted spoon clutched in her hand. "I knew you had ill intentions. If Dudley were to injure himself, I would hold you responsible." Harry quickly lowered his head, hunching his shoulders slightly, his voice small and timid. "I didn't." Dudley wanted to take the leaf. "Don't you dare talk back." Vernon emerged from the living room, just returning from work, his tie askew. Upon seeing Dudley in tears, his expression darkened. "Stand in the yard as punishment. You are not allowed back inside without my permission." Harry nodded obediently, stepping outside. The sun in the yard was rather glaring, and he leaned against the wall, feeling a sense of relief. His earlier prediction had been spot on. His perceptive abilities had indeed heightened. Now, not only could he foresee minor events seconds ahead, but he could also sense the emotional fluctuations of those around him, such as the fear hidden beneath Petunia's anger and Vernon's irritation that masked his disdain for trouble. He touched the silver ring around his neck. The cool metal rested against his skin. Since the incident with the sleeper, the ring had grown much quieter, only occasionally warming slightly during his magical practice. Corey had informed him through the communication stone yesterday that the magical fluctuations at the old house had stabilized temporarily, suggesting that Dumbledore and the sleeper had reached a tenuous balance. However, Corey had cautioned him. "Young master, Professor Snape has been frequently seen near Privet Drive lately. Exercise caution. His magic is potent, and do not let him discover your anomalies." Snape? Harry's fingertips hesitated. From the depths of his memories of the original tale, he recalled that Snape was the potions master at Hogwarts, a member of the Order of the Phoenix, and an acquaintance of Lily's. However, the current Severus Snape is likely still in service to Dumbledore. His presence on Privet Drive must be for the purpose of observing that boy who has miraculously survived. It is imperative that Snape remains oblivious to the truth of his situation. Harry immediately adjusts his mindset, suppressing all thoughts of magic and legacy, leaving only the fears of a dull child apprehensive of punishment. He is not allowed back inside until noon, when Vernon finally permits him to enter. Petunia places a bowl of cold cereal before him and curtly instructs him to eat quickly, reminding him to tidy up Dudley's toys, if even one is missing. He shall forego dinner that night. Harry cradles the bowl, consuming his meal slowly. Dudley sprawls on the sofa, engrossed in cartoons, carelessly tossing toys across the floor and occasionally making faces at Harry. Harry pretends not to notice, and once he finishes his cereal, he begins to gather the toys. Deliberately clumsy, knocking over blocks to reinforce Petunia's impression of his supposed dullness. As he tidies up, Petunia emerges from the kitchen, arms laden with cups, presumably to prepare coffee for Vernon. In her haste, she trips over the carpet, and the cups seem destined to crash to the floor. A vivid image flashes in Harry's mind. The cups shattering, Petunia's wrath directed at him, and the punishment of washing dishes all night. Almost instinctively, a faint spark of magic coalesces at his fingertips, directed toward the cups. It manifests as an invisible cushion, gently supporting them. Petunia stumbles slightly, steadies herself, and glances at the cups in confusion, furrowing her brow. Strange, why did the cups feel lighter for a moment? Harry quickly bows his head, continuing to collect the toys, his heart racing. He had used magic too hastily and nearly exposed himself to Petunia. He must be more cautious, refraining from any use of magic in front of the Dursleys, even if it leaves no trace. In the afternoon, Vernon departs for work. Petunia occupies herself with knitting in the living room, and Dudley plays ball in the yard. Harry is permitted to remain outside, as long as he doesn't wander far or cause any trouble. He sits on the grass, feigning interest in Dudley's game while secretly practicing the mental shielding techniques discussed in class. He knows Snape excels in legilimency, and he must fortify his mental defenses. As he closes his eyes, concentrating on trivial matters like the ants on the ground and the clouds above, he suddenly senses a chilling presence of magic. Not the dark essence of Voldemort's remnants, nor the warmth of Dumbledore, but a sharp, acrid scent reminiscent of potions. Like cold venom wafting through the air. Someone is watching him. Harry abruptly opens his eyes, casually glancing towards the street corner where a man clad in a black cloak stands, the brim pulled low, obscuring much of his face except for a pale chin. He clutches a wand, its tip resting at his side, his gaze fixed intently upon Harry. It is Snape. A cold sweat breaks out across Harry's back. He instantly switches to his dull mode, picking up a stone from the ground and fiddling with it, occasionally glancing at Dudley with an expression filled with the fear of bullying, completely devoid of the vigilance he had while practicing magic moments ago. Snape remains motionless at the street corner. Harry suddenly felt a powerful gaze fixed upon him, akin to a searchlight, penetrating through his tattered clothing and reaching deep into his soul. A wave of anxiety washed over him, and the stone he clutched seemed to grow heavier in his hand. The gaze traversed his form, beginning at the crown of his head and gradually descending, gliding over his shoulders and chest, finally resting on the stone he held, and then on his hunched shoulders. He could even vaguely sense Snape's emotions, confusion intertwined with a hint of scrutiny. Chapter 43. An Unexpected Aid. Dudley, fatigued from play, hurled the ball near Harry and bellowed, "Little freak, fetch the ball." Harry hastily set down the stone and jogged to retrieve the ball, deliberately stumbling as if he might fall. As he handed the ball to Dudley, he caught a glimpse of Snape's fingers twitching, as if he intended to act, but they soon stilled. After approximately 10 minutes, Snape finally turned, his black cloak billowing in the wind before he vanished around the corner. Harry watched his retreating figure until it was entirely out of sight, exhaling slowly as the fabric of his shirt grew damp with cold sweat. Snape had undoubtedly been probing him, perhaps employing a subtle form of legilimency or observing his magical fluctuations. Fortunately, Harry had reacted swiftly, feigning sufficient ignorance to remain unnoticed. But what was Snape's purpose for being there? Was it mere observation, or did he harbor ulterior motives? Sitting on the grass, Harry's fingers unconsciously brushed against the silver ring around his neck. At that moment, the ring suddenly grew warm, more so than ever before, as if something within it were striving to emerge. Harry quickly covered the ring, shielding it from Dudley's view. He closed his eyes, concentrating on the sensations emanating from the ring. A series of indistinct words flashed through his mind, reminiscent of potion ingredients. African tree snake skin, unicorn horn powder, moonstone dust. What could these signify? Were they hints from the ring or remnants of Snape's message? Frowning, Harry was about to delve deeper into his perception when he heard Petunia's voice booming from the house. "Harry, it's dark outside. Are you planning to freeze out there?" Promptly, Harry rose, brushing off the grass clippings from his clothes, and entered the house. In the living room, Petunia had prepared dinner, while Vernon sat on the couch reading the newspaper and Dudley leaned over the table, devouring sausages. "Hurry up and set the table." Petunia tossed a stack of dishes in front of Harry. "Dudley received a gold star at school today, and if you dare to upset him, you'll be sleeping in the yard tonight." Harry nodded silently, arranging the cutlery. Throughout dinner, his thoughts lingered on the potion ingredients within the ring and Snape's unexpected appearance, rendering him oblivious to Petunia and Vernon's conversation, until Dudley kicked his leg. "Little freak, pass me the ketchup." Harry quickly complied, yet his mind was preoccupied. Snape was a master of potions. Could the ingredients within the ring be connected to him? Was it a warning or a suggestion? That night, Harry was banished back to the staircase. He lay upon a tattered mat, illuminated by the silvery moonlight streaming through the window, his fingers brushing against the coolness of the silver ring around his neck, which still resonated with a faint tremor. He buried his face in his knees, reflecting on the events of the day, foreseeing Darius's fall, cushioning Petunia's cup, Snape's scrutiny, and the potion ingredients encased within the silver ring. The situation appeared to be growing increasingly convoluted. Dumbledore, the sleeper, Snape, and the looming crisis at Potter's old estate formed a web that was slowly tightening around him. He needed to strengthen himself swiftly to awaken his bloodline, lest he be relegated to a mere pawn by those individuals or be ensnared in a more perilous vortex. As he teetered on the brink of slumber, a faint rustling sound from the courtyard jolted him awake, reminiscent of someone treading upon fallen leaves. Harry's eyes flew open, his breath hitching. Could it be Snape returning? Or perhaps a member of the Sleeper's faction? He stealthily crawled to the staircase, peering through the crack in the door, only to find the courtyard deserted, save for the whisper of the wind through the trees. Just as he prepared to withdraw, a flicker of movement caught his peripheral vision, a small package resting upon the steps, shrouded in black fabric, appearing rather ancient. Who had placed it there? Was it Snape? Or someone else? Harry's heart raced. After a moment's hesitation, he seized the opportunity while Petunia and Vernon were asleep, gently pushing the door open to retrieve the package before retreating back into the stairwell. The parcel was diminutive, roughly the size of his palm, firm to the touch, as though containing something solid. He placed it on his lap, and with the moonlight as his guide, carefully unwrapped it to reveal a folded note and a small piece of black material that resembled the hide of some creature. He unfolded the note, its scrawl untidy, inscribed with magical ink that shimmered softly in the moonlight. Dull-witted boy, perhaps you need this. Do not disappoint me. There was no signature. Harry's fingers paused over the handwriting. Although it was messy, a sense of familiarity lingered, as if he had encountered it before. He picked up the piece of black hide, running his fingers over its rigid surface, adorned with tiny scales. This was indeed the hide of an African tree snake. The first ingredient that had flashed through his mind within the silver ring, staring at the snake's skin and the note in his hands. His heart raced. This package was undoubtedly sent by Snape. Why had he chosen to provide this? What did "do not disappoint me" imply? Had he known all along about Harry's masquerade? Or was he testing him? A swarm of questions buzzed within Harry's mind, each one akin to a bee, swirling around and causing waves of discomfort and agitation. These inquiries emerged one after another, seemingly endless, intertwining and ensnaring his thoughts in disarray. Clutching the African tree snake hide tightly, the cool scales pressed against his fingertips ignited a warmth throughout his body. At that moment, the window of the stairwell swung open with a gust of wind, sending a sycamore leaf fluttering inside to land upon the package. Harry lifted his gaze toward the moonlit exterior. In the shadow at the street corner, a dark figure seemed to stand silently, watching him. Was it Snape? Had he not yet departed? Harry quickly tucked the serpent skin and the note into his bosom, clutching them tightly, then feigned fear, curling up on the mat, eyes shut, too frightened to gaze outside. He could not discern how long that figure lingered. He only knew that after this night, his tranquil existence might truly come to an end. The African tree, snake skin, and the unsigned note nestled in his grasp felt like a ticking time bomb, preventing him from closing his eyes throughout the night. What was Snape truly after? Had he uncovered Harry's secret? As dawn approached, Harry remained huddled on the mat, daring only to quietly open his eyes when daylight crept in. The street corner outside lay abandoned, save for the early birds chirping in the trees. Hastily, he retrieved the serpent skin and the note, scrutinizing the script in the morning light. At the end of the note, he discerned a faint serpentine emblem, the symbol of Slytherin. Indeed, it was he. Harry exhaled in relief, yet his confusion deepened. As he caressed the scales of the serpent skin, he recalled Corey's earlier words, though Professor Snape appeared aloof. He was an acquaintance of Lily, and perhaps he held no malice towards the young master. Could it be that Snape was clandestinely aiding him by providing potion ingredients? Did he hope for Harry to harness these materials to grow stronger, rather than merely feigning ignorance? Clutching the serpent skin, the fog in his mind seemed to lift slightly. Yet new questions emerged. Why would Snape wish to assist him? Was it for Lily, or was there another motive? Chapter 44. The Perception of an 8-Year-Old. Morning light streamed through the stairwell window, casting fragmented patterns upon the floor. Harry clutched the African tree snake skin, feeling the coldness of the scales beneath his fingertips. He had hidden it within the tattered mat, ensuring it would not be discovered by the Dursleys after a restless night of worry. Today marked the second day of his 8th birthday, devoid of any signs of celebration. Petunia, early in the morning, slammed Dudley's school application form onto the dining table. Her voice sharp. "Vernon, Dudley's primary school interview is scheduled for next week. You must accompany us. If he fails to gain admission into that private school, there will be consequences." Vernon, mouthful of bacon, mumbled in response, I know. It's just a silly interview, right? Dudley is bright. He will surely pass." Dudley, brimming with pride, swung his legs and stuffed egg into his mouth, declaring, "I want the teacher to praise me. And I want that little freak to carry my backpack." Harry sat on a small stool in the corner, cradling half a bowl of cold cereal, pretending not to listen. His focus remained on perceiving the emotions surrounding him. Vernon's anxiety lay hidden beneath his irritability. Petunia's fear was cloaked in vanity. And Dudley's arrogance masked his unease in unfamiliar surroundings. These emotions manifested as colorful mists in his mind, clearer than ever before. More than double the clarity from the previous month. His perceptive abilities had indeed intensified. Harry mused silently. He attempted to concentrate on the view outside. And after a few seconds, a vision formed in his mind. In 3 minutes, Mrs. Johnson next door would walk by with a little dog, which would urinate on the weeds of the yard. Sure enough, 3 minutes later, a bark echoed from outside. Harry lowered his head, a barely perceptible smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. This sense of control brought him an unprecedented comfort. After breakfast, Vernon departed for work, leaving Petunia preoccupied with Dudley's enrollment documents. She called Harry over, instructing him to wash these clothes along with Dudley's sneakers, ensuring they appeared as good as new. Harry took the heavy laundry basket and walked to the faucet in the yard. As he filled the basin with water, he discreetly practiced sensing magic, coaxing a faint thread of power to gather at his fingertips. It flowed along with the water, revealing particles of dust slowly drifting within, and even allowing him to perceive the residual rust magic lingering in the pipes from a previous magical test. At that moment, the communication stone in his pocket vibrated. It was Corey. Harry quickly dried his hands, retrieved the stone, and pressed it to his ear. Corey's voice came through, breathless and urgent. "Young master, the situation at the Potter residence remains unchanged. Dumbledore's people are still lurking nearby, but have not approached. However, I sensed a new magic last night, gentle and unlike that of the Death Eaters or Dumbledore. It seems reminiscent of an old acquaintance of the Potter family. Additionally, regarding the potion ingredients you asked me to investigate, the skin of the African tree snake is a crucial component for creating an anti-curse potion. Professor Snape has researched this potion, which is said to be effective against low-level dark magic." Anti-curse potion? Snape has researched it? Harry's heart skipped a beat. Did Snape provide him with the snake skin to craft an anti-curse potion, or was it a subtle hint that he needed to defend against dark magic? Considering the names of the potion ingredients that had surfaced in the previous silver ring, could it be that Snape was already aware of the threats posed by Voldemort's remnants and the Sleepers? "Corey, can you uncover the relationship between Snape and the Potter family?" Harry whispered, lowering his voice. "It's challenging, young master," Corey replied hesitantly. "Professor Snape's past is obscured by magic. I can only ascertain that he taught potions at Hogwarts and had a close association with Dumbledore. However, I discovered a yellowed photograph among the old belongings in the residence, depicting a young woman resembling your mother, Lily, alongside a dark-haired boy who may have been a young Professor Snape. An old acquaintance of Lily?" Harry tightened his grip on the communication stone, fragments from the original narrative flashing through his mind. Snape and Lily were childhood friends, later estranged due to bloodline issues. So, Snape's gift of the snake skin was indeed connected to Lily? Did he hope for Harry to safeguard himself, not to let Lily's sacrifice go in vain? "Young master, I also have a new fragment of time and bloodlines to deliver to you tonight," Corey added. The fragment mentions that enhanced perception is a precursor to awakening one's bloodline. You may try connecting your perception to the silver ring. It could yield further insights. "All right, be cautious," Harry replied, pocketing the communication stone and resuming his laundry. He channeled magic into the water, allowing it to envelop and spin the clothes, thus conserving his strength. Now he could precisely control the intensity of his magic, avoiding the careless destruction of garments as he had in the past. At noon, Petunia took Dudley shopping for new clothes for his school interview, leaving Harry at home to clean, forbidding him from going outside. Seizing the opportunity, Harry retrieved the African tree, snake skin, and basic magical theory from the cushion's hidden compartment. Flipping to the chapter on anti-curse potions, he found that it explicitly stated that the powdered skin of the African tree snake, combined with powdered unicorn horn, could create a fundamental anti-curse potion, effective against mind control and low-level curses. He gently touched the silver ring around his neck, attempting to connect with it through his senses. Instantly, the ring warmed, and a wave of warmth coursed through his body. Names of potion ingredients emerged in his mind. Unicorn horn powder, moonstone powder, phoenix tail feathers, each essential for crafting advanced counter curses and the gift he intended for Snape. Since Snape had secretly aided him, he felt compelled to reciprocate, fostering a deeper bond to pave the way for his future in Slytherin. In the afternoon, Petunia and Dudley returned, Dudley clad in a brand new suit, proudly twirling in the living room. "Hey, monster, do you think I look handsome? I've got an interview next week, and you must come with me to carry my bag." Petunia cast a disapproving glance at Dudley, but did not object. "Harry, you'll accompany us to school next week. If Dudley gets nervous, you'll help him carry his backpack. Don't stand in a conspicuous spot. We wouldn't want to embarrass ourselves." Harry's heart stirred at the prospect of going to school, as it meant leaving Privet Drive and perhaps seizing the opportunity to observe the magical fluctuations around him, confirming whether Dumbledore or any of the sleepers were tracking him. He lowered his head, feigning compliance. "I understand, Aunt Petunia." Chapter 45. The Gaze of the Hourglass Pendant. In the following days, Harry tutored Dudley in vocabulary, though, in truth, he was using Muggle knowledge to help him prepare for the interview, while secretly honing his perception skills. He could anticipate which words Dudley would struggle with, since the interview guide hidden in Petunia's drawer, and even preemptively gauge Vernon's mood before he returned home. If Vernon was in a good mood, Harry would casually mention that Dudley had memorized 5 words. If Vernon's mood soured, he would quickly retreat to the stairs. That evening, Corey delivered the new fragment of Time and Bloodline. The fragment read, "Advanced perceivers can sense residual magic and fragments of time upon touching objects, allowing glimpses of their fleeting past. Gazing at a light source can capture indistinct omens of the future. However, excessive perception may ensnare one in the vortex of ancestral memories, requiring a calming incantation to stabilize the mind." Following the fragment's guidance, Harry settled in the shadow of the staircase, closed his eyes, and recited the calming spell, focusing his perception on the African tree snake skin in his hand. The skin shimmered faintly with a silver light, and a vision flashed in his mind. Snape in the potions classroom at Hogwarts, holding the snake skin, his brow furrowed in thought. On the desk beside him lay a photograph of a young Lily. The vision dissipated swiftly, and Harry opened his eyes, his heart racing. Snape was indeed helping him because of Lily, but why did he not express it directly? Was he afraid Dumbledore would notice, or were there other concerns? He then attempted to concentrate his perception on the silver ring. The ring's warmth intensified, and this time, the image that surfaced was not of potion ingredients but a blurred scene, the living room of the Potter residence, where James held a young Harry in his arms, clutching an hourglass pendant identical to the silver ring. He smiled and said, "When you grow up, this pendant will help you find your family's legacy." It was James's memory. Was the silver ring connected to the hourglass pendant? Was this pendant key to the legacy, alongside the bloodline's recognition? Harry tightened his grip on the silver ring, his mind swirling with increasing questions. How much did James truly know about time magic and the family legacy? Where was the hourglass pendant now? Was it still in the old house, or had Dumbledore taken it? Just then, a faint sound broke the stillness of the yard, akin to the snapping of a branch underfoot. Harry quickly tucked away the torn pages and snake skin, holding his breath as he sensed a figure cloaked in gray standing in the yard. The hood was pulled low, and in their hand they held a glimmering object. Indeed, it was the hourglass pendant, strikingly similar to the silver ring. The individual's magic was gentle, resonating with the aura of the Potter family's old acquaintances as mentioned by Corey. They did not approach the house, but stood outside the yard's fence, fixated on the window of the staircase where Harry stood, seemingly verifying something. Harry's heart raced. Who was this person? Were they there to deliver the hourglass pendant, or to seize the silver ring? He attempted to read the emotions of the figure, yet he only sensed worry and anticipation, devoid of malice. Just as Harry hesitated to speak, the cloaked figure suddenly turned, as if sensing something amiss. Harry quickly withdrew his head, peering through the gap in the window, to see the figure hastily exit the yard, vanishing around the corner of Privet Drive, leaving behind a faint residue of magic. Just as Harry contemplated pursuing them, the communication stone in his pocket vibrated violently. Corey's voice came through, tinged with an unprecedented urgency. "Young master, something's wrong." That cloaked figure is the communication stone suddenly crackled with static, and Corey's voice was abruptly silenced, leaving an eerie stillness in its wake. Clenching the now warm stone, Harry felt a chill wash over him. What had happened to Corey? Had the cloaked figure discovered him? Who was this mysterious individual? Why did mentioning him lead to such interference? The window of the staircase remained ajar, allowing the evening breeze to drift in, carrying a touch of coolness. Harry touched the silver ring around his neck, feeling its warmth intensify, as if responding to the hourglass pendant from moments prior. He gazed at the empty fence of the yard, consumed by a singular thought. Corey must be in peril. And that cloaked figure was undoubtedly linked to the Potter family legacy, perhaps even privy to the secrets of the hourglass pendant. He had to find the cloaked figure and rescue Corey. Yet he was merely an 8-year-old boy trapped on Privet Drive, devoid of a wand, insufficient magical power, and needing Aunt Petunia's consent to even step outside. As anxiety overwhelmed him, Aunt Petunia's voice echoed from the living room. Harry, what time is it? Why aren't you in bed? You need to accompany Dudley for his interview tomorrow. If you dare be late, I'll make you go hungry all day. Harry swiftly closed the window and retreated onto the cushion. Clenching the communication stone, he stared into the darkness, where the silver ring glimmered brighter, faintly illuminating a blurred hourglass pattern. In the center, a line of small text flickered, perpetually eluding clarity. Concerns for Corey's safety, the identity of the cloaked figure, the secret of the hourglass pendant, and Snape's true intentions coiled around Harry like tendrils, suffocating him. He realized that from the moment the cloaked figure had appeared, his charade of a normal life might truly be on the verge of an untimely end. What unsettled him further was Corey's mention of the cloaked figure before the communication was severed. What was the rest of that message? Was this figure a friend or a foe? The next chapter begins to unravel the suspense. Harry clutched the communication stone until the late hours of the night. When the stairwell window was gently pushed open once more, a small figure slipped inside. It was Corey. His vest was smeared with dirt, his ears slightly drooping. Yet he tightly held a cloth bag. Master, Corey whispered, handing the bag to Harry. The communication was interrupted because the figure in the gray cloak bore a counter-communication spell, not aimed at me. He is a distant relative of the Potter family, named Avery, the guardian of the old house. Mr. James entrusted him with the hourglass pendant, and he has come to ascertain the awakening of your bloodline. Harry hurriedly opened the cloth bag, revealing the hourglass pendant made of the same material as the silver ring, adorned with the Potter family stag emblem. It felt warm to the touch and resonated strongly with the silver ring. A chapter error occurred. Revisions are underway. Chapter 46, The Moment the Cup Falls. Mornings on Privet Drive are invariably awakened by Dudley's cries. Harry, curled up on the worn mat in the stairwell, had just opened his eyes when he sensed the agitation emanating from upstairs. Dudley, irate over the absence of strawberry jam at breakfast, was throwing a tantrum at Petunia. He quickly got up, folded the mat, and feigned a slow walk towards the kitchen. Passing the living room, he indeed saw Dudley sprawled on the floor, kicking his legs, while Petunia held an empty jam jar, her face flushed with anger. I told you, we finished it yesterday. Today there's no strawberry jam. Only peanut butter. I don't want peanut butter. I want strawberry. Dudley screamed, swiping away the bread Petunia offered. Harry paused momentarily, his perceptive abilities revealing that in 3 seconds, Dudley would reach for the bread in Petunia's hand. As she dodged, the milk cup on the table would topple, spilling milk on Dudley's new shirt, ultimately leading Petunia to vent her frustration on him, punishing him by forbidding him food for the day. Such a scenario must be averted. Harry calculated swiftly in his mind, deliberately slowing his pace. Just before Dudley reached out, he feigned an accidental bump against the table leg. With a resounding thud, the table wobbled slightly, causing Petunia to instinctively steady the bread, missing Dudley's grab. Dudley's hand swiped the air, momentarily stunned, and his cries paused. Are you blind when you walk? Petunia turned to glare at Harry, her tone sharp, yet she did not pursue the milk cup incident. The earlier disturbance had made her forget to hand over the bread, and thus, the cup remained unspilled. Harry lowered his head, his voice timid. Sorry, Aunt Petunia. Vernon emerged from the bathroom, yawning and bellowing. What's all this racket? If you keep making noise, I'll be late for work, and none of you will have it easy. His roar was thunderous, causing Dudley to cease his cries instantly. Petunia hurriedly shoved the peanut butter sandwich into Dudley's hands, pushing him towards the door. Hurry up and eat. We'll be late for nursery. Harry stood still, quietly exhaling in relief. His foresight and intervention had been remarkably successful. He had neither exposed his magic nor faced punishment. His perceptive abilities were becoming increasingly precise. He could not only foresee events seconds ahead, but also alter outcomes through subtle actions. As Corey had mentioned, this was an advancement in the realm of time magic perception. For breakfast, Harry nibbled on a mere half slice of dry bread, his gaze fixated on the kitchen window, where the hourglass pendant that Corey had delivered yesterday lay hidden, swathed in an old cloth, nestled in the crevice of the windowsill. The resonance between the pendant and the silver ring he wore became increasingly palpable. Each time he drew near, they would emit a faint warmth, as if beckoning to one another. He brushed his fingers against the cool metal of the ring resting against his skin, and fragments of memories from the previous night flickered through his mind. James cradling his younger self in his arms, holding a trinket identical to the hourglass pendant. Smiling as he said that once Harry could make it and the silver ring shine together, he would be able to visit the old manor to seek the legacy. Legacy. Harry bit into the bread. Corey had mentioned that Dumbledore's people still lingered near the manor but did not approach, merely employing detection charms to scan the surroundings from time to time. As for that distant relative of the Potter family, named Avery, he had not reappeared since delivering the pendant, and Corey could no longer sense his magical traces. It was as if he had vanished in a thin air. Harry, what are you daydreaming about? Finish your meal and wash the dishes, then tidy up the attic. Petunia's voice echoed from the doorway. She had just returned from dropping off Dudley, clutching a cardboard box brimming with old belongings. The attic was cluttered beyond measure, and it had to be cleaned today. Otherwise, the mice would surely take residence. Harry nodded, hastily washing the dishes before carrying the box up to the attic. The attic was small, crammed with the Dursley's old furniture and bric-a-brac, dust swirling in the air, with sunlight filtering through a tiny skylight, forming a beam of light. He set down the box and began sorting through the clutter. Most of it consisted of Dudley's outgrown clothes, Vernon's discarded tools, and a few photographs from Petunia's youth. As Harry rummaged, he employed his senses to search for any concealed magical artifacts or items related to the Potter family. Suddenly, his fingers brushed against something hard and unyielding, lodged within the crevice of an old wardrobe. He reached in and extracted a yellowed postcard, the edges worn and frayed. It bore the image of an unfamiliar woman with golden hair, reminiscent of Lily, cradling an infant in her arms, with an ancient manor depicted in the background. The reverse side of the postcard bore a delicate inscription. Lily, James says the roses at the Potter Manor have bloomed. Once you've given birth, we shall return to see them together. Avery. Harry's heart raced. This postcard was written by Avery to Lily? The very relative of the Potter family who had gifted him the hourglass pendant was acquainted with Lily? He hastily reached out with his senses to touch the postcard. Magic coursing through his fingertips, and hazy images materialized in his mind. A young Avery and Lily seated in the garden of the old manor, with Avery holding an hourglass pendant, telling Lily that this was the heirloom of the Potter family, and that when Harry grew up, he would pass it on to her to help safeguard the legacy. The vision dissipated swiftly, leaving the postcard chilling to the touch. Clutching the postcard tightly, some of the mysteries in Harry's heart began to unravel. Avery's delivery of the pendant was not mere coincidence, but rather a promise made to Lily long ago. His absence could be attributed to evading Dumbledore's surveillance or secretly protecting the old manor. Just then, the communication stone in his pocket vibrated. It was Corey. Harry quickly pulled out the stone and pressed it to his ear. Don't ask. Snape interrupted him, turning to leave, his black cloak fluttering in the wind, leaving behind a vague utterance. Lily's trust. I cannot let her down. Chapter 47. The old postcards in the attic. Corey's voice brimmed with excitement. Young master, the resonance between the hourglass pendant and the silver ring has intensified. I just sensed a magical fluctuation near the old house, as if it were responding to your bloodline. However, it seems Dumbledore's people have caught on. A wizard in a gray robe just scanned the old house with a detection spell, but fortunately, I managed to hide swiftly. The inheritance chamber has responded? Harry's eyes sparkled. Could it be that his recent touch of Avery's postcard had activated the bloodline resonance? Corey, can you ascertain the location of the inheritance chamber? Harry inquired in a hushed tone. Not at the moment, young master. Corey's voice hesitated. The protective magic of the old house still lingers. Dumbledore's people dare not approach, leaving me to only scout the periphery. However, I sense a new magical presence, not belonging to Dumbledore or the Death Eaters, akin to your bloodline, yet tinged with a hint of darkness. I cannot discern whose it is. Dark magic of bloodline origin. Harry furrowed his brow. Could it be the Sleeper? Corey mentioned the Sleeper has a blood connection to the Potter family. Is he also fixated on the inheritance chamber? Be cautious and do not let yourself be discovered, Harry admonished. Inform me immediately of any developments. Of course, young master, Corey responded. In the light of the communication, stone dimmed. Harry concealed the postcard within his clothing and resumed tidying the attic. He needed to strengthen himself swiftly to awaken his bloodline, so that he could secure the Potter family legacy before Dumbledore and the Sleeper. By noon, the attic was finally clean. Harry sat on the floor beneath the skylight, taking out the hourglass pendant and the silver ring. The moment they touched, a faint golden light emanated, and a warm magic spread from his fingertips throughout his body. His perception suddenly heightened. He could see ants in the yard transporting food. Here, Mrs. Johnson next door on the phone. And even sense a figure in a black robe, Snape, lurking at the end of Yew Tree Road, observing him in secret. Snape was still watching him. Harry hastily stowed the pendant and the ring away. The golden light vanished, and his perception returned to normal. He could not allow Snape to discover the existence of the pendant. With Snape's keen senses, he would undoubtedly detect something amiss and inform Dumbledore. He rose, preparing to descend for a drink. Just as he reached the attic door, he sensed a familiar emotion, Petunia's panic. Almost immediately, a crash echoed from downstairs, followed by Petunia's scream. Harry rushed down to the living room, where Petunia stood by the dining table, her face pale, shards littering the floor. One of her beloved blue and white porcelain cups lay shattered. It was her favorite, a gift from Vernon on her birthday. Who told you to open the attic window? She exploded. The wind knocked the cup over. Do you have any idea how expensive that was? Can you afford to replace it? You're not allowed to eat today. Sweep up the pieces and clean the window 3 times. Harry did not refute. His attention was fully absorbed in the perception he had just experienced. In the fleeting second before the cup fell, he distinctly observed that it was not the wind that had knocked it over, but rather a slight tremor from Petunia's own hand that caused it to tumble. Her panic was not born from the shattering of the cup, but rather from the faint glimmer of golden light she seemed to have seen at the moment of its fall, a remnant of the magic Harry had activated in the attic. Had Petunia sensed the presence of magic? A tightness gripped Harry's heart. He hastily picked up the broom, crouching down to sweep up the shards, feigning ignorance. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Petunia staring at the fragments on the floor, her expression filled with dread, muttering to herself, "It's impossible. I must have been mistaken. There's no magic." Harry quickened his pace, soon finishing the task of sweeping, and grabbed a cloth to wipe the windows. As he cleaned, he observed Petunia, who sat on the sofa, arms crossed, her body trembling slightly, her gaze darting toward the attic as if she feared something. It appeared that Petunia had indeed sensed the magical disturbance, yet she was unwilling or perhaps afraid to acknowledge it. Harry exhaled in relief, as long as Petunia did not inform Vernon, thus avoiding the attention of the Ministry of Magic. They were temporarily safe. By the time he finished cleaning the windows, afternoon had arrived. Harry, feeling dizzy from hunger, did not dare mention the need for a meal and retreated to the stairwell to retrieve the dry bread he had hidden beneath the cushion, nibbling on it slowly. He pulled out Avery's postcard, examining the handwriting on the back once more. In addition to Avery's name, there was a small symbol resembling a combination of a flying stag and an hourglass, the very emblem of the Potter family. It dawned on him that Avery had been aware of the family legacy all along and had been secretly safeguarding Harry in the old house. Could the dark magical force he had sensed earlier, which bore a familial connection, be not the sleeper, but rather Avery confronting some adversary? As Harry pondered this, he suddenly sensed a strong surge of magical power emanating from the end of Privet Drive. This unfamiliar magic carried a chilling aura, as if it were searching for something. Simultaneously, the communication stone in his pocket vibrated violently, and he heard Cole's voice, frantic as if he were running. "Young master, something's wrong. A figure clad in a black cloak has appeared near the old house, radiating potent dark magic. He is attacking the protective enchantments. Avery's magic is manifesting, engaging him in battle. Your hourglass pendant seems to be heating up." Harry quickly reached for the silver ring around his neck and the hourglass pendant concealed within his clothing. Both were radiating heat, more intense than ever before, as if responding to the magical turbulence of the old house. Who was this figure in the black cloak? Was it the sleeper? Could Avery prevail against him? He dashed into the yard, gazing toward the end of Privet Drive, which stood eerily empty, save for the sound of the wind rustling through the leaves. Yet his perception clearly revealed that in the direction of the old house, 2 forces of magic were colliding, one warm, Avery's, and one cold, the cloaked figure's, with the protective enchantments fluctuating violently on the brink of shattering. "Young master, the protective enchantments can barely hold. Avery has instructed me to tell you to awaken your bloodline and activate the Chamber of Legacy at once." Suddenly, Cole's voice was interrupted, and the light from the communication stone extinguished completely. What had happened to Cole? Had he been discovered by the figure in the black cloak? Harry's heart sank to the depths of despair. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms. At that moment, he felt utterly powerless, devoid of his wand and sufficient magical energy, unable even to escape Privet Drive, forced to watch as the old house plunged into peril. Suddenly, the silver ring around his neck and the hourglass pendant in his grasp erupted in a blinding golden light, forming a radiant beam that shot skyward. Harry quickly shielded his eyes, and, as the brilliance faded, he discerned that the intricate patterns on the ring and pendant had become vividly clear. The hourglass design on the ring and the leaping stag on the pendant began to rotate slowly, as if they were coalescing into a complete family crest. Could this be a resonance of bloodline activation? Before Harry could fully comprehend the situation, he heard footsteps behind him. It was Petunia. She stood at the door, her face ashen, pointing at the golden glow enveloping Harry, her voice trembling. "Why, you have magic, just like your monstrous parents." Harry spun around, meeting Petunia's fearful gaze. He realized that he could no longer conceal the truth. She had witnessed the golden light and the traces of magic upon him. She would undoubtedly inform Vernon, and might even seek ways to expel him. What troubled him even more was that such a dazzling light would surely attract the attention of Dumbledore as associates, Snape, and that man in the black cloak. They would soon come to Privet Drive to find him. Clutching the silver ring and pendant, he watched Petunia retreat step by step, his mind consumed by a singular thought. Danger was closing in on him. He had to find a way to leave Privet Drive and protect both himself and the legacy of the Potter family before anyone arrived. Just then, a familiar shadow appeared beyond the garden fence. It was Snape. He stood shrouded in darkness, his hat pulled low, his gaze fixed upon Harry, his wand slightly raised, uncertain whether to attack or to do something else. Harry's body tensed instantly. Had Snape seen the golden light? Would he turn against him? Chapter 48, Dudley's Arithmetic Problem. The sycamore leaves on Privet Drive began to turn yellow, the autumn wind swirling fallen leaves against the windows, resembling withered hands. Harry crouched in the kitchen corner peeling potatoes, his ears attuned to the commotion in the living room where Dudley was throwing a tantrum over his mock entrance exam questions. A pencil clattering to the floor with a sharp sound. What a ridiculous question. Why does 12 times 8 equal 96? I distinctly calculated 88. Dudley's roar shook the dust from the ceiling. Petunia fretted nearby, her apron crumpled in her hands. "Dudley, dear, try again. If you get it right, I'll buy you a strawberry cake." Having finished peeling the potatoes, Harry quietly approached the doorway to the living room, lowering his head as he said, "Aunt Petunia, I can solve this problem. Would you like me to teach Dudley?" Petunia hesitated for a moment before seizing the opportunity like a lifeline. "Come here, quickly. If Dudley fails his interview, I won't forgive you." Clearly, she had forgotten that just yesterday, she had punished Harry by withholding food for the broken cup. Her mind now solely consumed by Dudley's entrance exam concerns. Harry approached the dining table, grasped a pencil, and deliberately slowed his speech. "Dudley, look. 10 multiplied by 8 is 80, and 2 multiplied by 8 is 16. Therefore, 80 plus 16 equals 96. As he spoke, he drew small circles on a piece of scrap paper, each circle representing 1 unit. 12 eighths thus equated to 96 circles. This concrete teaching method, which he had gleaned from a Muggle primary school textbook, was ideally suited for a child like Dudley, who struggled with concentration. Dudley stared at the circles on the paper, furrowed his brow, and counted several times before suddenly clapping his hands. "Oh, so that's how it is. You little monster, you're quite clever." At that moment, Vernon returned home from work. Hearing Dudley's words, he leaned in and inquired, "What is so clever?" Harry helped Dudley solve his math problem. Petunia quickly interjected, her tone laced with a subtle hint of relaxation. Dudley had repeatedly erred in calculating 12 times 8, but with Harry's circles, he finally understood. Vernon scrutinized Harry, his gaze now tinged with less suspicion and more contemplation. "Do you possess other skills? Perhaps in English vocabulary?" Dudley's spelling was atrocious, much to Petunia's dismay. Harry nodded and retrieved a crumpled piece of paper from his pocket, which contained a list of words he had copied from the Muggle textbook. The words were common ones frequently tested for primary school entrance. "I can teach Dudley to remember words using pictures. For instance, for apple, we could draw an apple next to it, and he will remember." Vernon stroked his chin, pondering for a moment. "Very well. Starting today, you will tutor Dudley for an hour each day. If he passes his interview, you may go out shopping once a week, but do not stray far, only to the convenience store at the corner." Harry's heart leaped with joy, though he feigned surprise. "Thank you, Uncle. I will teach Dudley diligently." This was precisely the opportunity he sought. Only by leaving Privet Drive could he draw closer to the leaky cauldron, ascertain the location of Diagon Alley, and even stealthily explore the vicinity of Potter Manor. Moreover, a weekly outing would facilitate his rendezvous with Corey, alleviating his reliance on the communication stone. Although the stone was discreet, every use emitted a magical fluctuation, which could potentially attract the attention of Dumbledore's associates, a risk he could not afford. In the ensuing days, Harry dutifully tutored Dudley each day, intentionally slowing the pace. For instance, he would repeat a word 5 times or have Dudley draw circles and count them 3 times for a single problem. This approach not only rendered Dudley's progress appear genuine, but also allowed Vernon and Petunia to lower their guard completely. After one such session, Dudley, having memorized 5 words, boasted proudly to Vernon. In high spirits, Vernon patted Dudley on the head, exclaiming, "Good boy. You are sure to pass the interview next week. Harry, tomorrow you will go to the convenience store to buy 2 cartons of milk and a chocolate bar for Dudley." Harry accepted the coins Vernon handed him, feeling the cool metal against his fingertips, and began to map out the layout of the convenience store at the corner of his mind. From there, he could glimpse the direction of the leaky cauldron, allowing him to sense any magical presence nearby and ascertain whether Dumbledore's people were in the vicinity. That night, Harry lay on the worn mat in the stairwell and retrieved the communication stone. As he pressed it, Corey's voice rushed through urgently. "Young master, the call from the old manor's bloodline grows stronger." Mr. Avery remarked that the door to the heritage chamber had begun to loosen, requiring the power of your bloodline to fully unlock it. However, the man in the black cloak still lingered nearby. He had launched another attack yesterday, and Mr. Avery's magical strength was waning, barely holding on. A heaviness settled in Harry's heart. Did the man in the black cloak employ any special magic? Indeed, Corey's voice trembled with fear. He had utilized a dark magic capable of absorbing magical energy, siphoning part of Mr. Avery's protective spell, thereby weakening the defenses of the old manor. Moreover, Mr. Avery instructed me to inform you that the hourglass pendant and silver ring should be kept in close proximity. They can expedite the awakening of your bloodline. Once your bloodline power is sufficiently strong, you can activate the preliminary defenses of the heritage chamber remotely, even without visiting the manor. Harry touched the silver ring around his neck and retrieved the hourglass pendant wrapped in old cloth from his pocket. As the two came together, a faint golden light emanated from them, and a warm magical energy spread from his fingertips throughout his body. Suddenly, a vivid memory flashed in his mind. James stood in the living room of the Potter Manor, holding the hourglass pendant, while Avery stood beside him, clutching a yellowed book. James smiled and said, "When Harry grows up, let him bring the pendant and the silver ring here. At last, someone from the Potter family will inherit our legacy." Avery nodded. "Rest assured, I will guard it until the day he arrives. I will not allow anyone to touch the heritage chamber, even at the cost of my life." The memory receded like the tide, and Harry clenched the pendant tightly, his heart filled with a bittersweet ache. James and Avery had sacrificed so much for the legacy. He could not allow the man in the black cloak to succeed. "Corey, can you sense the source of the man in the black cloak's magic?" Harry asked. "It is quite difficult, young master," Corey replied wearily. "His magic is shrouded by dark spells, and I can only vaguely perceive its connection to the Death Eaters, though it feels somewhat different. By the way, I saw a silver owl near the manor today. It seemed to belong to Dumbledore. He may also be paying attention to the happenings at the manor." Dumbledore's owl? Harry furrowed his brow. Dumbledore had indeed not abandoned the manor. Was he intent on protecting the legacy, or did he desire to claim it for himself? Regardless of his intentions, he must not be allowed to prevail. After terminating the communication stone, Harry placed the pendant and the silver ring back into his pocket, closed his eyes, and began to practice the bloodline perception technique from the fragmented pages of Time and Bloodline. The pages stated that the heir of Merlin's bloodline could sense the magical energy of their kind through their lineage, even locating items related to their bloodline. He focused his perception on the pendant, slowly extending it in the direction of the manor. Chapter 49, Echoes of Bloodline in the Attic. A warm magical energy responded to him, like a distant lighthouse guiding him forward. However, he also sensed a cold magical energy coiling around the warmth like a venomous serpent, attempting to consume it. That must be the magic of the man in the black cloak. There's also a gentle, yet powerful magical energy lingering further away, as if observing but not drawing near. That was Dumbledore's magic. 3 forces, Harry murmured to himself, feeling an increasing urgency within his heart. 3 days hence, Dumbledore is to arrive at Privet Drive, while a figure cloaked in black lurks ominously at the old manor. It is imperative that he awakens more of his ancestral power before that time, at the very least to activate the defenses of the inheritance chamber. Otherwise, the manor shall be in peril. At dawn the following day, Harry, clutching the coin given by Vernon, ambles towards the convenience store with feigned nonchalance. His senses remain acutely vigilant, and he soon discerns a faint magical presence emanating from the bushes at the street corner. Neither the dark magic of Death Eaters nor the gentle magic of Dumbledore, but rather a cold, emotionless aura of surveillance. A watcher of Dumbledore? Harry smirks inwardly, deliberately dawdling at the entrance of the store, pretending to peruse chocolate bars, while his peripheral gaze fixates on the direction of the leaky cauldron. From his vantage point, he can see the sign of the establishment. The words "the leaky cauldron" crookedly inscribed, yet emanating a subtle magical essence, consistent with the sensation he felt towards Diagon Alley. He hastily purchases milk and chocolate bars, then turns to retrace his steps. As he passes the bushes, he intentionally slips, causing the milk carton to tumble from his grasp and spill across the ground. He crouches to feign cleaning up, summoning a thread of faint magic that spreads across the soil and reaches beneath the bushes. The magic encounters a small metallic box, inscribed with Dumbledore's magical sigil, an unmistakable tracker. Understanding dawns upon Harry, and discreetly, he imbues the box with a minuscule temporal mark, undetectable to others, yet allowing him to gauge the tracker's location. Thus, wherever he may go, he shall be aware of whether he is being followed. Once he tidies the milk carton, Harry ambles back to Privet Drive. Upon reaching the entrance, he spots Dudley leaning over the fence, and as soon as he sees the chocolate bar in Harry's hand, he rushes over to seize it. "My chocolate bar. Hand it over." Harry relinquishes the chocolate bar to Dudley, observing as he tears open the wrapper and devours it ravenously. Suddenly, he senses the hourglass pendant behind Dudley begin to radiate heat once more, even more intensely than before, as if responding to something within the attic. Is there something in the attic related to his bloodline? A thought stirs within Harry. When he last rummaged through the attic, he had only found Avery's postcard. Could there be more? That night, after the Dursleys had succumbed to slumber, Harry stealthily ascends to the attic. It is shrouded in darkness, illuminated solely by the moonlight streaming through the skylight, casting light upon scattered debris. He retrieves the hourglass pendant, its golden glow starkly visible in the shadows. Guiding him toward the corner of the attic, there lies an old wooden chest covered with tattered cloth. Harry lifts the ragged fabric and opens the chest, revealing an assortment of Petunia's old belongings, dresses from her youth, photographs, and a small box tied with red string. The golden light of the hourglass pendant intensifies, directly pointing to the little box. He picks it up and opens it to find a yellowed photograph inside, depicting a young Lily and Petunia. In Lily's hand is a trinket identical to the hourglass pendant, as she smiles at Petunia and says, "This is a gift from James. He said when we have children, it should be given to them." On the back of the photograph is a handwritten note in Lily's script. "For Harry, when you grow up, Mother will take you back to the old manor to see the roses bloom." Harry felt a warmth welling in his eyes as his fingers gently caressed the photograph. A precious gift left by Lily and an integral part of the Potter family legacy. He tucked the photograph close to his heart, and just as he was about to close the box, he noticed a hidden compartment at the bottom. With a gentle pry, he opened it, revealing a slip of paper inscribed with Avery's handwriting. "Lily, should anything happen to me, let Harry take the pendant and the silver ring to Gringotts Vault 713. There lies a key authenticated by bloodline, accessible only to those of Potter lineage. Remember, do not let Dumbledore know. He desires not merely the legacy, but the power of the Merlin bloodline." Gringotts Vault 713? A jolt ran through Harry. In the original narrative, Vault 713 housed the Philosopher's Stone, yet according to this note, it also contained the keys to the Potter family legacy. Had Dumbledore instructed Hagrid to escort Harry to Vault 713 solely for the stone? Or was it also for the legacy key? At that moment, the communication stone in his pocket began to vibrate violently, and Corey's voice tinged with an unprecedented panic. "Pierce through, young master. This is dire. The cloaked man has arrived with a throng of Death Eaters. They have breached the old manor's entrance with dark magic. Mr. Avery, in his attempt to protect the legacy chamber, has been struck by dark magic. He instructed me to inform you that the key to the legacy chamber is at Gringotts. You must hurry." Suddenly, the voice from the communication stone was drowned out by a harsh, static noise, followed by an eerie silence. "Corey, Corey." Harry clutched the stone, his palms slick with sweat. Was Corey in danger? Was Avery injured? Had the old manor been overrun? Just as he contemplated reaching out to Corey once more, he heard Vernon's booming voice from downstairs. "Harry, what is that noise upstairs? Get down here." Quickly, Harry concealed the note and photograph, closed the box, and feigned calm as he descended the stairs. Vernon stood in the living room, his expression dark. "Did I hear a noise? What were you doing in the attic?" Lowering his gaze, Harry replied, "I was looking for something. I accidentally knocked over a box." Vernon scrutinized him for a few seconds before letting out a cold laugh. "I warn you, don't play games. Dudley S. interview is tomorrow. If anything goes amiss, I want to spare you." With that, he turned and retreated to his room. Harry remained frozen in place, gripping the now scorching communication stone. his mind racing with a singular thought. Corey and Avery's fates were uncertain. The old manor had been breached. The legacy key was at Gringotts. And Dumbledore was due to arrive on Privet Drive in 3 days. He had to reach Gringotts before then, secure the key, and activate the defenses of the legacy chamber. Yet he was merely an 8-year-old child. How could he possibly make his way to Gringotts? How could he evade Dumbledore's watchful gaze and the Death Eater's pursuit? In that moment, the hourglass pendant nestled against his chest emitted a brilliant light, casting a blurred image. Avery, battered and bruised, leaned against the door of the legacy chamber. Addressing the image, "Harry, do not worry. I am still alive, and Corey is hidden away. The cloaked man has yet to locate the legacy chamber. But they will soon come to Privet Drive for you, as you are of Potter blood, the key to unlocking the legacy. Remember, tomorrow visit the convenience store. Someone will assist you." The image abruptly cut off, and the glow of the hourglass pendant dimmed. Someone would aid him? Who could it be? What awaited him at the convenience store tomorrow? Harry clutched the pendant, his heart racing with a blend of anxiety and anticipation. This was his sole opportunity. And regardless of who stood before him, he had to seize it. Unbeknownst to him, in the bushes at the street corner, a metallic tracker suddenly illuminated with a crimson glow, sending a magical signal soaring towards Hogwarts. Dumbledore had already discerned his movements and was dispatching someone towards Privet Drive. Meanwhile, in the shadows, a figure clad in a black cloak stood at the end of Privet Drive, holding a black box radiating an icy magic. With a sinister smirk curling at the corner of his mouth, he muttered, "Harry Potter, at last. I have found you, scion of Merlin's bloodline. This time, there shall be no escape." As the next chapter unfolds, the suspense unravels. Harry, clutching the pendant, had not slept a wink all night. The following morning, he feigned a trip to the convenience store. Upon reaching the street corner, he spotted a figure in a gray cloak standing at the store's entrance, the hood pulled low, clutching an identical hourglass pendant. It was Avery. Avery's complexion was pallid, blood staining the corner of his mouth. Upon seeing Harry, he quickly pulled him into the narrow alley beside the convenience store. "Don't speak. Dumbledore's people are coming," he urged. "Corey is safe. I've hidden him in the cellar of the leaky cauldron. There's a house elf passageway. It's secure." Just as Harry opened his mouth to respond, the distant call of an owl echoed. Dumbledore's people were approaching. Chapter 50, The Shattered Window. As Dudley's backpack thudded to the floor, Harry manipulated a dried leaf with his fingertips, making it spin slowly in the palm of his hand. This was a new magical control technique he had been practicing, more intricate than delaying a flower's bloom, leaving no trace of magical residue. However, before he could place the leaf back on the windowsill, a hefty fist came crashing towards him. "It's all your fault, you loser," Dudley bellowed, the clatter of the dining table's cutlery ringing in protest. "They say I only passed because of a dimwit tutor. They call you a worthless freak." Harry tilted his head to evade the blow, and the dried leaf slipped from his sleeve to the floor. He had anticipated this. Last week, he had helped Dudley cheat on a math test, but Dudley had turned around and exaggerated the tutoring incident to his classmates, resulting in ridicule. He was deemed even less competent than a fool. At that moment, Dudley's rage was akin to spilled ketchup, splattering across the entire living room. "Dudley, no foul language." Aunt Petunia rushed in from the kitchen, flour dusting her apron, yet she first brushed the dust off Dudley. "Those children are simply envious of you. Don't stoop to his level." As she spoke of Harry, her gaze averted as if encountering something filthy. But Dudley was relentless, seizing a glass from the table and hurling it to the ground. With a resounding crash, shards of glass scattered against Harry's trousers. Petunia screamed. Yet Dudley seemed to have found his outlet, turning and charging towards the living room's large window, Vernon's most prized symbol of status, having been replaced just last month with double glazing. "Don't!" Petunia's scream came too late. Dudley's shoulder crashed into the glass, and with a shattering sound, the window fractured in a spiderweb pattern before collapsing into a cacophony of shards on the pavement of Privet Drive. Harry's pupils constricted. He could have used magic to cushion the blow, but chose to remain still. He needed an opportunity, a moment to compel Vernon to loosen his grip. Now, that moment had arrived. The sound of keys turning in the lock echoed at the entrance as Vernon pushed the door open, revealing a scene of utter chaos that turned his face a deep shade of crimson. "Dudley, you little brat," he shouted, rushing forward with the intent to strike Dudley. But Petunia intervened, throwing herself in his path. "Vernon, don't hit the child. Look outside. The neighbors are watching." Following Petunia's gaze, Harry noticed Mrs. Fig from next door peering over the fence, while Mr. Jones across the street had even taken out a pair of binoculars. As Vernon followed their line of sight, his face shifted from red to green, finally paling as the reality sank in. Everyone on Privet Drive now knew that the Dursleys had a madman in their midst. "Shut up. Everyone just shut up," Vernon bellowed, instinctively lowering his voice. "Petunia, take Dudley upstairs. You," he pointed a shaking finger at Harry, "clean up this mess. If anyone catches a whiff of something unusual, I'll lock you in the cupboard." Harry lowered his head, concealing the glimmer in his eyes. "Yes, Uncle." That night, Harry crouched in the corner of the staircase, listening to the argument between Vernon and Petunia in the living room. "It's all that monster's fault. If it weren't for him, Dudley wouldn't be like this." Petunia's voice trembled with suppressed tears. "What good does that do now?" Vernon's tone was fraught with irritation and desperation. "Mrs. Figg has already asked 3 times, and that old coot Jones is still loitering at the door. What will they say if they find out we locked him in the stairwell? The Dursleys abuse orphans? How will I ever maintain my position at work? What do you want to do? Let him out? What if he starts doing those freakish things? Then what else can we do?" Vernon's voice dropped. "Starting tomorrow, let him stay in the park during the day and return at night. As long as he doesn't show his face in front of the neighbors and doesn't cause trouble, that's all that matters." Harry clenched the silver ring in his pocket, feeling it warm slightly. It had stirred for the 3rd time that afternoon while he practiced magic in the park. At that moment, as he was weaving patterns with blades of grass at his fingertips, the ring had suddenly heated up and a clear chime resonated in his mind. More urgent than before, accompanied by indistinct whispers. Ancient protection of the old Potter estate. He understood that Vernon's concession was merely the first step. He craved greater freedom, yearned to venture to London, to find Corey, to ascertain the state of the Potter estate, and to secure the bloodline verification from Gringotts. The following morning, Vernon summoned Harry to the living room, his expression dark and foreboding. "From today onwards, you will go to the park every morning after breakfast and must return by 6 in the evening. You are not to speak to anyone or cause any trouble. If I hear a whisper of neighborhood gossip, you will find yourself locked in the cupboard." "Yes, Uncle." Harry kept his head down, his voice timid, yet his mind raced with plans. The park was a 10-minute walk from Privet Drive, with 3 newsstands along the way. Perhaps he could uncover more about the magical world. From 3 to 5 in the afternoon, the bushes in the park were deserted, perfect for practicing magic. Most importantly, he could seize the opportunity to contact Corey. After breakfast, Harry shouldered the old backpack containing Muggle textbooks and the silver ring, stepping out of the Dursley home. Sunlight bathed him, and, for the first time, he felt that the air on Privet Drive was not suffocating. He did not head directly to the park. Instead, he took a detour to the newsstand around the corner, feigning interest in the newspapers. His gaze swiftly scanned the headlines of various publications, the Daily Mail and the Sun, finding no news regarding the magical realm until his eyes fell upon a tattered copy of the Prophet at the bottom of the stack. Though it was slightly crumpled, he distinctly noted the words "Gringotts Security Heightened." "Hey, are you buying or just blocking my business?" the impatient newsstand owner remarked. Harry hastily dropped the newspaper and hurried toward the park. He sought refuge behind a secluded bush and retrieved Basic Magical Theory, a book gifted to him by Corey during their last meeting, its pages nearly falling apart. Just as he opened it, a sudden heat radiated from the silver ring in his pocket. He glanced toward London, and the chime in his mind resonated once more, clearer this time. Corey. Tonight, at the fireplace. Corey was coming. Harry's heart raced, and he quickly stashed the book back into his bag, commencing his practice of magical control. He concentrated his power at his fingertips, causing the dewdrops resting on the bush to levitate one by one, aligning them in a row before transforming them into tiny orbs of water that spun at his fingertips. With increasing proficiency, he even managed to reflect distant scenes within the shimmering water. He saw Mrs. Fawcett still clinging to the fence, Mr. Jones pacing at the door with a telescope, and a figure clad in a gray robe standing at the park entrance, seemingly gazing in his direction. A pang of unease gripped Harry. He felt the unmistakable sensation of being tracked, reminiscent of the feeling he had experienced outside the leaky cauldron, albeit more intense this time. He promptly dissipated his magic, and the water orbs reverted to dewdrops, falling onto the grass. Pretending to tie his shoelaces, he discreetly glanced toward the park entrance, only to find a figure in the gray robe had vanished, leaving behind a swirl of leaves stirred by the wind. Was it one of Dumbledore's associates or a dark-robed figure? Harry tightened his grip on the silver ring, its warmth gradually subsiding, as if reassuring him that he was safe for the moment. Chapter 51. A Father's Guidance. At 5:30 in the afternoon, Harry returned to the Dursleys' residence punctually. Vernon sat in the living room, glaring at the door. Upon seeing Harry, he scoffed. "At least you know your place. Get dinner ready. Dudley wants fried chips tonight." As Harry entered the kitchen, chopping potatoes while keeping an ear tuned to the living room, he was aware that Corey would materialize through the fireplace at midnight. Corey had previously mentioned that the old Potter residence and the Dursleys' fireplace shared a faint magical connection, only accessible at the stroke of midnight when magic was at its most potent. At 12 o'clock, Harry lay on a mat in the hallway, feigning sleep. The clock in the living room struck 12, and suddenly, a faint crackling sound emanated from the fireplace, followed by a flash of green flame, revealing Corey's figure beside the hearth. Corey appeared more haggard than the last time they met. A wound on his left ear was still oozing blood. Spotting Harry, he lowered his voice urgently. "Young master, trouble is brewing. The protective magic at the old house is faltering. The dark-robed figures are back, and this time they employed dark magic." Mr. Avery was struck while protecting the Chamber of Inheritance. Mr. Avery? Harry recalled Corey mentioning that Avery was the old caretaker of the Potter residence, tasked with safeguarding the Ancestral home. "What has become of Mr. Avery?" he inquired. "He is currently unharmed, as I have concealed him within a hidden compartment of the secret chamber." Corey produced a crumpled piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to Harry. It was the map of the Ancestral mansion. The entrance to the legacy chamber lies behind the Potter family crest, yet requires a bloodline authentication to unlock it. Mr. Avery stated that the bloodline authentication must be conducted at Gringotts, and only before the Potter family vault, using the young master's blood and a silver ring. Can the authentication be completed? Harry received the map, which was adorned with silver ink illustrating the layout of the Potter ancestral home, with the location of the legacy chamber circled in red, alongside the inscription by the blood of Merlin, the testament of time. Exactly as mentioned in a brief history of ancient English families, referring to the bloodline authentication incantation. "Where is the Potter vault in Gringotts?" Harry inquired. "It is on the 7th level of Gringotts, numbered 713. Corey's voice lowered. "However, young master, the hooded figures have been inquiring about the Potter vault at Gringotts. They seem to be aware that the key to the legacy resides within the vault. Mr. Avery urged me to inform you that you must complete the bloodline authentication at Gringotts without delay, or else the legacy may be seized by the hooded figures." Harry tightened his grip on the map, his heart heavy. Although he could venture to the park, he found it utterly impossible to reach London, let alone enter Gringotts. "How am I to get to London? Vernon will never allow it." Corey retrieved a small, rusty button from his pocket and offered it to Harry. "This is an old button from the Potter family. It contains a location charm that will guide you to the Leaky Cauldron. Once you arrive at the Leaky Cauldron, you could travel to Gringotts via the fireplace. Mr. Avery mentioned that the proprietor, Tom, is an old friend of the Potters and will assist you." Harry accepted the button, which bore a tiny image of a flying stag, identical to that on the Potter family crest. The moment he grasped the button, the silver ring in his pocket suddenly grew warm. The button followed suit, as if resonating with one another, and the stag image emitted a faint silver glow. "Young master, I must take my leave. Mr. Avery still requires my care. Remember, you must hasten to Gringotts. The hooded figures will not wait long. Also, be wary of those clad in gray robes. They're Dumbledore's agents, and it seems Dumbledore is also searching for the Potter legacy." As Corey's form began to fade, he vanished into the fireplace, and the green flames extinguished. Harry clutched the button and the silver ring, leaning against the wall of the staircase, his mind racing with thoughts on how to persuade Vernon to take him to London. The following morning, Harry intentionally provided 3 incorrect answers on Dudley's math homework. Dudley, holding his assignment in tears, sought out Vernon, exclaiming, "Dad, I can't do it. Harry's answers are all wrong." Vernon, upon seeing the red marks on the assignment, fumed. That worthless child. He can't even manage elementary arithmetic. At the opportune moment, Harry stepped forward, lowering his gaze. "Uncle, I saw other children in the park with arithmetic cards and brochures for the Science Museum. They said that visiting the museum would impart a wealth of knowledge." Petunia's eyes lit up. "The Science Museum? The one in London? If Dudley goes there, he would surely learn so much and surpass those children who mock him." Vernon frowned. "Go to London? What a hassle." However, Vernon, with Petunia tugging at his arm, spoke in a tone laced with seduction. "If Dudley excels in arithmetic, the teacher will surely commend him, and the boss will recognize your commendable parenting, which could bode well for your promotion. Moreover, we could seize the opportunity to shop for a few new garments, showcasing to our neighbors the prosperity of our lives." Vernon's eyes gradually brightened at the thought of promotion and respectability. These 2 words struck a tender chord within him. After pondering for a moment, he shot a fierce glare at Harry and declared, "Fine. We shall go to London next weekend. But you," he pointed at Harry, "must remain in the corner of the museum, no wandering about, and do not speak to anyone. If you dare cause trouble, I shall leave you on the streets of London." Harry lowered his gaze, concealing the mirth that flickered in his eyes. "Yes, uncle." In the days that followed, Harry practiced his magic daily in the park, clandestinely using a muggle map to chart the route from King's Cross Station to the Leaky Cauldron. The button given to him by Corey would heat up each day, and with each instance of warmth, images of the Leaky Cauldron filled his mind. A dilapidated sign, a rusted bell hanging from the door, and the sign of Ollivander's wand shop beside it. On Friday evening, Harry lay in the stairwell, caressing the silver ring and the button. Suddenly, the silver ring became scorching hot, and he heard a clear voice, not the chime of a bell nor a whisper, but a man's voice, steady and resolute. London, Leaky Cauldron, find the mark of Ollivander. There lies the key to Gringotts. Beware of the dark-robed figures. They have set their sights on the Leaky Cauldron. It was James's voice. Harry's eyes moistened. This was a bloodline memory, a guiding whisper from his father. Just as he intended to respond, the temperature of the ring abruptly fell, followed by the gentle sound of the stairwell door being pushed open. Harry quickly closed his eyes. Feigning sleep, he sensed a figure standing beside him, and then the button in his pocket suddenly heated up again. He could feel the figure's gaze upon his pocket. After a moment, the figure let out a soft sigh and turned to leave the stairwell, the door closing softly behind them. Harry opened his eyes, cold sweat soaking his back. Who was that figure? Was it Petunia? Or Vernon? Or perhaps the one clad in the gray robe? Chapter 52, The Chamber of the Potters. On Saturday morning, Vernon took the entire family on the train to London. Harry sat by the window, clutching the button, which was gently warming, guiding him towards the Leaky Cauldron. He gazed at the swiftly passing scenery outside, feeling a mix of anxiety and anticipation. He was finally heading to London, finally on his way to Gringotts, and soon to claim his rightful heritage. The train arrived at King's Cross Station at 10 in the morning. Vernon led Petunia and Dudley straight to the Science Museum, while Harry followed behind, his eyes scanning for the mark of Ollivander that Corey had mentioned. Suddenly, the button became blisteringly hot. He looked up to see, at the street corner not far away, a dilapidated sign depicting a wand, with the words Ollivander's wand shop inscribed beside it. The Leaky Cauldron was right next to the wand shop. Harry, what are you dawdling for? Hurry up, Vernon shouted over his shoulder. Yes, uncle. Harry hurried to keep up, yet his mind was already devising a plan for 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Convinced that Dudley would succumb to boredom and fall asleep, allowing him the opportunity to slip away to the Leaky Cauldron. However, as he followed Vernon into the Science Museum, he was suddenly engulfed by a wave of malevolence, reminiscent of the dark-robed figure he had encountered in the park. Whirling around, he caught sight of a figure draped in black, lurking in the shadows at the entrance of the museum, its gaze fixed upon him, and what appeared to be something clutched tightly within its robe. Harry's heart raced. The dark figure had indeed followed him, clenching the silver ring and button in his pocket. He felt the ring grow hot, while the fawn emblem on the button emitted a faint silvery glow, as if warning him of impending danger. As he entered the exhibition hall with Vernon, Dudley was immediately captivated by the dinosaur skeletons, while Petunia busied herself taking photographs and Vernon boasted of his successes to fellow visitors. Harry feigned interest in the exhibits, discreetly surveying his surroundings. The dark-robed figure had not entered, yet he sensed its presence outside the museum, waiting for him to emerge. At 3 o'clock, Dudley indeed slumped onto a bench, fast asleep. Petunia and Vernon settled into a nearby cafe for coffee, and Harry pretended to head to the restroom, seizing the moment to slip out of the museum. Following the guidance of the button, he hastened towards the Leaky Cauldron, consumed by a singular thought: to find Tom, to reach Gringotts, and to complete the bloodline verification as swiftly as possible. Just as he approached the Leaky Cauldron, the button suddenly grew intensely hot, the ring following suit, and he heard an urgent voice echo in his mind. Be cautious. The dark figure approaches. Harry spun around to see the dark-robed figure rushing towards him, its cloak billowing in the wind, revealing a silver emblem within, the mark of the Death Eaters. Without hesitation, he dashed towards the Leaky Cauldron, pushing through its doors to the astonished gazes of the wizards within. A man with a scruffy beard approached, clad in a tattered barmaid's uniform. Adorned with a fawn-shaped badge, it was Tom. Are you the child of the Potters? Tom's eyes brightened. Mr. Avery said you would come. Quickly, follow me. The goblins of Gringotts are already awaiting you. Harry trailed after Tom to the fireplace, just as the door of the Leaky Cauldron burst open, and the roar of the dark figure echoed. Hand over the child of the Potters. Tom immediately ignited the flames in the fireplace. Hurry, step inside. The fireplace will transport you directly to Gringotts. Casting a quick glance over his shoulder, Harry saw the dark figure rushing in, wand aimed directly at him. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaped into the fireplace, the green flames enveloping him instantaneously. As he lost consciousness, He heard Tom's reassuring voice. "Do not worry. I will hold him off." When Harry finally opened his eyes again, he found himself standing in a resplendent hall, filled with goblins bustling about. A goblin in a crimson robe approached, a golden scroll in hand. "Mr. Harry Potter, I am Gringotts' chief goblin, Ragnarok. Mr. Avery has already informed us of your arrival. Please, follow me. The Potter family vault is on the 7th level." As Harry followed Ragnarok towards the elevator, his mind was clouded with questions. Could Tom truly fend off the dark figure? Is Mr. Avery safe in the old mansion? Moreover, why are Dumbledore's followers also seeking the Potter family's legacy? The elevator ascended to the 7th floor, and Lagno opened the door to Vault 713, which was overflowing with gold coins, their brilliance almost blinding. As Harry stepped into the vault, his gaze fell upon the Potter family crest adorning the walls, depicting the flying stag and hourglass, identical to the design on the silver ring. The bloodline authentication required a drop of his blood and the silver ring. Lagno instructed him to place his hand upon the crest, let a drop of blood fall, and then recite the incantation for authentication. Taking a deep breath, Harry pressed his finger to his lips, bit the tip, and let a drop of blood fall onto the crest, subsequently raising the silver ring and uttering the incantation. By Merlin's blood, proof of time. The drop of blood landed on the crest, which suddenly emitted a golden radiance, while the silver ring began to glow with a silvery light, the two luminescences intertwining and illuminating the entire vault. The walls began to tremble, slowly cracking open to reveal a dark chamber, the legacy chamber. Harry's heart raced as he was about to enter the chamber when he suddenly heard Lagno's voice. "Mr. Potter, be cautious. Death Eaters have breached Gringotts." Harry turned sharply, witnessing the vault door being smashed open as several figures in black robes surged inside, led by the very dark-robed figure who had pursued him moments earlier. The Potter family's legacy is to be returned to the Dark Lord. The dark-robed figure raised his wand, aiming it at Harry. Clenching the silver ring, a singular thought consumed Harry. He could not allow the legacy to fall into the hands of the Death Eaters. Absolutely not. He raised the silver ring, which suddenly radiated a blinding light, illuminating the entire vault. The dark-robed figure's curse was thwarted by the brilliance, rebounding and striking a nearby stone pillar. Quickly, the chamber is protected by magic. The Death Eaters cannot enter. Lagno urged Harry into the chamber, then closed the door behind them. Chapter 53, The Legacy in Hand. Leaning against the chamber door, Harry listened to the sounds of battle outside, his mind swirling with questions. How did the Death Eaters know he was in Gringotts? Who leaked the information? And what legacy lay hidden within the chamber? He turned to gaze into the depths of the chamber. Inside was merely a stone pedestal, upon which rested a black box, adorned with the same design as the silver ring. Approaching the pedestal, Harry slowly opened the box to reveal a golden ring, an ancient book, and a yellow note. He picked up the note, which bore Avery's handwriting. "Young Master, the legacy includes the Potter family ring for protection and tranquility, the Potter compendium, the secrets of time magic, and Corey's complete contract, which allows Corey to regain his powers. Remember, the cost of time magic is steep. Do not use it lightly unless absolutely necessary. Also, Dumbledore is not to be trusted. He covets the Potter family's time magic. Do not believe him." Harry slipped the ring onto his finger, and, as it touched his skin, it emitted a warm glow, and he felt his magical stability intensify. He then opened the Potter compendium, and upon turning to the first page, he read, "Time magic can reverse time. Explore the future, yet each use drains one's bloodline. Exercise caution." At that moment, a violent banging echoed from the door of the chamber, accompanied by the furious shouts of the dark-cloaked figure. "Potter, do you think you're safe hiding in there? We will blow up the entire vault." Harry gripped the Book of Potter tightly, his heart brimming with resolve. He needed to escape Gringotts as swiftly as possible, return to the Dursleys, and devise a plan to rescue Mr. Avery while safeguarding the legacy of Potter Manor. Yet, how could he make his exit? The outside was teeming with Death Eaters. Could Ragnarok fend them off? Suddenly, the button in his pocket grew warm once more. He retrieved it, noticing the image of the flying stag illuminating with a brilliant silver light. Then, he heard Corey's voice. "Young Master, I have come to rescue you. I have teleported to Gringotts through the House Elf passage. Wait in the chamber, and I shall open the door." A wave of joy washed over Harry. Corey had arrived. He approached the chamber door, poised for Corey to unlock it. However, just as the door was on the verge of opening, a tremendous crash reverberated outside, followed by Ragnarok's anguished scream, and then the sinister laughter of the dark figure. "A house elf? Perfect. I shall capture you too and present you to the Dark Lord." Corey's voice abruptly ceased, replaced by a cacophony of desperate struggles. Harry's heart sank. Corey had been captured. What was he to do? Should he venture out to rescue Corey or remain in the chamber? If he chose to rescue Corey, he risked being caught by the Death Eaters, thereby endangering the legacy. If he stayed, Corey would surely meet his demise at the hands of the Death Eaters. As Harry grappled with his indecision, the chamber door was suddenly flung open, revealing the dark figure standing at the threshold, gripping Corey by the hair, whose face was marred with blood. "Potter, come out. Otherwise, I shall kill this house elf." Harry tightened his grip on the Book of Potter and slowly stepped out of the chamber. He understood that he had no choice. He must save Corey while simultaneously protecting the legacy. He gazed at the dark figure, rapidly contemplating his options. He possessed the protective magic of the ring and the time magic within the Book of Potter. Perhaps he could still fight. Upon seeing Harry emerge, the dark figure's lips curled into a cruel smile. "Excellent, Potter. Hand over the legacy, and I may grant you a swift death." Harry remained silent, quietly gathering his magical energy, his fingers resting on the silver ring. He was prepared to employ the time magic, even at the cost of his own bloodline, to rescue Corey and safeguard the legacy. At that moment, the vault of Gringotts trembled violently, followed by a commanding voice. "Death Eaters, how dare you wreak havoc in Gringotts?" Harry looked up to see a fairy clad in a crimson robe leading a throng of fairies into the chamber, the foremost among them wielding a golden wand, the leader of the Gringotts fairies. The dark figure's expression shifted in alarm as he seized Corey and attempted to flee. Seizing the opportunity, Harry activated the time magic. The silver ring at his fingertips radiated brilliance, causing the dark figure's movements to slow, as if time itself had been stretched. "Seize him," the fairy leader commanded. The fairies surged forward, apprehending the dark figure, and Corey managed to break free, rushing to Harry's side. "Young master, are you all right?" Corey's voice trembled with emotion. "I am fine," Harry replied, shaking his head as a wave of dizziness washed over him. The price of the time magic was exacting its toll, draining his very bloodline. The fairy leader approached Harry with great reverence, stating, "Mr. Potter, we are immensely grateful for your assistance in apprehending the Death Eaters. Mr. Avery is now safe, and our fairies have escorted him to a secure location. You may take the legacy with you, and should you require assistance in the future, Gringotts is at your service." Harry nodded, accompanied by Corey and bearing the legacy, as they followed the fairy leader out of Gringotts. He gazed up at the London sky, acutely aware that his journey was only just beginning. He needed to master time magic swiftly to grow stronger in order to protect himself, Corey, and the legacy of the Potter family, while also freeing himself from Dumbledore's control and Voldemort's looming threat. However, unbeknownst to him, atop the roof of Gringotts stood a figure in a gray robe, watching his departure with a knowing smile. The figure produced a silver owl, fastening a note to its leg, and murmured, "Professor Dumbledore, Potter has obtained the legacy. The plan is proceeding smoothly." As Harry and Corey emerged from Gringotts, they spotted a black carriage waiting at the street corner. The carriage door swung open, revealing the very individual in the gray robe they had seen earlier at the park and museum. Corey immediately stepped in front of Harry, warily asking, "Who are you? What do you want?" The figure in gray chuckled lightly, producing a golden badge inscribed with Dumbledore's name. "I am Phineas, an assistant to Professor Dumbledore. He is aware that you have acquired the legacy, and he has sent me to escort you to Hogwarts. He believes that Hogwarts is the safest place, where Death Eaters and Voldemort dare not tread lightly." A frown creased Harry's brow. Dumbledore was indeed watching him, clutching the Potter's secret tightly. He pondered swiftly. He had just obtained the legacy, had yet to master time magic. Corey was injured, and the Death Eaters were still hunting for him. Perhaps Hogwarts was genuinely a temporary refuge. But did Dumbledore truly seek to protect him, or was it merely for the legacy? "Why would Professor Dumbledore assist him?" "Because you are the prophesied savior," Phineas replied. "Professor Dumbledore has been safeguarding you since the day of your birth. He understands your reluctance to assume the role of a savior. However, you must grow strong to confront Voldemort. Hogwarts houses the finest educators who can help you harness your powers and master time magic." Harry glanced at Corey, who quietly remarked, "Young master, Mr. Avery said Dumbledore is not to be trusted, but we are indeed in grave danger, and the Death Eaters are still searching for us." Taking a deep breath, Harry turned to Phineas. "I will accompany you to Hogwarts, but I have conditions. First, I wish to reside with Corey. Second, Dumbledore must not interfere with my studies. I will decide what I wish to learn. Third, I will not join any house unless I choose to." Phineas smiled. "Professor Dumbledore has stated that as long as you are willing to attend Hogwarts, all your conditions will be met. Climb aboard. The carriage is prepared, and we must depart London swiftly. The Death Eaters will soon be in pursuit." Harry, accompanied by Corey, boarded the carriage, which began to glide away from Gringotts. He drew back the curtain, observing the streets of London recede, his heart brimming with determination. Regardless of Dumbledore's intentions, he would harness the resources of Hogwarts to master temporal magic and attain power with utmost urgency. Once he became sufficiently formidable, he would break free from Dumbledore's control and truly seize his destiny. The carriage veered into a narrow alley and then ascended suddenly, soaring toward Hogwarts. Leaning against the seat, Harry opened the Potter Secrets and began to read intently, acutely aware that his journey at Hogwarts was about to commence. His aim had never been to be a savior, but to become the architect of his own fate, a guardian of the Potter family legacy. Chapter 54, Control and Concealment. The morning on Privet Drive remained shrouded in mist, with Harry crouching behind a bush in the park, his fingertips hovering above a patch of clover. Dewdrops slid down the blades of grass, pausing mid-air at his command, and then, as if pulled by an invisible thread, coalesced into a glistening droplet. It circled the clover's stem 3 times before gently settling into the earth, leaving no trace of magical disturbance. At 9 years old, Harry had mastered the precise control of every nuance of his magic. No longer was he the clumsy boy who merely rustled leaves, but rather he could manipulate magic like water, achieving his aims without inciting any anomalies. This skill had been honed over the past 6 months during the 2 hours he spent practicing outside each day. After all, in the Dursleys' household, remaining unnoticed was the best means of survival. "Harry, what are you dawdling for? It's time to come home and make breakfast." Petunia's sharp voice echoed from the park entrance. Laced with her habitual acerbity, Harry promptly withdrew his magic, stood up, brushed off the grass from his trousers, and hurried with his head lowered. As he passed the flower bed, his peripheral vision caught sight of Mrs. Fig, leaning on her cane, cradling a heap of cat food cans. The elderly lady consistently regarded him with an odd gaze. Harry had long been aware through Corey's sporadic messages that Mrs. Fig was a spy placed by Dumbledore. Yet, she seemed oblivious to his peculiarities, as he always concealed his magic with utmost subtlety. However, today was different. Upon reaching the street corner, a sudden clatter caught his attention, and he turned just in time to see Mrs. Fig trip over a stone, her cans scattering across the ground as she fell toward the pavement. Petunia, striding ahead, cursed under her breath without looking back. Several passing neighbors halted, but dared not assist Mrs. Fig, whose temperament on Privet Drive was notoriously peculiar. Harry's heart raced. He was a good 10 meters away from Mrs. Fig, and rushing to help would surely draw Petunia's ire. Yet if he did nothing, the elderly woman might sustain serious injuries. More critically, if Mrs. Fig were to be severely hurt, Dumbledore would undoubtedly send someone else to watch over him, complicating his efforts to maintain his disguise. There was no time for hesitation. Harry pretended to tie his shoelaces, his fingertips discreetly aiming at Mrs. Fig's back. A thread of exceedingly faint magic wafted over, gently supporting her body. The speed of Mrs. Fig's descent noticeably slowed, ultimately resulting in a soft thud as she sat on the ground, clutching a jar that she had not dropped. "Ouch," Mrs. Fig murmured, rubbing her knee as she glanced around, her eyes filled with confusion. She distinctly felt she would fall heavily. How did she land, as if something had cushioned her? Her gaze swept over Harry, who was crouched down tying his shoes, paused for 2 seconds, and then shifted away. Harry stood up, feigning ignorance, and quickly caught up with Petunia. He sensed Mrs. Fig's gaze on his back, which now held less peculiarity and more curiosity. Fortunately, the magic he had employed was so faint that even a novice in the magical realm might not detect it, let alone Mrs. Fig, who possessed almost no magical power. Upon returning home, Petunia slammed breakfast in front of Harry, declaring, "No more trips to the park starting today. Mrs. Fig has fallen, and there's no one to watch you. I don't want you causing trouble outside." With his head bowed, Harry poked at the bread, but his mind was preoccupied with the implication of Mrs. Fig's injury. Dumbledore would surely arrange for new supervision. Indeed, in the afternoon, someone knocked on the door. It was Mrs. Miller from the neighboring street, a rotund woman with a beaming smile, carrying a basket of cookies. "Mrs. Petunia, I heard Mrs. Fig has hurt herself. How about I help you keep an eye on this child from now on? My child goes to the same school as Dudley, so it's on my way." Petunia immediately smiled. Mrs. Miller was the quintessential muggle. Unlike Mrs. Fig, she was neither eccentric nor overly mysterious, and she could keep an eye on Harry, which was simply splendid. Harry, sitting on the stairs, listened to the conversation in the living room and sighed with relief. A muggle caregiver was far easier to manage than one of Dumbledore's people. At least he wouldn't have to worry about his magic being discovered. Thus, life passed peacefully for half a month. Harry accompanied Mrs. Miller on her daily walks, discreetly practicing his magic control while she conversed with neighbors, making dandelion seeds fly in straight lines, guiding ants along a path he had drawn, and even causing a ball of yarn that Mrs. Miller had dropped to roll back to her feet, all done with utmost casualness, like mere coincidences. One evening, Vernon returned home from work, unusually silent and instead humming a little tune while sitting on the sofa. Petunia leaned in, her voice sweetened with flattery. "Dear, what good news do you have today? The company is opening a branch in London, and my boss has asked me to oversee the preparations," Vernon exclaimed proudly, patting his belly. "Next weekend, I'll take you all to London." "Petunia, haven't you always wanted to shop on Oxford Street?" "Dudley, your dad will take you to the toy store." Dudley immediately cheered, and Petunia's eyes sparkled with excitement. Harry, seated on the stairs, felt his heart race at the mention of London. The Leaky Cauldron, Diagon Alley. He suppressed his excitement and timidly asked, "Uncle, can I go too? I can help Dudley carry the toys." Vernon shot him a glare, hesitating for a few seconds. Taking Harry along could at least allow him to help with carrying things and present himself well in front of his boss. However, if he didn't take him, this boy might cause trouble at home. Finally, he grunted, "Fine, but remember this. Once we arrive in London, do not wander around, do not speak, and above all, do not cause me any trouble. Otherwise, I shall leave you on the streets of London." Harry quickly lowered his head, concealing the spark of excitement in his eyes. "Thank you, Uncle. I will certainly behave." In the following days, Harry barely slept. He turned to the page of the introduction to magical theory that had been sent by Corey, revealing the map of Diagon Alley. Although it was only half visible, he could discern that the Leaky Cauldron was situated near Charing Cross Road. He diligently practiced the technique of wandless magic detection, a skill that allowed him to sense the magical vibrations in his surroundings, ensuring that he would be able to locate the Leaky Cauldron accurately upon his arrival in London. Finally, the weekend arrived. Harry, accompanied by the Dursleys, boarded the train to London, with a silver ring hidden in his pocket. Ever since he had ventured closer to the direction of the Leaky Cauldron, the ring had occasionally warmed up, so he took it with him in the hopes of sensing a resonance with the magical world. Upon reaching the station, Vernon led them onto the subway towards Oxford Street. Harry squeezed into the train, tightly clutching the silver ring as it traveled through the tunnels. It remained unresponsive. However, when the train halted at Charing Cross Station and the doors opened, the ring suddenly warmed gently, as if responding to something. "Hurry up, don't dawdle." Petunia yanked Harry's arm, pulling him out of the subway. As he walked, he discreetly observed the surrounding architecture. The shops on Charing Cross Road were predominantly bookstores and cafes, and he recalled the map in his memory, searching for the unassuming Leaky Cauldron. "Daddy, I want ice cream," Dudley suddenly whined, pointing at an ice cream cart by the roadside. Vernon, with no choice, stopped to buy ice cream. Seizing the opportunity, Harry glanced toward the street corner, where, not far away, an old building stood wedged between two bookstores, its door adorned with a faded sign bearing the crooked words Leaky Cauldron. His heart raced. Through the window of the pub, he caught a glimpse of figures moving within and even discerned a floating glass, with beer swirling inside. Magic. It was truly the magical world. "Harry, what are you staring at?" Petunia's voice cut through his reverie, and he quickly turned back, feigning interest in the ice cream cart. "No, nothing, Uncle. I would like an ice cream, too." Vernon impatiently tossed him the cheapest cone, and Petunia pulled him along. "Hurry, the shops on Oxford Street are about to open." Chapter 55, The Grey-Robed Man. As Harry was tugged forward, he couldn't resist glancing back at the Leaky Cauldron. A figure clad in black robes stood at the entrance, the brim of the hood pulled low, obscuring their face. The figure seemed to sense his gaze and lifted their head to look in his direction. Harry quickly turned away, his heart racing. It was the figure in black, just as Corey had described, the mysterious force lurking around the old house. The silver ring in his pocket heated up more intensely, and Harry felt a faint malevolence emanating from behind him, not from the figure in black, but from further away, as if someone were watching him. He turned back cautiously but saw no one, just the throngs of pedestrians. It felt like being pursued, similar to the sensation he had experienced in the park, yet this time it was sharper. Dumbledore's people? Or Death Eaters? Harry clenched the silver ring, forcing himself to remain calm. Now is not the time for impulsiveness. He has already confirmed the location of the Leaky Cauldron, memorizing the route, waiting for the opportune moment to return here and enter Diagon Alley. On Oxford Street, Penny tried on one garment after another, incessantly complaining about their exorbitant prices. Dudley wailed in a toy store, demanding the latest remote-controlled car. Vernon, juggling their whims while attending to work calls, paid little heed to Harry. Harry feigned interest in the toys displayed in the window, yet in his mind, he diligently inscribed the location of the Leaky Cauldron, 127 Charing Cross Road. Nestled between the Times bookstore and an antique shop, marked by a distinctive notch on its door. At 3 in the afternoon, Vernon's impatience finally boiled over. "Penny, Dudley, we must leave. If we linger any longer, we'll miss the return train." Reluctantly, Penny set down the clothes, while Dudley clutched his newly acquired remote-controlled car, still mumbling. As Harry trailed behind them, he deliberately slowed his pace upon passing Charing Cross Road once more, casting his gaze over the leaky cauldron. The figure in the black cloak had vanished, and the door to the pub stood ajar, emanating a warm glow with faint sounds of laughter and conversation from within. The temperature of the silver ring began to cool, yet within Harry's heart, a fire ignited. The magical world lay just beyond reach. The legacy of the Potter family was there, and he was one step closer to liberating himself from the Dursleys' grasp and seizing control of his own destiny. On the return train, Dudley dozed off with his toy in his embrace. Penny leaned against Vernon's shoulder, dozing as well, while Vernon remained engrossed in his newspaper. Harry leaned against the window, clutching the silver ring, his fingers gently tracing the engravings. As he approached the leaky cauldron, a vague imprint appeared on the ring, resembling the outline of a narrow alley, which he surmised to be the entrance to Diagon Alley. Suddenly, Harry felt the silver ring in his pocket surge with heat. Instinctively, he glanced outside as the train passed through a wooded area where a figure clad in a gray robe stood, holding a silver box and gazing intently towards the train. Though the distance was great, Harry felt certain that the figure was watching him. A watcher. Harry quickly lowered his head, feigning sleep while stealing glances at the gray-robed figure standing among the trees until the train sped away and the figure faded from sight. The temperature of the ring gradually returned to normal, yet a cold sweat trickled down Harry's back. Indeed, Dumbledore's people had been monitoring him continuously, from Privet Drive to London, without pause. Upon returning to Privet Drive, darkness had enveloped the surroundings. Vernon carried Dudley upstairs, while Penny busied herself in the kitchen packing their belongings. Harry crouched in the corner of the stairwell, retrieving the silver ring to rest in his palm. Under the moonlight, the ring shimmered with a faint silver glow. Although the outline of the alley had vanished, Harry could vividly recall that mark. It was his key to the magical world. He gently caressed the ring, silently vowing, one day, he would personally enter the leaky cauldron, push open the door to Diagon Alley, affirm his lineage as a Potter, and no longer be subjected to the Dursleys' control or Dumbledore's scrutiny. Just then, a gust of wind blew open a crack in the stairwell window. Harry looked up to see a shadow swiftly dart by. It was the figure in the black cloak he had seen earlier at the leaky cauldron. The figure in the black cloak halted outside the Dursleys' fence, seemingly searching for something. Subsequently, he retrieved a dark vial from his pocket and sprinkled a few drops of its contents against Harry's window before vanishing into the shadows. A wave of dread washed over Harry. Why had the cloaked figure followed him home? What had he just scattered? Was it dark magic aimed at him? Hastily, he tucked the silver ring into his pocket and rose to close the window, only to discover a note resting on the sill. Written in crimson ink were the ominous words, "The little wretch of the Potter family, do not presume that hiding among muggles ensures your safety. The legacy does not belong to you, nor to Dumbledore. It belongs solely to the Dark Lord. Death Eaters." Harry clenched the note tightly, his knuckles turning white. He quickly crumpled the paper into a ball and swallowed it, determined to leave no trace of evidence. The silver ring burned in his pocket, as if warning him of impending danger. Leaning against the wall, he felt a tempest of fear and anger. The Death Eaters had set their sights on him, and Dumbledore's watchful gaze had never faltered. Time was slipping away. He needed to enter the magical world swiftly, secure the legacy, and grow powerful. The moonlight filtered through the gaps, illuminating Harry's face. His gaze, once masked by feigned cowardice, now radiated resolute determination. He understood that from this moment forth, his guise must deceive not only the Dursleys, but also Dumbledore's Watchers and the eyes of the Death Eaters. Only then could he survive, fulfill the responsibilities of the Potter lineage, and escape the narrative of the Chosen One, seizing control of his own destiny. However, he remained oblivious to the drop of liquid the cloaked figure had spilled, slowly seeping into the wall, leaving behind an almost imperceptible black line, an eye silently observing the boy in the stairwell. Harry spent a sleepless night, rising at dawn to inspect the black line on the windowsill, which remained unchanged, devoid of any magical aura, resembling merely a common stain. He scraped at it with his fingernail, but the line resisted his efforts, instead exuding a familiar dark magic, reminiscent of the essence of Voldemort's lingering soul he had sensed before. It was a tracking mark left by the Death Eaters. Suddenly, a voice emerged from the fireplace. A flash of green flames revealed Cully's figure in the stairwell, brandishing a cloth infused with herbs. Young Master, this is a shadow mark, capable of revealing your location to the Death Eaters. Fortunately, I sent something amiss last night and rushed over. Harry urged Cully to apply the cloth to the black line. Upon contact, the mark hissed and gradually faded away. Why would the Death Eaters mark me? Harry inquired in a hushed tone. Because I know you're close to finding Diagon Alley, Cully replied gravely. Mr. Avery mentioned that the Death Eaters have been monitoring the comings and goings of the Leaky Cauldron, specifically searching for you. They intend to seize the Potter legacy before you complete your bloodline authentication. Harry tightened his grip on the silver ring in his pocket. Dumbledore's people are watching me too. I saw a man in a gray robe on the train last night. That was Dumbledore's assistant, Phineas. Cully nodded. Mr. Avery said Dumbledore is also waiting for you to enter Diagon Alley. He wishes to acquire the time magic records from the Potter Compendium. Both parties are keeping a close watch on you. Young Master, you must act swiftly. How should I proceed? Harry inquired if Vernon would no longer easily take him to London. Corey produced a small door key from his pocket, adorned with the emblem of the Leaky Cauldron. This is a message from Mr. Avery for you. Mrs. Miller will escort you to the library in London next weekend. When the time comes, you can use this key to directly transport yourself to the Leaky Cauldron. Remember, you must return before sunset and avoid being discovered by the Dursleys. Harry accepted the key, feeling its icy touch resonate faintly with the silver ring. He watched as Corey vanished in the fireplace, his mind finally concocting a plan. Next weekend, he would truly step into the magical realm, drawing closer to his heritage. Chapter 56. An unexpected visit from Mrs. Fig. As the morning sun began to ascend above Privet Drive's rooftops, Harry perched at the window ledge of the staircase, his fingertips repeatedly tracing the dark line from the previous night. It resembled congealed ink embedded in the wall-esque crevice. Even scratching at it with his nails left only a pale mark, yet the sensation in his fingers was a faint burn, the distinctive residue of the Death Eater's dark magic. Master, do not touch it. Suddenly, green flames erupted from the fireplace, and Corey stumbled into view, clutching a cloth bag, his left ear wrapped in a herbaceous bandage. This was the Mark of Shadows, a dark magic used by Death Eaters to track bloodlines. Excessive contact would result in being marked with a blood trace, making it impossible to hide, even at the farthest reaches of the Muggle world. Harry quickly withdrew his hand. Corey opened the cloth bag, revealing crushed mandrake root and unicorn hair, mingling with a silvery liquid. This is the cleansing potion prepared by Mr. Avery, specifically designed to counteract dark magic marks. Corey carefully poured the potion onto a cloth and applied it to the black mark on the windowsill. The moment the potion made contact, it emitted a piercing sound, and the black line writhed as if alive, slowly transforming into gray powder that scattered with the breeze. Why are the Death Eaters so determined to find me? Harry whispered, glancing towards the living room where Petunia was frying bacon, the sizzling oil masking their conversation. Because they know the legacy of the Potter estate is nearly uncontainable, Corey replied anxiously. Mr. Avery has sent word that a group of Death Eaters has recently been investigating the bloodline of Merlin, even breaking into the old archives of Gringotts, seemingly searching for a way to authenticate bloodlines. They are also watching the Leaky Cauldron, interrogating every wizard who enters or exits. Harry clenched the silver ring in his pocket, which felt particularly cold that morning, as if echoing his unease. Then how will I get to the Leaky Cauldron? Vernon will no longer take me to London. Mr. Avery has made arrangements. Corey retrieved a palm-sized metal key from his pocket, inscribed with the crooked letters of the Leaky Cauldron, its edges adorned with intricate patterns of the flying stag, identical to the Potter family crest. This is the door key. Next Saturday, Mrs. Miller will take you to the National Library in London under the pretext of assisting Dudley with his homework. At that time, you can excuse yourself to the restroom and crush the key to directly transport yourself to the alley behind the Leaky Cauldron. Corey pressed the key into Harry's hand and added, remember 2 rules. First, you must crush the return key before sunset. It is the spare key left by Mr. Avery at the pub, and it will become invalid after that time. Second, seek out Tom at the pub and provide the code flying stag in the snow, and he will take you to meet the goblins of Gringotts, who will assist you in preparing the materials for your bloodline verification. Will the goblins of Gringotts truly assist me? Harry inquired, somewhat taken aback, recalling how the goblins in the original narrative were often haughty towards wizards. The Potter family owed a favor to Gringotts. Coris Gazisofant. Mr. Avery mentioned that your great-grandfather once aided Gringotts in quelling a goblin rebellion. Thus they pledged that as long as there is an heir of the Potter family, Gringotts would unconditionally provide 3 instances of assistance. The bloodline verification is the first. The green flames began to flicker, and Corey's figure grew transparent. I must be off. I still need to keep an eye on the old house. Be cautious, young master. The Death Eaters have been quite reckless of late, even daring to intrude into Muggle territories. No sooner had he spoken than Corey vanished into the fireplace, leaving behind a faint scent of herbs. Harry concealed the key within a slit he had carved into the sole of his shoe, ensuring it was hidden from the Dursleys. Just as he finished tidying up, Petunia's voice rang out. "Harry, what are you dawdling about? Mrs. Miller is already at the door." Harry hurried outside to find a plump woman in a floral dress standing at the entrance, her face adorned with an overly enthusiastic smile and a basket of strawberry cakes in her hands. "Oh, you must be Harry. Such a good boy. I'll be looking after you from now on." Mrs. Miller and Petunia engaged in conversation for a full hour, discussing everything from Dudley's cleverness to Mrs. Fawcett's penchant for meddling. Harry sat in a corner of the sofa, feigning a daze while mentally reviewing Corey's instructions regarding the key, the pub's code, and the favor owed to Gringotts, ensuring no detail was overlooked. In the ensuing days, Harry deliberately exhibited excessive obedience. When Dudley snatched his bread, he obediently handed it over. When Petunia instructed him to clean the windows, he polished the glass until it reflected shadows. When Vernon berated him as worthless, he kept his head down in silence. This compliance lulled the Dursleys into a false sense of security, particularly Mrs. Miller, who praised Harry for his understanding and even remarked to Petunia, if only this child could be taken out more often, he might become a bit more cheerful. This was precisely what Harry hoped for. Saturday soon arrived. In the morning, Mrs. Miller approached Harry with a canvas bag in hand. "Come along, Harry. We're off to the library in London to help Dudley with his math research. He'll surely thank you when we return." Harry slung his old backpack over his shoulder, which actually contained the key Corey had given him and a tattered copy of Introductory Theory of Magic. He intended to seize the opportunity to inquire about the incomprehensible magical formulas within the book from Tom. As they rode the bus to London, Mrs. Miller gossiped with an elderly lady sitting next to her, while Harry leaned against the window, vigilantly observing his surroundings. As the bus passed through Charing Cross Road, he deliberately glanced toward the direction of the leaky cauldron, spotting two figures in black coats standing at the pub's entrance, their hats pulled low, one with a hand shoved into his pocket, knuckles pale as if gripping something. It was a cloaked figure. Harry's heart raced as he quickly lowered his head, feigning interest in the scenery outside. It was not until the bus had driven away that he quietly exhaled in relief, glad not to have been discovered. The National Library was far grander than Harry had envisioned, with towering bookshelves reaching the ceiling and sunlight streaming through stained glass windows, casting dappled shadows on the floor. Mrs. Miller led Harry to the children's reading area, instructing him to wait there while she ascended to browse a few romance novels, assuring him she would return in an hour and admonishing him not to wander. Once Mrs. Miller's figure vanished at the staircase, Harry promptly grabbed his backpack and dashed to the restroom. Finding it empty, he slipped into a stall, closed the door, and retrieved the heavy metal key from his shoe. The engraved pattern of a flying stag pressed against his fingertips, sending a tingling sensation through them. Taking a deep breath, he crushed the key with a decisive snap, and it transformed into a silvery light that pierced into his palm. An immense force tugged at him, as though someone were yanking at his collar from behind. The scene before him began to swirl, the library's tiled floor morphing into a blur of light and shadow, accompanied by the sound of howling winds. Moments later, the pull ceased, and Harry stumbled to the ground, finding himself in a narrow alley. Beside him stood a rusted iron door adorned with a crooked depiction of a beer mug. This was the back alley of the leaky cauldron. The faint scent of malt wafted through the air as Harry straightened his clothing and pushed open the iron door, stepping into the pub. Contrary to his expectations, the leaky cauldron was surprisingly quiet, with only a few wizards seated in corners, sipping their drinks. Behind a bar stood a man sporting a scruffy beard, clad in a faded apron, with a copper badge shaped like a flying stag pinned to his chest. Surely, it was Tom, the proprietor. Harry approached, striving to keep his voice steady. "Tom, I'm looking for the flying stag." Tom's eyes brightened suddenly, and he set down his cup, lowering his voice to ask, "Are you a child of the Potter family?" Upon Harry's nod, Tom swiftly opened a hidden door behind the bar, saying, "Follow me. The Gringotts goblin has been waiting for you for half an hour." Beyond the secret door lay a small room containing a wooden table, at which sat a goblin in a red robe, his shining black eyes fixed on Harry, a scroll of parchment in hand. "The heir of the Potter family?" The goblin's voice was sharp and haughty. "Take a seat. I need to confirm your bloodline essence and record it in advance to avoid wasting time during your next visit to the vault." The goblin produced a silver needle, pricking Harry's fingertip to extract a drop of blood, which fell onto the parchment. The moment it touched the paper, It transformed into a pattern of a flying stag and an hourglass, identical to the Potter family crest. Excellent. The bloodline purity is sufficiently high. The goblin tucked away the parchment, stating, "Next time you visit Gringotts, simply mention my name, and I will escort you to Vault 713. However, remember, the bloodline verification requires you to recite the incantation personally. No one can assist you. The incantation is by Merlin's blood, by the Testament of Time, correct?" Harry inquired. The goblin raised an eyebrow. "It seems Avery has informed you." "Indeed. When the time comes, simply place your hand upon the vault's crest and recite the incantation." "Indeed." The fairy suddenly interjected, "You should refrain from lingering too long in Diagon Alley lately. Death Eaters have established surveillance there, specifically targeting wizards with children, seemingly in search of someone." Harry felt a tightening in his chest. The Death Eaters were indeed watching Diagon Alley. Just as he was about to inquire further, the proprietor, burst through the door, exclaiming, "This is bad. There are dark-robed figures outside, claiming they are here to inspect suspicious individuals." Regnow's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily thrust a scroll of parchment into Harry's hands, saying, "This is the pre-approved bloodline certification. You must leave immediately through the emergency exit in the back alley and shatter the return key." Grasping the parchment, Harry followed Tom towards the back alley. Upon pushing open the emergency door, he spotted two figures cloaked in black standing at the alley's entrance, their cold eyes visible beneath their hoods, wands pointed threateningly at him. They were the same dark-robed individuals he had encountered near the library. "Seize him! It's the Potter brat!" One of the dark figures bellowed as he charged forward, his wand's tip glowing ominously green. Harry turned on his heel and fled, clutching the return key tightly. If he could reach the end of the alley, he could shatter the key and return. However, the dark figures were swift, the sound of their pursuit growing ever closer, the magical energy from their wands pricking at his back like needles. Just then, a sudden cough echoed from the alley entrance, and a figure clad in a gray robe strode in slowly, holding a silver box adorned with Dumbledore's phoenix emblem. It was Dumbledore's observer. Upon seeing the gray-robed figure, the dark-robed individuals hesitated. "Who are you? Stay out of this," one of them demanded. The gray-robed figure remained silent, simply opening the box, from which a beam of silver light shot forth, striking the dark-robed man, who staggered back as if hit by an unseen force. Seizing the opportunity, Harry sprinted towards the end of the alley, his fingers brushing against the key in his pocket. But just as he was about to crush the key, one of the dark figures lunged at him, seizing his wrist. Trying to escape? Not so easily. The grip was strong, and pain shot through Harry's wrist as the key slipped from his fingers, clattering to the ground and rolling to the feet of the gray-robed figure. Despair washed over Harry. Without the key, how could he return? Would the gray-robed figure assist him? Or would he turn him over to the dark figures? The gray-robed individual bent down to pick up the key and slowly walked between Harry and the dark figures, his voice gravelly and low. "You cannot harm this child." "Who are you?" the dark figure demanded warily, raising his wand. The gray-robed figure pulled back his hood, revealing a face etched with wrinkles, his eyes gleaming with complex emotions. A member of Professor Dumbledore's circle. The dark figures turned pale at the mention of Dumbledore's name, which was akin to a nightmare for them. Yet, one of the dark figures mustered his courage and retorted, "We act on the orders of the Dark Lord. Do you dare stand in our way?" "The Dark Lord has been gone for 10 years, the gray-robed figure scoffed, the box in his hand glowing silver once more. "Now, leave." The dark figures exchanged glances, clearly reluctant to confront a member of Dumbledore's cadre, and begrudgingly retreated from the alley, cursing under their breath. Only Harry and the gray-robed figure remained, the air thick with silence, punctuated only by the sound of their breathing. Harry clutched the parchment tightly in his hand, casting a wary glance at the figure before him. He was uncertain whether this individual was a foe or a friend. Those associated with Dumbledore were never to be underestimated. The man in the gray robe handed Harry a key, his gaze falling upon the silver ring peeking from Harry's pocket. Suddenly, he inquired, "Have you begun your studies in time magic, young Potter?" A jolt of surprise coursed through Harry. How did this man know the secret of the ring? Just as he was about to deny it, the gray-robed figure reassured him, "Do not be alarmed. I shan't disclose this to Professor Dumbledore. Merely a word of caution. The cost of time magic is considerable. Use it judiciously." With that, the man turned and departed, leaving behind a final remark. "You should return swiftly. Your Muggle guardian must be anxious." Harry crushed the key in his grip, once more pulled away by the force. When he opened his eyes, he found himself back in the library's restroom stall, the voice of Mrs. Miller calling out, "Harry, how long have you been in there? Come out, quickly." Harry concealed the parchment in his backpack, opened the stall door, and feigned nonchalance. Apologies, Mrs. Miller. I had a bit of an upset stomach. Mrs. Miller frowned, but did not press further, merely urging, hurry along. Dudley is waiting for your homework. On the bus ride home, Harry leaned against the window, gripping the scroll that contained not only the lineage verification, but also a note from Mr. Tom, which read, Mr. Ollivander knows you will come. He mentioned that upon your 11th birthday, he will have the most suitable wand awaiting you. Ollivander? Harry pondered, recalling the mention of time magic by the gray-robed man earlier in the alley. It appeared that Dumbledore's associates were already privy to his secrets. He merely wondered what their intentions might be. Upon returning to Privet Drive, Harry hid the parchment beneath the floorboards of the stairwell, a secret refuge where he stashed the magical tomes and the silver ring sent by Corey. Just as he secured the parchment, he heard Vernon's bellowing voice. Harry, where have you been? What about Dudley's homework? In a hurry, Harry retrieved the homework materials, simple math problems he had hastily copied in the library, and handed them to Dudley. Dudley snatched them impatiently, tossing them onto the sofa. Useless is as useless does. Even the problems you copied are this easy. With his head bowed, Harry remained silent. Yet his mind was racing with thoughts of the 2 years ahead. Once he turned 11, he would receive his acceptance letter, complete the lineage verification at Gringotts, and claim the Potter family legacy. At that time, he would no longer endure the Dursley's ire, nor would he be pursued by Death Eaters or Dumbledore's associates. Unbeknownst to him, outside the living room window, the man in the gray robe stood at the street corner, a silver box in his hand emitting a faint glow, the phoenix emblem on the box glimmering coldly in the sunset. Meanwhile, further away, two figures clad in black lurked behind a tree, fixated on the Dursley residence. One produced a black crystal ball and whispered, My lord, we have located the Potter brat. He is at number 4, Privet Drive. As Harry lay down on the mat in the stairwell, he heard the crackling sound from the fireplace. Corey had arrived. He hastily scrambled to his feet, only to see Corey's silhouette appearing in disarray. His garments were riddled with numerous tears, and a fresh wound marred his face. Young master, it is dire. Corey's voice quivered with distress. The dark cloak figure has just used dark magic to probe Privet Drive. Mr. Avery was struck while attempting to shield us from the detection. He instructed me to warn you to refrain from using the key for the time being. The Death Eaters have set their sights on Privet Drive, and Dumbledore's associates are nearby. You must completely disguise yourself as a muggle and refrain from employing any magic. Harry's heart sank sharply. What has become of Mr. Avery? He is presently unharmed. I have concealed him in the old Manor's secret chamber. Corey wiped away his tears. Mr. Avery also mentioned that the man clad in a gray robe is called Phineas, Dumbledore's most trusted aide. The box he carries is a tracking crystal that can detect your magical fluctuations, so you must not employ any magic and ensure that the silver ring is well hidden, avoiding any contact with your skin. Harry swiftly removed the silver ring from around his neck and stashed it in a concealed spot beneath the floorboards. Observing Corey's weary visage, an ache filled his heart. To safeguard him, both Avery and Corey were toiling relentlessly, and he could no longer afford to take risks. I understand. Harry took a deep breath. I shall exercise greater caution. Once I receive my acceptance letter at 11, I will devise my next plan. Corey nodded, the green flames flickering once more. I must return to tend to Mr. Avery. Young master, please take care. With that, Corey vanished, leaving behind a faint metallic scent. Mr. Avery's blood. Leaning against the wall, Harry felt the parchment in his pocket and silently vowed. When he grew stronger, he would ensure the safety of those around him, never again allowing them to suffer for his sake. For now, all he could do was continue to disguise himself and await the opportune moment. Chapter 58, A Day in London, a frightening glimpse of Diagon Alley. The mornings on Privet Drive were perpetually saturated with the acrid scent of burnt toast. As Petunia once again overcooked the bread, Vernon sat at the head of the dining table, thumping the newspaper featuring a photo of an exemplary employee. Spittle landing on Dudley's fried egg. Did you see? Dad is set to receive an award at the London headquarters next week. He'll take you all to Oxford Street, and buy Dudley any toy his heart desires. Dudley, his mouth stuffed with bacon, mumbled his approval. Petunia hastily discarded the charred toast into the bin, wearing a sycophantic smile. Splendid, dear. I have long wished to visit that hat shop on Oxford Street. But what about Harry? We can't possibly bring him along to embarrass us. Harry sat curled in the corner of the staircase, feigning concentration as he picked at the mud on his shoe, a guise he had perfected over 6 months. By remaining silent and avoiding eye contact, he could mitigate 90% of the Dursley's ire. Indeed, Vernon cast a fleeting glance at him, dismissively waving his hand. Bring him along. Let him watch the luggage. It's better than having him cause a ruckus at home. Remember, once we arrive in London, no talking, no wandering about. If you dare cause me any trouble, I will leave you at the subway station to feed the rats." Harry lowered his head, his fingertips quietly clenching in his pocket. Corey had taken a risk to deliver a message last night, stating that Avery's injury had stabilized for the time being. He had specifically warned something was amiss on Charing Cross Road. Death Eaters and Dumbledore's followers were lurking about, and the young master must not approach the leaky cauldron until the commotion subsided. But how could he possibly stay away? It was the sole entrance to the magical world, the key to his escape from the Dursleys and the inheritance of the Potter family. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the Dursley family squeezed onto the bus bound for London. Harry was crammed into the back row, the window seat monopolized by Dudley, who was clutching a newly purchased toy car, rubbing its wheels against Harry's school uniform. Harry paid him no mind, his gaze fixed on the rapidly passing streets outside, mentally rehearsing the simple map Corey had sketched. Number 127, Charing Cross Road, with a leaky cauldron nestled between a newspaper shop and an antique store, marked by 3 distinct scratches on its door. As the bus entered the heart of London, Harry suddenly felt the silver ring in his pocket gently warming, not with the previous faint heat, but as if he were cradling a freshly roasted chestnut, causing his fingertips to tingle. He quickly withdrew his hand, feigning the act of adjusting his shoelaces, and stealthily touched the silver ring. Its once dull engravings now shimmered faintly, as if a stream of water were flowing through the designs. "What are you staring at, you country bumpkin?" Dudley noticed his movement and kicked Harry sharply on the knee. Harry let out a muffled grunt, instinctively crouching under the seat, pretending to pick something up. The ring's glow intensified, and he could vaguely discern a blurred image forming on its surface. A cobbled alleyway flanked by shops adorned with magical signs, an owl soaring overhead, clutching a parcel in its beak. It was Diagon Alley. Harry's heart raced. Could the silver ring truly reflect scenes from the magical world? Did this mean that by approaching the leaky cauldron, he could glean more clues through the ring? When the bus arrived at the stop, Vernon received a work call, his expression darkening instantly. The headquarters had called an impromptu meeting. "Petunia, you take Dudley shopping. I'll head to the office first. We'll meet for lunch at the cafe on Oxford Street." As for Harry, he seized Harry by the collar, shoving him next to Dudley. "Keep an eye on your brother. If he loses even a strand of hair, I won't spare you." Petunia disdainfully shoved a heavy canvas bag into Harry's arms. "This contains Dudley's snacks and my wallet. Keep an eye on it. We're going into the toy store up ahead. You wait on the bench at the corner. Don't move." Harry, cradling the canvas bag, watched as Petunia dragged Dudley into the toy store. The wind at the corner stirred his bangs as Charing Cross Road lay just 2 streets ahead, Corey's map vividly replaying in his mind. He pretended to adjust the canvas bag, stealthily removing the silver ring from around his neck and placing it into the side pocket of the bag, which he had secretly sewn to conceal the ring. "Just 10 minutes, then I'll return immediately," Harry silently vowed, clutching the canvas bag like a cat that had escaped. He crept along the wall toward Charing Cross Road. The streets of London buzzed with a vitality 100-fold greater than Privet Drive, with suited professionals hurrying past, street performers strumming guitars, and pigeons vying for crumbs. Harry lowered his head, striving to blend into the crowd. Every few steps, he glanced back to see that Petunia and Dudley were still engrossed in their play at the toy store, oblivious to his absence. Turning a corner, the street sign for Charing Cross Road loomed ahead. Harry's heart raced as if it might explode, his gaze sweeping past the shops lining the street. The window display of the Times bookstore showcased the latest newspapers. A pile of rusty old clocks stood at the entrance of an antique shop, and nestled between the two, there was indeed an unremarkable building with a deep brown door. A weathered wooden sign hung above it, inscribed with the crooked letters of a leaky cauldron. Beneath the door, 3 notches of varying depths were visible, just as Corey had described. The bar-S door was ajar, and faint sounds of laughter and conversation floated out. Harry held his breath, inching closer. Just as he was about to peer through the crack in the door, a sudden chill shot down his spine. It was not the cold wind of London. It was a malicious intent, akin to being stalked by a venomous serpent, reminiscent of the sensation he felt when confronted by the robed figure in the alley behind the leaky cauldron. He spun around abruptly to see a figure clad in a black trench coat standing in the shadows of the street corner, the brim of their hat pulled low, obscuring most of their face, leaving only a pair of icy eyes visible, fixed intently upon him. A Death Eater spy. Harry quickly lowered his head, pretending to stumble over the stones beneath his feet, and sat down at the roadside, his canvas bag shielding his body. He could sense the robed figure still watching him, the footsteps drawing nearer. What should he do? Running back to the toy store would expose him, yet remaining in place could lead to capture. Just then, a red double-decker bus passed by, momentarily blocking the Death Eater's line of sight. Seizing the opportunity, Harry sprang up and dashed into the nearby Times bookstore. The air inside was thick with the scent of ink, the proprietor dozing at the counter, while a few patrons rummaged through newspapers. Harry concealed himself behind a bookshelf, peering through the gap to see the robed figure lingering at the bookstore's entrance, seemingly contemplating whether to enter. Moments later, the figure turned and walked towards the leaky cauldron, pushing the door open to enter. Chapter 59, A Hidden Crisis. Harry exhaled deeply, his back now damp with cold sweat. Just as he intended to leave the bookshelf, he suddenly heard a buzzing sound emanating from the side pocket of his canvas bag. It was the silver ring. He quickly reached for it. The ring was astonishingly hot, and the image upon its surface began to clarify. The interior of the leaky cauldron, where Tom, the owner with a scruffy beard, was pouring butterbeer for a wizard in a pointed hat. The flames in the fireplace were a pale blue, unlike the flickering flames of muggles. Appearing instead as a solidified light, at the far end of the bar, a brick wall was slowly shifting, revealing an archway behind it, leading to a bustling alley adorned with the signs of Ollivander's wand shop and Gringotts Bank, flying broomsticks soaring overhead, and owls carrying parcels weaving between shops. It was Diagon Alley. Truly, it was Diagon Alley. Harry's eyes glistened, his fingertips involuntarily brushing the silver ring, when suddenly the image distorted, transforming into a figure clad in a gray robe, holding a silver box, standing at the entrance of a cafe across the street, their gaze fixed directly upon him from behind the bookshelf. Phineas, Dumbledore's watcher. Harry's heart sank. How could he be here? Had he been following him? Or had he been stationed here all along? Harry dared not look back, swiftly maneuvering around the bookshelf and slipping out through the back door of the bookstore. The door led to a narrow alley, cluttered with discarded cardboard boxes. He ran along the alley for several minutes until the sound of footsteps faded away, then leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. The silver ring in his canvas bag gradually cooled, its radiance dissipating, leaving only the cold touch of metal. Harry pulled out the ring, placing it in his palm, the vivid scene of Diagon Alley replaying in his mind. The window of Ollivander's wand shop, showcasing a variety of wands, the goblin guards of Gringotts stationed at the entrance, and even glimpses of young wizards brandishing colorful lollipops. That was his world, the place to which he truly belonged. It was time to return. Harry reattached the silver ring around his neck, tucking it into his collar to prevent the Dursleys from discovering it, and even more importantly, to keep Phineas and the hooded figure unaware of the ring's secret. After adjusting his disheveled clothing and clutching the canvas bag, he slowly made his way back to the toy store's entrance. Petunia was standing at the street corner, stamping her foot. Upon seeing Harry, she immediately shrieked. "Where have you been?" Dudley is beside himself with worry. "Where's the bag? The wallet isn't lost, is it?" She snatched the canvas bag from him, inspecting it thoroughly, while Dudley lunged at Harry, delivering a punch to his stomach. "How dare you run off? Where's my chocolate? Hand it over." Enduring the pain, Harry lowered his head. I want to buy water. Worried you might be thirsty." He retrieved an unopened bottle of mineral water from his pocket, which he had just purchased at the bookstore, deliberately saving it as an excuse. Petunia took the water, glared at him, and, without further inquiry, tugged Dudley along as they continued down Oxford Street. Harry followed, his mind racing. The hooded figure he had seen at the leaky cauldron was likely a Death Eater scout. They were indeed watching the pub. Phineas's appearance indicated that Dumbledore had anticipated his arrival in London, sending someone to follow him. The silver ring's ability to reflect scenes from the magical world suggested a mystical connection to Diagon Alley. Perhaps, once his magical abilities grew stronger, he could glean more clues about his heritage through the ring. At noon, when Harry met Vernon at the cafe, he kept his head down, feigning interest in his fingers while intently listening to Vernon's conversation with his colleagues. They discussed how headquarters was investigating peculiar homeless individuals, mentioning that there were always people in black robes wandering around Charing Cross Road. "Indeed, I saw a hooded figure yesterday, brandishing a stick. Quite frightening," one of them remarked. The activities of the Death Eaters were becoming increasingly frequent. Harry bit his lip, his fingertips discreetly tightening around the silver ring beneath the table. He had to grow stronger quickly and secure the Potter family's legacy. Otherwise, not only would he be in danger, but Colin and Avery would also be implicated. On the bus ride back in the afternoon, Dudley fell asleep, clutching his newly purchased remote control car, his head resting on Harry's shoulder, drool soaking into Harry's shirt. Harry paid no mind, his gaze drifting once more towards the window. The direction of Charing Cross Road was no longer visible, yet the silver ring nestled in his collar still radiated warmth, as if reminding him the magical world lay just beyond, and if he could persist for 2 more years, when he turned 11, he would hold his acceptance letter push open the door of the leaky cauldron, and step into the realm that truly belonged to him. Yet he remained oblivious to the presence of Phineas, cloaked in gray, seated in the shadows of the last row of the bus. In his hands, a silver box emitted a faint glow, its screen displaying a line of text. Target has entered the magical area. Magical fluctuations detected. Coordinates recorded. Report to Professor Dumbledore. Upon returning to Privet Drive, darkness had descended. Harry, clutching Dudley's toy car, trailed behind the Dursleys as they entered the house. Petunia and Vernon were in the living room, boasting about their day's acquisitions, while Dudley sprawled on the floor, engrossed in his remote-controlled car. No one noticed Harry quietly slip back to the staircase corner. Just as he intended to examine the silver ring closely, he unexpectedly felt a hard object in his pocket. Not the ring, but a folded piece of paper. Startled, Harry quickly retrieved the note, unfolding it in the moonlight streaming through the stairwell. It was inscribed in black ink, adorned with a distorted serpentine pattern, devoid of any words. The serpent's eyes were marked in red ink, glistening like two bloody jewels under the moon's gaze. It was the dark mark. A chill gripped Harry's fingertips. When had he slipped the note into his pocket? Was it near the leaky cauldron, or in the bookstore? Had the Death Eaters already discerned his identity as the child of the Potters? At that moment, a crackling sound erupted from the fireplace, and with a flash of green flames, Corey stumbled forth, pale and trembling. "Master, it's bad news. The Death Eaters have left the serpent's mark at the leaky cauldron, claiming they're searching for the Potter boy. Did you visit Diagon Alley today?" Clutching the note adorned with the serpentine design, Harry felt his heart constrict as if gripped by a frigid hand. The Death Eaters were not only fixated on him, but had also left a warning. He gazed at Corey's ashen face, suddenly realizing that this lurking game was far more perilous than he had anticipated. Upon noticing the note in Harry's hand, Corey nearly collapsed, snatching it away. The instant his fingertips brushed the ink, the note emitted a hissing sound, and the serpentine design gradually morphed into blood-red lettering. "Next time you approach the leaky cauldron, it will not merely be a warning." It was the blood serpent mark. Corey's voice quivered with fear as he hurled the paper into the fireplace, where the flames instantly turned black. This was a mark used by the serpent's fawn group among the Death Eaters, specifically tasked with tracking the Potters. "Master, are you being targeted by them?" Harry nodded, recounting the events of his day in London, the sight of the leaky cauldron, the shadowy figures in cloaks, and Phineas's pursuit. Upon hearing this, Corey collapsed on the carpet beside the fireplace, tears reflecting in the green flames. "It's all my fault for not stopping you. Mr. Avery mentioned that the Death Eaters have been investigating the bloodline of Merlin, and the leaky cauldron is a focal point of their surveillance. Your visit certainly drew their attention." "Do not panic," Harry urged, placing a reassuring hand on Corey's shoulder, striving to maintain a calm tone. "They do not yet know I am Harry Potter. They only suspect the child near the pub. As long as I avoid it from now on, they should not trace me back to Privet Drive. By the way, the silver ring reacted today, revealing images of Diagon Alley. Does this suggest a connection to the magical world?" Corey wiped away his tears and nodded. "Mr. Avery had mentioned that the silver ring was the time-space key of the Potter family, capable of sensing places with intense magical fluctuations. Diagon Alley, being the most potent source of magic, would naturally elicit a response. Do not fret, young master. Once you turn 11 and receive your acceptance letter, we can openly go to Gringotts for the bloodline verification. By then, with the legacy of the Potter family in hand, neither the Death Eaters nor Dumbledore's associates can pose a threat to you." Harry tightened his grip on the silver ring, feeling the coolness of the metal against his fingertips. He understood that now was not the time for impulsiveness. Patience, disguise, and the accumulation of strength were his only avenues of escape. The serpentine note served as a reminder, a thorn in his side, warning him that the dangers of the magical world had quietly crept to his doorstep. Chapter 60. Gazing from outside Ollivander's window. The morning on Privet Drive was damp and chilly after the rain. Harry crouched in his hiding spot on the staircase, repeatedly rubbing the silver ring, warmed by his body heat. Since returning from London, the ring seemed to possess a life of its own, shimmering with a faint silver light each morning, reflecting fragmented images, sometimes the cobbled streets of Diagon Alley, at other times the goblin guards of Gringotts. Today, it astonishingly reflected a window adorned with an array of wands. "Harry, what are you dawdling for? Where's Dudley's breakfast?" Petunia's voice pierced through the air like an icicle. Harry quickly tucked the silver ring into his collar and shoved the serpentine note into a crack in the floorboards. Corey had warned him that the note bore traces of dark magic and should not remain on his person. He would deal with it the next time he visited. Entering the kitchen, he found Dudley flinging eggs onto the floor while Vernon sat at the dining table, his expression darker than the overcast sky outside. "Did you sneak off to London yesterday? Mrs. Miller said she didn't see you on the bench." Harry's heart skipped a beat as he stared at his shoelaces. I went to buy water, fearing Dudley might be thirsty." He recounted the excuse he had prepared, his fingers discreetly clenching. Fortunately, he had bought an unopened bottle of water upon returning yesterday, which he had buried deep in his canvas bag, escaping Petunia's scrutiny. Vernon scrutinized him for a few seconds before slamming the table. "Enough. We're going to London again today. Dudley wants that remote control plane, which was out of stock yesterday, and it must be procured today. Harry, you will behave and follow me. If you dare to run off again, I'll lock you in the attic for a month without food." Harry's eyes sparkled. He would have a chance to visit Charing Cross Road and get closer to Ollivander's wand shop. He quickly nodded, feigning fear and hunching his shoulders. "I want to run off again, Uncle." Dudley cheered and lunged at Harry, grabbing a handful of his hair. "You're wise to comply. If you delay me from buying that plane, I'll tear your precious books to shreds." Harry endured the pain, his mind racing with thoughts. Today, he must touch the window of Ollivander's and see what the wands that resonated with him were truly like. Before setting out, Harry seized the opportunity, while packing his canvas bag, to discreetly slip Introduction to Magical Theory into the bottom of the bag. One page specifically discussed wands, stating that each wand had its own master, and true compatibility would create a resonance of magic. He wanted to ascertain whether the magical fluctuations he sensed were indeed that resonance. On the bus ride to London, Harry leaned against the window, vigilantly observing his surroundings. As he passed by Charing Cross Road, he deliberately glanced towards the broken cauldron. There were no cloaked figures at the entrance, only a few muggles hurrying past. And Phineas had not appeared, which eased his mind slightly. Upon arriving at the toy store, Vernon and Petunia accompanied Dudley in selecting a remote-controlled airplane. Seizing the opportunity, Harry said, "Uncle, I'll wait outside for you. It's too crowded in here, and I'm afraid I might jostle Dudley." Vernon waved his hand impatiently. "Don't wander far. Just by the door. If you run off, I'll break your legs." Stepping out of the toy store, Harry edged along the wall towards Ollivander's, which was adjacent to the broken cauldron. The shop window was coated with a fine layer of dust, showcasing an array of wands, some long, some short, some adorned with jewels, others etched with intricate patterns, glimmering softly in the sunlight. He held his breath, slowly approaching the window, his heart racing as if it might burst from his ribcage. Just as his hand was about to touch the glass, the silver ring in his pocket suddenly grew scorching hot, even more so than it had outside the broken cauldron, as if a small flame were searing his skin. Buzz! The wands within the window suddenly stirred. Not all, but the one at the back, a cold fir wand approximately 11 inches long, glowed with a pale brown light. Its tip embedded with a sliver that resembled a fragment of dragon heartstring. It quivered gently, its tip pointing towards Harry, emitting a faint hum. Harry's eyes widened. It was magical resonance. The books had not been mistaken. This wand resonated with him. Unable to resist, he leaned closer, his nose nearly touching the glass, and he could distinctly see the tiny engravings on the wand, resembling the hourglass motif and the Potter family crest. A child of the Potters should not merely gaze from outside the window. A frail voice suddenly emanated from behind him, startling Harry into a swift turn. Standing, there was an elderly man clad in a gray robe, his hair and beard as white as snow, yet his eyes sparkled with remarkable brightness. In his hands was a wooden box filled with wands, none other than Ollivander himself. Harry's mind went blank in an instant, and he quickly lowered his gaze, feigning fear. I was just passing through. Sorry, I'll leave at once." However, Ollivander approached him, his gaze settling on the collar of his shirt where the silver ring's light seeped through the fabric, leaving a faint mark on his neck. The old man smiled softly, his voice lowering. "That silver ring is the time key of the Potter family. I assent to it. The ability to sense a matching wand indicates a strong awakening of your bloodline." Harry abruptly looked up. How did he know the secret of the ring? How did he know of the Potter lineage? Ollivander offered no explanation, but merely pointed to the fir wand in the window. That wand was crafted a decade ago, fir wood, dragon heartstring, suited for a wizard who commands ancient magic and the forces of time. At that time, I believe this wand was waiting for its master. Little did I expect it to be the child of the Potters. "Do you know the Potter family?" Harry whispered. Indeed, Ollivander's gaze turned distant. "Your grandfather's wand was made by me, walnut wood, phoenix feather, and your father's wand as well, oak, unicorn hair. They were both exceptional wizards, particularly your father. His wand skills were among the finest at Hogwarts in his time." As Harry thought of his father, a pang of sorrow surged within him. He possessed only fragmented memories, blurred silhouettes, and now, at last, he could glean tales of his father from others. Just as he was about to inquire further, he suddenly heard Dudley's distant bellow. "Harry, where have you been? Mum's been looking for you." A tightness gripped Harry's heart, and he hastily said to Ollivander, "I must take my leave. Thank you." Ollivander nodded, rummaging through his pocket to produce a small piece of parchment, which he pressed into Harry's hand. "Next time you visit Diagon Alley, come straight to me. Remember, a true wand chooses its master, and the bond between you and it encompasses not merely magic, but destiny as well." Chapter 61. The Token. Harry clutched the parchment tightly and turned to run. The parchment was thin, adorned with the illustration of a wand, resembling the one in the shop window, accompanied by a line of small text, available for collection after your 11th birthday. Upon reaching the toy store's entrance, he found Dudley standing with arms akimbo, berating him, while Petunia's face was ashen. "Where have you been? Do you know he searched for you for ages? If your uncle finds out, you'll be in for it." Harry kept his head down, sliding the parchment into the canvas bag's compartment, too afraid to meet Petunia's gaze lest she discover his secret. Vernon emerged, clutching a remote-controlled airplane, casting a disdainful glare at Harry. "Get moving, go home, and stop embarrassing yourself here." On the bus ride home, Harry leaned against the window, gripping the parchment tightly. The silver ring still radiated warmth, and this time, the reflection was no longer fragmented. Instead, it revealed the interior of Ollivander's shop, where the fur wand lay silently on a velvet cushion, its tip glimmering ever more brightly. He recalled Ollivander's words about destiny, contemplating his own plans to reject the savior narrative, to embrace his family's legacy, and to master time magic. This one might well be a pivotal step in his scheme. Upon returning to Privet Drive, while the Dursleys were preoccupied with the remote-controlled airplane, Harry stealthily slipped back to the staircase. He retrieved the parchment, carefully examining it in the moonlight streaming through the window. Besides the wand illustration and the small text, he noted a tiny flying stag mark in the corner, identical to the one on the Potter family crest. "My young master, have you received Ollivander's token?" Suddenly, green flames erupted from the fireplace, revealing Corey, whose complexion appeared much improved since their last encounter, though his arm was still bandaged. Harry quickly handed the parchment to Corey. "Do you recognize this?" "Ollivander said this wand was prepared for me." Corey's eyes brightened as he took the parchment. "This is the Potter family's heirloom wand token. Mr. Avery mentioned that each generation of the Potter family receives a wand from Ollivander that resonates with their essence. This fur wand with a dragon heartstring is meant for you." "Young master, heirloom wand?" Harry was taken aback. "Indeed," Corey exclaimed excitedly. "The Potter legacy encompasses not only the Potter secrets and the silver ring, but also Ollivander's specially crafted heirloom wand, which enhances the power of the Merlin bloodline, particularly in time magic. Mr. Avery has been vigilant about this wand, concerned it might be taken by Death Eaters or Dumbledore's associates. Now that Ollivander has personally entrusted you with the token, it is secure." A warmth enveloped Harry's heart. Corey and Avery had been quietly supporting him all along. As he was about to utter another word, Corey's expression suddenly shifted, and he thrust the parchment back into his hands. "This is bad. Someone is approaching. It's Dumbledore's people. I can sense their magical aura. Young master, quickly hide the parchment. I must take my leave." With that, Corey vanished into the fireplace, the emerald flames still flickering. The sound of footsteps echoed from the staircase, not those of Petunia or Vernon, but light, magical footsteps, distinct from Phineas's, more subtle and stealthy. Harry hastily tucked the parchment into the floorboards and concealed the silver ring in his collar, feigning the act of adjusting his shoelaces. The footsteps drew nearer, halting at the stairway entrance, where a deep voice called out, "Harry Potter? Professor Dumbledore sent me to check on you. How have you been lately?" Harry slowly raised his gaze to behold a man clad in a black suit, wearing sunglasses and holding a silver box adorned with a phoenix emblem, identical to the one Phineas possessed, albeit smaller. This was indeed one of Dumbledore's agents, a new observer. Harry's heart raced as he pretended to shrink back in fear. I'm well. My aunt and uncle are treating me kindly. Who are you?" The man smiled, his eyes behind the sunglasses seemingly appraising him. "I am from the Ministry of Magic, here to ensure your safety. I've heard you recently visited London. Did you encounter any unusual individuals?" A tightness gripped Harry's chest. He was aware of his trip to London. Had Phineas reported him, or were they continuously surveilling him? He quickly shook his head. "No, I merely accompanied my uncle to purchase toys. I didn't see anyone strange." The man scrutinized him for several seconds before suddenly producing a piece of chocolate from his pocket and extending it to Harry. "This is a token from the Ministry. Please enjoy it. Professor Dumbledore is very concerned about you and hopes for your healthy development." Harry regarded the chocolate with suspicion. Dumbledore's people wouldn't bestow gifts without reason. There was certainly something amiss, perhaps a tracking agent or listening spell. He shook his head. No, thank you. My uncle doesn't allow me to eat things from strangers. The man retracted the chocolate without further insistence and turned to leave. Very well. I shall take my leave now, but I will return to check on you. As the footsteps faded from the staircase, Harry exhaled in relief, his back drenched in cold sweat. He quickly retrieved the parchment from the floorboards and tucked it into the bottom of his canvas bag. The increasing frequency of Dumbledore's agents indicated a growing concern for his well-being. He would need to exercise greater caution in all his endeavors moving forward. That evening, Harry lay on the mat in the stairwell, clutching the silver ring. The ring's luminescence gradually softened, casting reflections of the fur wand from Ollivander's shop, its silvery tip faintly resonating with his lightning-shaped scar. He closed his eyes and silently vowed, may his 11th birthday arrive swiftly, for he yearned to receive his acceptance letter, to acquire the Ancestral wand, to possess the entire Potter legacy, and to no longer endure the indignities of the Dursleys, nor be pursued by Dumbledore and the Death Eaters. Unbeknownst to him, outside the stairwell window, the man in the black suit lingered at the street corner, the silver box in his hand glowing faintly. The screen displayed a line of text. Target has made contact with Ollivander, acquiring an unknown token. Magical fluctuations are abnormal. Recorded and reported to Professor Dumbledore. In a more distant locale, within the alley behind the leaky cauldron, two figures cloaked in black held a portrait bearing the likeness of Harry, surreptitiously captured through the cracks of the Dursleys' window. One of the cloaked figures murmured, "It is he, the wretched offspring of the Potters. He has made contact with Ollivander, and it appears he is on the verge of acquiring the heirloom wand. We must act before he secures it." The other figure nodded, retrieving a black crystal orb from his pocket. "The Dark Lord has been awaiting news. Once we obtain the Potter heirloom wand, we shall locate the Potter Codex, and then the bloodline of Merlin will belong to the Dark Lord." Moonlight filtered through the clouds, illuminating Harry's face as he reveled in the prospect of the heirloom wand, blissfully unaware that a sinister plot against him had quietly commenced. Just as Harry pressed the silver ring back against his collar, he heard a crackling sound emanating from the fireplace. Corey had arrived, his appearance more disheveled than before, cradling a tattered cloth bag from which herbs had spilled onto the floor. "Master, a calamity has befallen us." Corey's voice quavered with distress. "After Dumbledore's associate departed, I investigated his magical fluctuations and discovered that the box he wielded is no ordinary tracker. It is a memory-probing box. It can collect residual magical energies surrounding you and reconstruct your recent memories. Moreover, the Death Eaters have already acquired your portrait and were conspiring in the alley behind the leaky cauldron, planning to strike before you obtain the heirloom wand." Harry's heart plummeted. A memory-probing box? Would they uncover the matters concerning Ollivander and the parchment? "Not for the time being," Corey hastily replied. "Mr. Avery had long since placed a concealment charm on your canvas bag, and the magic of the parchment is shielded. The memory-probing box can only gather interactions between you and Dudley, along with vague images from outside Ollivander's window, without revealing specifics. However, the Death Eaters present a grave threat. They have already contacted their stronghold in London, preparing to act when you next venture there." Harry clenched his fists, his fingertips turning pale from the pressure. Dumbledore's surveillance was tightening, and the Death Eaters were poised to strike. His plans of concealment seemed fraught with peril from the outset. Now, all he could do was remain vigilant in his disguise, diligently amassing strength as he awaited the arrival of his 11th birthday. Chapter 62. Shadows of cloaked figures outside the leaky cauldron. The night on Privet Drive was unusually tranquil, punctuated only by Vernon's snores and Dudley's murmurings echoing within the house. Harry curled up on an old mat in the stairwell, his fingertips caressing the parchment bestowed by Ollivander. Moonlight streamed through the window gaps, casting a silvery sheen upon the lines depicting the firwood wand, resonating with the silver ring around his neck. The silver ring was particularly animated this night, as if it sensed the magic of the parchment. The hourglass design on its surface flickered gently, revealing fragmented images, the wooden door of the leaky cauldron, the wand rack within Ollivander's shop, and a blurred figure in a black cloak standing at the alley's entrance, peering intently at something. "Master, do not linger too long with the parchment. It bears Ollivander's protective charm, and the resonance of the silver ring's magic is too potent, which may attract magical disturbances." Suddenly, a green flame erupted from the fireplace, and Corey's figure stumbled forth, his bandaged arm seeping blood, clutching a charred scrap of paper. Harry quickly tucked the parchment into the floorboards, steadying Corey. "Why have you returned? Was it not said that Dumbledore's people were nearby?" It's too late. Corey's voice trembled as he handed the burnt note to Harry. Mr. Avery has acquired information from the black market. The Serpent's Fawn Group has set their sights on the Leaky Cauldron. They are searching for the Potter heir and intend to seize Ollivander's legacy wand. This note is a communication from the Serpent's Fawn Group, indicating 127 Diagon Alley. They plan to act before the full moon. Today marks the last 3 days before it. Harry's heart sank abruptly. The tips of his fingers turned pale as he gripped the note. The edges still bore the lingering aura of dark magic, and the serpentine emblem was identical to the warning he had received previously. It became evident that those dark-robed figures did not appear by mere chance. They were specifically targeting him and the legacy wand. Mr. Avery instructed me to warn you not to approach the Leaky Cauldron for the time being. To wait until the storm has passed, Corey stated, suddenly shivering. When I arrived, I sensed a surge of Phoenix magic near Privet Drive. It must be Dumbledore's people. They could be laying monitoring charms. You must exercise caution, young master, and conceal your magic. Corey hastily vanished into the fireplace, the green flames still flickering. When footsteps echoed from the staircase, Harry quickly returned to his mat, feigning deep slumber as he listened to Petunia mumbling about an odd smell from the fireplace, while turmoil raged within him. On one side were the Serpent's Fawn, intent on seizing the legacy wand and capturing him. On the other, Dumbledore's Watchers, casting monitoring spells to track his every move. He felt like an ant caught between two colossal boulders, where the slightest movement could lead to his annihilation. Yet, he could not remain idle. The legacy wand was in Ollivander's possession, and the Potter family's heritage lay within Gringotts. He must obtain both to escape the Dursleys and his fated manipulation. The following morning, Vernon's roar shattered the tranquility. The headquarters has summoned me to London to deliver documents. Petunia, you and Dudley stay home. Harry will accompany me to help carry the file bag, so he doesn't cause mischief at home. Harry's eyes sparkled instantly. This was a prime opportunity. Not only would he draw closer to the Leaky Cauldron to ascertain the Serpent's Fawn's movements, but he could also feign compliance, thereby lowering Vernon's guard. He hurriedly climbed from his mat, lowering his head. I will carry the bag properly, Uncle. Vernon shot him a glare, shoving a heavy leather file bag into his hands. Don't even think about running off. London is busy, and if you get lost, I won't come looking for you. As he boarded the train to London, Harry cradled the file bag in his arms, his fingers discreetly brushing against the inner side where Corey had hidden the disappearing powder. A sprinkle would temporarily obscure low-level monitoring charms, specially prepared for him by Mr. Avery. As the train slowly departed, Harry gazed out at the fields flashing by. Mentally calculating, approach the Leaky Cauldron, confirm the number and positions of the Serpent's Fawn, evade Dumbledore's Watchers, and if given the chance, catch another glimpse of that fur wand. By the time they reached Diagon Alley, it was already 10 in the morning. Vernon thrust the file bag into Harry's hands, gesturing towards the nearby office building. I will deliver the documents. You stay right here at the entrance of this building and do not move. If I come out and cannot see you, you will be in for it. Harry nodded, watching as Vernon entered the office. He then cautiously made his way to the street corner, where he could clearly see the wooden door of the Leaky Cauldron, the 3 scratches on the door particularly conspicuous in the sunlight. Pretending to organize the file bag, he discreetly sprinkled a bit of disillusionment powder, a slight tingling sensation in his fingertips signaling its effect. He need not worry about being detected by any monitoring charms for the time being. At that moment, the silver ring on his finger suddenly grew unbearably hot, even more so than when he had been outside Ollivander's shop, as if a fire were burning beneath his skin. Harry abruptly looked up to see a hooded figure in black robes at the mouth of the alley leading to the Leaky Cauldron. The hood pulled low enough to obscure the entire face, revealing only a pale hand adorned with a serpent-shaped ring, which was slowly moving toward a wand at the figure's waist. It was a member of the Serpent's Fawn. Harry's breath caught in his throat. He quickly bowed his head, feigning a stumble over the stones beneath him, causing the file bag to fall to the ground and scatter its contents. He needed to disguise himself as a clumsy Muggle child, hoping to lower the black-robed figure's guard. Useless rubbish, the figure muttered as he passed by. A deep voice laced with malice. Harry felt the figure's gaze sweep over his neck. The silver ring was concealed by his collar, remaining hidden. Yet the hooded figure hesitated momentarily, as if sensing something, before lowering his hand again. While pretending to tremble in fear, Harry picked up the scattered papers. His peripheral vision fixed on the black-robed figure. He entered the antique shop next to the Leaky Cauldron, glancing back toward Harry with a flicker of red light beneath the hood, an indication of dark magic. Just then, a faint sound of footsteps echoed from afar, prompting Harry to whip his head around. At the corner cafe, A figure in a gray robe stood by the window, clutching a silver box. His gaze locked intently on Harry. It was Phineas, Dumbledore's watcher. What was he doing here? Had he been following Harry, or had he been lying in wait all along? Harry's heart raced as he hastily gathered the last piece of paper, clutching the file bag, and sprinted towards Vernon's office building. He had to leave immediately. Lingering any longer could lead to a confrontation between the black-robed figure and Phineas. As he passed by the cafe, Harry intentionally slowed his pace, pretending to catch his breath, catching a glimpse of the silver box in Phineas's hand flickering, seemingly displaying his name. He dared not look any longer, quickening his pace as he dashed into the office, colliding with Vernon as he exited. "Where you been? Why is the file bag such a mess?" Vernon snatched the bag away, grumbling, "Hurry up, let's go home. This wretched place in London is teeming with oddities." With his head bowed, Harry followed Vernon toward the train station, his back already drenched in cold sweat. He could feel Phineas's gaze still trailing him, and he sensed the dark magic emanating from the direction of the leaky cauldron. The Serpent's Fong members were surely still lurking there, perhaps already aware of his peculiar behavior. On the train, Vernon leaned back in his seat, dozing off, while Dudley, who had come along with Petunia, claiming he needed a new hat in London, played with his newly acquired toy car beside him. Harry feigned gazing out of the window, his hand stealthily reaching for the silver ring nestled within his collar. The temperature of the ring gradually cooled, yet its surface patterns continued to shimmer, revealing a hazy image. In the antique shop of the Leaky Cauldron, a Death Eater conversed with another masked figure, holding a portrait bearing Harry's likeness. They possessed his image. The Serpent's Tooth faction not only knew he was in London, but had also acquired his portrait. The next time they encountered him, they would undoubtedly recognize him. Even more concerning was that Dumbledore's watchers had also set their sights on him. Perhaps Phineas's box could trace his magical fluctuations. Upon returning to Privet Drive, darkness had enveloped the sky. Seizing the opportunity while Petunia and Vernon were busy packing, Harry quietly slipped back to the staircase. Just as he intended to share his discoveries with Corey, he unexpectedly felt something hard at the bottom of his canvas bag, a foreign object. He hastily turned the bag upside down, spilling its contents: a few leftover candies from Dudley, half a bottle of water, a crumpled map, and a pale golden badge engraved with a phoenix, its wings entwined with vines, emanating a faint magical glow. It was the phoenix badge, Dumbledore's mark. Harry's heart raced. When had this badge appeared in his bag? Was it on the train in London or at the office building's entrance? Or had Phineas placed it inside? Was this badge enchanted for tracking? Or did it serve another purpose? At that moment, a crackling sound erupted from the fireplace, and Corey's figure appeared urgently, his face ashen. "Young master, this is bad. Mr. Avery said that Dumbledore's people have recently been placing Phoenix tracking badges on key subjects. As long as one wears it or comes close, they can track magical fluctuations in real time." The badge in your bag. Harry lifted the pale, golden Phoenix badge, his fingertips trembling. He stared at the Phoenix design, suddenly realizing that he was not only being watched by the Death Eaters, but also locked onto by Dumbledore's Phoenix tracking spell. Corey snatched the badge from Harry's hand, and as his fingers brushed against it, the badge emitted a low hum, its pale golden glow dimming instantly. "Thank goodness," Corey sighed in relief, wiping the sweat from his brow. "This badge is of the lowest tracking spell. It hasn't been infused with much magic. I just used a house elf's counter-tracking charm to shield it. If it were a higher-level Phoenix spell, even Mr. Avery would find it difficult to break." Harry's tense body finally relaxed, collapsing onto the mat. "When did Phineas slip the badge into my bag? I didn't feel a thing." "It must have been when you picked up the documents," Corey replied, placing the badge into a black cloth pouch, embroidered with the Potter family's emblem of a stag. Dumbledore's people excel at using concealment charms to place tracking devices, particularly Phineas. He was once a tracking officer at the Ministry of Magic and is quite adept at these tricks. But do not worry, young master. This pouch was specifically given to you by Mr. Avery. It can block all low-level tracking spells. Once the badge is inside, they won't be able to track you." Harry gazed at the black pouch, yet his heart remained heavy. The Serpent's Tooth faction had his portrait. The next time they saw him, they would undoubtedly recognize him. Additionally, there exists the tracking charm cast by Dumbledore, which for the time being is of a lower tier. However, it is conceivable that next time it may escalate to a more advanced form. Mr. Avery is already contemplating a solution. Corey lowered his voice, mentioning he would reach out to an insider within the Order of the Phoenix to ascertain the operational timing of the Serpent's Fawn group. As for Dumbledore's end, he would prepare a magical obscuring ointment for you to apply to your skin, which would temporarily conceal the magical fluctuations of the Merlin bloodline, rendering the tracking charm ineffective. Harry nodded, stuffing the black cloth pouch into the compartment of his canvas bag. He gazed out at the inky night sky, suddenly realizing that this game of concealment had transformed from merely hiding oneself to a race against time. He must secure the legacy wand before the Serpent's Fawn group took action and complete the bloodline authentication before Dumbledore's tracking charm advanced. For now, all he could do was to disguise himself with greater caution and to accumulate strength with fervor, awaiting the arrival of his 11th birthday. Chapter 63. The Feeling of Being Tracked. The breakfast table at number 4, Privet Drive, was perpetually shrouded in a stifling silence. Harry lowered his head, slowly scraping the remnants of his cereal from the bottom of the bowl. The cereal had long since cooled, the hardened fragments lodged in the crevices of the bowl. Yet he felt compelled to feign an unsteady grip on the spoon to appease Vernon and Petunia. "Harry, what are you dawdling for? Finish your meal and hurry to the yard to pull weeds." Petunia slammed the freshly washed plate onto the table, the clatter startling Dudley, who flinched in response. "Yesterday, the neighbor reported seeing you daydreaming by the roadside. I warn you, do not cause me any trouble." Harry quickly nodded, mumbling an indistinct response as he swallowed the last morsel of cereal. He could sense Petunia's gaze still fixed upon his back, ever since his return from London. Her vigilance had not wavered, likely due to Vernon informing her of Harry's escapades in the city. What troubled him more was the sensation of being watched that had lingered since last night. It was neither the invisible eye of Voldemort's lingering soul nor Snape's scrutinizing stare, but rather a light, gossamer feeling akin to spider silk wrapping around him. No matter where he went, he felt as though someone was trailing behind. It must be Dumbledore's observer. As he pulled weeds, Harry contemplated. Corey had mentioned last night, when he took the Phoenix badge, that the emblem served a dual purpose of tracking and eavesdropping. Although it temporarily shielded his magic, the observer would undoubtedly employ alternative means to ascertain his location, perhaps by dispatching someone to watch Privet Drive. He deliberately slowed his pace in pulling weeds, casting an unobtrusive glance at the bushes around the street corner. A leaf there trembled, swaying slightly despite the absence of wind. It was not magic, but rather someone concealed behind it, their breath stirring the leaves. Harry stifled a cold laugh, feigning ignorance as he continued to work the soil with his trowel, while his fingertips quietly coalesced a faint trace of magic, which he gently flicked towards a nearby dandelion. The dandelion's fluff, buoyed by the magic, lazily drifted towards the bushes. Harry could sense that when the fluff brushed against a person, it carried a subtle hint of wizardly magic, not the dark magic of the Death Eaters, but rather a gentle, irresistible magic bearing the mark of the Phoenix, reminiscent of the aura that surrounded Dumbledore. It must be Phineas or another member of the Order of the Phoenix. Harry identified the identity of the pursuer, feeling a sense of relief that, for the moment, Dumbledore had merely sent someone to observe rather than taking direct action. But what about the Death Eaters? Had the Snake Fawn group obtained his likeness and sent someone after him as well? At that moment, the silver ring in his pocket suddenly became unbearably hot, more so than ever before. Hastily, Harry covered his pocket, feigning a crouch to tie his shoelaces, his fingertips brushing against the surface of the ring. A vivid image emerged. At the entrance of the leaky cauldron, two figures cloaked in black conversed with the antiques dealer, who held a piece of paper bearing Harry's likeness, with the ominous note, "Act on the night of the full moon." The night of the full moon? It was merely 2 days away. Harry's heart seized, and the small spade he held clattered to the ground. Dudley, playing with a remote-controlled airplane in the yard, rushed over at the noise, stepping on Harry's hand. "Are you blind? You scared me." Enduring the pain, Harry feigned tears, slowly retracting his hand. He had to maintain the facade of weakness, ensuring the observer perceived no hint of distress. Dudley, intent on another kick, was called back by Petunia from the kitchen doorway. "Dudley, come bring some juice. Don't waste time on him." Dudley huffed, but turned and ran off. Harry picked up the spade, noting the redness blooming on his hand, but he could not afford to dwell on the pain. The Snake Fawn group intended to act on a night of the full moon, targeting the leaky cauldron, or would they come directly to Privet Drive? If it were the former, he still had time to prepare. If the latter, the Dursley residence would be an exposed target, and he needed to find a way to escape. "Young master, do not panic." Green flames suddenly erupted from the corner of the yard's drain pipe, and Cole's head emerged, his complexion worse than before, with traces of blood at the corner of his mouth. "Mr. Avery has discovered that the Snake Fawn group's target is the leaky cauldron. They plan to lie in wait for you to retrieve the legacy wand before striking. As for Dumbledore, Phineas has returned to report and will not be sending anyone for the time being, but he has placed a tracking spell on Privet Drive. As soon as you leave here by more than a kilometer, the Ministry of Magic will be alerted." "A tracking spell?" Harry whispered. "Can it be countered?" "Mr. Avery is preparing a counter-tracking potion It'll be ready by tomorrow. Cole produced a folded piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to Harry. This is a floor plan of the leaky cauldron. Mr. Avery has marked the potential ambush points of the Snake Fawn group, along with a secret passageway leading to Diagon Alley. Should anything go awry, you can use the passage to escape. By the way, do you have the parchment with you? Ollivander said it can sense the magic of the legacy wand and may help you locate it in critical moments. Harry nodded, retrieving the parchment from the canvas bag's compartment. The image of the fir wood wand glimmered silver, resonating with the light of the silver ring. Just as Cole seemed about to say more, a noise emanated from the drainpipe, causing Cole's expression to shift. Someone's coming. I must leave. I'll return tomorrow at this time with a potion. The green flames extinguished, and Cole vanished from view. Harry quickly stuffed the floor plan into his pocket and continued weeding, catching a glimpse of the rustling leaves in the bushes at the street corner. The observer must have sensed Cole's magical disturbance, but had failed to locate its source. The entirety of the following day was consumed by Harry's overwhelming sense of being pursued. He feigned a trip to the supermarket for bread, acutely aware of a light-footed presence trailing him, nearly imperceptible. He nestled in the corner of the living room with a book, in truth, rehearsing the defensive spells from basic magical theory, sensing a gaze from outside sweeping over him, landing upon the pages he held. Even as he lay in bed that night, he could feel the magical fluctuations seeping through the crack in the door, as if someone were probing his magical response. It was imperative to procure the counter-tracking potion quickly. Harry traced the silver ring around his neck, deep in thought. The ring's radiance dimmed gradually, casting forth a final image, the cold fir wand from Ollivander's shop. The silver fragments at its tip gleaming brighter, as though beckoning him. The following evening, Corey emerged punctually from the drain, clutching a small glass vial containing a purple liquid, the counter-tracking potion, a single sip of which would render tracking spells ineffective for 3 hours. Mr. Avery had informed him that on the night of the full moon, he would dispatch house elves to assist him at the secret entrance of the leaky cauldron. As long as he secured the heirloom wand, he could traverse the passage to Gringotts, preparing for the bloodline verification in advance. Harry accepted the vial, tucking it into the depths of his canvas bag. How many members are in the Serpent's Fawn group? At least 5, all marked by the Dark Mark, armed with wands and possibly potions. Corey's voice trembled as Mr. Avery advised against direct confrontation. Once the heirloom wand was acquired, he should depart from Mr. Avery would handle the Serpent's Fawn members. Additionally, on Dumbledore's end, Phineas seemed to suspect a connection between him and the underground wizards, investigating the movements of house elves near Privet Drive. He advised Harry to refrain from frequent appearances. Harry nodded in understanding. I comprehend. Take care. No sooner had Corey vanished than Harry heard Vernon's bellow from the yard. Harry, come out. Someone's looking for you. A pang of anxiety surged within Harry as he hurried outside to find a man in a gray trench coat standing at the gate, holding a brown envelope, his face adorned with a mechanical smile. May I ask if you are Mr. Harry Potter? This is your correspondence. Please sign for it. Harry's gaze fell upon the envelope, devoid of postage or return address, marked in the corner with a small phoenix emblem. It was a letter from Dumbledore. He feigned nervousness while taking the envelope, feeling the magical vibration within. It was no ordinary paper, but rather enchanted with a spell for self-destruction after reading. Vernon, standing nearby, gaped with wide eyes. Who sent you this? Is it those peculiar people? Harry quickly shook his head, clutching the envelope tightly. I don't know, Uncle. There is no name on it. Vernon snatched the envelope, glanced at it, and angrily discarded it into the trash. It's surely a prank. If anyone else delivers letters to you, throw them away immediately. Do you hear me? Harry lowered his head, pretending to be frightened, murmuring an affirmative. But inwardly he scoffed at Dumbledore, who could no longer contain his curiosity, resorting to letters to test him. Fortunately, Vernon had disposed of the letter. Otherwise, he would have had to devise a plan to deal with the magical trap contained within. In the stillness of the night, when the Dursleys were fast asleep, Harry stealthily approached the refuse bin and retrieved the envelope. One corner of the envelope was dampened by the rain, and with great care, he opened it to reveal a piece of yellowed parchment, upon which a single line was inscribed. The gates of Hogwarts are open for you. Do not stray from your path, Harry. At the end of the words was a small illustration of the Sorting Hat. Channeling his magic, Harry gently tapped the parchment with his fingertip, and in an instant, it ignited, transforming into a wisp of emerald smoke that left no trace behind. Do not stray from my path. Harry scoffed. Dumbledore, I have always chosen my own way. He returned to the staircase, placing the crystal vial and the parchment side by side, with a silver ring nearby. The magic of the 3 objects resonated with one another, and the hourglass pattern on the surface of the ring became increasingly distinct, revealing the entrance to the leaky cauldron. Shadows of hooded figures multiplied, and a vague, gray silhouette stood at the opposite end of the alley, clutching a silver box. It was Phineas. Dumbledore's agents were also headed to the leaky cauldron on the night of the full moon. Harry's heart raced. The Death Eaters from the Serpent's Tooth, Dumbledore's watchers, and his objective to retrieve the Elder Wand would converge at the leaky cauldron. What should he do? Proceed with the original plan to acquire the wand, or abandon it for the time being? At that moment, the silver ring emitted a blinding light, illuminating the entire staircase. Harry hastily covered the ring, yet the brilliance seeped through his fingers, casting a chilling image before him. Within the antique shop of the leaky cauldron, members of the Serpent's Tooth held a black wand, casting a spell upon a portrait of Harry. The Harry in the portrait bled from the corner of his mouth, bearing an uncanny resemblance to his present self. It was a blood curse. They were using his likeness to cast a blood curse, ensuring that he would be targeted the moment he approached the leaky cauldron. Harry's fingers trembled, and the glow of the ring gradually dimmed. He glanced out the window. The moon had risen, round and cold like a silver coin. In just one day, it would be the night of the full moon. Clutching the anti-tracking potion in his hand, with parchment in his pocket and the silver ring around his neck, he felt an unprecedented sense of confusion. On one side lay the legacy of the Elder Wand and the Potter family's heritage. On the other, the blood curse of the Death Eaters and Dumbledore's surveillance. Could he truly secure the wand and fulfill his bloodline's legacy? Just then, the door to the staircase creaked open. Harry hastily concealed his belongings. Pretending to be fast asleep, he sensed a chilling gaze upon him, filled with malice and greed. This was not a member of the Dursley family, nor Phineas. It was the unmistakable presence of a Death Eater. Someone had arrived ahead of schedule. Harry's back was instantly drenched in cold sweat, his eyes tightly shut, while his fingers quietly grasped the small shovel hidden beneath the cushion. He had no knowledge of who was outside, nor how many there were, but he understood that an unforeseen danger had stealthily descended upon number 4 Privet Drive. With a soft click, the door to the staircase was gently pushed open, and a shadowy figure crept inside, wielding a wand that emitted a faint green light, an incendio spell deliberately muted, clearly intended not to disturb the Dursleys. Harry held his breath, feigning a turn to present his back to the shadow, as the magical energy coalesced at his fingertips. He could sense the shadow's power was feeble, likely a minion of the Serpent's Fang, sent to scout the area. The shadow crouched before Harry's mat, its wand aimed menacingly at the nape of his neck. Not a killing curse, but a stunning spell. They intended to capture him alive. Just as the wand was about to unleash its incantation, Harry abruptly spun around, his small shovel imbued with magic, striking fiercely at the shadow's wrist. A pained cry escaped the shadow, causing the wand to clatter to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Harry snatched up the wand, channeling his magic to cast a disarming spell at the shadow's chest. Although it was a low-level incantation, it was sufficient to render the shadow temporarily immobile. The figure collapsed, the hood falling away to reveal a youthful face adorned with a blurred dark mark on the left arm. Indeed, a member of the Serpent's Fang. Just as Harry was about to interrogate the figure, a loud bang resonated from the courtyard, followed by Petunia's shrill scream. Someone has broken into the yard. Vernon, wake up! A jolt of dread shot through Harry. There was more than one intruder. He hastily dragged the shadow beneath the mat, covering it with old garments, then picked up the fallen wand and stowed it in his canvas bag. As he prepared to escape through the window, the sound of heavy footsteps echoed from the staircase. Vernon was descending with a shotgun, followed closely by a pale Petunia and Dudley. Harry, did you see anything? Vernon's voice trembled. The shotgun pointed towards the staircase door. The flower pots in the yard lay shattered, indicating an intrusion. Harry feigned fear, shrinking into the corner. I don't know, Uncle. I was just sleeping and heard nothing. At that moment, a groan emerged from beneath the mat. Vernon's gaze fell immediately upon the mat as he approached cautiously. What is underneath? Harry, what have you hidden? Harry's heart raced. If Vernon discovered the shadow, not only would his disguise be compromised, but the Serpent's Fang would undoubtedly spring into action, leaving him in dire peril. Just as the situation grew increasingly precarious, a voice emerged from the drainpipe, carrying an urgent magical resonance. Young master, Mr. Avery sent me to fetch you. Hurry, escape through the window. Green flames erupted from the drainpipe, obscuring Vernon's view. Seizing the moment, Harry climbed to the window, glancing back to see Vernon retreating in fear from the flames, while the shadow beneath the mat continued to groan. More footsteps echoed from the yard. Members of the Serpent's Fang had breached the premises. Without further hesitation, he leaped from the window, following the green flames of Corey. racing towards the direction of the leaky cauldron, as the crisis of the full moon night erupted prematurely. Chapter 65. The Illusion of Safety. The night wind whipped fallen leaves against Harry's face, carrying the chill of late autumn. He sprinted through the alley, following Corey's green flames. The canvas bag colliding with his legs, the glass vials of the anti-tracking potion and parchment rustling softly within, his only means of support. "Young master, hurry! Just ahead lies the temporary refuge arranged by Mr. Avery." Corey's voice, breathless, accompanied the flickering green flames that illuminated the bloodstains on his face with alarming clarity. During the recent escape, in an effort to shield himself from the Death Eater's stunning curse, Corey bore the brunt of it, leaving his shoulder wound still oozing blood. Harry gritted his teeth as he followed closely behind, his right hand tightly grasping the cold black wand he had seized from a Death Eater, its shaft adorned with serpentine engravings, a quintessential artifact of dark sorcery. He dared not wield it, fearing it might leave traces of magic that could be traced back to him, yet he could not discard it, as it was his sole weapon at that moment. Upon rounding the third corner, Corey suddenly halted, and the green flames dissipated, revealing an abandoned shack with a gaping hole in its roof, yellowed newspapers plastered over the windows, and a wooden sign hanging on the door that read no entry. It appeared indistinguishable from any ordinary Muggle derelict house. "Enter. There's a counter-detection charm cast by Mr. Avery. Dumbledore's people cannot find us here." Corey pushed the door open, and a musty odor enveloped them. Surprisingly, the interior of the shack was quite tidy, with a pile of hay in one corner and a wooden table in the center, upon which lay a silver whistle, the contact signal from Avery. As Harry stepped inside, Corey collapsed onto the hay, smoke beginning to rise from his shoulder wound, a remnant of dark magic. Harry hastily set down his canvas bag and retrieved the healing potion Corey had previously given him, pouring it onto the wound. "Hang in there, Corey. It's all right, young master." Corey managed to smile, revealing a gap-toothed grin. "Mr. Avery said that as long as it protects you, even broken bones are worth it. By the way, he instructed me to convey that the leader of the Serpent's Tooth group is Dolohov, one of the Death Eaters involved in the murder of your parents. He has come to London not only to claim the inheritance wand, but also to capture you to present to the remnants of Voldemort's soul." Harry paused, the healing potion spilling onto the hay, forming tiny bubbles. Dolohov? He recalled from the original text that this Death Eater was merciless and skilled in dark curses, having nearly bested Mad-Eye Moody. How could he confront such an enemy when he had yet to truly possess a wand of his own? Furthermore, regarding Dumbledore, after Phineas returned, "Dumbledore suspected you of having connections with the underground wizarding organization and has instructed the Order to keep a close watch on Gringotts. They fear you might attempt to retrieve the Potter family inheritance beforehand." Corey continued, his voice growing softer. "Mr. Avery has given you a choice. Either head to the leaky cauldron tonight to obtain the inheritance wand with assistance from him, or retreat to a safe house near Gringotts and plan your next move after the full moon." Harry approached the window, peering through the hole in the newspaper towards the empty alley outside. However, he could sense the faint aura of dark magic in the air, mingled with a subtle trace of phoenix power, akin to two venomous serpents slowly slithering closer. "We cannot wait for the full moon," Harry declared, turning around with resolute determination. "Dolohov will surely anticipate my hiding. He will set a trap at the leaky cauldron, waiting for me to walk into it. Dumbledore's people are watching Gringotts, hoping to seize the moment when I reveal myself, thereby controlling me. The most perilous place may, in fact, be the safest." "Young master, do you mean?" Corey straightened his posture, the pain in his wound seemingly easing. "Go to the safe house near Gringotts." Harry retrieved a glass vial from his canvas bag and twisted open the cap. The purple potion emitted a faint scent of lavender. "The counter-tracking potion would last for 3 hours. We must depart immediately, before Dumbledore and Dolohov's associates realize our presence. Let us venture near Gringotts first. The bloodline authentication requires the Potter family's bloodline key, Corey. Do you know where it is?" Corey hesitated, then shook his head. "Mr. Avery mentioned that the bloodline key is hidden within the ancestral chamber of the Potter residence, but it is currently under surveillance by Dumbledore's people, making it nearly impossible to access." Harry's fingers brushed against the silver ring around his neck, which suddenly grew warm, more so than ever before. He pressed it down and closed his eyes. The surface of the ring revealed a vivid image. Within the Potter residence's chamber, a silver box rested upon a stone pedestal, adorned with the Potter family crest, a stag entwined with an hourglass. Beside the box lay a small golden key, entwined with faint threads of magical essence, identical to his own bloodline aura. The bloodline key is in the Ancestral chamber. Harry opened his eyes, feeling a weight in his chest. The old residence was being watched by Dumbledore. Entering would be akin to walking into a trap. Yet without the bloodline key, even reaching Gringotts would not trigger the authentication ritual. At that moment, a faint sound of footsteps echoed outside, reminiscent of someone kicking pebbles. Harry quickly extinguished the candle on the table and pulled Corey behind a stack of hay. The door creaked open, and a beam of light from a flashlight swept into the room. Was it a Muggle police officer or a Death Eater scout? The light scanned the room and settled on the haystack. Harry held his breath, summoning a flicker of magic in his fingertips, ready to cast an invisibility charm on the hay. Just as the light was about to draw closer, a voice called from outside. "Bill, stop wasting time here. The captain wants us to search the next alley." "Understood." The flashlight beam vanished, the door closed, and the footsteps gradually receded. Harry breathed a sigh of relief, his forehead slick with cold sweat. It was likely Muggle police, probably alerted by the Dursleys, claiming a thief had entered and a child had been abducted. Thankfully, they had not been discovered. Otherwise, the situation would have escalated. "Master, we must leave at once," Corey whispered urgently. "The Muggle police have arrived, and the Death Eaters and Dumbledore's people will surely follow. This place is no longer safe." Harry nodded, retrieving the counter-tracking potion and taking a sip. The potion was slightly bitter, sliding down his throat, enveloping him in a wave of coolness, as though an invisible membrane were wrapping around his magic. He offered the remainder of the potion to Corey. "You should drink some as well. We must head to the safe house near Gringotts." Chapter 68, The Patronus. "This is the ancient passage of the Potter family," Corey said with reverence. Mr. Avery stated that only the heirs of the Potter lineage and their house elves may traverse it. Harry nodded and proceeded along the passage, which widened as he walked, the air thick with the distinctive metallic scent of Gringotts. After approximately 5 minutes, a silver door appeared ahead, engraved with the same hourglass motif as the silver ring. "This is it, the entrance to the secret vault," Corey exclaimed. "With your bloodline magic, you can unlock the door." Harry inhaled deeply, extending his hand to press against the silver door. A wave of warmth surged through his fingertips as the magic coursing through his veins began to flow into the door. The hourglass motif etched upon the door gradually illuminated, emitting a faint silvery glow. Just as the door was on the verge of opening, a sudden cacophony of footsteps echoed from the entrance of the passage, accompanied by a low, sinister laugh. "Harry Potter, at long last I've found you. Lord Dolohov has instructed me to bring you to him." Harry whirled around, his heart racing. It was Quirrell. How had he discovered this place? Quirrell's face wore an eerie grin, his wand aimed at Harry, its tip radiating a sickly green light of dark magic. To Harry's dismay, the silver door began to tremble violently, the hourglass design starting to fade. Cracks appeared on the walls of the passage, indicating that someone outside was forcefully breaching Gringotts' vault, causing the secret passage to be compromised. "What shall we do, young master?" Corey interposed himself in front of Harry, wielding a small dagger, a muggle's weapon, ineffective against wizards. Yet he was determined to protect Harry as best he could. Harry tightened his grip on his dark wand, feeling the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead burn for the first time. Not for Voldemort's lingering soul, but as a warning emanating from the silver ring. He glanced at Quirrell's wand, then at the trembling silver door, and a wild thought ignited within him. However, before he could act, the silver door burst open with a resounding bang. Instead of revealing the secret vault, it unveiled a pitch-black space from which a chilling voice emanated. Echoing as if from the depths of antiquity, "Heir of the Potter lineage, you have finally arrived. Your legacy, along with your destiny, awaits you here." Quirrell's expression shifted dramatically. "What is this? Is this not the secret vault?" Harry, too, was taken aback. The vision reflected in the ring clearly indicated the secret vault, yet it had transformed into an abyss of darkness. Moreover, the voice was neither that of a Death Eater nor Dumbledore's. It carried an ancient and formidable magic, sending tremors through his very blood. The cracks in the walls widened, debris cascading down. Quirrell regained his composure, aiming his wand at Harry. "No matter what this is, I will seize you first." Stupefied, the incantation shot towards Harry, who swiftly pulled Corey into the dark space. The instant they entered, the door slammed shut with a deafening thud, the spell colliding against the door, producing a dull thump. Inside, all was obscured, leaving them unable to see anything but the sound of their own heartbeats and that frigid voice. "Do not be afraid, Harry Potter. I am the guardian spirit of the Potter lineage and the protector of the bloodline of Merlin. The threats you face extend beyond the Death Eaters and Dumbledore. There lies an even older peril looming." Harry's heart raced. Guardian spirit? Protector of Merlin's bloodline? This was the most astonishing encounter he had experienced since his arrival in this world. Outside the passage, Quirrell's voice continued to resonate, intermingled with the sounds of collapsing walls. The crisis was far from over. What troubled him further was the sudden, intense heat emanating from the silver ring, the surface reflecting a chilling vision within the ancestral chamber of the Potter estate. A figure cloaked in black was brandishing the bloodline key, reciting incantations directed at a dark box, from which echoed the sinister laughter of Voldemort's lingering soul. They had acquired the bloodline key and were on the verge of awakening the remnants of Voldemort. Had the key to the ancestral chamber been taken? Harry grasped the silver ring with such force that his fingertips turned white. Guardian Spirit, what will they do with the key? Once they awaken Voldemort's soul, will it affect the bloodline authentication? In the pitch-black space, the Guardian Spirit's voice sighed. The bloodline key is not only the key to unlocking the inheritance of Gringotts, but also one of the seals that suppress Voldemort's lingering soul. Years ago, James Potter used the bloodline key to imprison Voldemort's soul within the hidden chamber of the estate. Now that the key has been taken, the soul will soon awaken, and not only will the Potter family's legacy be in peril, but the entire wizarding community of London will be at risk. What are we to do now? Corey's voice trembled, leaning against Harry, his body shaking with fear. Do not panic, the Guardian Spirit replied with a serious tone. This space is a temporal rift of the Potter family, capable of temporarily shielding us from external magical fluctuations. Neither Quirrell nor the debris outside can penetrate. However, we cannot linger here for long. We can remain only for an hour at most, lest we be consumed by the forces of time and space. Harry took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain his composure. Guardian Spirit, do you know what lies within the secret vault? Is there anything that can substitute for the bloodline key? The secret vault contains the crystallized essence of the Potter bloodline, concentrated from the bloodline of Merlin. Although it cannot entirely replace the bloodline key, it can temporarily activate the inheritance ritual of Gringotts, buying you time. The Guardian Spirit paused before continuing. However, to obtain the bloodline crystal, you must undergo 3 trials that will test your courage, wisdom, and loyalty, an ordeal every heir of the Potter family must face. I am willing to accept the trials, Harry replied without hesitation. There was no time for doubt. Voldemort's lingering soul was on the verge of resurrection, and Death Eaters alongside Dumbledore's followers awaited outside. He needed to procure the bloodline crystal and initiate the inheritance ritual swiftly. No sooner had he spoken than a light burst forth in the dark space, forming a door inscribed with the words Trial of Courage. The Guardian Spirit's voice echoed, Enter. Harry Potter. The first trial is to confront your deepest fears. Remember, only by conquering your fears can you obtain the bloodline crystal. Harry glanced at Corey, who nodded in encouragement. Little Master, I will be here waiting for you. You must return. Gripping the black wand within his canvas bag, Harry pushed open the luminous door and stepped inside. Behind the door lay a scene he recognized all too well. The staircase of number 4, Privet Drive, where he huddled on a mat as Vernon advanced toward him with a belt, Dudley laughing beside him, and Petunia screaming monster. This was the most terrifying memory of his life since his journey began. If you plead for mercy, insisting you are not a monster, this trial will come to an end. A cold voice echoed, identical to Vernon's. Harry clenched his fists, the lightning scar on his forehead burning, yet he did not falter. This was not a true memory, but an illusion conjured by the trial. He raised the dark wand, though he dared not use dark magic. He could wield his own magical prowess, the disillusionment charm to dispel the illusions. A faint surge of magic spread through the air, causing the scene before him to warp and fade. When the vision had completely vanished, a small red crystal appeared on the ground, emanating a warm magical aura as a reward for the trial of courage. Harry picked up the crystal, feeling a sigh of relief. He had successfully passed the first trial. Yet, he was acutely aware that more formidable challenges lay ahead, and the looming threat outside was intensifying with each passing moment. Chapter 66, The Dark Deception. The chill of the anti-tracking potion lingered in his throat as Harry hastily pressed against the damp brick wall, the strap of his canvas bag digging painfully into his shoulder. The clinking of glass vials within echoed sharply in the stillness of the dark alley, counting down the seconds they had left to hide safely. Corey trailed closely behind him, the green flames long extinguished, leaving only the occasional wisps of black smoke wafting from his shoulder wound, dispersing into fine ash in the night breeze. Young Master. The third alley on the left is Mr. Avery's safe house, a derelict muggle bookstore, Corey whispered, his voice barely audible, his small paws tightly clutching the hem of Harry's garment. Mr. Avery said the bookstore sign bears a faded quill design, the old emblem of the Potter family. Recognizable only to us. Harry nodded, his peripheral vision scanning the depths of the alley behind them, where darkness reigned without light. Only the sound of the wind, rustling fallen leaves permeating the silence. Yet, he could not shake the feeling that the shadows concealed watchful eyes, akin to the Death Eater's probing gaze or the tracking spells of the Order of the Phoenix. He touched the silver ring around his neck. The metal still warm to the touch, indicating no immediate magical threat, yet that elusive sense of pressure was rising like a tide. As they turned the second corner, Corey suddenly grasped Harry's arm, pulling him into a corner piled high with discarded cardboard boxes. Silence. It's members of the Order. Harry held his breath, peering through a gap in the boxes as two men clad in dark coats approached, wielding glowing crystal orbs that shimmered with a soft blue light, used for tracking. One of the men bore a familiar profile. It was Kingsley Shacklebolt, a member of the Order, with his wand sheathed at his waist, his fingertips gliding over the surface of the crystal orb as if sensing something. Strange, I just detected a trace of dark magic. Where has it vanished? Kingsley's voice carried a note of confusion. Professor Dumbledore mentioned that the Potter child might have made contact with the underground wizards. Could it be that we have pursued the wrong path? The other man shook his head, retracting the crystal orb. It could be the anti-tracking magic, after all. A child who escaped from Dolahov's clutches would not be entirely unprepared. Let us search further ahead. If we find nothing, we shall return to headquarters. Gringotts still requires surveillance. We must ensure he does not access the Potter family vault. As their footsteps gradually receded, Harry exhaled, his back now drenched in cold sweat. Dumbledore had indeed dispatched the members of the Order, simultaneously monitoring Gringotts and searching for him, like an invisible net tightening around him. They have departed, young master. Corey peered out cautiously. We must hurry. The anti-tracking potion has but an hour and a half remaining. Harry followed Corey as they exited the corner, hastening toward the third intersection, where indeed stood an abandoned bookstore. The wooden sign, adorned with a quill and ink, had faded over time. Although the silhouette of the quill remained faintly discernible, its curvature strikingly reminiscent of the hourglass etched upon the silver ring. The door of the bookstore was ajar, with a sign hanging that indicated it was closed for renovations, appearing no different from the surrounding derelict buildings. Upon pushing the door open, a blend of musty old books and sandalwood wafted towards them. Sandalwood was a familiar scent in the Potter household, often found in James's study, where a sandalwood box was perpetually displayed. Harry felt a wave of relief. This was indeed the safe house arranged by Avery. The interior of the bookstore was far more spacious than it appeared from the outside, with shelves laden with dust-covered muggle books. In the center, a weathered wooden table stood, adorned with a kerosene lamp and a small brass compartment. Corey hurried to the table, tapping the compartment thrice with his small paw. It clicked open, revealing a roll of yellowed parchment and a rusted brass key. This was left by Mr. Avery, who had stated that only your bloodline magic could unlock the parchment. Corey handed the parchment and key to Harry. As Harry grasped the parchment, his fingertips barely brushing its surface, the magic within his blood surged forth, animating the ink upon the parchment, which gradually unveiled its clear script to Master Harry. If you are reading this letter, it means you have evaded initial pursuit. Within the basement of the safe house lies an ancient passage of the Potter family, leading directly to the secret vault of Gringotts. The entrance to this passage must be unlocked with your bloodline magic in conjunction with the brass key. The secret vault contains the crystallized essence of the bloodline, a concentrated embodiment of Merlin's lineage, which may temporarily substitute for the bloodline key to activate the inheritance ritual. However, be forewarned, the passage can only be used once, and its activation will trigger Gringotts' defensive magic, necessitating swift entry and exit. Moreover, Dolohov has dispatched individuals to surveil the Potter estate, and Dumbledore's Order of the Phoenix is also stationed nearby. The bloodline key may be at risk. Should the key be lost, priority must be given to acquiring the bloodline crystal, as it can assist in locating the key's whereabouts. Yours sincerely, Avery. At the end of the parchment, a small map was drawn, marking the location of the basement entrance behind the innermost bookshelf of the bookstore, where a brick engraved with a flying stag could be pressed to unveil a hidden door. Mr. Avery was well prepared, Corey exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. With this passage, we can go directly to Gringotts without fear of being discovered by Dumbledore or the Death Eaters. However, Harry furrowed his brow, his fingers tracing the mention of the bloodline key. Avery must have sensed something amiss at the old house when he penned this letter. He touched the silver ring around his neck, which suddenly warmed slightly, reflecting a blurred image. The door of the Potter estate stood ajar, emanating a green glow of dark magic, as a shadowy figure in a black cloak advanced toward the inheritance chamber. Is it a Death Eater, or someone from Dumbledore's side? Master, what is it? Corey noticed Harry's troubled expression and asked with concern. Nothing, Harry replied, tucking the parchment away and stowing the brass key in his canvas bag. Let us proceed to the basement and assess the situation of the passage. At the innermost part of the bookstore, the towering shelves reached almost to the ceiling, laden with heavy tomes on Muggle history. Following the map's guidance, Harry discovered a brick adorned with an engraving of a flying stag. The texture of this brick was distinct from the others, warm to the touch, as if imbued with life itself. He extended his hand, channeling a trace of blood magic into his fingertips, pressing them against the stag's image. With a soft click, the brick recessed into the wall, and the shelves began to glide apart, unveiling a darkened entrance to a subterranean chamber, from which a damp aroma and faint metallic clinks emanated. This was it. Corey eagerly leaned forward, ready to leap down, but Harry seized him. Wait! Harry's ears twitched as he detected a faint creak at the bookstore's entrance. A newcomer had arrived. He hastily pulled Corey behind the shelves and closed the gap of the hidden door. Peering through the narrow slits of the shelves, they beheld 3 Death Eaters clad in black robes entering. The leader bore a long scar running from forehead to chin, his wand's tip glowing with the green light of dark magic. It was one of Dolahov's subordinates, whom Harry had encountered during a previous escape. The master says that Brat must be hiding nearby. The recent anti-tracking magic disturbance originated from this alley, the scarred Death Eater rasped. Search thoroughly. If we fail to find him, we shall be fed to Nagini. The other 2 Death Eaters nodded, raising their wands as they began to cast a cleansing charm upon the shelves, intent on flushing out anyone concealed within or dismantling any potential protective enchantments. Chapter 67. The Future Professor. Harry's heart raced, the black wand in his canvas bag pressing against his palm. He dared not employ dark magic, fearing exposure, and was even more apprehensive about Dolahov sensing the wand's power. Yet without magic, discovery was imminent. Master, let me distract them, Corey whispered, poised to spring forth. But Harry restrained him. No, you cannot contend with them. Shaking his head, Harry's eyes darted over the Muggle books on the shelves, the oil lamp on the table, and the discarded cardboard boxes on the floor, when a sudden thought struck him. He retrieved a glass vial of anti-tracking potion from his bag, unscrewed the cap, and poured the remaining potion onto a tattered cloth. This potion not only masked magic, but also temporarily concealed sense. He handed the cloth to Corey. Hold this. Hide atop the highest shelf, and use house elf magic to render yourself invisible. I will draw them away, and you can proceed to the basement entrance and await my return. But master, you will be alone. Corey's eyes glistened with tears, yet he accepted the cloth. Do not worry, I have a plan. Harry patted Corey's shoulder, picking up a metal rod from the ground. A Muggle tool, ineffective against wizards, yet capable of creating a racket. Taking a deep breath, he dashed out from behind the shelves, sprinting towards the bookstore's rear door. The rod screeched against the floor, successfully capturing the attention of the 3 Death Eaters. There! Seize him! The scarred Death Eater shouted, raising his wand. Stupefied, the spell whizzed past Harry's ear, striking the wall and leaving a black mark. Harry dared not look back as he sprinted towards the rear door, fully aware that beyond it lay a narrow, shadowy alley, cluttered with discarded trash bins, perfect for concealment. Don't let him escape. Another Death Eater pursued him. Wand aimed at Harry's back, obstacles looming ahead. Harry sensed a force pushing him from behind, nearly losing his balance. He quickly turned, raising the Elder Wand. Though he hesitated to cast dark magic, a basic protective charm was within his grasp. Armor. A pale, blue magical barrier suddenly materialized, intercepting the spell. The 3 Death Eaters were taken aback, astonished that this young wizard could execute such a proficient defensive incantation using a dark wizard's wand. He wields the Elder Wand. The eyes of the scarred Death Eater gleamed. The adults had said that whoever possessed the Elder Wand must be connected to the Potter lineage. Capture him, and we shall achieve glory. Seizing the opportunity, Harry flung open the rear door and dashed into the alley, which was littered with refuse and exuding a foul odor. He paid no heed to the stench, slipping behind a trash bin and holding his breath. The 3 Death Eaters followed, their wands casting beams of light that flickered through the alley. Where is he? He was just here. Reveal yourself. The scarred Death Eater raised his wand, revealing charm. All concealment spells are nullified. Harry's heart sank. The revealing charm could dismantle most hiding spells, including his current refuge. At that moment, he heard a soft thud emanating from the bookstore. It was Corey. Surely, he had used house elf magic to create a distraction, drawing the Death Eater's attention. There's noise inside. He must have returned. One Death Eater shouted, turning back toward the bookstore. The other 2 Death Eaters followed suit, and the alley fell silent once more. Harry exhaled in relief, emerging from behind the trash bin and hastening back to the bookstore. There, Corey was hidden behind shelf, gesturing for him to hurry into the basement. Are you all right? Harry rushed over, grasping Corey's hand. I'm fine, Master, Corey replied with a smile. I knocked over the oil lamp using house elf magic. They thought it was me, so they went back to search. We must enter the basement quickly. They will soon realize they've been deceived. Harry nodded, pressing down on the brick adorned with the emblem of the flying stag. The bookshelf slowly shifted, revealing the dark entrance to the basement once more. He extracted the copper key and, illuminated by the moonlight streaming in from outside, discerned the shape of the lock, an emblem of the Potter family, the stag's antlers aligning perfectly with the key's grooves. I shall unlock the door. Harry inserted the copper key into the lock, channeling his blood magic through his fingertips. The power flowed along the key, and the lock emitted a series of clicking sounds, reminiscent of ancient machinery awakening. Just as the basement door was on the verge of opening, an enraged shout erupted from the bookstore. Tricked! He must be in the basement. Quickly, find the entrance. The footsteps grew nearer, and Harry hurriedly pushed open the basement door, pulling Corey inside just as it slammed shut behind them, effectively blocking the spell cast by the Death Eaters. The basement was enveloped in darkness, save for the faint glow of luminescent pearls embedded in the walls, illuminating a stone staircase that descended into the abyss. The air was permeated with a distinct metallic scent of Gringotts, mingled with a faint hint of sandalwood, reminiscent of the atmosphere within the Potter residence. This was the ancient passage of the Potter family. Corey's voice was tinged with reverence as his small paw clutched Harry's hand tightly. Mr. Avery had mentioned that this passage was constructed by Mr. James's grandfather, specifically designed to connect the Potter family's safe house with the secret vault of Gringotts, accessible only to the heirs of the Potter lineage and house elves. As Harry descended the stone steps, the glow of the Lumos charm illuminated the etchings on the walls, which bore the Potter family crest, the hourglass motif, and various ancient magical runes, identical to those found on the remnants of time and blood. He touched the silver ring around his neck, and the metallic piece suddenly radiated heat, projecting a vivid image. At the entrance of Gringotts' secret vault stood a silver door engraved with the same hourglass pattern as the ring, beside which loomed a shadowy figure clad in black robes, pointing a wand at the door. Quirrell. How would he be there? Harry's heart raced. Was T. Quirrell supposed to be teaching at Hogwarts? Why was he at the entrance to the secret vault? Had he colluded with Dolohov long ago, waiting for Harry to retrieve the inheritance? Master, what is wrong? Corey noticed Harry's troubled expression, concern etched in his voice. It's nothing. Harry shook his head, suppressing the foreboding from the silver ring. This was not the time to dwell on uncertainties. They needed to reach the vault swiftly to obtain the bloodline crystal. Otherwise, if the Death Eaters found the passage's entrance, or if Quirrell acted on the vault prematurely, it would all be too late. The light at the end of the stone staircase grew ever brighter, the metallic scent of Gringotts becoming more pronounced. Harry tightened his grip on the black wand, magic coalescing at his fingertips. He understood that ahead lay not only the inheritance within the vault, but also Quirrell's traps, and potentially the bloodline key that had already been seized. Yet, there was no turning back. Taking a deep breath, he grasped Corey's hand and quickened his pace towards the luminous end of the staircase. There lay the terminus of the secret passage connecting the Potter legacy with fate. The first formidable challenge he must overcome. Chapter 68. The Courage to Face. Advancing through the shadowy corridor, the surroundings gradually opened up. The air thick with the distinctive scent of Gringotts' metallic dust, laced with a subtle trace of ancient magic. After approximately 5 minutes, a grand door shimmering with silver light emerged before them, adorned with the same hourglass motif as the ring, faintly glowing in the dim light. This was it, the secret vault of the Potter family. Corey's voice trembled with excitement. With your bloodline magic, you can unlock this door. Harry inhaled deeply and slowly placed his palm against the cold silver door. At the moment of contact, a strange warmth spread from his palm, as if the magic within his blood had been awakened, flowing steadily into the door through his fingertips. The hourglass pattern on the door gradually illuminated, emanating a soft silver radiance. Just as the door was on the verge of opening, a sudden flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from the entrance of the passage, accompanied by a chilling, sinister laugh. Harry Potter, at last, I have found you. Lord Dolohov specifically instructed me to return you in one piece. Harry spun around, his heart nearly ceasing its rhythmic beat. Quirrell, how could he have discovered this place? Quirrell wore a sinister grin, his wand pointed directly at Harry, its tip emanating a foreboding green light. To make matters worse, the silver door suddenly began to tremble violently, the hourglass emblem upon it fading rapidly. while gossamer cracks spread across the walls of the passageway. It was evident that someone was forcefully attempting to breach Gringotts' vault, and this secret passage was bearing the brunt of the chaos. "Master, what should we do?" Corey exclaimed, stepping boldly in front of Harry, his trembling hand gripping a small dagger. Though this muggle weapon posed no threat to a wizard, he was resolute in his desire to protect his master. Harry clutched his dark wand tightly, feeling an intense burning sensation from the lightning scar on his forehead for the first time. It was not the remnants of Voldemort that caused this pain, but rather a fierce warning emanating from the silver ring. His gaze darted between Quirrell's wand and the violently shaking silver door, a frenzied thought crystallizing in his mind. However, before he could act, the silver door swung open with a resounding bang, revealing not the anticipated vault but a vast abyss of darkness. A chilling voice, as if from ancient times, echoed from within the shadows. "Heir of the Potter lineage, you have finally arrived. Your legacy, along with your destined fate, has awaited you here for eons." Quirrell's complexion drained of color. "What is this? Where's the promised secret vault?" Harry, too, was momentarily stunned. The ring had clearly indicated that this was the secret vault. So how had it transformed into an expanse of darkness? Moreover, the voice did not belong to a Death Eater, nor was it Dumbledore. The ancient magic contained within it sent tremors through his very blood. The cracks in the walls widened, and debris began to fall like rain. Quirrell quickly regained his composure, once again aiming his wand at Harry. "No matter what this is, I shall seize you first." Stupefied, a beam of red light shot forth, prompting Harry to urgently pull Corey and retreat into the dark space. At that very moment, the door slammed shut behind them, the spell colliding against it with a muffled thud. Within the space, darkness enveloped them completely, leaving only the sound of their racing heartbeats and the icy voice. "Do not be afraid, Harry Potter. I am the guardian spirit of the Potter family, as well as the protector of the Merlin bloodline. The peril you now face transcends mere Death Eaters and Dumbledore. A far older threat is awakening." Harry's heart raced wildly. Guardian spirit? Protector of the Merlin bloodline? This was more astonishing than his own journey through time. Outside the passage, Quirrell's enraged shouts and the thunderous collapse of walls continued unabated, the crisis far from over. What startled him further was the sudden intense heat emanating from the silver ring, its surface reflecting a chilling image that sent shivers down his spine. Within the Potter Ancestral Home's Chamber of Legacy, a figure cloaked in black held the bloodline key, incanting spells towards an obsidian box, from which the sinister laughter of Voldemort's remnants echoed. They had not only acquired the bloodline key, but were also attempting to awaken the remnants of Voldemort. "The key to the inheritance chamber has been seized?" Harry grasped the silver ring tightly, his knuckles turning white from the strain. "Guardian spirit, what will they do with the key? If Voldemort's fragment of his soul awakens, will it affect the bloodline authentication?" A long sigh echoed in the darkness from the guardian spirit. "The bloodline key is not only the key to unlocking the inheritance of Gringotts, but also a vital artifact for sealing Voldemort's fragment of soul. Your father, James Potter, used it to imprison Voldemort's remaining essence within the hidden chamber of the old house. Now that the key is lost, the fragment will soon awaken completely. At that time, not only will the Potter family's legacy be at stake, but the entire wizarding community of London will be at risk." "What shall we do?" Corey asked, his voice trembling with emotion, his small frame pressing tightly against Harry, shivering uncontrollably. "Remain calm." The guardian's voice took on a serious tone. "This space is the time rift of the Potter family, capable of temporarily shielding against external magical fluctuations. Quirrell and the falling stones cannot enter here. However, we cannot linger. We may stay for no more than an hour, or we will be consumed by the forces of time and space." Harry forced himself to regain composure, took a deep breath, and inquired, "Guardian spirit, what exactly is hidden in the secret vault? Is there anything that can substitute for the bloodline key?" "Within the vault lies the bloodline crystal of the Potter family, a concentrated essence of the Merlin bloodline. While it cannot entirely replace the bloodline key, it can temporarily activate the inheritance ritual of Gringotts, granting you precious time." The guardian's voice paused for a moment. "However, to obtain the bloodline crystal, you must undergo 3 trials: courage, wisdom, and loyalty. This is a rite every heir of the Potter family must face. I am willing to accept the trials." Harry replied without hesitation. At that moment, he had no retreat. Voldemort's fragment was on the verge of awakening, and both Death Eaters and Dumbledore's allies were watching closely. He needed to acquire the bloodline crystal and initiate the inheritance ritual swiftly. As soon as the words left his mouth, a blinding light suddenly illuminated the dark space, coalescing into a door engraved with the words "Trial of Courage." The guardian's voice resounded once more. Step inside, Harry Potter. The first trial is to confront your deepest fears. Remember, only by conquering your fears can you obtain the bloodline crystal. Harry glanced back at Corey, who nodded vigorously. Master, I will wait for you here. You must return safely. Clutching the black wand within his canvas bag, Harry resolutely pushed open the luminous door and stepped through. The scene beyond was suffocatingly familiar. The staircase of number 4, Privet Drive, where he curled up on a thin mat, Uncle Vernon advancing menacingly with a belt in hand, Dudley laughing maliciously at the side, and Aunt Petunia shrieking curses at the monster. This was the nightmare he dreaded recalling since his journey began. As long as you beg for mercy and admit that you are not a monster, this trial can end immediately, a chilling voice echoed, eerily resembling Uncle Vernon's tone. Harry clenched his fists, the scar on his forehead searing with unbearable pain. Yet he did not falter, fully aware that this was merely an illusion conjured by the trial. He raised his dark wand. Although he dared not employ dark magic, he could rely on his own magical prowess. The disillusionment charm would dispel the mirage. A faint surge of magic rippled through the air, distorting and fracturing the scene before him until it ultimately dissipated entirely. Once the illusion vanished, a small crimson crystal appeared on the ground, emanating a reassuring warmth. This was the testament of his courage in the trial. Harry picked up the crystal, exhaling softly. He had successfully passed the first trial. Yet, he understood that more formidable challenges lay ahead, and the looming crisis from the outside world was drawing ever closer. Chapter 69, The Wisdom Employed. Harry held the red crystal of courage in his palm, feeling the warm waves of magical energy flow through his fingertips. This power coursed through his veins, gradually easing the tension that had gripped him. In the pitch-black expanse, a second luminous portal began to materialize. Inscribed with the ancient characters of the Wisdom Trial, identical to those on the remnants of the pages titled Time and Bloodline. Wisdom is not merely the retention of knowledge, but the understanding of how to wield it. The voice of the Patronus echoed in the space, imbued with a sense of profound antiquity. Enter, heir of the Potter lineage. Your father, James, once lingered here. Father? Harry's heart raced, and his fingers instinctively tightened around the crystal. He took a deep breath and pushed open the radiant portal. Instead of the anticipated darkness, he found himself in a sunlit study, filled with shelves brimming with yellowed tomes. A pot of blooming sunflowers adorned the windowsill, and a family portrait hung on the wall. A youthful James cradled baby Harry, while Lily nestled beside him, her smile tender. Was this the study of the Potter estate? Harry approached the shelves, his fingertips gliding across the spines of books such as Advanced Time Magic, Research on the Bloodline of Merlin, and the relationship between Muggle physics and magic. Each tome bore annotations penned by James with a quill, the handwriting spirited and youthful. On the lowest shelf, he discovered a locked wooden box, adorned with a Potter family crest, the keyhole shaped like an hourglass. Harry pressed the crystal against the lock. It glowed crimson, and the hourglass lock slowly turned, the box snapping open with a click. Inside, there were no jewels or riches. Only a thick notebook with the title James Potter's Notes on Time Magic. The first page featured a silver doe, accompanied by a handwritten note to My Harry. May you understand the meaning of protection when you find this notebook. Harry opened the notebook. The pages yellowed, yet the ink clear. The first page detailed James's insights on time magic. Time is neither a straight line nor a circle. It is a confluence of infinite possibilities. True time magic does not alter the past, but seeks the path to safeguard the future among countless possibilities. Was this the essence of the Wisdom Trial? As Harry traced the notebook's edge, he suddenly noticed faint traces of magic along the pages. These were not ordinary writings, but miniature runes inscribed with bloodline magic. He pressed his palm against the pages of the book, the magical essence of the Merlin bloodline surging through his fingertips, causing the runes to illuminate instantly. Casting an image into the air, a young James sat at a desk, a quill in hand, while across from him sat a bespectacled man, Dumbledore. The two were embroiled in a heated debate. James's expression was one of fervor, while Dumbledore wore a grave demeanor. You cannot do this, Albus. James's voice was laced with anger. To leave Harry at the Dursleys, allowing him to grow up like a prisoner? This is not protection. It is deprivation. James! This is the only way, Dumbledore replied in a somber tone. Voldemort's lingering soul still exists. Only bloodline magic can provide him temporary safety. Once he arrives at Hogwarts, I will guide him personally. He is the prophesied savior and must bear this burden. Nonsense about saviors. James slammed the table, causing the notebook to fall to the ground. He's my son. I only want him to grow up safely. I do not need him to save the world. Albus, you have always cared only for your grand designs, utterly disregarding our feelings. The image abruptly ceased, the magic in the air dissipated, and the runes on the notebook dimmed. Harry gripped the notebook tightly, his knuckles whitening. It dawned on him that his father had long been aware of Dumbledore's plans. The script of the Savior's role had been written since the day he was born. Wisdom lies in perceiving the truth without being ensnared by it. The voice of the Patronus echoed once more. James chose to protect you in his own way. This notebook conceals a retreat he left for you, and serves as the key to unraveling the trial of wisdom. In a hurry, Harry flipped to the last few pages of a notebook, where a complex diagram was drawn, the structural blueprint of the Potter family's inheritance chamber, indicating the position of the hourglass core, alongside a small inscription. When the bloodline key resonates with the silver ring, the hourglass core can be activated, temporarily shielding against Voldemort's residual magic, provided that the user comprehends the relativity of time. Relativity of time? Harry suddenly recalled the Muggle physics he had studied before his journey, where Einstein's theory of relativity mentioned that time could warp due to speed and gravity. Had his father already combined Muggle knowledge with magic? He lifted his gaze towards the study window, where the sunlight outside became blindingly bright. The sunflowers on the windowsill grew, blossomed, and withered at a visibly accelerated pace. Time was hastening its passage. Harry quickly retrieved the silver ring, and the moment it made contact with a notebook, it emitted a brilliant silver light, enveloping the entire study. Within the silver glow, countless gear-like magical runes spun in the air, forming a complex formula that incorporated both magical symbols and Muggle physical equations. Harry focused on the runes, his mind racing. The essence of time magic, as mentioned in Time and Bloodline, is the disturbance of time and space by magic, combined with the curvature of space-time from relativity, augmented by the possibilities outlined in James's notes. I understand, Harry exclaimed, rising suddenly. He pressed the crystallized courage at the center of the runes. Time is not a fixed line. It is a plane that can be disturbed by magic. As long as he could locate the temporal nodes, he could adjust the local flow of time without altering critical historical events. As the words fell, the rune suddenly exploded, transforming into a stream of azure light that surged into Harry's palm. The luminescence coalesced into a blue crystal, inscribed with the designs of gears and an hourglass, symbolizing the essence of wisdom. The imagery of the study began to distort, gradually dissipating into the pitch-black void of time and space. Well done, heir of the Potter lineage. You have successfully passed the trial of wisdom. The voice of the guardian spirit conveyed a hint of satisfaction. Harry raised the ancestral wand, feeling the silver ring in his palm tremble once more. He understood that this time, he was not confronting Death Eaters or the minor minions of the Order of the Phoenix, but rather Albus Dumbledore, the architect of his life's narrative thus far. A new game of strategy was about to unfold. Chapter 70, The Loyalty of Sacrifice. Well done, heir of the Potter lineage. You have successfully passed the trial of wisdom. The guardian spirit reiterated, its tone imbued with a sense of pride. Now, we arrive at the final trial, loyalty. The third portal gradually manifested, the word loyalty gleaming in golden light above the threshold. Just as Harry was about to take a step forward, a sudden vibration emanated from the crystal ball in his pocket. It was a communication signal from Cully. He hastily retrieved the crystal ball, through which Cully's urgent voice broke through, intermingled with the sounds of explosive spells. Young master, you must flee. Dolahov's men have found this place. The light from the crystal ball abruptly extinguished, leaving only the crackling sound of static. Harry's heart sank. Cully was in peril. The trial of loyalty did not merely test fidelity to one's family, but rather the protection of those who matter most. The guardian spirit's voice turned grave. Now, you face two choices. One is to continue the trial and obtain the bloodline crystal to unlock the legacy. The other is to venture forth and rescue Cully, which could mean forfeiting your inheritance, or worse, falling into Dolahov's grasp. What will you choose? Without a moment's hesitation, Harry pivoted and sprinted toward the exit of the temporal rift. Without Cully, I would not have arrived at this moment. The legacy can wait, but he cannot perish. Are you certain? The guardian spirit responded, astonished. Once you step outside, you will confront at least 5 Death Eaters and possibly the resurrected remnants of Voldemort. With your current magical strength, you stand no chance. I am certain. Harry clenched the black wand tightly, the courage and essence of wisdom crystal emanating a faint glow. Slytherins never abandon their comrades. Besides, I am not unprepared. He produced a piece of parchment from his canvas bag, ever since he sensed the wand's magic outside Ollivander's shop. The illustration of the fur wand on the parchment had been glowing silver. Harry pressed the parchment against the stone wall of the exit and affixed the silver ring upon it. The ring suddenly emitted a brilliant light. Resonating with the design on the parchment, and a temporary teleportation rune materialized upon the stone wall. Is this the emergency teleportation array left by James? The guardian spirit's voice brimmed with awe. You managed to activate it. Harry recalled his father's notes, which mentioned that the Potter family's teleportation array required the resonance of the silver ring and the parchment to be activated. He pressed the rune. Thank you for the trial. Dear guardian, if I return alive, I will continue to seek the legacy. The stone wall gradually parted, revealing the familiar musty scent of the abandoned cottage from before. As Harry burst forth, he beheld Corey pinned to the ground by two robed figures, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His hand tightly clutching the silver whistle, Avery's signal. Corey. Harry raised his dark wand, channeling his magical energy, although he dared not employ dark magic. The basic disarming charm was within his grasp. Stupefied, one of the robed men noticed Harry and raised his wand, incanting a spell. Harry swiftly dodged, the spell striking the wall and creating a small hole. Seizing the moment, the other robed figure aimed his wand at Corey, declaring, Petri ficus totalis. No! Harry lunged forward, pushing Corey aside, just as the petrifying curse struck his arm, a wave of paralysis coursing through his body, rendering his arm rigid and immobile. Seize him. The Dark Lord desires him alive. The robed man sneered as he advanced. Battling through the numbing sensation in his arm, Harry pressed the crystal of courage against it. A crimson light flashing. To his astonishment, the paralysis lessened considerably. Seizing the opportunity, he drew forth the counter-tracking potion and splashed it across the face of the robed assailant. Try this. The potion splattered on the dark figure's visage, eliciting a scream as purple smoke erupted from his face. The counter-tracking potion reacted violently with dark magic, causing a burning effect. The other robed man hesitated for a moment, and Corey seized the chance to headbutt him in the stomach, causing the assailant to double over in pain. Corey snatched the man's wand and tossed it to Harry. Master, use this. Harry caught the wand, which was made of hawthorn with a unicorn hair core, far safer than the dark wand. He raised it towards the still screaming robed figure and incanted, Expelliarmus. The wand flew from the dark figure's grasp, and Harry caught it deftly. He then turned to the other robed man, commanding, drop your wand, or I shall not be merciful. The robed man glanced at his howling companion on the ground, then at the two wands in Harry's possession, hesitating for a moment before attempting to flee. Just then, the door of the small cottage was violently kicked open, and a tall robed figure strode in, a wicked scar marring his face, holding a silver key, the bloodline key. Dolohov. Harry's heart raced as he quickly shielded Corey behind him. This Death Eater was even more terrifying than he had anticipated, the dark magic surrounding him almost palpable. Dolohov sneered, his gaze fixating on the silver ring adorning Harry's finger. The little brat of the Potter family, more clever than I expected. Do you truly believe such trivial skills can thwart me? He raised the bloodline key, which radiated a malevolent black light, resonating with a lightning scar upon Harry's forehead. A sudden, excruciating pain surged through the scar, more intense than ever before, as if countless needles were piercing his brain. Lord Voldemort has awakened in part, and I am here to bring you back to complete the final ritual. Dolohov advanced step by step, adding, but before that I must acquire the silver ring around your neck. It is a crucial medium for time magic, and Lord Voldemort has great interest in it. Harry gripped his wand tightly, the crystal of wisdom in his palm suddenly radiating heat, resonating with the silver ring. The hourglass pattern on the ring began to spin, and the surrounding air thickened inexplicably, causing Dolohov's movements to slow. Time magic? Dolohov's expression shifted, but he quickly regained his composure, sneering, merely a novice's slowing charm. You dare to flaunt it before me. He withdrew a black bottle, uncorked it, and a swarm of black insects erupted from within, rushing towards Harry, blood-sucking creatures of dark magic. Hastily, Harry waved his wand, exclaiming, flames ablaze. A torrent of fire erupted from the tip of his wand, incinerating several of the bloodsuckers, yet a greater multitude surged forth. Suddenly, Corey lunged forward, shielding Harry with his body. Masterfully, use the back door. Corey. Harry's eyes reddened, and just as he intended to move forward, he saw Dolohov raise the bloodline key, aiming it at Corey. Avada Kedavra! The green curse hurtled towards Corey, and Harry's pupils dilated. Instinctively, he flung the silver ring. It spun through the air, emitting a brilliant silver light, which astonishingly deflected the green curse. Yet, the ordeal was far from over. After intercepting the spell, The silver ring began to tremble violently, warping the surrounding space and time. The furniture in the small cabin reversed its position. Sunlight transformed into moonlight. Dolahov's movements oscillated between haste and sluggishness. And even the blood-sucking insects froze mid-flight. What was happening? Dolahov's expression shifted. He attempted to grasp the bloodline key, only to find his hand passing through it, an illusion conjured by the distortion of time and space. Bewildered, Harry sensed the silver ring's magic waning rapidly, while simultaneously, a powerful, ancient force erupted from the ring, resonating intensely with his Merlin bloodline. Before him flashed a myriad of images. James activating the silver ring in the Chamber of Legacy, Merlin forging the hourglass in Avalon, and the fragmented soul of Voldemort screaming within Potter Manor. Was this a torrent of bloodline memories? The voice of the Patronus echoed in Harry's mind, tinged with urgency. The silver ring has spiraled out of control. It is absorbing the energy of the surrounding time and space. If this continues, the entire cabin will be consumed by a rift in time and vanish forever. Harry attempted to seize the silver ring, only to realize that his own body was growing ethereal. Dolohov roared and lunged at him, but in the distorted time and space, he became nothing more than a fleeting shadow. Corey lay unconscious on the ground, his surroundings slowly warping. At that moment, a wave of warmth surged from Harry's palm, a crystallization of courage and wisdom. Both crystals radiated light, merging into Harry's bloodline, creating a fragile equilibrium with the magic of the silver ring. Seizing the opportunity, Harry focused intently and recited the incantation from James's notes. By Merlin's blood, restore the order of time and space. The vibrations of the silver ring slightly diminished, and the distortion of time and space slowed. However, Dolohov seized this moment, lunging fiercely and grasping Harry's arm. Though his hand remained insubstantial, it nonetheless connected with Harry's bloodline. I found it, Dolohov sneered. As long as I hold you, the distortion of time and space is inconsequential. Lord Voldemort will be most pleased. Harry attempted to push him away, but his body grew increasingly insubstantial. The silver ring trembled violently once more, its surface revealing a line of ancient script. Harry recognized it as Merlin's writing, translating to, time and space are unbalanced. One must guide with bloodline, sacrificing half of one's magic to restore equilibrium. Sacrificing half of his magic? That meant he might never again wield advanced time magic. However, should he refrain from taking action, both he and Corey would be ensnared within the temporal rift, and Dolohov would escape with the bloodline key, allowing Voldemort's fragment to awaken in its entirety. Harry had no time to hesitate. He gazed at the unconscious Corey on the floor, and then turned his attention towards the distant direction of the Potter residence, where the malevolent magic of Voldemort's essence was intensifying. Taking a deep breath, he clenched his fists and called out to the silver ring. I am willing to make the sacrifice. In the name of the heir of the Potter family, I decree the order of time and space. The silver ring emitted a blinding radiance, and Harry felt as though half of his magical energy had been siphoned away in an instant, rendering him nearly incapable of standing. Nevertheless, the temporal distortion began to gradually cease. The furniture resumed its rightful places, the sunlight returned to normal, and the blood-sucking insect fell lifeless to the ground. Dolahov's complexion turned ashen. He had not anticipated that Harry would dare to sacrifice his magic. Seizing the moment to escape, he found his feet ensnared by the lingering magical essence of the temporal rift, immobilizing him. Chapter 71. Escape and Confrontation. Now, it is time to settle our score, Harry declared, raising his wand. Though his magical power had diminished, it should suffice to deal with the injured Dolohov. At that moment, the window of the cottage was suddenly shattered, and a green light surged inside, targeting the bloodline key in Dolahov's hand, an embodiment of Voldemort's essence. Dolohov seized the opportunity, breaking free from the restraints of the temporal rift, grasping the bloodline key and shouting towards the window. Master, I have obtained the key. Hurry, take me away. The green light coalesced into a portal, and Dolohov was about to leap through it. Harry swiftly waved his wand. Expelliarmus. The spell struck Dolahov's arm, causing the bloodline key to clatter to the ground. However, Dolohov had already slipped into the green portal, which began to close. Harry attempted to retrieve the key, only to find that the space around it was once again warping. The magic of the silver ring had yet to stabilize completely, and the key was drawn into a diminutive temporal rift. No! Harry reached out, but grasped only air. The green portal sealed shut, and Dolohov had escaped, the bloodline key vanishing into the rift of time and space. The cottage fell into a profound silence, the silver ring lying on the ground. Its brilliance dimmed as if it had lost all its magical potency. Harry collapsed onto the floor, half of his magic sacrificed, the numbness in his arm persisting. Corey still unconscious, the bloodline key lost, Dolohov having fled, and Voldemort's essence now awakened. Just as he thought matters could not deteriorate further. The parchment in his pocket suddenly grew hot, the image of a fir-wood wand flickering to life, pointing towards the direction of the leaky cauldron, accompanied by a familiar, garlic-infused wave of magical energy. It was Quirrell. He had not departed, and moreover, the parchment's design flickered with increasing urgency, as if to warn him. Quirrell possessed another key, one capable of unlocking the legacy wands within Ollivander's wand shop. Harry sprang to his feet, though his magical reserves were depleted. He understood he could not allow Quirrell to obtain the legacy wand. He scooped up the unconscious Corey, retrieved the silver ring and wand from the ground, and sprinted towards the leaky cauldron, unaware that a far greater trap awaited him within. The parchment that fell to the ground transformed into a vibrant red after he departed, revealing a line of small text. The legacy wand has awakened, attracting not only Dumbledore's forces. Harry, cradling Corey, had just dashed out of the abandoned cottage when he heard a series of magical explosions emanating from the direction of the leaky cauldron, with red sparks soaring into the sky, a signal from the Order of the Phoenix. A sense of dread washed over him. Indeed, Dumbledore's people had arrived. He needed to locate Quirrell swiftly. The legacy wand must not fall into anyone's hands. Clenching his teeth, Harry concealed Corey behind a trash bin in a narrow alley, casting a simple protective charm around him. His magical strength had waned to half, and this was all he could manage. As he prepared to rise, a faint tremor coursed through the silver ring in his pocket, projecting a hazy image. In the cellar of the leaky cauldron, Quirrell was clutching a bronze key, chanting incantations before the seal of the legacy wand. Remarkably, the bronze key bore an uncanny resemblance to the Potter family's bloodline key, yet instead of an hourglass, it was engraved with the family crest of Ollivander. It was Ollivander's legacy key. A jolt of realization struck Harry. He recalled Corey mentioning that the legacy wand of the Ollivander family required both the family key and the Potter bloodline to activate. How could Quirrell possess Ollivander's key? Just then, a commotion erupted inside the leaky cauldron, accompanied by the sound of shattering glass. Harry quickly maneuvered to the back of the pub, peering into the cellar through a vent. The scene was chaotic. Quirrell was pinned to the ground by two cloaked figures, one grasping the bronze key and the other holding a familiar box, Dumbledore's tracking box. Phineas, don't think that just because you are with the Order of the Phoenix, you can seize the legacy wand, Quirrell shouted in desperation. This is what Lord Voldemort desires, and you cannot take it. The cloaked figure referred to as Phineas scoffed, stuffing the bronze key into his cloak. Headmaster Dumbledore anticipated that you would covet the legacy wand. The heir of the Potter family has yet to appear. This wand shall be safeguarded by the Order of the Phoenix. Harry's heart sank. Not only had Dumbledore's forces arrived, but they had also taken the bronze key. They were undoubtedly waiting for him to appear, ready to control both him and the legacy wand. Just as Phineas was about to depart with the key, the cellar door was suddenly kicked open, and Dolohov's furious voice rang out. Leave the key. That belongs to Lord Voldemort. Phineas turned, raising his wand. Dolohov, do you think you alone can contend with the Order of the Phoenix? Instantly, a magical conflict erupted in the cellar, spells of red and green clashing. Chairs and tables exploding, dust swirling in the air. Seizing the moment of chaos, Harry slipped through the vent into the cellar. His aim was not the key, but the legacy wand embedded in the stone pedestal in the corner. A fir-wood wand, its tip adorned with a silver gem, pulsating with light in response to the magical turbulence. He stealthily approached the pedestal, reaching for the legacy wand. Just as his fingertips brushed against its surface, the wand emitted a brilliant silver light, resonating with the silver ring in his pocket. Though the brilliance of the silver ring was dim, it nonetheless activated the protective charm of the heirloom wand, enveloping Harry in a silvery barrier that deflected the stunning spell hurtling towards him. Who goes there? Phineas and Dolohov turned in unison, spotting Harry shielded by the shimmering barrier. The little Potter. Dolohov's eyes gleamed with excitement as he disregarded Phineas's assault and lunged at Harry, exclaiming, "This time, you cannot escape." Harry tightened his grip on the heirloom wand, its tip glowing ever more brightly. He sensed the wand acknowledging its master, the magical essence of Merlin's blood merging seamlessly with the wand's own power. Even with his magic waning, he felt an overwhelming force surging within him. You wish to seize me? First, you must inquire whether this wand consents. With that, Harry raised the heirloom wand towards Dolohov and Phineas, a silvery radiance coalescing at its tip. This was not an offensive spell, but rather the Potter family's ancestral defensive charm, the time barrier, capable of temporarily nullifying all magical assaults. Seizing the moment while the two were obstructed by the barrier, he scooped up the unconscious Quirrell from the ground. He could not allow Quirrell to escape, for he possessed knowledge of Voldemort's lingering soul, and dashed toward the hidden door leading to the cellar, a secret passageway to Diagon Alley, his sole route of escape. However, as he reached the back door, he beheld a tall figure standing there, holding an umbrella and wearing a gentle smile. It was Dumbledore. "Harry, my child, do not rush away." Dumbledore's voice was soothing yet imbued with an irresistible authority. "The heirloom wand has recognized its master. It is time for you to return to Hogwarts, where you truly belong." Harry raised the heirloom wand once more, feeling the silver ring within his palm vibrate anew. He realized that this time, he faced not a Death Eater nor a mere minion of the Order of the Phoenix, but Dumbledore, the architect of his earlier life's narrative. A new game was just beginning. Chapter 72, Age 10, The Calm Before the Storm. The night over Privet Drive was like ink soaked in water, oppressive and stifling. Clutching the heated silver ring, Harry followed Cole's green flames as they slipped through the makeshift wooden door at number 4, which had been battered by Dudley and hastily repaired, now their only means of escape. "Young master, hurry inside. Phineas's men are still lurking at the alley's entrance." Cole's voice trembled, the green flames flickering in his palm. "I just saw Dumbledore's phoenix fly by. He undoubtedly knows we stir trouble in London." Harry nodded, crouching low as he squeezed through the gap in the wooden door. The living room lights still glowed, and the sound of Vernon's snoring echoed through the door like an old bellows. He stealthily returned to the storage room beneath the stairs, closing the door behind him. Suddenly, the silver ring ceased its warmth, the hourglass patterns on its surface gradually fading, leaving only a faint silver glow. The temporal disturbances triggered in the leaky cauldron's cellar had finally settled. "Thank goodness, we weren't discovered." Harry slumped onto the tattered mat, retrieving the notes from James and the heirloom wand, both preserved intact by the magical barrier. The silver gem embedded in the fur wand continued to glimmer softly, as if soothing his taut nerves. Corey followed into the storage room, reinforcing the door with magic. Mr. Avery had just sent a message stating that Phineas, accompanied by Dumbledore's associates, had searched Knockturn Alley and would not be coming to Privet Drive for the time being. They presumed you might flee to the territory of dark wizards. Dumbledore would not be so easily deceived. Harry flipped through James's notes, his fingers gliding over the annotations regarding time magic. He knew that in his quest for the Potter family's legacy, he would undoubtedly focus on Gringotts and the Old Manor. Privet Drive was merely a temporary sanctuary. Corey pulled out a wax paper bag from his pocket, containing 2 hard loaves of bread and a bottle of milk. "I secretly took these from the kitchen. Young master, you should eat something first." He added, "By the way, I explored near the Old Manor today and noticed fewer Death Eater marks, but an increase in the signs of the Order of the Phoenix. It seems Dumbledore's people have fortified the Old Manor." "Fortified? More like surveilled," Harry remarked, taking a bite of bread. His gaze fell upon a yellowed photograph tucked within the notes, depicting James holding baby Harry, a silver ring in his hand, beaming with exuberance. He feared I would acquire the bloodline key prematurely and disrupt his plans for a savior. Corey lowered his head, his voice tinged with melancholy. "It's my fault for being powerless. If only my magic hadn't lain dormant, I could have helped the young master protect the Old Manor." "Don't say that," Harry replied, patting Corey's shoulder and handing him the legacy wand. "You see, this wand, once attuned to its master, can temporarily enhance the magic of those nearby. Give it a try and infuse it with your magic." Corey hesitated before accepting the wand. Upon barely touching its surface, the silver gem suddenly emitted a brilliant light. A wave of warm magic surged through his fingertips into his being. His once dormant magic began to flow within him like a stream awakened. "It truly works," Corey exclaimed, his eyes sparkling. "I can feel the magic now. Though still weak, it's enough to help the young master send messages." Harry smiled, reclaiming the wand. This was the hidden ability of a legacy wand he had gleaned from James's notes. From now on, you need not risk going to the Old Manor. You can send messages using your magic instead. In the year that followed, they had to be increasingly cautious, for Dumbledore would surely dispatch more individuals to keep tabs on him. Indeed, as Harry had anticipated, the number of unfamiliar neighbors on Privet Drive increased. Men in trench coats loitered at street corners. Women in hats appeared daily in the garden across the street to water their plants, and even Mrs. Fig's cats multiplied. Yet Harry had long since become adept at disguise. At 10 years old, he was no longer the trembling child who needed to curl up in the storage room. Each morning, he proactively assisted Petunia in cleaning the kitchen, polishing the stove to a shine with Muggle cleaning agents. When Dudley struggled with his homework, he explained the simplest methods, watching Dudley's grades rise from AD to AC. When Vernon complained about troubles at work, Harry casually mentioned Muggle cost control techniques, earning Vernon praise from his superiors. Harry seemed to have adjusted to normalcy. Petunia, while slicing bread in the kitchen, whispered to Vernon, "He is no longer skittish and even helps Dudley with his homework." Normal? How normal can a freak be? Vernon scoffed, though he lowered his newspaper slightly. If he could remain so well-behaved, it would certainly save some trouble. Harry sat on the staircase, listening intently to their conversation. A subtle smile graced his lips. This was the effect he desired, using compliance and utility to lower the Dursleys' guard in exchange for greater freedom. Each night, after the Dursleys had succumbed to slumber, Harry would illuminate the magical candles brought by Corey in the storage room, voraciously absorbing the enchanted tomes Corey had stealthily extracted from the old residents, advanced theories of temporal magic, conditions for awakening the Merlin bloodline, and rules of the Goblin contracts. Once Corey's magical energy was restored, he would return with even more comprehensive texts. On one occasion, he even risked bringing out a volume titled Records of the Potter Family Lineage, which meticulously documented the abilities of each Potter heir. Harry discovered that James was not merely a prankster. He was adept at intertwining Muggle technology with magic, having improved magical communicators using principles of Muggle radio. It became apparent that his father was far more than a mere jester. As Harry traced James's signature on the pages, a wave of warmth surged through him. Previously, in his readings, he had only known James as a popular Gryffindor, unaware of the extensive precautions he had taken to protect his family. During this time, the silver ring grew increasingly vibrant. Whenever Harry perused the magical texts, the ring would emanate warmth, its surface reflecting corresponding magical runes, as if assisting him in comprehending the esoteric theories. On nights of the full moon, the ring would even project fragmented ancestral memories, scenes of James training in the Chamber of Inheritance, Lily using protective spells against dark magic, and the moment when baby Harry was taken away by Dumbledore, accompanied by James's final gaze. Dumbledore had been aware of the existence of the bloodline key from the outset. As Harry watched the memory of Dumbledore searching the Potter residence, he clenched his fist. He had deliberately placed me with the Dursleys, intending to guide me toward the inheritance once I arrived at Hogwarts, keeping me firmly in his grasp. Chapter 73, The Prelude to Unfolding Events. That evening, Corey delivered troubling news. "Young Master, it seems the Chamber of Inheritance at the old residence has been tampered with." Corey's face turned pale. During my magical probing, I sensed the temporal magic barrier within the chamber had weakened, and there were remnants of dark magic, indicative of Death Eater involvement. Yet, strangely, there were also traces of the Order of the Phoenix's magic. Harry's heart sank. Were Dumbledore and the Death Eaters testing each other, or had they reached some temporary accord? He retrieved the silver ring, infusing it with a spark of magic. The ring projected an image of the Chamber of Inheritance. The core of the hourglass on the stone pedestal remained, but the bloodline key was missing. Scattered on the ground were several black feathers, the mark of the Death Eaters, and a single golden feather, the mark of the Order of the Phoenix. The bloodline key had been taken? A chill ran through Harry's fingertips. Had Dumbledore taken it, or was it the Death Eaters? Or perhaps a third party? "Cordy, anxious," he exclaimed. "What shall we do? Without the bloodline key, young master, you won't be able to activate the bloodline recognition even upon reaching Gringotts. Do not fret." Harry forced himself to calm down and turned to the last page of James's notes, where a simple rune was sketched alongside the words bloodline key substitute, the resonance of the legacy wand, and the silver ring of Merlin's bloodline. His father had anticipated this day long ago and had left a substitute. Just then, the door to the storage room was gently knocked on. Harry instantly extinguished the magical candle, hiding the notes and wand within his tattered cloak. Corey quickly reverted to the invisibility state of a house elf, leaving only a flicker of green flame in his palm. "Harry, are you in there?" It was Dudley's voice, tinged with an unusual hesitation. Harry furrowed his brow and opened the door. "Is there something you need?" Dudley stood at the threshold, clutching a crumpled chocolate frog card, his ears slightly reddened. "We have to turn a handmade project at school tomorrow. Could you help me make a model airplane? Aunt Petunia said you used to make paper airplanes that flew far." Harry glanced at the card in Dudley's hand, which bore Dumbledore's likeness and the title headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. A thought struck him as he took the card. "I can help you, but you must promise me one condition. Don't tell Vernon that I'm up to mischief in the storage room." Dudley blinked in surprise, but quickly nodded. "Okay, I want to say a word. Hurry up and make it. It's due tomorrow." Harry closed the door and stared at the Dumbledore card in his hand, a faint surge of magic gathering at his fingertips. Suddenly, the eyes of Dumbledore on the card flickered, as if they were observing him. Indeed, even Dudley's card served as a tool of surveillance. Harry scoffed, erasing the monitoring spell on the card with a silent charm. Dumbledore, the more you attempt to control me, the more I shall strive to thwart your plans. In the ensuing months, Harry helped Dudley navigate various school troubles while secretly honing his magical control. He could command the spiders in the storage room to weave webs at his bidding, make leaves outside spin despite the absence of wind, and even cause Petunia's salt shaker to vanish for a second before reappearing, all without her noticing. The number of magical books Corey brought back increased, and Harry's knowledge of magic had far surpassed that of his peers. He could even comprehend parts of Newt-level potion recipes. He began experimenting with basic time magic training based on James's notes, such as delaying the wilting of a withered flower and reversing the droplets of water that fell to the ground back into the cup. "Young master, your progress in time magic is remarkable," Corey exclaimed, eyes wide as he observed the water droplets flowing back into the cup. "More impressive than even when Master James was young. Yet this is not enough." Harry retracted his magic, causing the droplets to fall to the ground, splashing tiny droplets. Both Dumbledore and Voldemort's powers were growing stronger. He needed to master more powerful magic swiftly to protect himself and safeguard Corey. That night, as Harry perused a detailed explanation of Gringotts bloodline authentication, the silver ring suddenly grew intensely hot, revealing a clear image. The castle of Hogwarts stood majestically under the moonlight. An owl grasping a letter was flying towards Privet Drive. The letter bore the Hogwarts crest, sealed with a red wax stamp. Was the acceptance letter from Hogwarts finally on its way? Harry's heart raced, not from excitement, but from the anxiety of the impending arrival of the notification. Once it arrived, Dumbledore's plan would advance to the next phase, and he needed to be prepared. Corey, having witnessed the scene within the silver ring, anxiously exclaimed, "Master, Vernon will undoubtedly hide the notification. We must devise a strategy in advance." "I understand," Harry replied, closing the book and placing the silver ring back around his neck. He envisioned escaping to the rock cottage as depicted in the original story, yet this time, he would not remain passive. He intended to compel Vernon to hand over the notification willingly and to convince him that he was merely an ordinary, magic-fearing muggle boy. At that moment, the sound of flapping wings echoed from outside the storage room window. Both Harry and Corey looked up to see a pure white owl perched on the windowsill, clutching a small envelope in its beak. The envelope bore no signature, only a silver hourglass emblem. This was not an owl from Hogwarts. In a hushed voice, Corey questioned, "Is it from Mr. Avery or someone else?" With caution, Harry opened the window to receive the envelope, which was made of coarse magical paper. He tore it open to find a small note inscribed in ancient Merlin script. "Ollivander's wand has awakened. The substitute for the heirloom key is in his possession. Beware of Snape. He is searching for your silver ring." In the lower right corner of the note was a small serpentine mark, the emblem of RAB. Harry's pupils dilated. How could RAB know about Ollivander's wand? How did he learn of the substitute for the heirloom key? And why was Snape seeking his silver ring? As he pondered these questions, the silver ring suddenly emitted a brilliant light, illuminating the entire storage room. The white owl outside let out a piercing cry before transforming into a plume of black smoke and vanishing, dark magic. Harry hastily closed the window and reinforced the door with magic. The radiance of the ring gradually diminished, revealing the silhouette of a figure in a dark robe standing before Ollivander's wand shop window, holding a fir wood wand that glimmered with a green light, emanating the magical vibrations of Parseltongue. It was Snape. A chill ran through Harry's fingertips. He was at Ollivander's shop, searching for a wand that matched his own. Corey trembled in fear. "Master, what do we do now? If Snape finds your wand, he can trace your magic." Harry clenched his fists, gazing at Snape's silhouette in the silver ring, then glanced at the RAB note in his hand. A new crisis was silently approaching, and he understood that behind this looming threat lay not only Snape's scrutiny, but also Dumbledore's intricate schemes, and perhaps even a shadow of Voldemort's residual soul. Just then, a roar erupted from the living room. "Dudley, you've scattered your toys all over the floor. Pick them up." Dudley's cries soon followed, mingled with Petunia's shrieks. Taking a deep breath, Harry concealed the note and the book. He needed to maintain his disguise and prepare thoroughly before the storm descended upon him. Little did he know that, after he withdrew his magical power, the silver ring glowed once more, revealing a new image. Outside the rocky cottage, a towering giant was approaching. Carrying a cake, Hagrid was on his way. In the corner of the scene, a cloaked figure lurked behind a tree, clutching a black box inscribed with Dumbledore's emblem. A tracking device, Dumbledore's men had set their sights on the rocky cottage. Harry pressed the silver ring into his palm, stifling the shock in his heart. Hagrid was coming. And Dumbledore's tracker was too, indicating that the barrage of acceptance letters would soon commence, and Vernon's escape plan would be hastened. Corey, we must hasten our pace. Harry lowered his voice, retrieving James' notes from his pocket, flipping to the page regarding Ollivander's wands. RAB mentioned that a substitute for the heirloom key lay with Ollivander. We must procure the fur wand that matches mine before Snape gets it. Just as Corey was about to speak, the storage room door was suddenly kicked open, and Vernon stood there, fuming, brandishing a crumpled letter, the corner adorned with Hogwarts' crest. Freak, what is this? Vernon hurled the letter at Harry's face, spitting with rage. Why is there an owl delivering a letter to you? It says Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Are you up to your old tricks again? Harry quickly lowered his head, feigning terror. I don't know. I've never seen an owl. This letter ISNT for me. Not for you? Then whose name is written on it? Vernon seized Harry by the collar, dragging him into the living room beneath the lamp. The name Harry Potter was clearly visible on the letter, the red wax seal still glistening. Petunia shrieked from the side. Magic! More magic! I knew this freak would bring us trouble. We must hide the letter. He must not see it. Dudley peered from behind the sofa, his expression a mix of curiosity and fear. Harry smirked inwardly. Though he maintained an outward facade of fear, I don't want to go to any magic school. I just want to stay here with you. Stay here? Vernon slammed Harry to the ground. Dream on. Tomorrow I'll burn this letter, and the day after we'll leave Privet Drive for a place without owls, without magic. As Harry lay on the floor, a barely perceptible smile crept across his lips. Vernon's reaction was exactly as he had anticipated. He discreetly reached into his coat pocket and felt the silver ring, its warmth intensifying, projecting a clearer image of the rocky cottage, Hagrid's outline becoming discernible. Corey, be ready. Harry silently urged, knowing that upon reaching the rocky cottage, it would be their prime opportunity to secure the acceptance letter and elude Dumbledore's tracking. Corey's green flames flickered slightly in Harry's pocket, as if in response to his command. Meanwhile, in the living room, Vernon was using a lighter to toss the Hogwarts acceptance letter into the fireplace. However, he remained oblivious to the identical letter that wafted in through the window, landing in Dudley's toy box. Harry knew that the time for the owl's bombardment had commenced, and his counterattack was about to unfold. Chapter 74. Foreseeing Hagrid, the mornings on Privet Drive were invariably disrupted by Petunia's vacuum cleaner. Yet today was different. The persistent thuds against the window pane broke through the door of the cupboard far earlier than the machine's noise, resembling someone persistently pelting the glass with small stones. Harry abruptly opened his eyes, instinctively clenching the silver ring beneath his fingertips. The ring had been scorching throughout the night, casting a blurred green image, reminiscent of a forest shrouded in mist. He cautiously lifted a corner of the tattered curtain, and his heart sank. 3 snow-white owls perched on the windowsill, clutching envelopes in their beaks. The corners of the envelopes bore the familiar Hogwarts crest, and the red wax seal glimmered coldly in the morning light. The owls had indeed arrived. In a hushed tone, Harry turned to look at the corner where Corey was huddled. The green flame had dimmed since last night, clearly sensing the stirrings of the magical world, leaving him too frightened to close his eyes all night. Little master, what shall we do? If Vernon sees these owls, he will surely go mad. Corey's voice trembled, his small hands tightly clutching the muggle biscuits Harry had given him as a reward for helping Dudley with his studies. He had deliberately saved half a piece for Corey. Harry remained silent, instead retrieving James's notebook from beneath his pillow. Last night, he had turned to the chapter on magical creatures, which mentioned that owls possessed a natural affinity for the blood magic of the Potter family. Unless isolated by muggle metal wire, they would continue to track him. He swiftly scanned the passage, his fingers lingering over the words muggle metal wire. Corey, can you quietly fetch some wire from the garage? There should still be some left from when Vernon repaired the fence. Corey's eyes brightened. I can. House elves can move invisibly in muggle homes. Petunia won't see me. No sooner had he spoken than he transformed into a green glimmer, vanishing through the gap of the cupboard. Harry glanced back out the window. The owls had begun scratching at the glass, the magical vibrations from the envelope intensifying, even transmitting through the glass to his fingertips. He hastily covered the silver ring with his blanket. It was once again growing hot. This time, the image was clearer. A towering giant carrying a pink cake box stood at the door of a dilapidated cottage, with tumultuous waves crashing outside, revealing the sharp edges of rocks amidst the surf. The sight of the cottage and the giant struck Harry's breath momentarily. This was no illusion, but a premonition. Unlike the previous visions of the falling cup and the shadowy figure, this premonition bore a strong temporal anchor, the silver ring conveying a message. That day would soon arrive. At that moment, the cupboard door was flung open, and Vernon's large face loomed in the doorway, flushed as if scalded by steam. "Freak, are you up to something again? What's with those birds outside?" Harry quickly released the silver ring, feigning a startled awakening as he shrank beneath the blanket. "I don't know. I just woke up." "Don't know?" Vernon seized Harry by the collar, dragging him to the window and pointing at the owls outside. "These birds are circling our house. You must have summoned them. You're just like those strange things. All trouble." Petunia's shrill voice echoed from the kitchen. "Vernon, hurry and chase them away. Don't let Dudley see." She held a frying pan in her hand, her apron splattered with egg liquid, clearly startled by the commotion caused by the owls. Vernon seized the broom from beside the door and stormed outside, shouting, "Get out! All of you, go away!" He brandished the broom at the owls, but they merely flapped their wings and retreated slightly, showing no intention of leaving. Instead, more owls emerged from the clouds, circling above number 4, Privet Drive, resembling an ever-expanding cloud of snow. Leaning against the doorframe, Harry observed Vernon's frantic antics, a barely perceptible smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. The previous night, he had discreetly infused a hint of bloodline magic at the edge of the roof, which acted as a beacon for the owls, ensuring their numbers would only increase. It was imperative for Vernon to decide to flee swiftly. Harry calculated that only if he voluntarily escaped to the shack would Hagrid's appearance not seem orchestrated by him, and Dumbledore would not suspect that he had foreseen everything. At that moment, Corey returned, holding a small roll of wire, green light shimmering across the metal. He had magically bent it into a makeshift net. "Young master, I've brought the wire." Harry took the wire and hurried to the window, scratching tiny grooves in the frame with his fingernail to embed the wire net. This would temporarily obscure the owl's view, but it wouldn't hold for long. Vernon would soon reach his limit. Sure enough, by noon, Vernon returned, broom in hand, drenched in sweat, his face ashen. "These useless birds won't leave. The neighbors are all laughing at me." He threw the broom to the ground, glaring at Harry as if he wished to devour him. "It's definitely your doing. Stay in the cupboard, and don't come out." Harry obediently retreated to the cupboard, deliberately glancing at Dudley before closing the door. Dudley was hiding behind the living room sofa, secretly watching the owls on the roof with a pair of binoculars, his eyes devoid of fear, instead glimmering with curiosity. A thought sparked in Harry's mind. Perhaps this troublesome cousin could serve as an ally in his disguise plan. In the afternoon, under the pretense of helping Dudley with his crafts, Harry secured an hour's access to the living room. Dudley was constructing a castle model, glue smeared across the table. As Harry assisted him in attaching the towers, he casually remarked, "Dudley, those owls outside are quite frightening. If they don't leave, do you think Mom and Dad will take us somewhere else to live?" Dudley squeezed too much glue, causing it to drip onto the model. "Somewhere else? Like the seaside shack? The one with the rocks we went to last summer?" His eyes brightened, clearly captivated by the memory of that trip. "Perhaps." Harry feigned a fearful expression, "But if Mom and Dad don't take us away, do you think the owls might come into our house? Those envelopes they carry look strange. Could there be something bad inside?" Dudley's face instantly paled. Though he bullied Harry, he was essentially a spoiled coward. That night, Dudley ran to Vernon and Petunia's room, clutching his pillow, crying, "I don't want to stay here. The owls will come in and get me. Dad, can we go to the seaside shack, please?" Vernon and Petunia exchanged glances, clearly swayed by Dudley's plea. The morning's gossip from the neighbors had already diminished their dignity, and if the owls truly invaded their home, the consequences would be dire. Chapter 75, The First Pitfall. "All right, let's go." Vernon snapped, his teeth clenched, declaring that they would pack up and head to the rock cottage tomorrow, returning only once those peculiar birds had departed. Harry reclined on the mat in the cupboard, listening to the commotion in the living room, finally allowing a smile to grace his lips. The first step had been successful. He retrieved the silver ring, its temperature just right, reflecting not the usual blurred green, but the vivid image of the rock cottage. Hagrid's towering figure stood at the doorway, the ribbon on the pink cake box fluttering in the breeze, a letter clutched in his hand, the handwriting unmistakably belonging to Dumbledore. Harry could even discern the phoenix emblem in the corner of the envelope. Dumbledore was indeed manipulating Hagrid. A chill ran through Harry's fingertips. He had intentionally sent Hagrid to deliver the acceptance letter on his 11th birthday, aiming to establish Hagrid as his conduit to the magical world, building his trust upon the foundation of his first magical friend. At that moment, Corey quietly slipped in, holding a crumpled note. "Young master, this is a message from Mr. Avery. He mentioned that there were members of the Order of the Phoenix active near the old house last night, and that he saw Dumbledore's phoenix flying by, seemingly confirming something." Harry took the note, which was inscribed with shorthand. "Dumbledore is aware of your foresight abilities and will increase surveillance soon. Hagrid's movements are being monitored. Beware of the tracking agent in the cake. A jolt ran through Harry's heart. How had he not considered that Dumbledore might tamper with what Hagrid brought? He quickly flipped through James's notes, locating the relevant section on tracking agents. They could attach themselves to food or items, utilizing magical fluctuations to locate their target. Unless neutralized with the bloodline magic of Merlin, they would continue tracking for 72 hours. Corey, can you help me find a phoenix feather? Harry suddenly recalled that the notes mentioned phoenix feathers were crucial for neutralizing tracking agents. Mr. Avery should have a means to procure even a tiny plume. Corey nodded. I'll send a message right away. Mr. Avery has always said that he will find a way to assist you, young master. With that, he transformed into a green glimmer and vanished. Holding the note, Harry gazed at Hagrid's figure within the silver ring, suddenly realizing a more terrifying possibility. Dumbledore not only aimed to track him, but might also use Hagrid's revelations to probe his reactions regarding the identity of the Savior. If he appeared too composed, Dumbledore would grow suspicious. If he displayed excessive excitement, he would fall into a guided trap. He needed to strike a delicate balance. Taking a deep breath, Harry began to rehearse his response in his mind. He would feign shock and fear, yet at the critical moment, he must guide Hagrid to divulge more details about his parents, rather than praise regarding his status as the Savior, thus ensuring Hagrid's trust while evading Dumbledore's scrutiny. In the following 2 days, the Dursleys busied themselves packing, cluttering the living room with Dudley's toys and Petunia's cosmetics, creating a chaotic scene. Seizing the opportunity, Harry quietly utilized the phoenix feather Corey had brought, crafting a simple neutralizing agent by grinding the feather into powder and mixing it into his drinking water. This way, even if he were to come into contact with a tracking agent, it would be neutralized within him. The image of the silver ring grew increasingly vivid, allowing Harry to faintly hear Hagrid's voice singing a muddled rendition of Happy Birthday. Harry, your parents are heroes, and Hogwarts is the finest school. Each phrase resonated as though scripted by Dumbledore himself. On the eve of his departure to the Rock Cottage, Harry conducted a final review of his preparations. His mental occlusion had solidified to a level capable of resisting basic thought detection. His disillusionment charm was ready for emergencies, and he carried a neutralizing potion with him. Corey would position himself near the Rock Cottage to lie in wait, ever prepared for an extraction. Yet, just as he believed everything was in order, the silver ring suddenly radiated intense heat, and the image it projected shifted from Hagrid standing at the cottage's threshold to Dumbledore seated in the Hogwarts headmaster's office, clutching a crystal ball that reflected Harry's storage room. Can he see me through the crystal ball? A cold sweat broke out on Harry's back. He had always assumed Dumbledore's surveillance was limited to sending someone to follow him. Never suspecting the existence of remote detection via a crystal ball, he quickly covered the silver ring with a blanket while concentrating to activate his mental occlusion. The ring's image gradually dimmed, ultimately returning to a dull silver, no longer revealing any scenes. Fortunately, the mental occlusion had proven effective. Harry exhaled in relief, yet his wariness deepened. Dumbledore's methods were more extensive than he had imagined. This upcoming meeting at the Rock Cottage would likely be far more perilous than he had planned. The following morning, Vernon drove the family toward the Rock Cottage. In the back seat, Dudley was engrossed in his video game. Petunia was retouching her makeup, while Harry stared out the window at the retreating trees, tightly clutching the silver ring. The ring had ceased its scorching heat, yet he could distinctly sense a familiar magical presence gradually approaching. Hagrid's magic, infused with the scent of earth and pine, mingled with a faint, elusive trace of Dumbledore's phoenix magic. We're almost there. Harry gazed at the distant coastline, silently reciting, Dumbledore, I have read your script. This time, it is I who shall rewrite the ending. When the car halted at the Rock Cottage's entrance, rain began to fall lightly from the sky, while the waves crashed against the rocks with a soothing roar. Vernon grumbled as he unloaded the luggage. Petunia complained about the cottage's dilapidation, and Dudley disdainfully kicked at the pebbles on ground. Harry stood by the car, his gaze drifting over the cottage's roof toward the distant path. The premonition from the silver ring intensified, hinting at Hagrid's imminent arrival. He discreetly felt for the neutralizing potion in his pocket and tightened his grip on the silver ring, bracing himself for any eventuality. At that moment, a heavy footfall echoed from the path's end, accompanied by labored breathing, as a giant appeared in his line of sight, towering above the doorframe, bearing a pink cake box and a yellow envelope. Rainwater dripped from his beard, yet it did not diminish the smile on his face. Harry Potter? The giant's voice boomed like thunder, reverberating in the light rain. I am Rubeus Hagrid, keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. I've come to deliver your acceptance letter. Harry lifted his gaze to the envelope in Hagrid's hand, observing the fluttering ribbon on the cake box. and suddenly realized there was a detail within the silver ring that had escaped his notice. The corner of a black box was protruding from Hagrid's pocket, inscribed with Dumbledore's phoenix emblem. What lay within that box? A tracker? Or perhaps an instrument capable of detecting his magical essence? Harry's heart raced, lodging itself in his throat. Yet he forced a mask of confusion and fear onto his face as he slowly approached Hagrid. He was aware that this meeting, meticulously orchestrated by Dumbledore, was finally commencing. Unbeknownst to him, at the other end of the path, a shadowy figure clad in black robes lurked behind a tree, wand in hand, intently watching him and Hagrid's exchange. It was Snape, indeed sent by Dumbledore. Harry's fingertips tightened around the vial of neutralizing powder in his pocket, while he pretended to shrink back in fear of Hagrid's imposing stature. This reaction coincidentally fell within Snape's line of sight, causing the cloaked figure to shift slightly, the grip on his wand loosening. "Do not be afraid, my child," Hagrid said, placing the cake box on the ground and bending down a hand over the envelope. His palm was larger than Harry's face, making the envelope appear diminutive in his grasp. "This is your acceptance letter to Hogwarts. Your parents were students here too. They were remarkable." As Harry accepted the envelope, his fingertips deliberately brushed against Hagrid's palm. Indeed, a faint trace of the tracking magic clung to his fingertips, precisely as described in James's notes. He discreetly pressed his fingers against his trousers, the neutralizing powder concealed within instantly counteracting the tracker, causing the magical fluctuation to vanish without a sound. This scene did not escape Snape's keen observation, his brow furrowed, clearly sensing the disappearance of the tracking magic. However, witnessing Harry's fearful demeanor left him perplexed as to how this muggle boy, newly acquainted with magic, could possibly understand how to neutralize tracker. "Why you mention my parents?" Harry raised his head, purposefully letting his voice tremble, a glimmer of moisture welling in his eyes. This was a performance he had rehearsed for days. Were they truly heroes? Uncle Vernon said they were strange. Hagrid's expression darkened instantly. He turned sharply to glare at the bustling Vernon. "What does that man know? James and Lily were the bravest wizards I have ever known. They fought against that dark wizard to protect you." At this point, he abruptly halted, as if recalling Dumbledore's admonition, and amended his words. "When you arrive at Hogwarts, you will learn everything. For now, let's indulge in cake, for today is your birthday." Harry smirked inwardly, realizing that Dumbledore had instructed Hagrid to refrain from discussing Voldemort, intending to unveil the truth personally upon his arrival at Hogwarts. He nodded in response to Hagrid's words, yet his gaze lingered on the black box in Hagrid's pocket. The magical emanation from the box was peculiar, not a tracker, but more akin to an emotional detector, capable of vaguely sensing the fluctuations of one's feelings. Thank you for the cake," Harry said, accepting the cake knife from Hagrid, deliberately feigning a tremor, causing the knife to clatter to the ground. "I'm so sorry. It was unintentional." Not at all. Not at all." Hagrid hastily picked up the cake knife, wiping it with his sleeve. "Boys are clumsy by nature. I remember once dropping a cake on the head of the principal." He chuckled as he recounted his embarrassing tale, completely oblivious to Harry, who seized the opportunity to lightly touch the black box in his pocket. The magical fluctuations surged unexpectedly, clearly probing his feelings of guilt. Harry quickly focused his mind, filling it with trepidation and remorse. The essence of the mental concealment spell lies not in hiding, but in fabrication, as long as the detector received false emotions. Dumbledore would not grow suspicious. From behind a tree, Snape observed the scene, his brow gradually easing. The emotional waves emanating from the detector were purely fear and guilt, perfectly aligning with that of a child newly acquainted with magic. He sheathed his wand and vanished into the woods, needing to report the findings to Dumbledore. Yet, a question lingered in his mind. Why had the magic of the tracking charm dissipated? Had Hagrid's charm expired? Harry watched the direction in which Snape had disappeared, silently exhaling in relief. He had evaded the first trap. However, he understood this was merely the beginning. Dumbledore's machinations ran far deeper than he had anticipated. Chapter 76, The Final Disguise, Playing Normal. As Hagrid's footsteps faded at the path's end, Harry clutched the gilded acceptance letter. The magical aura from the envelope had been neutralized by the phoenix feather powder, yet he still sensed a faint, pricking gaze upon his back. "Don't look, young master. Snape remains behind the trees." The greenish glow from Corey emerged from Harry's pocket, its voice barely a whisper, as his wand pointed steadfastly at Harry, seemingly verifying something. Harry nodded, deliberately slowing his pace, bending to gather the remnants of the cake box that Hagrid had dropped. The pink ribbon was soiled, flecked with a hint of cream. He feigned curiosity, sniffing it before hastily discarding it, adopting a demeanor of fear as if dreading Uncle Vernon's wrath, and hurried back to the shack. The shadow and the black cloak shifted. Snape scrutinized Harry's retreating figure, his frown deepening. The sudden disappearance of the tracking charm's magic had led him to believe that the Muggle boy had inadvertently come into contact with some neutralizing substance. Yet, observing Harry's timid demeanor, he found it hard to believe he was well versed in magic. Could it be that Hagrid's cake contained other magical ingredients? He murmured to himself, stowing his wand and disappearing into the woods, needing to report back to Dumbledore and investigate the cake's components. As Harry burst into the shack, he was seized by Vernon's grip on his collar. What were you talking about with that monster? What did he give you? Hand it over. Harry quickly concealed the acceptance letter behind his back, feigning a tremor. And no, nothing. He just gave me a letter, saying I could attend a school. What school sends letters by bird? Vernon snatched the envelope from Harry's grasp, his face turning a deep shade of crimson upon seeing the words Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Magic. More magic. I knew you were just like your freakish parents. He violently tore the envelope into shreds and tossed it into the trash bin by the door. No more of this nonsense. Once those birds are gone, we're going home. Penny busied herself with packing when she heard the word magic. Startled, she dropped the neatly folded clothes all over the floor. Casting a glance at Harry, her expression was a tapestry of emotions, fear, disdain, and a flicker of uncertainty that Harry could not quite decipher. Dudley, hiding behind the sofa, peeked at Harry and whispered, "Is that giant really a good person? His cake looks delicious." Harry smirked internally but feigned a look of fear and grievance, lowering his head to gather the scattered clothes. "I don't know. You said my parents were heroes, Uncle. Were my parents truly bad people?" This remark struck a nerve with Vernon, who bellowed furiously, "Stop mentioning those freakish parents of yours. They died because of that nonsense. If you dare to emulate them, I will throw you out." With that, he stormed off to his bedroom in a huff. After a moment of silence, Penny crouched down to assist Harry in picking up the clothes, her voice barely above a whisper. "Don't listen to your uncle, but do not dwell on those matters. Magic only brings trouble." Her fingertips brushed against Harry's hand, cold and trembling. He sensed that her fear of magic concealed a deeper secret. "Understood, Aunt Penny." Harry nodded obediently, though he mentally noted this detail. In the original text, Penny was privy to much about the magical world, and her relationship with Lily was not as strained as it appeared. Perhaps he could extract more clues from her in the future. In the following 2 days, Harry fully embraced his role. Each morning, he would rise early to help Penny prepare breakfast, intentionally leaving the eggs slightly undercooked and toasting the bread a bit too much. Although Penny frowned, she remarked that he was better than Dudley. In the mornings, he accompanied Dudley to the rocks to collect seashells. When Dudley tried to snatch the conch from his hands, Harry deliberately withheld it, leading to a raucous scuffle that made Vernon believe the two boys were finally acting like normal relatives. In the afternoons, he sat by the window of the small house, pretending to read Muggle comic books while mentally rehearsing his plans for Gringotts bloodline certification, Ollivander's wand, and the Slytherin connections, going through each step repeatedly in his mind. Corey, utilizing the house elf's invisibility, discreetly set up simple magical barriers around the small house to shield it from low-level magical detection, preventing Dumbledore's people from observing Harry's clandestine activities through the crystal ball. "Young Master, Mr. Avery has relayed a message. Dumbledore has returned to Hogwarts, but has dispatched 2 members of the Order of the Phoenix to patrol near the Rock Cottage, seemingly waiting for something." That evening, Corey slipped back into Harry's storage room. Vernon had relegated him to a corner cluttered with odds and ends, and reported quietly. Harry was engrossed in studying James's notes when he heard this. His fingertips hesitated. What was Dumbledore waiting for? Was he expecting Harry to reach out to the magical world? Or was he testing his magical aptitude? He turned to the section in the notes about concealing magical energy in a Muggle environment, which detailed that the Potter family's bloodline magic could automatically obscure Muggle perception, though it was ineffective against wizard detection and required Merlin's seal to enhance the barrier. "Corey, could you assist me in obtaining something else?" Harry lowered his voice. "Mr. Avery should have the runestone of Merlin's seal. I needed to reinforce the barrier and prevent the Order from detecting any fluctuations in magical energy." Corey nodded affirmatively. "I shall depart at once. However, I may not return until tomorrow morning, as the members of the Order are patrolling quite vigilantly." With that, he transformed into a beam of emerald light and vanished. Leaning against the frigid wall, Harry retrieved the silver ring, which no longer radiated heat, yet the intricate hourglass pattern on its surface glimmered faintly, revealing a blurred image, the vault door of Gringotts, adorned with the Potter family's emblem of a stag, beside which lay a small indentation, seemingly designed to hold something. The bloodline authentication required not merely a spell, but also a key. Puzzled, Harry rummaged through James's notes, but found no mention of such a key. At that moment, Vernon's voice resonated from the bedroom. Petunia, we shall return tomorrow. Those birds seem to have diminished. They likely will not follow us any longer. Petunia's voice was laced with hesitation, but that giant said Harry is special. What if? Special nonsense. Vernon interrupted. He's merely a freak. We need only lock him in the cupboard, away from those bizarre things, and he will not rise against us. Harry clenched the silver ring, a flicker of cold determination flashing in his eyes. Did Vernon truly believe he could control him as before? Once he acquired the Potter family's legacy, the Dursleys' confinement would be at an end. The following morning, Corey returned promptly, bearing a palm-sized runestone etched with intricate Merlin runes, emanating a faint magical aura. Mr. Avery stated that this runestone could reinforce a barrier for 3 months, ample time for the young master to prepare for his schooling in London. Corey handed the runestone to Harry, then produced a wax paper bundle containing Muggle money and a map of London, marking the location of the Leaky Cauldron, facilitating the young master's future visits to Diagon Alley. As Harry accepted the runestone and map, a warm wave surged within him. Mr. Avery, most likely affiliated with RAB, had been silently aiding him. It appeared that RAB harbored animosity towards both Dumbledore and Voldemort, potentially paving the way for future alliances. He buried the runestone at the threshold of the small house, reciting the activation incantation from James's notes, "By Merlin's blood, guard my lineage." Instantly, the runestone melded into the soil, and an invisible barrier enveloped the vicinity, as Harry sensed his magical aura being thoroughly concealed. Now, the members of the Order shall no longer detect my magic. Harry sighed in relief, beginning to gather his belongings, though there was little to collect, merely a few tattered garments, along with James's notes and the silver ring, which he concealed beneath his coat. Chapter 77, The Opening Act. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Vernon drove the family away from the rocking hut. Dudley occupied the passenger seat, a lollipop in his mouth, humming a Muggle nursery rhyme. Petunia sat in the back, glancing back at Harry with a complex expression. Harry leaned against the car window, feigning sleep while mentally planning for his return to Privet Drive, where he would promptly send Corey to investigate the status of Vault 713 at Gringotts, all the while preparing for the impending bombardment. After 2 hours of travel, they finally arrived back at Privet Drive. As Harry alighted from the vehicle, an unsettling sensation washed over him. At number 4, Privet Drive, an unfamiliar black car was parked outside, and a man clad in a suit stood at the door, holding an envelope. Upon noticing Vernon's arrival, he promptly approached. "Are you Mr. Vernon Dursley?" The man's voice was formal. "I am a messenger from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, and this is the acceptance letter from Mr. Harry Potter. The previous letters may have been mistakenly received by you." Vernon's face flushed crimson as he brusquely shoved the man aside. "I have no need for any acceptance letter. That freak is not a student of your school. Begone at once." The man furrowed his brow but did not retreat. Instead, he retrieved a stack of envelopes from his briefcase. "Mr. Dursley, these are the acceptance letters we have sent to Mr. Harry over the past week, totaling 37. According to the Ministry of Magic's regulations, every wizard who turns 11 has the right to attend Hogwarts, and you have no authority to refuse." Penny shrieked. "The Ministry of Magic? Are you trying to coerce us? We want nothing to do with magic." Dudley cowered behind Vernon, sobbing, "Daddy, I'm scared. This man is a monster." Harry feigned terror, retreating behind Penny, while secretly observing the man, who wore a small phoenix badge on his lapel. He was from the Order of the Phoenix. Dumbledore had indeed not given up, sending a messenger directly to their doorstep. The man cast a sympathetic glance at Harry. "Mr. Potter, the decision rests with you. Hogwarts will provide all necessary materials for your education, including textbooks, a wand, and uniforms. You need not worry about expenses." Harry felt a stir within. Was Dumbledore attempting to entice him? Did he wish for him to willingly accompany the messenger? He deliberately lowered his head, his voice trembling with feigned sorrow. I want to stay with Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia. I don't want to go to magic school." The man paused, evidently taken aback by Harry's response. Vernon seized the opportunity to push him away. "Did you hear that? He doesn't want to go. Get out of here, or I shall call the police." The man resigned, placed the stack of envelopes on the steps. "Mr. Dursley, I leave these acceptance letters with you. Should you change your mind, Harry can take the letters to the Leaky Cauldron in London, where someone will escort him to Diagon Alley." With that, he turned and entered his vehicle, which swiftly vanished at the end of Privet Drive. Furious, Vernon snatched the envelopes from the steps and hurled them into the trash bin. "Damn magic. I will not allow that freak to attend any magic school." He turned, gripping Harry by the collar, dragging him inside, and flinging him into the cupboard. "From this day forth, you are not to step foot outside this room until those abominable things are gone." The cupboard door slammed shut with a resounding thud. plunging Harry into darkness. Yet, he smiled. His act had been a success. The messenger from Dumbledore would surely report back, claiming he was timid and reliant on his Muggle relatives, thereby reducing Dumbledore's vigilance. This would allow him to execute his plans more smoothly. He leaned against the door, retrieving the silver ring, which suddenly grew warm, revealing a much clearer image than before. The interior of Gringotts Vault 713, where mountains of gold coins were piled high. At the center stood a stone pedestal, upon which rested a black box, adorned with the Potter family crest, accompanied by a line of small text. Bloodline as the key. Time as the proof. The blood of Merlin. Unlock the legacy. It became evident that the key to the legacy lay within the box atop the pedestal. Harry's heart raced with excitement. The image from the silver ring continued to unfold. Beside the pedestal stood a shadowy figure clad in a black robe, holding a silver key, seemingly attempting to unlock the box. However, as soon as the key made contact, a blinding light emanated from the box, causing the figure to vanish instantaneously. Who was that cloaked figure? R.A.B. perhaps? Why did he possess the key? Harry's heartbeat quickened, and suddenly the vision shifted to the sky outside, where a multitude of owls descended like a dark cloud, blotting out the sun as they swooped toward number 4, Privet Drive. Vernon's panicked screams echoed from the storage room. Good heavens! Why are there so many birds? Petunia, close the windows. Dudley, get to your room. Harry gripped the now-burning silver ring, a determined smile gracing his lips. The owl bombardment had officially commenced. He understood that this was not merely an onslaught of acceptance letters, but also Dumbledore's final test. He must continue to masquerade until the opportune moment arrived to retrieve his legacy from Gringotts and liberate himself from Dumbledore's control. At that moment, the image from the silver ring froze upon the stone pedestal of Gringotts Vault 713, the lid of the black box slightly ajar, emitting a glimmer of golden light, reminiscent of some magical artifact. Beside the box, the indistinct robed figure reappeared, now holding a silver ring identical to the one around Harry's neck. Who exactly was this cloaked figure? Why did he possess a ring identical to Harry's? What secrets lay hidden within the legacy box at Gringotts? Harry's fingertips pressed tightly against the silver ring, striving to discern the figure's face, but the ring's glow abruptly dimmed, and the vision vanished, leaving only a faint warmth behind. Just as he contemplated infusing the ring with magic once more, the storage room door burst open, revealing Vernon's flushed visage, resembling a potato boiled in steam. Freak. It's all you're doing. Those birds are back. More than before. Harry hastily concealed the silver ring, feigning shock as he shrank into the corner. I don't know. I didn't summon them. Don't know? Vernon seized his collar, dragging him to the living room window, where the owls clawed at the glass, their beaks clutching envelopes that filled to overflowing. Some envelopes even slipped through the window cracks, scattering across the floor. Petunia clutched Dudley, curled up on the sofa, shrieking, while Dudley's face bore the remnants of tears and snot, rendering him a pitiful sight. We must leave this place, Vernon bellowed, grabbing the phone to call a hotel. But as soon as the call connected, a cacophony of hoots erupted. An owl emerged from the receiver, dropping an acceptance letter squarely onto Vernon's face. Furious, Vernon hurled the phone to the ground, his face ashen. Curse that magic. I'm going to the shack. No, somewhere even farther away. Venture to those remote places where birds cannot find you. He turned and dashed into the bedroom to pack his belongings, while Petunia hurriedly followed to assist him. In the living room, only Harry remained, surrounded by a scattering of acceptance letters. He crouched down, feigning fear as he picked up one of the letters, his fingertips subtly brushing against the magical fluctuations on the envelope. The sensation was the same as before, devoid of danger, but he could feel that within each acceptance letter lay a small tracking charm, undoubtedly the work of Dumbledore. It appeared that Dumbledore was resolute in his quest to locate him, even if it meant pursuing him to the ends of the earth. Harry smirked coldly to himself as he tucked one acceptance letter into his pocket. He needed this letter to reach the leaky cauldron and could not allow Vernon to dispose of all of them. At that moment, a faint green glow emanated from his pocket, and the voice of Corey emerged. Young Master, urgent news from Mr. Avery has just arrived. The goblins at Gringotts reported that Vault 713 has been breached. However, the intruder did not take anything. They merely left a silver ring mark on the stone pedestal, identical to young Master's own silver ring. Harry's heart raced at the mention of the silver ring mark. Could it be that the figure in the black cloak he saw earlier had indeed visited Vault 713? He quickly inquired, does Mr. Avery know who the intruder was? Was it someone from Dumbledore's side or Death Eater? I don't know, Corey replied anxiously. The goblins said the intruder's magical signature was peculiar. It was neither from the Order of the Phoenix nor from the Death Eaters, but bore a trace reminiscent of Merlin's bloodline, strikingly similar to young Master's own magical essence. The aura of Merlin's bloodline? Harry's mind raced. Could the intruder be RAB or another descendant of the Potter family? Clenching the acceptance letter in his grasp, he suddenly realized that Dumbledore's relentless bombardment of owls might not solely aim to compel him to Hogwarts, but rather to delay him, ensuring he lacked the time to investigate the breach at Gringotts. Corey, keep an eye on Vernon's movements. As soon as he decides to leave, inform me immediately, Harry whispered. Also, look into whether Mr. Avery knows anything about the silver key belonging to the Potter family that opens the heirloom box in Vault 713. It may require a key to unlock. Corey nodded. I will investigate right away. Rest assured, young master, I shall return promptly. With a flash of green light, Corey vanished once more. Harry rose, surveying the increasing number of owls outside his window, and resolved that if Vernon intended to take him further afield, it would afford him the opportunity to escape en route to the Leaky Cauldron in London, where he could uncover the truth behind the vault breach. As for Dumbledore's tracking charm, he had the phoenix tail, feather antidote, and need not worry. In the bedroom, Vernon had finished packing, brandishing a map in his hand as he stormed out, fuming. We're heading to Scotland. There's a secluded cabin left by my grandfather, and no one knows about it. Those birds will never find us. He grabbed Harry by the collar, dragging him outside, while Petunia, cradling Dudley and carrying luggage, hurriedly followed behind. After being shoved into the back seat of the car, Harry gazed out at the rapidly receding privet drive, silently repeating to himself, Dumbledore, R.A.B., and that cloaked figure who intruded upon Gringotts. This game has only just begun. He felt the acceptance letter and the heated silver ring in his pocket, a confident smile playing at the corners of his mouth. No matter how many traps lay ahead, he was determined to seize the Potter family's legacy and take control of his own destiny. Chapter 78. The Feast of Owls. The Deluge of Letters begins. As Vernon's car pulled away from Privet Drive, Harry caught sight of a dozen owls pursuing the vehicle in the rearview mirror. The sound of their wings flapping filtered through the car window, reminiscent of countless scraps of paper scraping against his ears. Damn it, why are they still following us? Vernon slammed on the brakes and shot a glare at Harry. This is your doing. Have you secretly signaled them? Harry quickly lowered his head, feigning fear and trembling. I didn't do anything, he stammered, but his fingers tightened around the silver ring, which began to heat up once more. The image reflected within was no longer that of Gringotts' vault, but of a dilapidated cottage, with tumultuous waves crashing outside, jagged rocks jutting from the surf. Indeed, the cottage was their destination. Harry confirmed Vernon's escape route in his mind, a subtle smile forming on his lips, unnoticed by others. Dudley, frightened by the commotion of the owls, began to cry, clinging to Petunia's arm. Mum, I'm scared. Those birds are going to peck me. Petunia patted Dudley's back, but her gaze remained fixed on Harry, her voice trembling. We're not going to Scotland. We're going straight to the cottage. It's remote. They want to find us there. Vernon gritted his teeth and revved the engine, pressing the accelerator hard. Right? To the cottage. I refuse to believe those strange birds can follow us to the sea. The car sped down the road, yet the flock of owls relentlessly trailed behind. Resembling a dark cloud, leaning against the window, Harry feigned motion sickness, closing his eyes, but actually sensing the magical fluctuations emanating from the owls. Each owl bore a tracking charm tied to its leg, identical to those worn by the previous messenger, Dumbledore's handiwork. Dumbledore was determined to ascertain his whereabouts, even if it drove Vernon mad. Harry smirked quietly, discreetly signaling Corey by tapping his pocket, an agreed-upon signal for assistance. The green light of Corey soon emerged from his pocket, hovering near Harry's ear. Young master, I have interfered with the tracking charms on some of the owls. They will only follow the scent of the car and will not detect your magic. Additionally, Mr. Avery has reported that Dumbledore has dispatched 2 members of the Order of the Phoenix to follow behind, likely to confirm your final destination. Understood, Harry murmured in response. Go puncture the tires of the Order members' vehicle, leaving no trace, so they cannot keep up with us. Certainly. Corey transformed into a streak of green light and vanished. Harry opened his eyes and looked outside. The number of owls had indeed halved, and those remaining flew in disarray, clearly affected by the disruption of their tracking charms. He sighed in relief, continuing to play the part of the frightened, motion-sick child, resting his head against the window and occasionally emitting dry heaves, which caused Petunia to furrow her brow, yet temporarily alleviated her suspicions. An hour later, the car finally arrived at the cottage by the rocks. Vernon had scarcely parked the car before he dashed out, seizing a stone from the ground and hurling it at the remaining owls. Get lost, all of you. The startled owls took flight but did not venture far, instead circling above the cottage as if awaiting something. Quickly inside, secure all the doors and windows. Vernon shoved Petunia and Dudley into the house, then whirled around to grab Harry by the collar, tossing him into the farthest corner of the cupboard. You stay here and do not come out. If those strange birds return, I won't forgive you. The cupboard door slammed shut with a resounding bang, plunging Harry into darkness. Yet he felt no fear. Instead, he leaned against the door, retrieving his silver ring. The coolness of the metal was comforting, and, in its reflection, he beheld Hagrid approaching with a pink cake box, trailed by a snowy owl bearing a thick letter. Hagrid was indeed coming, and earlier than Harry had anticipated. It seemed Dumbledore was eager to ensure Hagrid made contact without delay. At that moment, Corey slipped in, whispering, "Young master, I punctured the tires of the Order member's vehicle. They should take a considerable time to repair, so they won't arrive soon." However, the owls overhead remain. They seemed to be waiting for some command. Waiting for command? Harry furrowed his brow. Had Dumbledore arranged for additional measures? He approached the small window of the cupboard, lifting a corner of the curtain. The owls in the sky suddenly split into two groups. One flew towards London, while the other settled on the surrounding rocks, as if on surveillance. This is bad. They are confirming the location of the cottage and calling for reinforcements. Realization dawned on Harry. Corey, can you conjure a barrier to obscure the owls' view? Make them think no one is here. Corey shook his head, his face paling. I cannot, young master. My magic is insufficient. I can only disrupt tracking spells. Creating a barrier requires stronger magic, which would alert Dumbledore. Harry fell silent. Corey's magical abilities were indeed limited. He had already exhausted much of his power assisting Harry in acquiring magical books, and Harry could not risk further jeopardizing him. Very well, Harry said, patting Corey on the shoulder. You should hide. No matter what happens outside, do not come out. Corey nodded and transformed into green light. Slipping through the crevice of the cupboard, Harry leaned against the door once more, listening to the commotion outside. Vernon was cursing at the owls in the living room. Petunia was packing, and Dudley was wailing for food, a cacophony of chaos. He closed his eyes and began mentally rehearsing his conversation with Hagrid. He needed to appear naive while deftly steering Hagrid to speak of his parents, all the while avoiding the topic of being the chosen one, igniting Hagrid's protective instincts. Before long, there came a loud, resounding knock at the door, forceful enough to threaten the integrity of the door itself. Vernon's curses abruptly ceased, and the living room fell silent. Who is it? Vernon called warily, grasping a broomstick by the door. Open up. I am Rubeus Hagrid, keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The voice from outside was deep and commanding, leaving no room for refusal. I come to find Harry Potter. I have his acceptance letter. Vernon's breath hastened as he dashed to the door, bellowing outside. We have no Harry Potter here. You come to the wrong place. Get lost. I have not erred, Mr. Dursley, came Hagrid's voice, tinged with mirth. Your car has been closely followed by owls all the way here, and I traced the trail to this very spot. Open the door promptly, or I shall enter uninvited. You wouldn't dare. Vernon brandished a broom, yet hesitated to unlock the door, fearing the giant's might. Harry leaned against the door, a smile tugging at his lips. Hagrid had indeed arrived, and true to the original tale, he shattered Vernon's deceit with unabashed candor. He feigned a whimper of fright, ensuring Hagrid could hear him outside. As anticipated, Hagrid's fury ignited upon hearing Harry's voice. What have you done to Harry? Open the door at once, or I shall be less than civil. With a thunderous crash, Hagrid kicked the door open, splintering wood flying in every direction. Vernon recoiled in terror, the broom clattering to the floor. Hagrid stood in the doorway, his towering figure nearly eclipsing the entrance, a pink cake box slung over his shoulder and a bundle of envelopes in hand, his fierce gaze sweeping the room. Where is Harry Potter? Petunia clutched Dudley, cowering on the sofa, her voice trembling as she pointed toward the cupboard. P.S. In their Chapter 79, a collaborative performance. Hagrid rushed over and flung open the cupboard door, spotting Harry huddled in the corner, tears streaking his face, a result of Harry's magical conjuration. Hagrid's expression softened immediately. He knelt down, striving to temper his voice. Harry, I am Rubeus Hagrid, a friend of your parents. I have come to deliver your acceptance letter to Hogwarts. Harry lifted his gaze, feigning fear and curiosity as he quietly inquired, What is Hogwarts? Who are my parents? Uncle says they are bad people. Hagrid's nose reddened instantly as he produced a gilt envelope from his pocket, extending it to Harry. Hogwarts is a school of magic, and you are a wizard, just like your parents. They were not villains. They were heroes, and they made sacrifices to protect you. Hagrid's voice caught in his throat, rendering him momentarily speechless. Harry accepted the envelope, pretending to struggle with the words inscribed upon it. He looked up at Hagrid and asked softly, "Who is the Dark Lord? Why do you want to harm my parents?" Hagrid sighed, settling beside Harry, opening the pink cake box and offering him a slice. "Have some cake. Today is your birthday, Harry. As for the Dark Lord, I shall explain more once you arrive at Hogwarts. In any case, your parents were the bravest individuals I have ever known, and you need not heed your Uncle-S words." Harry took a small bite of the cake, his mind racing. Hagrid had indeed sidestepped the name of Voldemort and refrained from mentioning the Savior-S tale, suggesting that Dumbledore had not yet permitted him to divulge such matters. Harry needed to steer Hagrid into revealing further details about his parents, particularly concerning the Potter lineage. "Mr. Hagrid," Harry feigned curiosity, "were my parents also wizards? What were they like when they attended Hogwarts?" Hagrid's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he began to recount tales of James and Lily. "Your father, James, was a seeker for Gryffindor, an exceptional Quidditch player. Though he had a mischievous streak, he was a good-hearted individual, always looking out for the weaker students. Your mother, Lily, was an extraordinarily gifted witch, particularly adept in potions, earning praise even from Professor Snape." Harry listened intently, nodding occasionally, mentally noting key details. James was a seeker, Lily excelled in potions, and Snape knew Lily. These facts aligned with the original narrative. However, Hagrid did not mention the secrets of the Potter family, indicating his ignorance of such matters. At that moment, a sudden cooing interrupted as a flock of owls swooped into the room, landing on the tables, the sofa, and even on Vernon's head. Each owl bore a letter of acceptance, transforming the living room into a mountain of correspondence. Vernon, surveying the avalanche of letters, was utterly overwhelmed. Grabbing a handful, he furiously tore them apart, exclaiming, "It's magic. It's all the fault of magic. I will burn these letters. I'll ensure you can never find Harry." Hagrid immediately rose, seizing Vernon's wrist with an indignant glare. "You shall not tear up Harry's letters. This is his right. If you dare to do so again, I will send you to Azkaban." The intensity of Hagrid's presence intimidated Vernon, causing the letters to fall from his grasp. His face pale with fear. Harry observed this scene with a silent smirk. The more Vernon unraveled, the more it aligned with his plans. He feigned fear, clutching Hagrid's leg. "Mr. Hagrid, I'm scared my uncle might hurt me. I don't want to stay here anymore." Hagrid immediately scooped Harry up, tenderly patting his back. "Don't be afraid, Harry. I'm here. Tomorrow, I'll take you to London to purchase your school supplies, and then we'll head to Hogwarts. There, no one will harm you." Resting against Hagrid's comforting embrace, Harry pretended to feel reassured. Yet his mind was racing with thoughts of tomorrow's trip to London, which conveniently provided an opportunity to visit Gringotts for bloodline verification, thus claiming his inheritance from the Potter family. Suddenly, a concern struck him. Would Dumbledore send members of the Order of the Phoenix to follow them? Despite Hagrid's reliability, he could easily be manipulated by Dumbledore's schemes. Just then, a subtle vibration emanated from Harry's pocket. It was Cora sending him a message. He discreetly touched his pocket, and Cora's voice whispered in, "Young master, there are 2 members of the Order of the Phoenix secretly trailing Hagrid, hiding behind the rocks, apparently monitoring you." Harry's heart sank. Dumbledore indeed had not let his guard down, dispatching watchers. He needed to devise a way to shake off these shadows, or his visit to Gringotts would become quite complicated. Hagrid, holding Harry, started gathering the acceptance letters strewn across the floor, addressing Vernon. "I will stay here with Harry tonight, and we will leave first thing in the morning. You had best not try any tricks, otherwise, I want to be so courteous." After stating this, he carried Harry into the storage room, placed the cake box on the ground, and sat beside Harry, beginning to share tales about Hogwarts, the grandeur and beauty of the castle, the wondrous creatures in the Forbidden Forest, and the excitement of Quidditch matches. Harry listened intently, occasionally nodding, while his mind was occupied with thoughts of how to shake off the tale of the Order of the Phoenix. He discreetly withdrew the silver ring, which felt warm to the touch. The image it reflected showed the route to London for the following day, revealing a fork in the road. To the left led to Diagon Alley, while the right presented a secluded path, at the end of which stood an abandoned warehouse. Within the warehouse, there existed a passage used by house elves that provided direct access to the back entrance of Diagon Alley. The notion of the house elf passage sparked a thought in Harry's mind. If he could enlist the help of Kreacher, the house elf, the passage could be opened, allowing him to evade the members of the Order and enter Diagon Alley through the back door, heading straight for Gringotts. Just then, Hagrid came to an abrupt halt, gazing at Harry's forehead with a sorrowful expression. "Harry, that scar is a mark left by that dark wizard. He killed your parents and sought to take your life as well, yet you survived. You are a miracle. Feigning surprise, Harry touched his scar and softly inquired, "Why did the dark wizard want to kill me? Did I do something wrong?" Hagrid sighed and shook his head. "It's not your fault, Harry. It is a prophecy. When you arrive at Hogwarts, Professor Dumbledore will explain everything to you. He is a good man and will protect you." A bitter laugh echoed in Harry's heart at the mention of Dumbledore. Protect him? He was merely a pawn in the fight against Voldemort. Choosing not to pursue the conversation further, he pretended to be weary, leaning against Hagrid's embrace and closing his eyes. Hagrid, believing Harry had fallen asleep, gently patted his back and murmured, "Do not fear, Harry. I am here, and so is Professor Dumbledore. We will protect you. Hogwarts will be your home." With his eyes shut, Harry rapidly devised a plan for the following day. He would set off with Hagrid in the morning, and upon reaching the fork in the road, he would instruct Creature to create a diversion to draw the attention of the Order's members, allowing him and Hagrid to slip down the secluded path to the abandoned warehouse, entering Diagon Alley through the House Elf Passage and heading straight for Gringotts. At that moment, Harry's fingertips brushed against a hard object, the acceptance letter he had placed in his pocket earlier. Quietly opening his eyes and guided by the moonlight, he noticed a small phoenix emblem in the corner of the letter, identical to Dumbledore's phoenix, Fox. Indeed, Dumbledore had made alterations to the letter. A wave of foreboding washed over Harry as he discreetly shoved the acceptance letter to the bottom of the cake box, covering it with crumbs. He could not allow this letter, marked with a tracking spell, to accompany him to Gringotts. Just then, the silver ring suddenly grew intensely warm, and the image it projected shifted abruptly, not to the route for tomorrow, but to the Chamber of Inheritance within Gringotts Vault 713. The door to the chamber was ajar, revealing a shadowy figure in a black cloak, clutching a silver ring identical to Harry's, as it explored a black box upon a stone pedestal. The dark figure had reappeared. Harry's heart raced. Who was this cloaked figure? Why did they possess a ring identical to his? What did they seek to take from the Chamber of Inheritance? Noticing Harry trembling, Hagrid assumed he was having a nightmare and gently patted his back. "Do not fear, Harry. It is just a nightmare. I am here." Harry pretended to awaken, opening his eyes with a pallid complexion. "Mr. Hagrid, I had a nightmare. I dreamt of a hooded figure holding a silver ring identical to the one around my neck, searching for something in a pitch-dark room. He deliberately exposed the ring for you to see." Hagrid fixed his gaze on the silver ring around Harry's neck, his brow furrowing. "This ring appears to be an ancient magical artifact. Where did you acquire it?" Harry shook his head. "I don't know. I've worn it since I can remember. My uncle wanted to dispose of it, but he could never bring himself to do so." Hagrid touched the ring, his expression serious. "This may be something your parents left for you. Keep it safe. Do not lose it. Hogwarts has many professors knowledgeable in ancient magic. Perhaps they can enlighten you about its origins." Harry nodded, though he pondered that Hagrid was also unaware of the ring's provenance. It seemed he would have to seek answers in the Chamber of Heritage at Gringotts. However, the hooded figure remained in the chamber. Would he encounter danger when he went there tomorrow? Just then, the door to the storage room creaked open a crack, a green light from Corey seeping in, signaling Harry with a dangerous gesture that members of the Order of the Phoenix seemed poised to act. Chapter 80, The Trap at Gringotts. A sense of unease gripped Harry. Why would members of the Order take action? Was it Dumbledore's directive for them to retrieve him, or did they have ulterior motives? Hagrid sensed something amiss as well. Rising to his feet and grasping his umbrella, which was in fact his wand. "Harry, stay here and do not move. I will see what is happening." With that, he gently pushed the door of the storage room and stepped outside. Harry leaned against the door, straining to listen to the commotion outside. Hagrid's voice, the voices of the Order members, the sounds of argument, and the clashing of spells creating a chaotic symphony. He quietly retrieved the silver ring. It felt scorching to the touch. Reflected within it, he saw members of the Order being defeated by Hagrid and fleeing in disarray. But Hagrid's arm was struck by a spell, blood seeping from the wound. A heaviness settled in Harry's heart as he yearned to assist, but Corey restrained him, shaking his head, indicating that Hagrid could manage and urging him not to expose himself. After a while, the tumult outside subsided. Hagrid returned, his arm wrapped in a cloth stained with blood, yet a smile adorned his face. "It's all right, Harry. I chased those ruffians away. Tomorrow, we can safely venture to London." Harry observed the blood on Hagrid's arm, a pang of guilt washing over him for Hagrid's injury incurred in his defense. He spoke softly. "Mr. Hagrid, does your arm hurt?" Hagrid shook his head, ruffling Harry's hair. "Not at all, Harry. This minor injury is nothing. Now go to sleep. We have an early start tomorrow." Harry nodded, leaning into Hagrid's embrace, closing his eyes. Yet sleep eluded him as he contemplated the journey to London the next day, vowing to be more cautious to prevent further harm to Hagrid. Moreover, The hooded figure still lingered in the Chamber of Heritage at Gringotts. He must secure the inheritance swiftly, or risk the hooded figure claiming it first. At that moment, a gentle vibration emanated from Harry's pocket. It was the acceptance letter he had tucked beneath the bottom of the cake box. He stealthily emerged, illuminated by the moonlight, and suddenly discovered a line of minuscule text inscribed in invisible ink on the reverse of his acceptance letter, visible only through magic. Gringotts has traps. Dumbledore awaits you. Rap. Harry's heart raced. This was a warning from R.A.B. Had Dumbledore set a trap at Gringotts? Was he waiting for him to fall into it? The tiny inscription swiftly vanished, as if it had never existed. Clenching the acceptance letter, a chill enveloped Harry. He had believed that undergoing bloodline verification at Gringotts was secure, unaware that Dumbledore had already laid a trap. Could that cloaked figure also have been sent by Dumbledore? The silver ring grew warm again, revealing an image of the Vault 713 inheritance chamber, where the cloaked figure retrieved a black box from the stone pedestal, only to be struck down by a beam of golden light. The source of the light was Dumbledore's wand. Dumbledore was also at Gringotts. Harry's breath caught in his throat. Not only had Dumbledore set a trap, but he was also personally awaiting him at Gringotts. Would his visit tomorrow be akin to walking into a snare? Hagrid believed Harry had fallen asleep again and gently patted his back. Leaning against Hagrid's embrace, Harry felt a chilling sensation coursing through him. What was Dumbledore's plan? Why was he waiting for him at Gringotts? Who was that cloaked figure? Why did R.A.B. issue a warning? Countless questions swirled in Harry's mind, denying him any semblance of tranquility. He understood that the journey to London the next day would not be as straightforward as he had envisioned. With Dumbledore's trap, the presence of the cloaked figure, and the Order of the Phoenix's surveillance, he needed to muster every ounce of focus to confront these crises and claim the inheritance of the Potter family. Meanwhile, the vision within the silver ring persisted. The cloaked figure was seized by Dumbledore. The black box fell to the ground, and as it opened, a golden ring emerged, adorned with an hourglass motif identical to that on the Potter crest. What was this ring? Was it what Dumbledore desired? Harry grasped the silver ring tightly, filled with questions and wariness. He knew that tomorrow's expedition to Gringotts would pose the greatest peril he had faced since his arrival in this realm. Harry pressed his fingertips against the silver ring, striving to discern the details of the golden ring within the vision, when suddenly the silver ring dimmed, leaving only a faint warmth, as if some external force had severed the magical connection. He abruptly opened his eyes, meeting Corey's anxious gaze, green luminescence flickering around him, clearly sensing danger. Young master, Dumbledore's magical presence has vanished. Corey's voice trembled. The earlier surge of magic from the silver ring might have drawn Dumbledore's attention, and he must have already departed from Gringotts. Harry exhaled in relief, though his back was now drenched in cold sweat. Dumbledore could indeed perceive the magic of the silver ring. Fortunately, R.A.B.'s timely warning had prepared him. He cautiously retrieved the acceptance letter, the invisible ink on the back now completely gone, leaving only a plain piece of parchment. Yet R.A.B.'s warning echoed persistently in his mind. Gringotts has traps. Dumbledore awaits you. Corey, can you contact Mr. Avery? Harry lowered his voice, expressing his urgent need to discern the specific traps within Gringotts Vault 713 and what Dumbledore had concealed therein. Corey nodded, transforming into a green light that swiftly penetrated the crevice of the storage room. Moments later, he returned, clutching a folded parchment made of sheepskin. Mr. Avery conveyed that this message comes from the goblins of Gringotts. At the entrance to the Heritage Chamber of Vault 713, Dumbledore has cast a detection charm. Should anyone of the Potter lineage approach, an alarm will be triggered, simultaneously activating the disillusionment charm within the chamber to conjure illusions of hooded figures, luring intruders into a state of complacency. Illusions? Harry paused, quickly perusing the clearly inscribed words on the parchment. Dumbledore did not venture to Gringotts himself. Rather, he fabricated the illusions of the hooded figures through the disillusionment charm, intending to test Harry's ancestral magical prowess, while simultaneously confirming the location of the Heritage Chamber. The golden ring was also part of the illusion. The true heirloom remained deep within the chamber, safeguarded by the blood magic of the Potter lineage. Understanding dawned on Harry as he tightly clutched the sheepskin parchment, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. Dumbledore was indeed cunning, using illusions to bait him, simultaneously probing his abilities while concealing his true intentions. Fortunately, R.A.B. had eyes in Gringotts, likely a bribed goblin. Otherwise, he would have unwittingly walked into a trap the following day. At that moment, Hagrid yawned, rubbing his eyes, and said to Harry, "Harry, dawn is approaching. We should tidy up and prepare to head to London." His arm was still bandaged, the bleeding had ceased, but his pallor suggested that the previous night's altercation had drained considerable vigor. Harry nodded, feigning ignorance as he inquired, "Mr. Hagrid, where shall we buy our school supplies in London? Are there many fascinating magical items?" Hagrid's eyes instantly sparkled with enthusiasm, momentarily forgetting his fatigue, and began recounting the shops of Diagon Alley to Harry. "Of course, there's Ollivander's wand shop, which houses the finest wands in the world. There's Flourish and Blots, where you can procure all your textbooks, and there's Elop's Owl Emporium, filled with a variety of owls. We'll first visit Gringotts to withdraw some money, then off to shop, ensuring you have ample choice." "Gringotts?" Harry feigned curiosity. "What is that place?" "It's the Wizarding Bank, containing numerous vaults, including your parents' vault," Hagrid replied with a smile, entirely oblivious to the flicker of determination that ignited in Harry's eyes. The trap set by Dumbledore had been unraveled. The heritage of Gringotts was within his grasp. As Harry followed Hagrid out of the storage room, he found Vernon and Petunia huddled on the sofa, their faces ashen as they regarded them. Hagrid shot a fierce glance at Vernon, declaring, "We're leaving. You had better not trouble Harry again, or I won't spare you." With that, he embraced Harry, hoisting the cake box, and strode purposefully out of the small dwelling. Outside, the sky was beginning to lighten. The owls that had perched upon the rocks had vanished, leaving only the sound of waves crashing against the stones, as though providing a soundtrack for the impending adventure. Harry leaned against Hagrid's side, feeling the silver ring in his pocket. It no longer radiated heat, yet he sensed the magic surging from deep within his lineage, a call from the Potter bloodline. The awakening of Merlin's heritage, marking the commencement of his emancipation from Dumbledore's manipulation and the assertion of his own destiny. Dumbledore, R.A.B., and that mysterious figure in a black cloak, Harry silently repeated in his mind. The game has truly begun. Chapter 81, Fragments of Truth, Parents, Voldemort, and the Lightning Scar. The morning mist, infused with the scent of the sea, drifted into the rocky cottage. The storm from the previous night had finally subsided, leaving only the remnants of water glistening coldly on the rocks under the sunlight. Hagrid leaned the black umbrella against the wall, his rough hands skillfully peeling boiled eggs for Harry, scattering the shells across the floor without a care. He continued to insist, "Eat up after you finish. We'll head to London to catch the early bus to the Leaky Cauldron. Their fried sausages with beans are absolutely divine." Harry cradled the warm egg in his hands, his fingers brushing against the copper key in his pocket, the hourglass pattern still retaining a hint of warmth, echoing the rhythm of his heartbeat. He took small bites of the egg, catching a glimpse of Vernon and Petunia huddled on the sofa, their faces ashen, their eyes filled with a detachment that spoke of denial. Clearly, Hagrid's forceful entrance the night before had shattered their illusions of banishing magic. "Hagrid." Harry swallowed the morsel of egg, deliberately slowing his speech, allowing a tremor of lingering trepidation to seep into his voice. "You said my parents were wizards? Were they really powerful?" Hagrid paused in his egg peeling, his murky eyes lighting up as if finally given the chance to share stories he'd kept hidden for years. "Powerful? They were the most remarkable pair at Hogwarts. James Potter, the Gryffindor Seeker, once chased the Golden Snitch around the pitch 3 times during the Quidditch Cup final, leaving the Slytherin keeper utterly bewildered. And Lily? Her potion skills surpassed those of even the upperclassmen. Professor Slughorn cherished her, claiming she was a natural potion-making genius." As he spoke, Hagrid's voice softened, and he ruffled his unkempt hair, a hint of emotion threading through his tone. Both of them were kind-hearted. James, though he enjoyed a good laugh, always protected his weaker classmates. And Lily, she would even rescue injured stray cats. It's a tragedy, such wonderful people. Yet they fell victim to that dark wizard. That dark wizard is Voldemort, isn't it? Harry feigned fear, gripping the hem of his clothing, his nails digging into his palm. He needed more information about Voldemort, especially details from 11 years ago, to ascertain the state of Voldemort's lingering soul. Hagrid clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. Indeed, the very wizard whose name no one dares to utter. 11 years ago, he ruled the wizarding world, slaughtering wizards left and right, especially those of Muggle descent. Lily was Muggle-born, but she was no less formidable than any pure-blood wizard. "Why do you want to kill my parents?" Harry pressed, tears of fear welling in his eyes, tears conjured by his magic, though they felt painfully real. "And why did you want to kill me?" Hagrid's throat moved, as if weighing his words carefully. He glanced at the Dursleys, cowering on the sofa, then lowered his voice conspiratorially to Harry's ear. "This involves a prophecy. Dumbledore said that a child would be born at the end of July who would have the power to defeat Voldemort. That child is you, Harry." Prophecy. Harry's heart raced at the revelation, more than what Hagrid had disclosed in the original tale. Was this prophecy a specific instruction from Dumbledore? Or had Hagrid inadvertently let it slip? He quickly lowered his head, pretending to be stunned, his shoulders trembling slightly. Can I really defeat him? I can't even do magic. You can. Hagrid immediately patted his shoulder with such force that Harry staggered. You have inherited James's Quidditch talent and Lily's magical insight. More importantly, you possess their courage. Besides, with Professor Dumbledore protecting you, no one can harm you. Harry scoffed internally at the mention of Dumbledore. He raised his head, deliberately displaying a puzzled expression. Why would Professor Dumbledore help me? I don't know him. He was the best friend of James and Lily. Hagrid asserted firmly. Before your parents' tragic fate, they entrusted you to him. He arranged for you to stay with the Dursleys, claiming it was safe, protected by the blood magic left by Lily. Blood magic. Harry touched the lightning scar on his forehead, finding nothing amiss. After all these years, Voldemort's lingering soul had never attempted to probe him, likely kept at bay by his long-standing mental barriers. Suddenly, he recalled the image reflected by the silver ring last night. Dumbledore's phoenix perched on the beams of Gringotts Vault 713. Clarity struck him. Dumbledore's arrangement for him to reside with the Dursleys was not for protection. It was clearly to keep him under surveillance, waiting until he turned 11 to follow the script of the Chosen One. By the way, Harry, Hagrid suddenly remembered, pulling a folded parchment from the inner pocket of his moleskin coat and handing it to Harry. This is a temporary pass from Professor Dumbledore for you. With this, we can enter Vault 713 directly today, without having to bargain with the goblins. As Harry took the parchment, his fingertips barely grazed its surface when the silver ring in his pocket suddenly grew intensely hot, even more so than when he had seen Regulus's feather last night. He struggled to maintain his grip and unfolded the parchment. It bore the emblem of Gringotts and a line of embossed gold lettering, permitting Rubeus Hagrid to accompany Harry Potter into Vault 713, valid only for today. It was signed by Albus Dumbledore, accompanied by a phoenix-shaped wax seal. This wax seal was identical to the phoenix reflected by the silver ring last night. Harry's fingertips trembled slightly as he feigned ignorance of the text, looking up at Hagrid. What does this say? What is in the Gringotts vault? It contains the gold left by your parents, along with their old belongings. Hagrid replied vaguely, his gaze evasive. I'm not sure of the specifics. James didn't tell me much, just that it was the Potter's old legacy, meant for you to see when you grow up. The Potter's old legacy must surely refer to the Chamber of Secrets. Harry was convinced. He carefully folded the parchment and tucked it into his robe, feeling a chill emanate from the spot against his chest, countering the ring's heat. He sensed that the ring still burned, as if warning him. This pass was a trap, and Dumbledore awaited him in Vault 713. All right, it's time to go. Hagrid stood up, hoisting the black umbrella onto his shoulder and picking up Harry's tattered blanket to tuck it under his arm. Mr. and Mrs. Dursley, you can leave Harry to me. You needn't worry about him. When the holidays come, I'll bring him back. Vernon opened his mouth as if to speak, but was interrupted by Petunia tugging at his sleeve. With her head bowed, she whispered softly, Take care of yourself, Harry. Harry was taken aback. It was the first time Petunia had expressed concern for him. He glanced at the redness around her eyes and was suddenly reminded of the brass key in the cake box from the night before. A wave of complex emotion washing over him. However, he quickly suppressed it. The Dursleys' home was merely a temporary refuge since his arrival. From this day forth, he must forge his own path. The legacy of the Potters was something he had to reclaim. Following Hagrid out of the rocky hut, the morning mist had dissipated significantly, revealing the distant train station. Hagrid strode ahead, humming a disjointed wizarding tune, while Harry trailed behind, his fingers discreetly brushing against the wax seal on the parchment nestled in his pocket. The silver ring within had cooled, yet he could still sense the hourglass patterns upon it slowly turning, as if counting down. Hagrid, Harry suddenly spoke, deliberately slowing his pace. Will the goblins at Gringotts check our permits? What if they refuse us entry? Don't worry. Hagrid turned back, grinning to reveal his uneven teeth. I know the head goblin, Griphook. He was in charge of James's vault back in the day. On account of James, he'll surely let us in. Besides, with Professor Dumbledore's signature, the goblins wouldn't dare be unaccommodating. Griphook. Harry mentally noted the name. He recalled that in the original tale, Griphook later betrayed him. But now it was 1991, and Griphook still resided at Gringotts. Perhaps he could leverage Griphook's interest in ancient family legacies to help him access the Chamber of Inheritance. After all, goblins had a keener perception of magical artifacts than wizards. As they arrived at the station, the early train pulled in just in time. Hagrid hoisted Harry onto the bus, where the other passengers curiously regarded the giant who stood 2 meters tall, clad in a moleskin coat and wielding a black umbrella. Unfazed, Hagrid continued to regale Harry with tales of Diagon Alley, Ollivander's wand shop, with its century-old legacy, where every wizard's wand was unique, Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor, where raspberry smoothies infused with magical syrup could lift one off the ground, and the Aesop's Owl Emporium, home to the cleverest snow owls that could find any address. Harry pretended to be enthralled, while his mind raced with plans. Upon reaching Diagon Alley, he would first have Hagrid take him to Ollivander to select a wand. Ollivander could discern wand compatibility, and perhaps even confirm his Merlin lineage. Next, they would visit Gringotts, using Griphook and Hagrid to distract the goblins while he triggered the bloodline authentication to unlock the Chamber of Inheritance. After securing the Potter Compendium and the family ring, he would have Corey, who he was sure was already waiting in Diagon Alley, hide the items to prevent Dumbledore's associates from discovering them. Chapter 82, Diagon Alley, an introduction to the wizarding world. Hagrid's immense figure cut through the throngs of people like an icebreaker, forging a path for Harry. As they emerged from the dim, crowded backyard of the Leaky Cauldron and passed through the inconspicuous little door, finally standing upon the cobblestone street. Even though Harry had envisioned this scene countless times, the reality of Diagon Alley struck him like a hammer upon his senses. The sunlight seemed enchanted, bright and warm, yet not at all blinding, perfectly illuminating the bizarre shop fronts that lined the street. The air was suffused with an array of peculiar aromas, the sweet scent of freshly baked cakes, a hint of some spicy herb, the musty fragrance of aged parchment, and the faint crackling echoes of residual magic. The hooting of owls, the shouts of shopkeepers, the gasps and laughter of young wizards, along with the sounds of self-cleaning brooms and self-playing instruments, wove together into a cacophonous symphony uniquely belonging to the magical realm. Harry paused, tilting his head slightly. Beneath his tousled black hair, his striking emerald eyes displayed a perfect blend of awe and bewilderment, embodying the essence of an 11-year-old stepping into this world for the very first time. Yet within, his mind functioned like the most intricate of clocks, calmly analyzing and recording every detail. Madame Malkin's robes, for all occasions, flourish and blots, and the Aesop's Owl Emporium were all situated in accordance with the original descriptions. The density of foot traffic exceeded expectations, facilitating both concealment and observation. The magical fluctuations were vibrant, and the ambient noise was sufficient to mask any whispered incantations. "How about it, Harry?" Hagrid's voice brimmed with barely contained pride and delight, as if all of this were his own creation. "Diagon Alley. The finest place in all of Britain, no, the entire world. It's absolutely incredible." "Hagrid," Harry replied, his voice tinged with just the right amount of tremor as he clutched the hem of Hagrid's enormous coat, fearful of losing himself in this ocean of magic. This gesture only heightened the half-giant's protective instincts, reinforcing his belief that Harry was merely an innocent child in need of guidance. "I knew you'd love it," Hagrid exclaimed, giving Harry a hearty pat on the back that nearly sent him stumbling. "Come on, we must follow the order. First, we're off to Gringotts." At the mention of Gringotts, Harry's heart quickened slightly. The first step of their plan, the most crucial one, was about to unfold. He dutifully followed Hagrid, his gaze discreetly sweeping the surroundings. He noticed a pale boy with fine, blonde hair trying on robes inside Madame Malkin's. That must be Draco Malfoy. Hastily, Harry averted his eyes to avoid any unnecessary interaction. Their destination was the towering, snow-white marble edifice of Gringotts Wizarding Bank, which seemed to mock the vibrant colors surrounding it. The goblin, standing before the bronze doors, clad in a scarlet and gold uniform, caught Harry's attention. These goblins were diminutive, with shrewd faces and clever, cunning expressions, their black eyes glinting with a keen awareness of wealth and an air of indifference towards outsiders. "Just as I told you," Hagrid said, straining to navigate through the crowd while lowering his voice, though at his volume, the reduction was still audible to those nearby. "Gringotts is the safest place apart from Hogwarts, perhaps even safer than Hogwarts. Attempt to rob it? Insane." They entered the second silver door, adorned with the inscription of a renowned cautionary poem. Harry silently recited the lines in his mind, feeling the chilling magic embedded within the text. Indeed, the protective enchantments here were of a remarkably high caliber, encompassing not only physical defenses, but also curses, contracts, and spatial magic. The foyer was expansive, with marble flooring, and behind a lengthy counter sat hundreds of goblins perched on tall stools, diligently weighing coins on scales or scrutinizing gems with magnifying glasses, while recording in thick ledgers. The clinking of gold coins and the rustling of writing formed an unusual symphony in the background. Hagrid strode directly towards an unoccupied goblin. "Good morning," he said. "We need to withdraw some funds from Mr. Harry Potter's vault." The goblin raised its head, its sharp gaze landing on Harry, lingering momentarily on the scar upon his forehead. It displayed neither surprise nor reverence, merely asking in a tone that was unremarkable and businesslike, "Do you have the key, sir?" Of course, Hagrid replied, rummaging through his various pockets until he finally produced a small, golden key and handed it over. The goblin inspected it meticulously and nodded. "All in order. Griphook," it called. Another goblin approached at a brisk pace. "Take Mr. Potter and his guardian to his vault," the previous goblin instructed Griphook, passing the key over. And it turned to Hagrid, its tone becoming slightly more solemn. "A visit to Vault 713 is also required, as per arrangements." Hagrid's expression immediately shifted to one of unease. He muttered a vague acknowledgement and instinctively placed a hand over his chest, as if concealing something. Harry observed everything intently. Vault 713, a temporary repository for the Philosopher's Stone, or rather, an important item entrusted to Nicholas Flamel. Dumbledore had already begun his machinations, and he, Harry Potter, was being subtly positioned as a component in this intricate scheme, an unwitting bait or witness to it all. How exquisitely cunning. Harry inwardly scoffed, yet maintained an outward appearance of curiosity about everything. They followed the goblin, named Griphook, down a passageway on the side of the hall. At the end of the passage lay a narrow stone corridor, beneath which rusted tracks ran. Griphook whistled, and a small cart hurtled down the tracks, stopping precisely before them. "Climb aboard," Griphook instructed in his high-pitched voice, laced with the goblin's characteristic impatience towards non-goblin folk. For Harry, the ensuing journey was less a revelation and more an expedition into the inner defense mechanisms of Gringotts. The cart raced through the labyrinthine tunnels, diving and sharply turning, cold air whipping across his face. Various scenes whizzed past on either side of the tunnel, some spewing scalding steam, others shimmering with eerie magical light, and yet others emanating chilling, low growls. Harry gripped the cart's side tightly, his knuckles turning white, not merely pretense. For this reckless ride devoid of safety indeed set his nerves alight. Hagrid's complexion had turned ashen, his eyes tightly shut, murmuring incantations as though in prayer. At last, after traversing an underground lake and glimpsing a colossal shadow, shimmering with scale-like brilliance as it glided across the water surface, the small cart came to an abrupt halt beside a modest platform. Mr. Potter's vault. Hagrid nimbly leaped from the cart, inserting a golden key into the lock. With a peculiar sound reminiscent of melting metal, the heavy door creaked open, revealing light. Not the harsh glare of illumination, but the soft, alluring glow of accumulated wealth. Mountains of gold galleons, silver sickles, and bronze nuts reflecting an enticing radiance. Galleons, as common as pebbles, formed several small hills, while sickles and nuts filled the crevices, with various seemingly valuable gems and antiques carelessly strewn about the corners. Even with prior mental preparation, Harry's heart skipped a beat. This was not mere numbers or concepts, but tangible, immense wealth, the legacy amassed by the Potter family over generations. He heard Hagrid gasp beside him. "Merlin's beard." The half-giant murmured, "James and Lily left you so much." Harry instinctively gasped, his mouth agape, perfectly embodying the astonishment of a child raised in a cupboard suddenly confronted with a mountain of riches. Yet, his mind raced. The visual impact was overwhelming. The vault's interior was larger than anticipated, structurally sound, with a high concentration of magic, suitable for performing the bloodline verification ritual. Corey's information proved accurate. The activation point should be present. His gaze swept across the inner walls of the vault, where the Potter family crest was intricately carved, a vibrant stag, proudly traversing a winding river, set against a backdrop of a finely detailed hourglass pattern. The stag symbolized the family's vitality and protection. The river represented the passage of time, while the hourglass subtly alluded to the Potter family's association with temporal magic. "Don't just stand there, child." Hagrid's voice jolted him back to reality. "Quickly gather some money. We have another place to visit." He handed Harry a seemingly ordinary cloth pouch, a money bag enhanced with a charm for discreet expansion, capable of holding a considerable amount. Harry accepted the pouch, stepped forward, and with trembling hands, carefully gathered a handful of gold galleons, placing them into the bag. His movements were imbued with a cautious reverence, as if fearful of damaging the gleaming coins. Simultaneously, under the guise of his body, he subtly tapped 3 times on the edge of a slightly loose paving stone. This was a trick Corey had informed him of to temporarily disable the vault's internal detection magic, affording him approximately 5 minutes of undetected time. After securing an ample sum for purchasing school supplies and additional investments, Harry rose. a mix of satisfaction and reluctance on his face. Hagrid closed the vault door, the heavy sound echoing through the tunnel. The cart resumed its journey, this time delving deeper. The air around them grew increasingly frigid, and frost began to appear along the tunnel's sides. Ultimately, they halted at a location far more rudimentary than the platform of Harry's vault. Before them loomed a massive stone door, adorned with bizarre runes and condensation, a gateway to Vault 713. The sound of the ring pulled diminished, imbued with an instinctive reverence. He did not employ a key. Instead, he extended his elongated fingers, gently gliding over the surface of the door. Where his fingertips brushed, runes ignited with a soft glow, only to swiftly extinguish. He then leaned closer to the crack of the door, whispering a few syllables in a language that Harry could not comprehend, accompanied by a frictional sound. The stone door silently slid open, revealing a diminutive space within. It was barren, save for a small parcel, no larger than a palm, resting atop a stone pedestal. Enveloped in dark brown dragon hide, Hagrid visibly exhaled in relief, striding inside with purpose. He cautiously retrieved the small package, hastily stowing it in the inner pocket of his coat, pressing it close as if it were a treasure of immeasurable worth.